After waking up, over 10 billion people from around the globe found themselves on a mysterious continent wrapped in white fog. In this chaotic new world, humanity had lost everything, and even the most basic food became a matter of life and death. Just when Ichio thought he'd have to struggle to survive like everyone else, something miraculous happened. He discovered he could return to the real world. This revelation changed Ichio's survival game entirely. While other survivors were scrounging for food in fear, Ichio casually strolled to the supermarket and grabbed whatever he wanted, food freedom at its finest. When others were desperately trying to gather materials for a shelter, Ichio simply went to a construction site and put up a concrete wall like it was no big deal. And while others were fighting off waves of beasts with their bare hands, Ichio quietly pulled out anti-aircraft guns from a nearby barracks. Then one day, a top-notch exploration team stumbled upon the legendary restricted area called God's Land. Watching the ecstatic survivors around him, Ichio couldn't help but sigh. Why is there someone at home again? Inside a shabby wooden house, wind whistled through the cracks, and the walls were bare. The icy draft carried the scent of rotting wood, making Ichio frown as he took in his surroundings. Staring at the scene, he stood in shock for a moment before coming to terms with the fact that he had time-traveled. He remembered just moments ago being snug in his warm bed, only to be jolted awake by a cold voice in his mind, finding himself in this unknown place. Ding, welcome to the survival world, I am your help and guidance system. You can use this system to communicate, assist each other, upgrade constructions, and more. I hope you can change your fate and enjoy your new life. Yes, that's the voice. As Ichio gazed at the translucent panel before him, a smile spread across his face. I can't believe I actually have a system? With the system now in play, Ichio, who had been feeling a bit lost, finally relaxed. It's all good now. Everything's under control. Drawing from years of reading novels, he knew having this system meant he could thrive, even if he just laid back. Ignoring the chill surrounding him, Ichio focused on the translucent panel that had appeared. It featured several options: personal panel, backpack, construction, exchange forum, trading hall. However, seeing the last two options gave Ichio an uneasy feeling. Upon opening the exchange forum, a message popped up in front of him. Please enter a custom nickname. Note that this nickname is linked to your personal information, and duplicates are not allowed. Why do I need to name myself? After a moment's thought, Ichio typed a few words. You have successfully set your virtual nickname to anonymous user. A total of 12.3 billion people have crossed to Planet A003, and only the regional chat channel is currently available. Channel 666 number of people, 1000. Wait, what just happened? Huge thanks to the god who sent me here. My 10 million loan is finally gone. I just paid off my mortgage. Did anyone else get lucky? Watching the frantic chat scrolling by, Ichio sighed. So that's how it is. I guess my luck isn't so great after all. Turns out, it's a global event, and everyone has a system. Realizing he wasn't the chosen one, Ichio shifted his focus to understanding what his system could do. While everyone else's systems might not let them soar immediately, they were definitely a lifeline in this new world, so he had to take it seriously. First up, he opened the personal panel. Personal panel, Ichio, current status, cold constitution, ordinary, white, charm, 15, average human level 10, equipment, underwear, white, skills, none, 0/2, well, this is awkward, I'm literally on the same level as my underwear, both white quality. Of course, since he had been sleeping right before the time travel, Ichio only had a pair of shorts on. As a fragile college student still stuck in his ivory tower, those stats felt pretty spot on. Other than a decent appearance, Ichio was just your average guy. Next, he opened the backpack. To his surprise, it was completely empty, just a cubic meter of blank space. This system didn't even give him a beginner's gift pack. How unfair. Grumbling internally, Ichio moved on to the construction interface. It was full of things. Basic tools such as stone axes, stone swords, and spears were all available. As long as there were raw materials, they could be directly synthesized. The only thing he had and could upgrade was the wooden house. Garrison dilapidated wooden house, level 1, durability, 10 tenths, internal facilities, none, upgrade, 50 units of wood. The wooden house that was barely supported couldn't even withstand the cold wind. A gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall. You should understand this truth, right? But Ichio had nothing in his hands now, so he could only look and could not do anything. After closing the panel, Ichio pinched his temples. It was numb. It was really a life in a different world starting from scratch. Forget it, hurry up and take action. Without the golden finger, you can only rely on your own efforts. Not daring to go out immediately, Ichio opened the chat panel to understand the specific situation outside. After all, efforts must be made in the right direction. A few minutes later, some big guys have settled down and shared some of their own insights. I just opened the door and saw a face in the fog smiling at me. Fuck, is it true, so scary? The system also reminds you to be careful of the white fog. It's better not to go out now. What should I do now? Sit there? Ichio looked carefully outside the house through the gap. There was indeed a thin layer of white fog outside, which looked mysterious. But just as the chat forum was discussing, a touch of golden sunlight suddenly fell, and then all the white fog dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene was like a miracle, and the entire chat forum was immediately in an uproar. Did you see it? The sunlight appeared without any signs, and all the fog disappeared immediately. I saw it. This disappearance speed is completely unreasonable. The above, our time travel is not in line with common sense, and the most important thing we should be concerned about now is whether we can go out. Yes. The fog on the sunshine disk player has cleared, so we should be able to explore outside now. Could it be that we came a few minutes earlier to adapt to the new world so as not to waste the daytime? I'm out and feeling good. After closing the system panel, Ichio pushed open the door. The golden sunlight sprinkled in the bushes, which looked full of vitality. Even the biting cold wind just now disappeared. In just a short moment, the temperature rose by at least 10 degrees. If Ichio would be frozen to death if he went out to explore at the temperature just now, there would be absolutely no such problem now. Not bad, not bad. Fortunately the temperature has risen, otherwise my little body would definitely not be able to make it. Although I still feel a little uneasy about the new world, it is better to move than to wait for death. Walking out of the door, Ichio confirmed the situation nearby. The weeds were overgrown, and sparse trees of various sizes could be seen not far away, a scene full of vitality. Collect everything that can be collected. Ichio walked towards the trees not far away, but he felt a pain in his feet after just 2 steps. There was no way. Ichio, who was sleeping, came to this world with only a pair of underwear on his body. Human feet have become extremely delicate in a comfortable life and cannot walk in the jungle at all. After just 2 steps, Ichio felt uncomfortable. If he continued to walk, he would probably get blisters or even bleed in a short while. In this poor place, Ichio did not think that his body, which was not yet healthy, could hold on. Looking at the red soles of his feet, Ichio gritted his teeth and took off the only cloth on his body and tied it to his feet. Special treatment in special times. Walking the bird is not a big problem, but getting injured is a big deal. Besides, as a man, what is there to be shy about? Tearing the few pieces of cloth in half, Ichio barely wrapped his feet. Although he still felt extremely uncomfortable when walking, he could definitely hold on for a longer time. Paying attention to the sharp stones along the way, Ichio headed towards the nearest tree while collecting resources around him. Get stone, white, +1, get hay, gray, +1. After getting some insignificant resources along the way, Ichio crossed a distance of nearly 100 meters and finally approached a tree. The tree was about the thickness of a bowl. Without any tools in his hand, Ichio had to look around to see if there was any fallen wood so that he could synthesize an axe first. Fortunately, Ichio was lucky and successfully picked up stick, white, *2, under the tree. Open the system interface, and the stone axe in the construction column can be synthesized. Stone axe, white required stick *1, stone *1, click to synthesize, a flash of white light flashed, and the stone axe appeared in the backpack. Ichio took it out, and in the blink of an eye, a small stone axe appeared in his hand. Wow, this is really a fantasy feeling. Waving the axe in his hand, Ichio felt an inexplicable novelty and hope in his heart. After all, everything in the new world is unknown. If you want to be rich, chop trees first. With a boost in his heart, Ichio immediately started chopping trees. Thump! 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 The rough stone axe chopped on the tree, leaving some marks. Ichio chopped dozens of axes in one go, and soon the disadvantages of his sub-healthy body appeared. His hands were numb from the shock, his wrists were painful, and the results were not pleasing at all. The scene of chopping down a tree easily in the game did not exist at all. There was no way. Ichio could only chop for a while and rest for a while, and it took a full hour to chop down this small tree. Although the harvest was not much, Ichio still felt back pain and numbness in his hands. He looked at his palms with some broken skin, and estimated that blisters would form if he chopped more. This was still the first day, and Ichio was a little worried whether his small body could survive a week.
Life in a different world without a golden finger is really hard to endure.
Yichio has read a lot of novels about time travel and survival, but when he entered it as an ordinary person, he finally understood what survival meant.
Ha! I wonder if there are any chosen people who have opened the second system to start a wilderness vacation.
Oh, I really want to go back to my warm bed at home. Just when this thought flashed through his mind, Ichigo suddenly felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the scenery changed even more. The cold and hard land under him disappeared, replaced by a soft bed, and everything in front of him was extremely familiar.
Isn't it his home?
In an instant, he came from the overgrown wild to a familiar home. This change did not even allow Ichigo to react for a while.
I'm back.
Shock flashed in Ichigo's eyes, and he immediately touched the quilt beside him. This familiar touch almost made Ichigo's hands tremble.
I actually came back. Could it be that as long as you think about coming back, you can return to the real world?
Ichigo immediately wrapped his body in quilt and picked up the mobile phone beside his pillow to check the situation in the real world. But unexpectedly, Ichigo's mobile phone was always outside the signal area and could not connect to the internet at all.
Is it because there are too many people traveling across the country that the signal cannot be maintained?
Throwing the phone on the pillow, Ichigo immediately pressed the button beside the bed, but the light didn't turn on either. Ichigo already had a bad feeling at this moment. He immediately wrapped himself in a quilt and got out of bed and walked to the window. He saw the steel jungle that used to be full of traffic, but now he looked back at Ichigo with empty and cold eyes.
No one's voice.
Ichigo managed to calm down, and the thirst that had been suppressed by the excitement surged into his heart again. He picked up the kettle next to the bed and poured himself a glass of water. After drinking a glass of warm water, Ichigo finally sighed with satisfaction. After solving the water shortage problem, Ichigo immediately analyzed his experience. The water in the kettle is still hot, which proves that I haven't been gone very long. Even if I really travel across the world, there will be no power outage in a short time. There must be other reasons that destroyed the power and communication methods.
That's right, system.
Ichigo casually took a small piece of bread and ate it while silently reciting the system in his mind. And a transparent panel also appeared, and he could actually contact the system. Open the chat area, where some people are having a hard time, and some people are posting some strategies they have summarized. Ichigo typed a period and sent it out, and was soon submerged in the chat box that was beating wildly. I can speak. Ichigo's eyes narrowed slightly. If everyone can do it to return to the real world, then there will definitely be no news in the chat area.
Is it possible that I am the only one who can come back? Or is it that only one person from a regional chat group can come back? Although I don't know what happened, there is no doubt that now I have a golden finger.
There are so many supplies in the real world that I can't finish them all by myself in 8 lifetimes. Even if a person is a little lonely, it is still better than being dead in the survival world. Not paying attention to other things, Ichigo first ate some snacks, changed his clothes, and then planned to go downstairs. One is to see if anyone else has come back, and the other is to prepare food and tools for future life. He ran from the 4th floor to the 1st floor in one breath, and when he was about to go to the nearest supermarket to take a look, Ichigo suddenly realized that the picture in front of him was like a collapsed TV, with a lot of snowflakes and chaos appearing in a short period of time. This feeling is exactly the same as when I traveled through time just now. And in the next moment, familiar trees, familiar tree stumps, and warm sunshine fell on me.
He actually returned to the world of survival again?
For a moment, he didn't know whether the time travel he had just experienced was an illusion or a reality, but soon Ichigo recognized the reality.
Because I am now wearing the clothes I just changed. It seems that I have just traveled back to the real world. Is this a bug in the survival world?
Ichigo tisk, this joke is not funny at all.
After finally escaping from this survival world, you were sent back before you even started enjoying it? No, I can't give up like this. Let me think about how I got back just now.
Just when the thought of going back flashed through Ichigo's mind again, a chaotic picture appeared in front of Ichigo's eyes again, but this time the picture faded away before it could completely occupy Ichigo's entire field of vision. Ichigo also felt pain in his brain and his body was even more exhausted. His body's reaction told Ichigo that he could go back again, but he would need to have sufficient mental and physical strength.
It's okay, as long as I can go back.
Ichigo let out a sigh of relief. The whole morning's work and the torment in the real world had indeed made him exhausted, but after eating enough, recovery was just a matter of sleeping. Now that I have the golden finger to be able to return to the real world, I don't need to put myself in danger anymore.
Let's go back to the cabin first.
Thinking like this, Yichio immediately returned to the wooden house. It was much better to have shoes to wear, and it took very little time to return. After returning to the wooden house, Yichio first took out the wood to block the door and several air leakage gaps, then took out the hay and built a simple nest, and couldn't hold back anymore and fell asleep tiredly. After waking up, Yichio felt a tingling pain all over his body. The sunlight through the cracks in the wooden boards told Yichio that it was already dusk. Good guy, I slept until dusk. After moving his hands and feet for a while, Yichio felt that he was extremely energetic now. After concentrating his thoughts, Yichio thought. When he opened his eyes again, the environment in front of him had changed drastically. As expected, I returned to the real world again. Perfect. Yichio waved his fist excitedly. He could return to the real world and his future was bright. Just the endless food alone is enough to put Yichio far ahead of 99.99% of the survivors. Yichio looked through the window and found that it was already dusk in the real world. Pushing open the door, Yichio first came to the firefighting equipment in the corridor, opened the firefighting box, and picked up the firefighting axe. Now it is uncertain whether there are similar people or monsters in the real world. In addition, there are many stray dogs and cats in the county town, so self-defense weapons are still necessary. Holding the firefighting axe and going downstairs, Yichio directly pushed open the door of the supermarket. The dazzling array of goods in front of him made his eyes hot. Now, there is a brand new world for you to explore. Others survive in the wilderness, and you survive in the city. Opening the system backpack, the things inside have been cleaned up by himself, and now there is a huge space of 1 cubic meter. Yichio directly pulled a lollipop from the snack cabinet in front of the counter and put it into his mouth, and then started to buy things in the supermarket. Boxes of mineral water? Move. Chocolate energy bars? Move. Yichio waved his hand and put the small items he wanted in it. Vacuum-packed roast chicken, lighters, toilet paper, canned yellow peaches, high-intensity flashlights, chocolate bars. After collecting everything he could think of, Yichio walked out of the supermarket with satisfaction. Something is wrong, I just walked around the supermarket, why am I so tired? Yichio sat on the stone pier next to him and wanted to take a rest, but found that even if he was not moving, his physical strength was slowly consumed. It seems that as long as you stay in the real world, you will continue to consume physical strength. Discovering a new pattern, Yichio no longer tried to rest and recover his physical strength, but turned directly into a small pharmacy next to him. In one breath, he packed up and took away common medicines such as bruises, headaches and fevers, bacterial infections, iodine bandages, etc. Walking out of the pharmacy, Yichio saw the Lao Xianji restaurant not far away. After putting the gas tank, pot and some fresh ingredients from the back kitchen into the backpack, Yichio nodded with satisfaction and lifted the time travel. His eyes blurred for a while, and Yichio returned to the survival world again. Sitting on the haystack, although Yichio was physically tired, he couldn't help grinning at the piles of supplies in the backpack. Only after traveling through time did he know that the real world is a real paradise. I'll stew a chicken tonight to reward myself. After resting for a while, the sunlight projected from the cracks in the wall gradually dimmed, and it seemed that night was coming. In less than an hour, he solved the survival problem for the next week. Taking out the pots and pans from the backpack, Yichio turned on the gas, and a circle of light blue flames immediately appeared in front of him, illuminating the dark wooden house. Open a box of mineral water and pour water into the pot, then cut the chicken into pieces, cut a few carrots, add salt and other seasonings, cover the pot, and wait for dinner to cook. Having nothing to do, Yichio also identified the equipment in front of him through the system. Gas-integrated stove, green, a kitchen device that combines a stove and a gas stove. It seems that you were holding the spatula tightly before crossing. The system's complaints are hilarious. Yichio smiled, but he soon noticed another difference. There was a green behind the item introduction. Since coming to the survival world, Yichio has basically come into contact with white. It seems that the quality of this gas-integrated stove is at least one level higher than white. After identifying other harvests, the chicken soup has been stewed. Scooping a bowl of fragrant chicken soup, Yichio only felt the saliva in his mouth secreting crazily. Picking up a piece of soft and boneless chicken with chopsticks and putting it into his mouth, Yichio opened the chat channel while eating. The first thing that caught his eye was the number of people, 990/1000. 10 people died in just one day? It seems that it is still quite dangerous outside. Yichio paused, and then looked down. Chopping trees is so tiring. Today, my hands are shaking, I envy the people upstairs who can still chop trees.
There is a wasteland around my birthplace, and there is not even a hare. Big brothers, do you have any extra food? The child didn't find any food at all. I am willing to exchange wood and stone. Brothers, has anyone picked up a treasure chest? I opened a wooden treasure chest, and I have dinner for today. What? There are treasure chests in this world. What did the big brothers open? Yicho roughly scanned the channel. As expected, most people could only go to bed hungry, and they were lucky to eat half full. It was the lucky guy who picked up the treasure chest that attracted Yicho's attention. I didn't expect that there were treasure chests in this world. Ha, it's okay to tell you, 500 grams of bread, a 500 milliliters bottle of pure water and 10 copper coins. Fuck! The big brother had a rich dinner today. Copper coins? Maybe we can trade with the natives of this world? Natives? Where can I get free food? Hee 10 emeralds for 1 wheat, wrong, 2-legged sheep. The brother above is not that bad, today is only the first day of survival. What if I just starved for 2 days to lose weight? Brother, you are awesome, have a good journey. Sipping the delicious chicken soup, Yicho then saw someone asking for help in the group. It's so cold at night, is there any big brother who can share some cold-resistant strategies? You can use wood to block the larger gap in the wooden house, use hay as a mattress, and it's best to build a campfire. Boss, the fire is built, but I can't light a fire. Can't you make fire by drilling wood? My hands are almost worn out, but there is no flame, I was lighting a cigarette for my boss before I traveled through time, and I just happened to have a lighter in my hand. Fuck. Boss, can you trade a lighter to light a fire? Prometheus. No. Boss swearin', give me a fire. Well, there is not much gas in the lighter, but since we are all human, I have put it on the trading market. The quicker the better, thank you, boss. Fuck. You rent 10 pieces of wood or 5 pieces of stone at a time. What a profiteer. I worked hard all day to cut 15 units of wood, and you want more than half of it at once. Are you a human being? Sorry, you don't have to rent it. After all, lighters are the only one of their kind. The chat area was noisy, and Yicho was chewing on a chicken leg, a little confused. After all, lighters are a necessity for most adults, so the ownership rate shouldn't be so low, right? After editing and sending the message, someone soon answered Yicho's question. When traveling through time, people only carry clothes and items in their hands. Most people put lighters in their pockets, so this thing is very rare now. Yicho suddenly realized, opened the trading market, and soon saw the lighter that was the first in the hot search. Although the cost of renting it once was very high, it was much better than freezing to death, so many people still chose to rent it. Touching his chin, Yicho looked at the lighters thrown on the shopping cart beside him. Since I have unique abilities, it is reasonable to help people on the same channel. Moreover, with so many things piled up, it is time to upgrade my dilapidated cabin, otherwise I won't even have a place to sleep tonight. Opening the trading interface, Yicho set his lighter to be hung up after using 1 piece of wood once. There are only 10 listing slots above, probably to prevent survivors from using the trading market as a second warehouse. After putting 10 lighters on the shelf and turning on the system for automatic trading, Yicho returned to the chat area and shouted. Anonymous user, there are lighters I hung up in the trading market, 1 piece of wood at a time, hurry up if you want to buy. Can this chat be anonymous? Thanks to the anonymous big guy for lowering the price of the fire, you are the real fireman. There are 10 lighters in total. Is the anonymous big guy unloading when he travels through time? Thanks to the anonymous big guy. The anonymous big guy will definitely encounter a treasure chest when he goes out. Looking at Yicho, who suddenly surpassed himself in the popularity of the trading channel, the first person who sold the lighter immediately sent a private message to Yicho. Brother, there is no need to lower the price so much, right? Since only the 2 of us have lighters, we can discuss it and set a price to harvest a wave. If you want fame, we can also discuss it. One of us plays the bad guy and the other plays the good guy. The effect is definitely much better than your price reduction. Seeing this private message, Yicho was stunned. Sure enough, talent is the most abundant thing. It's only the first day that the entire channel has been harvested. If it weren't for the real world, I would definitely consider this condition. Anonymous user, sorry, I don't have so much time to waste on this. Goodbye. At the same time, on the other side of the screen, a middle-aged man looked incredulous. If you don't make money, this person is really mentally ill. In his opinion, it is a sin to leave a lot of wood in the hands of ordinary people. Looking at the background again, in just a few seconds, his private messages that were originally full became even more full.
It's just that there were quite a few people who spoke in a good voice, but now they are all scolding.
The middle-aged man replied in the transaction comment area with an angry face.
It is undeniable that my price is indeed high, but the anonymous price completely ignores the laws of the market economy.
Sooner or later, something will go wrong.
The people below immediately laughed at him. He has traveled through time, and he still follows the market rules.
In the final analysis, he is anxious because he can't make money. He hit the nail on the head. Don't be afraid, I am the invisible big hand of the market, I will give you a big fight.
Don't be afraid of being scolded if you make dirty money. Anonymous big men doing charity is really a saint.
Yes, as long as your price is reasonable, there will be no one who will speak for you.
He didn't dare to continue reading the comment area, and took another look at the wooden house with air leaking everywhere.
The man could only lower the price to the same level as Yichio with a frustrated look.
At the same time, Yichio didn't care about the trading channel. In just half an hour, Yichio completed more than 100 transactions, and the wood reserves in his backpack went straight to 99 plus, even overflowing into the room. Seeing that he was about to have no place to stand, Yichio immediately got up with chicken soup, opened the construction interface, found the dilapidated wooden house, and clicked to upgrade.
Wood, white, 50, the current station has been upgraded to wooden house, level 2,
as the system prompt sounded, Yichio suddenly felt the space around him stretching, and the gaps that were leaking air were repaired. The originally rotten wooden wall had strange patterns like tree rings, and it exuded a faint wood fragrance. The changes in the wooden house did not stop until the internal space expanded to about 50 square meters, and even a wooden window that could be opened and closed was added.
And if you look down from the outside, you can see that the wooden house that seemed to be about to collapse at the slightest breeze suddenly has a momentum of being a tree with deep roots.
Yichio turned on the system to check the status of the wooden house. Station wooden house, level 2, durability, 100-100, internal facilities, gas integrated stove, 3-piece kitchen set, upgrade, 100 units of stone, we are safe, temporarily.
It seems that this world is not peaceful now. The strange white fog is not an ordinary beast.
Even if Yichio relies on the real world, he may not be able to escape unscathed. We still need to make good use of the people in the communication channel and let them detect the situation as much as possible. It is best for me to use supplies to buy everything behind the scenes. Relying on the real world, Yichio plans to make good use of his advantages and live better in this survival world. After changing the price of the lighter in the trading channel to 1 stone for 1 use, Yichio drank the last bit of chicken soup and cleaned up the garbage. After sorting out all this, Yichio planned to lie down. But as soon as he lay on the haystack, Yichio was stunned.
I forgot to move my bed here.
It's just right to experiment with the specific rules of crossing. Today's crossing, whether from outside or inside the house, crossed to his home in real life.
This time he went offline from Lao Shangji in reality.
I don't know whether he will return to his home or Lao Shangji after crossing. He took out all the items in his backpack and piled them in the corner of the room.
The mountain of supplies immediately gave Yichio an indescribable sense of satisfaction.
After silently thinking about the journey, Yichio felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and a familiar scene appeared in front of him.
It was his home.
It seemed that his home was a fixed teleportation point. In this case, with his current physical strength, he could only explore the surrounding area.
But it's not a big problem. The big supermarkets around are enough for you to eat and drink.
Without staying too long, Yichio put his single bed into his backpack, but there was an error.
His single bed was too long and too wide, and he couldn't put it in even if he put it diagonally.
There was no way. Yichio had to take all the bedding back to the survival world. He piled up a simple bed with 6 units of wood, and then covered it with a quilt. The softness was quite good. After all, Yichio was not a prince or princess, and he couldn't sleep if there was an extra pee.
Put the bed in the corner.
Because it was pure cotton bedding, Yichio felt that he could sleep well without a fire. After moving some bread and water to the foot of the bed, Yichio opened the communication channel in the quilt to see if he could get some useful information.
By the way, have you found a problem? Don't be a riddle man, say it quickly.
10 people died today. I observed carefully and 9 of them died at the moment when night fell.
It is probably the people who did not return to the wooden house in time?
I remember the system reminded me to be careful of the white fog at the beginning.
Alas, I was selling watches before I came here. Now the watches in this world can still work normally. The daytime is only about 8 hours, and the night is too long. Think about it, maybe this world is not 24 hours a day. 48 hours a day, right? What if the night is really that long? Even if there is a fire provided by an anonymous boss, our wood reserves are not enough. Even if we survive by chance, upgrading the wooden house is a long way off. Alas, it's numb. The chat channel was full of grief, and everyone who saw it was about to lose hope for the future. Yichio turned on the flashlight and looked at the supplies in the corner, which made him feel much better. By the way, since I have so many supplies, should I give them some benefits to make them more likely to survive? Yichio hesitated for a moment, and finally gave up the idea temporarily. You can help your peers, but you can't get them for free. You should think about the specific trading rules yourself. After turning off the system, Yichio wrapped himself in the quilt and soon fell asleep. Survival World Day 2. Bang! 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 Yichio woke up to the sound of banging on the door. Ha! Didn't I travel through time? Why did someone knock on the door? Yichio, who had just woken up, was still a little confused, but the system prompt that sounded in his ears immediately woke him up. Attention, your wooden house, level 2, is being attacked by unknown creatures, and its current durability is 98 out of 100. Attack? Yichio pulled away the quilt and stood up. Just in case, he didn't take off his clothes when sleeping. Taking out the fire axe from his pillow, Yichio immediately walked to the door, placed 2 more stones on top of the wood that was already blocking the door, and then turned on the system while being careful about the main door. Regional channel, 987/1000, 3 more people died. The chat area at this moment is also filled with mourners. Are there any monsters knocking on your door outside? There are only 2 points left in the durability of my wooden house. Brothers upstairs, don't panic, look through the chat history, someone summarized it above. Most monsters will leave after knocking the wooden house a little longer. No, that's not right. Now the durability of my wooden house has fallen to a point, and he is still bumping into it. Oh, that means you have encountered a small number of real monsters. Prepare to die, brother. After a while, Yichio saw that there was 1 less person on the regional channel. I don't know if this is the real type I encountered. Yichio flipped the chat history to the top and soon saw the record of the initial attack. The time the sales cousin reported was the first monster attack that appeared around 8 hours into the night. There were 2 types of monsters. One type would destroy the wooden house and then leave, and the other type would try to demolish the wooden house. Of course, the latter are few in number, and most of them have been attacked now, but less than 5 house-destroying monsters have appeared. Yichio felt relieved and took another look at his wooden house. 92 out of 100. Even if you really encounter a real monster, it shouldn't smash your 100-point durable house into pieces, right? The monsters outside were still banging on the door. Yichio did not dare to take action immediately. Instead, he chose to continue watching the chat area to see what the seniors were doing. The most popular one right now is the survival post How to Fight Monsters in the Fog, shared by 1 person. Northern Military District in 1996. Don't panic when you encounter a monster knocking on the door, use everything around you to fight back. North Military Region in 1996. After my observation, if the first type of monster that destroys a house will run away after being injured, the second type of monster that destroys a house will become more violent after being injured, so don't bet on whether the opponent will demolish the house or not. The only way is to take action. Solution. Northern Military Region in 1996. Killing monsters will reveal fog beast flesh and blood. After eating, it will strengthen your physical fitness. Next, I will teach you how to fight against fog beasts. Northern Military Region in 1996. First, we can build synthetic wooden spears. If there are stones, we can synthesize stone spears, and then use the gaps in the inferior wooden houses to attack the fog beasts. Northern Military District in 1996. If the fog beast's attack is too strong, we can use wood to repair the damage to the wooden house to make it last a little longer, but the repair speed of the wooden house will be slower when it is attacked. Northern Military District in 1996. It is really impossible to kill the fog beast outside the house. You will have another chance when the fog beast enters the house. The fog beast will be the first to extinguish the flames in the house. Take advantage of this. Northern Military Region in 1996. If you haven't killed the fog beast in the above 2 opportunities, don't be afraid. Try to attack the raised parts of the fog beast's body as much as possible. It may be a weak spot similar to the animal's head. Yichio read it carefully several times and immediately admired the person who shared it. Judging from this name, he might have been a member of the military before time travel. After a while, a large number of replies appeared below the share. Thanks to the original poster for sharing. The fog beast outside was stabbed twice by me and then ran away. Hearing the screams made me feel good.
Thanks to the author for sharing.
The fog beast outside the door is even more violent.
Fortunately, I didn't wait for it to break through the door and come in.
Now I have to concentrate on fighting the enemy.
Come on upstairs, there are so many opportunities to take action, you will definitely succeed. Yi Qiu scrolled down the post and even regretted upgrading the wooden house so quickly. Now that my wooden house is stable and solid, there is no way to use loopholes and cracks to defend against the enemy. There are special drops for killing fog beasts, which are good things that are not available in the real world. Just when Yi Qiu was regretting it, he suddenly saw the window next to him. Yes, you can attack through the window, but you must at least determine the size of the fog beast first. Yi Qiu picked up the flashlight and opened the construction interface to synthesize several stone spears. But then I thought about it, the attack power of the stone spear seemed a bit low. If it couldn't kill with one hit, and the fog beast outside was a timid fog beast, and ran away after being injured, wouldn't I have done it in vain? At this moment, Yi Qiu thought of his fire axe. This guy is cold and sharp, isn't it just ready-made iron? Besides, there are fire axes on every floor of our building, so even if one is missing, it won't be a big problem. Thinking of this, Yi Qiu immediately decomposed the fire axe into steel, green, *1, and wooden stick, white, *1, through the system. It seems that this fire axe did not cut any corners, it is actually made of green quality steel. This is better than the iron spear I expected. Reshape the steel and wood through the manufacturing interface again, and a steel spear emitting cold light appears in Yi Qiu's hand. Steel spear, white, attack power, 20, highest, durability, 50-50, a little cold light comes first, and then it is empty. I always feel that the steel on the spear head is more than a little less than that on the fire axe, and it is actually white quality, what a loss. Yi Qiu opened the system again, but found that the spear could not be decomposed into steel and wood again. Swindler! If the fire axe's attack distance was not too close, I would not be such a big fool. After complaining in his heart, Yi Qiu made a few spare stone spears with stone and wood, and then walked to the window with the spear and slowly pushed it open. The window was not big, just enough for Yi Qiu to stick his head out, and he couldn't jump out of the window to run away, but Yi Qiu didn't care about this. After all, if the window was too big, it would be bad if the fog beast walked in directly through the window. At the main entrance, the fog beast was smashing the door vigorously, and did not notice the window that was slowly pushed open. Yi Qiu fixed the strong light flashlight next to the window, and then held the spear tightly with both hands. Outside the window was darkness and thick white fog, and the figure of the fog beast was vague. Bang! The strong light flashlight switch was turned on, and a strong beam of light immediately shot towards the door, and Yi Qiu finally found the general shape of the monster that smashed the door. The skin was like surging fog, about 2.5 meters tall, wide and fat, like a huge fat pig standing up. The sudden strong light made the fog beast wail, and Yi Qiu immediately used all his strength to spear. Bah! The shell of the fog beast was not hard, and with just one blow, Yi Qiu felt a full sense of penetration. It's inserted. Snort! The whine sounded like a roaring wild boar, and Yi Qiu suddenly felt a huge force moving his body, and hit the wall with a bang. He didn't die in one blow? Can't even kill someone with one blow from your own spear? Yi Qiu watched the giant fog beast disappear into the mist, and immediately retracted his spear and covered his shoulders. It was quite painful after being hit directly, but compared to the pain on his body, Yi Qiu was more depressed. The little monsters that run away when scared are so meaty. I originally wanted to taste the meat of the fog beast. But before Yi Qiu could relax, the sound of huge footsteps came again in the thick fog. It's that fog beast, it's back. It turns out that it wasn't leaving just now, but was preparing to slam into the door. Bang! There was a loud noise, and Yi Qiu felt the house tremble for a moment. Durability of wooden house 2, current durability 91/100, ignoring the injured wooden house, Yi Qiu immediately became excited. Very good, my wooden house is not afraid of collision at all, I am sure to eat this fog beast meat today. Picking up the spear, Yi Qiu stabbed him fiercely again. The giant fog beast howled, but still did not give up the attack. Today it has destroyed 2 wooden houses in a row, and of course it will not give up halfway like its companions. According to its judgment, if there is another blow, the wooden house will be shattered, and no one will be able to save the people inside. Roar! The pain on his body caused the fog beast to unleash an unprecedented powerful blow, and the durability of the wooden house was reduced by an unprecedented 3 points. But something unexpected happened to the fog beast. The wooden house in front of him is still strong? Poof! Another spear hit him, and the mist beast's already low IQ was covered in pain.
That's right, it has no brain at all. It definitely made a miscalculation just now. Come again. Bang. Durability 2 poof.
The fog beast scratched the door like a man possessed, and Yichio stabbed it in the waist like a madman. Yichio stabbed him countless times, and the howling outside the door finally stopped. Ha, ha, ha. The intense physical exertion left Yichio unable to even retract the spear that had penetrated the fog beast's body, and he immediately collapsed on the ground to rest. Feeling that his body was a little exhausted, Yichio just wanted to pick up the mineral water on the side and take a few sips, then put it back after thinking about it. Do not drink water immediately after strenuous exercise. Drinking water at this time will cause stomach bloating and nausea. After his heartbeat gradually calmed down, Yichio unscrewed the bottle cap and took a few sips to relieve his thirst. Supporting his sore and weak body, Yichio removed the wood from the door and pushed open the somewhat broken wooden door. The huge fog beast at the door had disappeared without a trace, and all that appeared in front of Yichio's eyes was a pile of supplies.
It's quite considerate, knowing that I can't dissect a fog beast.
After picking up the shimmering things on the ground and recovering the steel spear, Yichio immediately closed the wooden door and blocked it with wood. After confirming the safety, Yichio turned on the system and checked the status of the wooden house. Wooden house, level 2 durable, 73/100, repair, wood *10, although it was quite expensive, it was not a big price for Yichio. After clicking repair, the 10 pieces of wood disappeared, and the damage in front of me also disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it looked brand new in less than 2 seconds. After repairing the wooden house, Yichio looked at the loot. There were a lot of things. Yichio classified them and got: fog beast flesh, white, *5, fog core, white, *1, building core, gray, *2, unknown creature remains, gray, *3, wooden fence manufacturing diagram, green, *1. What a great harvest! Yichio rubbed his hands and began to read the system introduction one by one. Fog beast flesh and blood, white hidden in the fog. The flesh and blood of strange beasts can moderately improve physical fitness after consumption.
The flesh and blood of the fog beast can improve physical attributes.
If you want to survive in this survival world, it is essential to strengthen yourself. Absolutely good food. I will never eat those non-nutritious things in the real world from now on. Fog core, white hidden in the fog, the core of strange beasts, which can be used for various functions such as energy supply and upgrading facilities. Although the fog core looks very precious, it will not be used for a while. Building core, gray. The building core left after the garrison was destroyed. After use, the durability of the building can be permanently improved. It is detected that it has building core, gray.
Do you want to choose to merge with Residence Wooden House, level 2?
Seeing this, Yichio felt a chill in his heart.
Architectural core?
It seems that this fog beast has killed more than one person. Taking out the building core and clicking to use it, Yichio suddenly felt that there was more space in the room, and the durability of the wooden house also increased from 100 points to 115 points. Unknown creature remains, Ash's bones that have not been completely digested in the body of the fog beast. Wooden fence manufacturing diagram, green. After use, you can unlock the manufacturing method of wooden fence, which is convenient and fast, and can keep some creatures and white mist out of the fence.
Is it something that can expand the territory? Looks pretty good.
Yichio opened the system, made a box out of wood, and then put precious things such as the fog beast's flesh and blood and fog core into it. Then Yichio took out a piece of fog beast flesh and built a fire. After all, it always feels a bit wrong to grill meat with gas. After skewering the fog beast flesh and putting it on the fire, Yichio turned on the system and prepared to see how the others were doing. The first thing that caught his eye was the number of survivors, 963/1000.
In just one night, dozens of people died again.
But the chat channel was not dead, but a heated discussion about fighting back against the fog beasts. These fog beasts are simply scary. I just poked it and drove it away. Thanks to the reminder from the big boss of the northern military region, otherwise my house would have been torn to pieces by that beast. As long as you are brave, there is nothing to be afraid of in this world. I feel that today's attack is handed over to us. I exploded a piece of fog beast flesh, gray. I have a good meal this morning. Under the guidance of the northern military region, many people drove away the fog beasts outside the door by taking advantage of the terrain. Some people who were lucky enough encountered extremely weak fog beasts and killed them with one blow. PvE boss, brothers, let's taste the fog beast meat today. PvE boss, fog beast meat is a local specialty of the survival world.
If ordinary people like us don't eat it, he won't be able to do it. PvE boss, okay brothers, it's roasted, I'll take a bite first. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and link it, my family can't wait. The above is nonsense, just a piece of fog beast meat, and you can't afford it if it's really put up. PvE boss, don't make trouble, my family, listen to me, continue to taste. PvE boss, this fog beast meat has a fishy smell and tastes dry. Alas, it would be better if there was some salt. PvE boss, as for strengthening the physique, I feel a warm current running through my body, but it soon disappeared. I probably need to eat a few more pieces to break through. Still Versailles boss. It's enough to have meat to eat. Hurry up and post the photos for everyone to taste. I will treat the berries in my hand as barbecue. Watching the tasting process of this lucky guy, Ichio became a little unconfident about the barbecue in his hand. Is this thing really that bad? As if hearing Ichio's thoughts, the flesh of the fog beast roasted on the fire slowly turned from white to brown, and the light oil dripped onto the wood, making the fragrance fill the room directly. It smells so good. Just in case, Ichio picked up the barbecue seasoning on the side and slowly sprinkled it on the golden barbecue, making it even more delicious. When the seasoning and the barbecue were completely mixed, Ichio put the barbecue to his mouth. With a crisp sound, the roasted and crispy skin cracked, revealing the tender meat inside. When the barbecue went down, Ichio felt a warm current flowing from his stomach to all parts of his body, and the whole person was like in the clouds. It's worthy of being a creature in the survival world. This is probably more tender and delicious than any AAA Wagyu. It seems that because my fog beast meat is of higher quality, it tastes much better. Ichio swallowed the fog beast barbecue in one breath, and then opened his personal panel. Ichio/anonymous user current status, healthy constitution, ordinary, white, diamond suit charm, 15 equipment, ordinary clothes, white, skills, none, 0/2, an upward arrow appeared behind the constitution, which should be the blood and flesh of the fog beast working to strengthen himself. Moreover, these warm currents did not disappear quickly as PvE said, but continued to work, making Ichio feel as warm as if he had a small heater in his arms. It seems that only by eating more can you become stronger. Ichio looked at the 4 pieces of blood and flesh of the fog beast left, and felt a headache. I don't eat much, and I can't improve myself with the blood and flesh of the fog beast. That's right. It seems that there is something that can help me. Ichio had a flash of inspiration, and immediately walked to the corner to open the medicine box and found its stomach-strengthening and digestion-promoting tablets. After throwing a few sour and sweet stomach-strengthening and digestion-promoting tablets into his mouth, Ichio continued to pay attention to the chat area while walking around the room to digest his food. But this time, as soon as he opened the system, Ichio received a private message, and the person who sent the private message was not unfamiliar to Ichio. Private message transaction from Northern Military District A 1996. Do you agree to exchange empty 4 mist beast flesh, white, 3, military dagger, green, 1, military stab-proof suit, green, damage 20%, 1, stone, white, 5, note, this is a gift. Ichio? How can this be a free gift? Not understanding what happened, Ichio immediately started a private chat with the Northern Military District. Anonymous user, boss, you clicked the wrong button, why did you send me so many things? Northern Military District in 1996, you didn't click the wrong button, I'm about to die, and I'll give you these things because you're a good person. At the same time, in a collapsed cabin somewhere, Wangwu was lying in the ruins, with several hideous wounds on his waist that were bleeding, soaking his dark green military uniform. Half an hour ago, he was attacked by a fog beast. With years of training and combat experience, Wangwu should have been able to take down the fog beast. But because he took a lot of wood to exchange for fire last night, the wooden house could not last for a while and was broken into by the fog beast. Although he won in the end, he was still seriously injured. After half an hour of self-rescue, he realized that under the current conditions, he should be powerless to save the situation. In the last moments of his life, in addition to posting the self-rescue message, Wang will plan to hand over all the items on his body and save as many people as possible. And it was at this time that he noticed Yicho, the man who sold fire at a low price. Alas, if I hadn't been so impatient at the time and waited for a unit of wood to produce a fire, maybe I wouldn't have to die. A little regret flashed in Wang Wu's eyes, but he quickly put it behind him. Now that things have come to this, there's nothing to say, just give him all the equipment. Anonymous user, boss, you were injured by the fog beast, right? Anonymous user, don't give up hope. Your strategy has saved many lives, and I still expect you to share your survival experience in the future. Anonymous user, boss, I still have some medical supplies here,
try to save yourself first, and tell me if it's not enough.
Wang Wu was stunned.
He didn't expect that this man had medical supplies in addition to a lighter.
Either of these two things is hard currency, and a must-have for a good start.
But what Wang Wu didn't expect was that he was willing to give it to himself.
This is a really good person.
But after looking at his wound, Wang Wu still replied. Northern Military Region A 1996, no, medical supplies are in short supply, you must save them for conservation. Northern Military Region A 1996, my wounds are not shallow, and ordinary medical equipment can't save me at all.
Moreover, even if I am saved, I can't move for a while, it's just a waste of resources. However, Yiqiu didn't listen to Wang Wu's series of persuasion.
Medical boxes are things that he has in the real world, but talents like Wang Wu are scarce resources, not to mention that he wanted to give things to himself before he died. In the early stage of crossing, it is necessary to help each other and unite to develop quickly.
Wang Wu's rescue is a solid help in the future. Is there anything more precious than the grace of saving a life?
Of course, the premise of all this is that Yiqiu has the real world behind him, and the so-called incredibly precious medical supplies are simply inexhaustible. In this way, he can save people so generously.
From a business point of view, this is a dispensable thing that can buy a life. It is simply a bloody profit.
The next moment, Wang Wu felt a flash in front of his eyes.
Private message transaction from anonymous user. Do you agree to exchange MT4 medical kit, green, *1? Remarks, contains broad-spectrum antibiotics, drugs for trauma disinfection, bandages, tapes, band-aids and other items to deal with various injuries and first aid, there is more. Stay alive, this? Wang Wu was stunned when he looked at the long introduction in the notes. Is everything so complete?
Wang Wu originally thought it was just an ordinary household medical kit, containing only band-aids, cold granules and other commonly used medicines. Now it seems that this medical kit is completely a regular hospital item. If he really had these things, he would be at least 80% sure to survive.
Between the choice of life and death, even the mentally tough Wang Wu couldn't help but struggle.
No one wants to die if they can live. System prompt, Northern Military Region A 1996 accepted your transaction.
Northern Military Region A 1996, good. Thank you for your help. If I can survive, I will definitely repay your life-saving grace.
After replying to Yiqiu, Wang Wu immediately opened the white medical box in front of him and couldn't help but whiten his eyes.
The items here are even better than what Yiqiu said. If he is capable enough, I'm afraid it won't be a big problem to perform a minor surgery. Being able to get this thing in the survival world is simply an extra life.
Wang Wu tore off his clothes, rinsed the wound with clean water, then picked up iodine and began to disinfect it. Finally, he tied the wound with a tourniquet and then tied a bandage.
A simple wound treatment was completed. As long as there is no special virus on the fog beast, the probability of his survival should be very high. Feeling slightly relieved, Wang Wu immediately looked at the system.
Anonymous user, come on, boss, I will collect some of your useful things first, and then return them to you when you regain your ability to move. Northern Military Region A 1996, just take everything.
Whether I can survive is still unknown. By the way, you should stop calling me boss. My name is Wang Wu.
Anonymous user, okay, brother Wang Wu, I will trade you some wood and hay, and you can repair the house first. Wang Wu subconsciously observed his surroundings, and found that the surrounding fog was encroaching on the area near him at an extremely slow speed. If Yiqiu hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have been able to react for a while. Since he already owed a favor, Wang Wu simply stopped being polite. Northern Military Region A 1996, you are still thoughtful, trouble. After officially adding friends, he informed Yiqiu of the materials needed to repair the wooden house, and soon a new house with air leakage from all sides was built.
Lying in the haystack, Wang Wu swallowed anti-inflammatory pills with cold water and fell into a deep sleep.
On the other side, Yiqiu chose to accept some of the items. The reason why he didn't accept all of them was for Wang Wu's sake. After all, things like stab-proof clothing are worn on the body. If he accepts it, Wang Wu will definitely have nothing to wear. However, even if he didn't get all the things, Yiqiu also gained a lot.
These are all standard products in the army. Even if he can't find them in the real world for a while, they are definitely a great help for survival in the wild.
With a flash of light, a dagger about 30 centimeters long with saw teeth and bloodletting grooves appeared in Yiqiu's hand. It is worthy of being a military product, with all functions such as chopping, sawing, and shearing. It's a pity that the time of crossing is not right, and Wang Wu doesn't have a firearm in his hand, otherwise life would be much easier.
The next most important thing is 3 pieces of fog beast flesh. Fog beast flesh, white hidden in the fog, the flesh of strange beasts, after eating, can moderately improve the physical attributes of the eater. Except for the different texture of the meat, it is no different from what he got. With the help of stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets, Yichio felt that he was fine again. After heating the military dagger with fire to disinfect it, Yichio cut all the fog beast meat into pieces and sorted them, then roasted some of the meat and sprinkled it with seasoning. However, after eating a few skewers of meat, Yichio felt something was wrong. The fog beast meat roasted by the same flame actually showed 2 different flavors. His own fog beast meat made people feel warm all over, while the fog beast meat provided by Wang Wu made people feel clear-headed. However, no matter how delicious something is, it will no longer be delicious after eating it full. It seems that eating meat in the morning is really not a good choice. Yichio got up and packed the remaining barbecue and sent it to Wang Wu. The other party did not reply, and it seemed that he was resting. Yichio did not continue to disturb him, but just opened the window to look. After getting up, he killed a fog beast and ate 2 meals. A lot of time must have passed, but there was still white fog rolling outside, and it looked dark. Yichio opened the chat channel. PvE boss, I am so tired, why hasn't the sun come out yet? Does the fog beast want to wake us up so that we can continue to sleep? According to my cousin, it will be dawn in about 2 hours. What should we do in the next period of time? We have even run out of wood. Is there any boss who can give me some food? I was hungry and fell asleep, and now I am scared when I wake up, and I am even hungrier now. Yichio shut down the system, pondered for a moment, and finally decided to take advantage of this time to go to the real world. Staying in the real world can quickly consume physical strength, and the environment around him has not been fully explored, so the real world must be fully utilized. The existence of the fog beast greatly increased Yichio's sense of crisis. After emptying his backpack, Yichio blinked and appeared in the real world again. It was already morning in the real world, and the golden light sprinkled in the cold steel jungle, which seemed particularly desolate. Yichio first went downstairs to get the fire axe. After thinking about it, he simply picked up the fire axes on the upper and lower floors, and then went to the clinic to replenish new medical kits. There was nothing to search in the area downstairs, so Yichio planned to go to a farther place to have a look. The main purpose of this time was to go to the west. Before crossing, Yichio heard that the road was being repaired there, and there were definitely a lot of various building materials. Maybe he could directly upgrade his house to level 3. And if Yichio remembered correctly, there was a police station on the way to that direction, and maybe he could get guns. With a gun in hand, he would not panic. He could return to the real world, and guns were something he had to get. And if you want to use limited physical strength to go to unlimited places, transportation is a must. There were many vehicles parked on the road on the side of the street, most of which were teleported away while the owners were still driving, and the cars crashed into the roadside stores uncontrollably. Fortunately, the time of crossing was in the morning when most people had not yet gotten up, and there were fewer cars on the street, otherwise what appeared in front of Yichio would definitely be a doomsday scene. After trying cars and motorcycles on the roadside, for some reason, none of these vehicles could start successfully. In the end, Yichio picked up a shared bicycle, which was considered a means of transportation. With a means of transportation, Yichio began to wander around the streets, looking for things he could use. After only a few hundred meters, Yichio found a gym on the corner of the street. Yichio murmured, although the blood and flesh of fog beasts can quickly strengthen the body, the source of such good things may not be stable. It is better to bring some creatine and protein powder, and some fitness equipment. After buying a wave of goods in the gym, Yichio set off again to the construction area in the distance. Halfway, Yichio saw another watch store. By the way, I heard from people in the chat channel that watches can still tell time, so prepare one. After getting off the car again, Yichio pushed open the door of the store and was immediately interested in the luxurious decoration inside. This store is quite elegant. After walking around the store, Yichio immediately fell in love with a watch. The elegant black diamonds and the price tag below are even more exciting. Tens of millions. Wow, a watch costs 990,000? But now, you are mine. Flipping over a few glass cabinets, Yichio smashed the decorative glass with an axe and put the watch on his wrist. Pushing the door open and walking away in a swagger, Yichio rode on his shared bike and couldn't help but sigh, 0 yuan shopping is really cool. After buying some goods in the watch store, Yichio set off again to the construction area in the distance. After walking for a while, Yichio saw another store. An outdoor sports goods store.
Well, it's also very important to prepare some clothes for outdoor sports.
Your life is more important than anything else.
Thinking of this, Yichio got off the car again to shop.
Entering the room, Yichio felt a strong sense of professionalism. All kinds of outdoor survival equipment were neatly arranged. There were too many things, and Yichio didn't know what to choose for a while.
Fortunately, there was a recommendation manual in the store, and coupled with the principle that the more expensive, the better, Yichio quickly found a set of equipment. A set of stab-proof clothing, although not as good as Wang Wu's military products, is still easy to use to protect the body from wild plants, thorns, spikes, etc. The manual says it is made of strong and wear-resistant materials, with enhanced puncture-resistant protective layers and patches.
There are also cut-resistant gloves and hiking shoes.
Yichio even found a crossbow in the area behind the store, but did not find the corresponding bow and arrow.
I am afraid that the boss is worried about being checked.
After changing into a new set of equipment, Yichio felt that his sense of security rose sharply, but it was a bit hot. Then he rode a few hundred meters and finally saw the police station at a corner. After parking the shared bicycle, Yichio pushed open the door and entered the bright service hall. The police station was empty, and the various slogans hanging on the wall showed solemnity and silence. Yichio, who was not familiar with the road, turned around and finally picked up 2 pistols on the table probably left behind by the carrier when he crossed. This kind of firearm is only the size of a palm, and it is the official configuration of Yen country. Because Yen country is too stable, the strength of the equipment in the police station is not high at all. Yichio still remembered hearing someone talking about it in a casual chat. More than a decade ago, the official firearms of Yen country were equipped with 05 type small revolvers, equipped with rubber bullets.
The sound of the gun was not even as loud as firecrackers. Even wearing a cotton jacket might not be able to penetrate it.
It was a shame for firearms.
However, the equipment has been changed a lot now. The firearm in Yichio's hand should be the famous 64 type pistol.
This firearm is small and exquisite, and can be easily wrapped in one palm, which is hidden and safe. But to be honest, the power is not that great. It once had a glorious record of killing a person with 3 shots, well, without hitting the vital parts. But Yichio felt that with his level, he was thankful to be able to hit it. After putting the pistol in his pocket, Yichio also found a lot of bullets on the side. Due to the excellent security environment in Yen country, the number of bullets in the police station is basically seriously overflowing.
But these overflowing bullets are basically placed in the gun warehouse.
Yichio only found 4 magazines in this small police station, with a total of 28 bullets. Yichio also wanted to salvage some money from the gun vault, but that place was too far away from him now, and he might not be able to support it physically. In addition, Yichio had also heard from his friends that the door and walls of the gun vault were all interlayered with steel plates. Even if he really found them, he might not be able to break them. It was a blessing to be able to get the guns, so he should be content. Putting the guns and bullets into his backpack, Yichio walked out of the police station and rode on a shared bike.
He didn't get off the bike again. Half an hour later, Yichio finally arrived at the construction area.
Under the early morning sun, a huge road roller was parked on a compact earth slope. Not far from Yichio, there were huge cubic stones and sand piles.
There were even several buildings under construction in the distance.
It seems that his information was wrong. This is still a development zone for a new real estate project. Yichio parked the shared bike on the side of the road, then jumped down the earth pit and went to the area where the materials were piled. The old saying that you will die if you run to the mountain is indeed not without reason. The mountains of materials were right in front of him, but Yichio could only stare blankly. After climbing over one dirt slope after another, feeling the intense physical exhaustion, Yichio estimated that he could not go any deeper. Although today's stone-moving plan failed, the gains on the road were already full, and it was not a wasted trip. Just when Yichio was ready to give up wasting his physical strength, a tilted forklift appeared in front of Yichio. Perhaps its driver suddenly crossed while transporting materials, and this uncontrolled forklift rushed straight into the ditch, and the huge stones it carried were smashed into pieces. Great, today's trip was not in vain. Yichio showed a happy expression, and he rolled down the slope. He put these huge pieces of stone into his bag with a thought.
Such a big stone. If it hadn't been broken, I'm afraid the space in my backpack might not be enough.
Yichio wiped his sweat, smiled with satisfaction, and then cancelled the crossing. Back in the survival world, Yichio looked at his wrist. He had been in the real world for more time than yesterday. You know, yesterday he just went shopping, but today he has been writing. Yi Qiu thought for a moment, and then he found that the warm current in his body caused by eating the flesh and blood of the fog beast had disappeared at some point. With a thought in his mind, Yi Qiu opened his personal panel. Yi Qiu / anonymous user current status: tired physique, ordinary, white, charm, 16 equipment, anti-stab suit, green, military dagger, green. Skills, none. Although it was not clearly reflected on the personal panel, Yi Qiu had obvious muscle edges. The abdominal muscles that had been unified also showed signs of differentiation. Not only that, even the charm has improved a little, maybe because good health can make people more charming. Nodding with satisfaction, Yi Qiu took out the stone and obtained stone, white, *50. Adding some of the stones he collected yesterday and the stones he exchanged for the right to use the lighter, Yi Qiu's stone reserves have now reached 112. Good guy, it's really profitable to do business, even cheating can't compare. If it wasn't a bit late to exchange the exchange material for one stone yesterday, Yi Qiu estimated that he wouldn't have to make an extra trip. Click on the manufacturing interface, the building is upgraded, and 100 pieces of stone suddenly turned into light and disappeared. The surrounding environment changed rapidly, and the original wooden area was compressed, from the main structure to a decorative accessory. The heavy stone supports the building, and the space in the room has reached nearly 100 square meters. Not only that, the interior space is divided into several areas. Yi Qiu put the ingredients, gas tanks, etc. in an empty room and named it the kitchen, and then divided it into bedrooms, living rooms, bathrooms, and warehouses. After a round, this is already an undecorated rough house. The most important thing is that this house has no common area. Click on the system and Yi Qiu checks the detailed information. Station Stone House, Level 3, Durability, 515/515, Internal Facilities, Gas Integrated Stove, 3-piece kitchen set, Upgrade, Building Upgrade Drawings Primary *1 and corresponding materials, a stone house with good defense, even if the real physical terror comes, it can resist 1 or 2. Yi Qiu frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the next upgrade would require an upgrade drawing. Originally, I was hoping to turn the house into a steel fortress, but now it seems that I still need a little luck. But it's not a big problem. Even if I'm unlucky, the nearly 1,000 people in the chat channel can't all be non-Africans, right? With his own material reserves, as long as the other party has the intention to make a move, he will definitely be able to take it. Just as Yi Qiu was looking through the trading area, Wang Wu also woke up. In fact, he was not sleepy after sleeping all night, but in order to recover quickly, Wang Wu chose to take a nap. After waking up, the first thing Wang Wu did was to open the system, and then he saw the Mist Beast grilled meat skewers, white, *3 sent by Yi Qiu. Feeling warm in his heart, Wang Wu sent a message. Wang Wu, you can keep this Mist Beast meat. I can't move now, and it's a waste to eat it. Yi Qiu took the time to look at the reply, and reluctantly went to the kitchen to take a photo of his Mist Beast meat reserves and send it over. Yi Qiu, now you are relieved. It's not that there is not enough Mist Beast meat to eat, but that you can't finish it. You don't want to spoil the good Mist Beast meat, right? Seeing the neatly arranged pieces of Mist Beast meat, Wang Wu was both unbelievable and relieved for a while. It seems that Yi Qiu rented out lighters yesterday to save enough wood to upgrade the wooden house, so he successfully killed the high-level fog beast. Since there is no food crisis, Wang Wu clicked to accept, and the next second, several skewers of barbecued meat with good color, fragrance and taste appeared in front of Wang Wu. Although it has lost its best flavor due to the long storage time, Wang Wu's heart is no different from a storm at this moment. This seasoning? It's only the second day of the national survival. If you kill the fog beast with wisdom and courage, you are considered a talent, and you have a lighter and a medical kit in your hand. But what the hell is this barbecue with seasoning? Is this survival or vacation? Wang Wu looked at his wooden house with air leaking on all sides, and then looked at the skewers that didn't match the painting style, and he was speechless for a while. After eating the tender skewers, a warm current rose from Wang Wu's stomach, and it drilled into the wound purposefully. After a while, Wang Wu felt a tingling sensation at the wound. Is this the wound healing? I didn't expect this fog beast meat to be so effective. No, it should be said that Yi Qiu's fog beast meat is so effective. Wang Wu also ate a piece of his own fog beast meat, but the recovery of the wound was not ideal, and the fog beast meat provided by Yi Qiu can greatly improve his recovery speed. Wang Wu immediately realized that there may be differences between the fog beast meats. Wang Wu, Yi Qiu, your fog beast meat is very effective in healing my wounds, and the effect is completely different from my fog beast meat. Has your fog beast meat been processed again? Yi Qiu, That's strange, Looking at the message sent by Wang Wu, Yiqiu suddenly remembered the feeling of eating fog beast meat in the morning. It seems that even fog beast meat of the same quality will be different. With some guesses in his mind, Yiqiu immediately replied. Yiqiu, brother Wang Wu, what does the fog beast you killed look like? Wang Wu, It's very fast and its body is streamlined. If the agility of the fog beast is not low, it is normal for a soldier like Wang Wu to be injured. Yiqiu thought about the fog beast he killed again, which looked like a giant pigman. One looks like a power type, and the other looks like an agility type. The fog beast drops of fog beasts with good physique will focus more on physical fitness? Telling Wang Wu this guess, Wang Wu also expressed considerable approval. Wang Wu, thank you very much for your fog beast meat. Now I am sure that I can recover most of my mobility within 2 days. Yiqiu, it's good that it's useful. By the way, I'm very comfortable using the military dagger, so I'll leave it. I'll trade it to you for my fire axe. Wang Wu, I don't go out, so I don't need weapons. You can just take them. Yiqiu, we may be attacked in the house, so don't refuse. Without saying anything more, Wang Wu accepted the fire axe. Because he had eaten the fog beast meat, his body was warm, and Wang Wu couldn't fall asleep for a while. Thinking of his current situation, Wang Wu began to think about what useful information he could provide to Yiqiu. After thinking for a moment, Wang Wu had a flash of inspiration. Wang Wu, Yiqiu, I see you have a lot of fog beast meat in stock and seasonings. Do you need me to teach you how to marinate it? Yiqiu touched his chin. For some reason, the power outage and internet disconnection in the real world made the refrigerator impossible to use. The temperature in the survival world is high during the day, so the preservation of ingredients is indeed a problem. Yiqiu, I was thinking the same thing. Brother Wang Wu, tell me what to do. Wang Wu, first, cut the meat into small pieces of uniform size, wash and drain the water, apply the seasoning evenly. Finally, hang it in a cool and ventilated place. Wang Wu, it is difficult to achieve perfect marinating under the current conditions. I am afraid that I will be thankful if the shelf life can be slightly extended. Wang Wu, by the way, if you have precious salt and sugar, don't use too much. These are all necessary for survival. Yiqiu, understood. Wang Wu's explanation was very detailed, and even the approximate ratio was given. The chat record is here, and Yiqiu plans to compare it directly. First, take out a clean stainless steel basin, and then wash the fog beast meat with mineral water. Then, Yiqiu pulled out a bag of salt from the pile of things he bought in the supermarket yesterday and tore open the bag. With a splash, the white salt flowed into the basin. People who do not consume salt for a long time will cause symptoms such as low blood pressure and muscle weakness. As a new century youth who knows a little bit about everything, Yiqiu has heard of it. But Yiqiu has the real world behind him, and he can't finish eating salt even if he eats it as rice. It took 2 hours for Yiqiu to process all the fog beast meat, marinate it and put it in a cool place. After wiping the sweat from his head, Yiqiu realized that something was wrong. He took off the thick stab-proof suit when he was working just now. It shouldn't be so hot? According to the light and shadow projected in the house, Yiqiu realized that it was already daytime. The sunlight disc player dispersed the thick fog, and the surface temperature rose sharply. Yiqiu touched his chin. At this temperature, I am afraid that the meat will go bad before it is marinated. Alas, I didn't expect that harvesting too much would be a troublesome thing. Although the newly built stone house is cool, it is definitely not a good place to pickle meat. Where is it cooler? That's right. The real world. Although there is no refrigerator in the real world, it is definitely cold outside in the real world in winter, so it is not impossible to use it as a low-end refrigerator. Thinking of this, Yiqiu immediately put the large basin of pickled meat into his backpack and disappeared. In the real world, Yiqiu's room. Pushing open the door, the cold wind in the corridor suddenly made Yiqiu shiver. Without the sky-high car exhaust in the city, it seems that even the temperature drops a lot faster. Walking to the balconies on both sides of the corridor, Yiqiu specially chose a dark side that was not in the sun, and then covered the pickled meat basin with a ventilated cage, and nodded with satisfaction. Clapping his hands, Yiqiu's figure disappeared again and appeared in the survival world. Yiqiu walked to the window and pushed open the wooden window. The bright sunshine outside the house poured into the house, and the outside was a sunny scene. With enough food, Yiqiu did not plan to go out for adventure. He was too tired to go to the real world. He had just woken up, so he certainly could not continue to sleep. After thinking for a while, Yiqiu planned to build a fence. After the fence was built, it could warn the arrival of monsters in advance, and the small yard given for free could be used to grow some fresh vegetables. The most important thing was that this work did not require going too far, and it was safe. But even so, Ichio still put on a wilderness survival suit. Stab-proof clothing, cut-proof gloves, military daggers and functional drinks in the multifunctional pockets. After a set of equipment, Ichio already felt like he was running with a heavy load. He looked at his inventory, and there were only wood, white, *222, left. Yesterday, there were as many as 300 or 400 people who rented lighters. Ichio took out the wooden fence manufacturing diagram, clicked to use it, and a new manufacturing option suddenly appeared in the construction column. Wooden fence, green required wood 1 or sticks 5, the highest grade of fence that can be synthesized is green. Highest green quality? Ichio frowned slightly, as if he had thought of something. Yes. It was yesterday. The spear I made with green steel and wood yesterday was white. At that time, I thought the system was a profiteer. Now it seems that it is probably because I don't have a high-level manufacturing diagram. Ichio looked at his inventory, and the basic materials in it were basically white. I remember there is a furniture store near my home in the real world. I'll go and have a look when I have time. Since I just ran to the real world in the morning, it is difficult for Ichio to leave the residential building even if he can travel through time, so he simply gave up the task of looking for green quality wood for the time being. Consume wood and click synthesis. Soon, a small mountain of wooden boards piled up in front of Ichio. It seems that he still needs to bury it himself. Ichio opened the system to check the introduction. Wooden fence, white, attack power, 2, highest, durability, 15/15. Are the monsters coming? Build early to know. The white fence seemed to have only a warning function. Although the 15 points of durability gave Ichio a chance to attack, it was not as strong as his own home. Holding the wooden board, Ichio went out and began to inspect the surroundings. After one day of absence, Ichio's perception of the wild was completely different. At this time yesterday, he was still carefully walking his bird in chopping trees, not knowing which would come first, starving to death or being killed. And today, Ichio was fully armed, holding the fence, and had already begun to prepare his own nest. Sure enough, it won't work without a hang. Ichio sighed, and after defining the approximate range of the house, he began to expand the courtyard. Ichio planned to define a square courtyard with a side length of 25 meters with the house as the center. In this way, the area of his own garrison reached 625 square meters. The house covers an area of 100 square meters, and the courtyard is 525 square meters, which is very spacious. The wooden fence does not require too much effort. With the assistance of the system, Ichio only needs to find a suitable position, and then insert the tip downwards to complete the installation. Even if the difficulty has been reduced several times, this job is not very simple, especially when Ichio has to bury a 100-meter fence. Drink! After inserting the last fence in his hand into the ground and patting it hard, Ichio wiped his sweat, took out the energy drink from his waist, unscrewed the bottle cap and drank a few sips. Huh, we've only fenced halfway? Looking at the results of his work, Ichio was both relieved and in pain. Although building a home is very fulfilling, it's really tiring. After resting for a while against the fence, Ichio clicked on the manufacturing interface again to make a batch of fences, picked up a piece and continued to work. But this time it was not as easy as before. The fence suddenly stabbed down but seemed to hit a stone and could no longer move forward. Ha! Ichio pulled out the fence and put it aside, then combined it into a stone shovel. Puff! It was not hard soil. Ichio dug the soil under his feet in a few strokes, and then saw something unexpected. It was not a stone that blocked the fence, but a square treasure chest. In the sun, the treasure chest reflected a faint bronze luster. It was actually a bronze treasure chest? I'm lucky today. Ichio was delighted, but for safety reasons, he did not open the treasure chest immediately. First, he took out a stone and smashed it from a distance to confirm whether it was a treasure chest monster. Ichio retreated a few meters away and threw a stone from a distance. Bang! The stone hit the ground and smashed a little smoke and dust, and the bronze treasure chest was safe and sound. It hit the wrong side. Fortunately, there was no one around, otherwise Ichio would have started to dig his toes into the ground. After approaching a few meters, Ichio attacked again. This time it did not hit the wrong side, and the stone and bronze collided and made a pleasant sound. Very good, the treasure chest did not grow two legs and jump up to bite himself. Ichio turned behind the treasure chest again and tried to put the treasure chest into his backpack first.
As a result, the system popped up a prompt: unknown treasure chests cannot be put into backpacks. Well, this may be to prevent theft.
Yi Qiu had to build a simple fortress with stones, then stretched out his hand to slowly open the treasure chest, and then quickly retracted it behind the fortress. Click! With a slight sound, the bronze treasure chest opened, silently mocking Yi Qiu's battle of wits and courage with the air. Safety first, safety first. After collecting all the stones, Yi Qiu turned to the treasure chest and found several things emitting faint light. Coarse salt, white, 50g, orange, green, 2, mineral water 500 milliliters, white, 2, torch manufacturing diagram, blue, 1. There were a lot of things, but most of them were food and drink, and Yi Qiu was very disappointed. The only thing that interested Yi Qiu was the last drawing. Torch manufacturing diagram, blue required wooden stick 1, burning hay 1, the highest blue quality torch can be made. Anyway, there were not many items required, so Yi Qiu made a torch directly after learning and clicked on the introduction. Torch, white, attack power, 3, additional burning damage, durability, 5/5. With it, you can try to walk in the fog, but be careful that the torch will go out. It turns out to be a prop that supports people to explore in the fog. Is it to chase those weak fog beasts in the middle of the night? But rushing into the fog with this thing, no matter how you think about it, it is too brave, right? At least you have to prepare a blue quality torch. Yi Qiu stuck the torch into the soil and planned to test its specific burning time. After looking at the watch, Yi Qiu picked up the bronze treasure chest. Although the system can decompose this treasure chest into copper blocks, such a good box must be kept first. If there is a chance, Yi Qiu plans to keep all the boxes from the lowest level to the highest level at home. When he looks at it, he will definitely feel a sense of accomplishment. First, move the bronze treasure chest into the room. Yi Qiu dug a little soil from not far away to fill the gap, and then continue to install the fence. After installing 2 more fences, Yi Qiu found that the torch had gone out. About 10 minutes had passed. Sure enough, a torch without oil can't burn for too long. It's a blessing that it can burn vigorously for 10 minutes. I just don't know how much range it can illuminate. I can experiment with this at night, turning the burning residue into the ground. Yi Qiu planned to use the nearby area to farm. He happened to have 2 green quality oranges. Green quality is better than white. I guess this quality of orange is not easy to find in the real world. Thinking of oranges, Yi Qiu realized that he was a little hungry. He looked at his watch and it was time for lunch. Putting the fence aside, Yi Qiu went back to the house to cook meat. Yi Qiu did not marinate all the fog beast meat, leaving a little meat for eating. Pour a pot of mineral water. Yi Qiu put the fog beast meat into the pot, and put appropriate salt, pepper and other seasonings. The fog beast meat, which was originally a top-grade ingredient, became a delicacy with a little processing. Yi Qiu covered the pot and opened the system to peek while waiting for the meat to cook. I came across a wooden treasure chest as soon as I went out today. I was so excited that tears came out. Do you know what it was after opening it? What good thing? It's a chicken. Fuck. Good luck, brother. Don't you have chicken soup at noon? Give me a chicken bone to lick. Don't think about it. That chicken is more powerful than me. It gave me a big fight right away. No way, you can't beat a chicken, and you can run away with the food in your mouth. You are really useless. Bullshit. Come on and try. This guy scared me right away. I had a chance to catch it, but it flapped its wings and flew away. It flew. Can you imagine how I felt at that time? It flew so high. You may have opened a pheasant. Wild chickens are different from farmed ones. They can fly easily. You are so miserable, brother. Fortunately, I opened ordinary food and water. Although I can't eat enough, at least I can survive. It seems that many brothers have encountered boxes today. Did the planner think that the difficulty is too high and lower it? It may also be the last meal of the execution. It is better to be full and go on the road. Alas, live one day at a time. Who knows when this day will end? Yi Qiu browsed the information. It seems that the explosion rate has indeed increased a bit today. Players also have some good goods in their hands. It's time to harvest. Anonymous user, I'll tell you a piece of news for free. Boxes are everywhere. I dug one out of the ground today. Fuck. It's anonymous. Light a cigarette for the boss quickly. Oh no. I don't have a lighter. Can you lend me a lighter? Anonymous user, 1 stone at a time, please. Boo-hoo, boss, you're so ruthless. Boo-hoo, get out of here. This guy just said he could kill a pheasant alone. Anonymous boss, are you digging the soil to plant the land?
By the way, what is the growth cycle of plants here? Even if it's really short, it can't grow in 5 days. The crops will starve to death before they are ripe. Thanks to Anonymous, I looked up and found a treasure chest hanging on the tree. Anonymous user, also, I'm advertising. If you have good things you want to sell, you can contact me. I won't say the price is satisfactory to both parties. I can only say that it is definitely the highest price in the market.
The news of selling fire and providing it for free made Ichio, who already had a certain popularity base, noticed by more people. Soon, the system sent a private message to 99 plus, "Boss, I'm almost starving.
Give me some food. My life is yours." Anonymous user, how about this, you open the trading market first, and then see if there is anything like a slave contract. Sign your name and send me a private message. I'll think about it. I was so good to Wang Wu because he was willing to give all his wealth to me before he died, and he was also a talent. I don't want someone like this who can only serve as a pendant. Anonymous, you are doing so well now, you must have higher spiritual needs. I have a set of beautiful pictures here, it is really a must-have for home travel and long nights. Preview photo.jpg, Yichio appreciated the artwork. Anonymous user, one small bread, no more.
Boss, this is a hardcover full-color book, and it has the autograph of Mr. Shuelong.
How about you add more? Anonymous user, half a small bread. No.
Boss, I was just kidding, I will send it to you right away, and also send 2 tissues. Click to agree to the transaction. Yichio threw the book aside.
Joke, he has the real world behind him, he can't find anything, the reason he agreed to the transaction is just to help his compatriots. Well, it must not be because he hasn't seen this.
In this way, a large number of spam private messages were filtered out. After communicating with countless funny netizens, Yichio felt that his mental state was much better.
Sure enough, people are still social animals after all.
After dealing with so many private messages, Yichio naturally found a lot of good things.
Gold coins, anonymous boss, I have 20 copper coins here, what price can you give? Copper coins?
Seeing this private message, Yichio's eyes lit up and he replied immediately.
Anonymous user, do you want food or water? Gold coins, can I have both? Anonymous user, yes, 100 milliliters of water and 100 grams of bread. Gold coins, boss, this is the currency of the other world. We will rely on money to open the way for us to integrate into the other world in the future. Can you give me more? Anonymous user, you also said that it will be of great use in the future. Maybe I won't live to see that day. Add 50 grams of bread, no more.
On the other side of the screen, a young man with some cracked lips swallowed his saliva.
He contacted no less than 3 people back and forth.
The price offered by Yichio was indeed the highest, and he even raised the price a little bit out of kindness. It would be impolite to push further. After thinking, the young man made up his mind.
Gold coins exploded, thank you, Big Brother. Big Brother will definitely survive to the end. Anonymous user, then initiate a transaction.
With a flash of light, a pile of neatly arranged copper coins appeared in front of Yichio. Yichio picked it up and observed it carefully. He saw that the front of the copper coin was engraved with the symbol of a star, and the back was a towering tree. Copper coin, white, durability, infinity, even if you go to another world, you can use money to smash a smooth road, provided that you can meet natives who can communicate.
In addition to copper coins, Yichio also harvested wood, green, 5, hay, green, 4, stone, green, *3. Most of them are some materials.
The lucky ones who opened the box basically got wooden boxes, which didn't have any good things in them, and those who opened the bronze box could basically hold on, and they would not trade with Yichio unless they were desperate. Therefore, this shopping spree did not yield many eye-catching things. As for the high-level materials that others had worked so hard to collect, even if the price was a little inflated, as long as it was not outrageously high, Yichio would mark the other party and accept the transaction. After all, he had the real world behind him, and it was his duty to take care of his compatriots. But if these people were to go too far and treat him as a sucker, then he could not blame his men for being merciless. The broth had begun to bubble, and the rich aroma filled the room. After scooping a bowl of broth for Wang Wu, Yichio put on disposable gloves and ate the ribs of the fog beast while organizing his backpack space.
1 cubic meter of space is not big or small.
For most people, the space that is too big must be carefully calculated in Yichio's hands. Yichio temporarily divided an empty room in the stone house into a warehouse, responsible for piling up a large number of materials, and the precious and rare materials were placed in the bedroom. Commonly used items are placed in the backpack space, while keeping at least half of the backpack free space. After drinking the broth and washing the pot, Yichio peeled an orange for himself to relieve the greasiness. It must be said that green quality oranges are different from ordinary oranges.
They are sour and sweet, and people want to eat more after eating one.
After eating the oranges, Yichio piled the seeds together, opened the system interface and started to speak.
Anonymous user, is there any big guy who knows how to grow oranges? Paid. Oh my god, the big guy really farms.
Anonymous big guy, don't blame me for being straightforward.
There is no future in the planting industry now. Can you still harvest in 2 days? It's not impossible.
If there is higher quality soil, I smell a new business opportunity, I'll go dig the soil.
Is this okay? Haha, you're a bit arrogant after a little development. Let's see how you die in a few days. Upstairs, can mocking the big guy make your life better? Is there a filial son now?
Anonymous user not only has to farm, but also has a long way to go in animal husbandry. Don't worry about these reedy dogs, they just can't stand seeing others do well. The style of the painting changed, and the chat area immediately started a war of words. In addition to benefiting a group of people, Yichio's high-profile behavior also caused dissatisfaction among some individuals. The pressure of survival made them vent their dissatisfaction wantonly, polluting the environment of the chat area. Yichio watched coldly for a moment, remembered the nicknames of the few people who called him the most, and then spoke. Anonymous user, there is no need to be angry in the chat area.
Survival is our only goal.
Those who scold, let them scold.
Anyway, I won't lose any money.
That's right, you've traveled through time and space and still don't stick together to keep warm.
You'll be blaming the sky and the earth all day long.
If you have the ability, don't take advantage of the big boss. Click on the avatar, purchase history, anonymous boss's Tinder, and leave with satisfaction. You guys really understand this when you pick up the bowl to eat and put it down to curse. If you think it's the boss's fault, then it's the boss's fault, because what's the difference between what this kind of person says and what he says to a person with terminal cancer? We can only obey. Several trolls were furious in the chat area, but they couldn't get a reply for a long time. Everyone went out to search for resources after dinner.
Who was free to exchange trolls with them?
Fuck. Anonymous, don't let me find you, or else I'll have a good harvest from you. In a drafty wooden house somewhere, a strong man with a sinister face was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. After spending nearly 10 years in prison, the strong man came to the world of survival. He felt very aggrieved by the current internet war. In the past, anyone who dared to scold him would definitely be disowned by his parents, but now that everyone can't meet each other, the strong man only feels that he receives more insults today than in previous decades.
Isn't it just that I have better luck and more supplies?
You collect food and I collect guns.
Your home is my granary. Anonymous, you'd better live a few more days.
He touched the police pistol on his waist. He had a conflict with a policeman while being escorted. He was about to be subdued, but unexpectedly he crossed over and had an extra gun in his hand. And with this gun and his daring spirit, the strong man never met anyone who could stop him.
Who knew that he was going smoothly in the chat area? But it doesn't matter, as long as you find an anonymous location, the capital used to show off will be yours. And if you encounter people who scold you, don't even think about running away. Thinking of this, the strong man smiled sinisterly and kicked the thin man next to him. Stop talking trash, hurry up and look for someone at dawn, and if you find an anonymous home, I will let you go free.
The thin man nodded repeatedly, for fear of making the strong man angry. Yes, I understand, Brother Zhang. On the other side, Yichio didn't pay attention to what was said in the comment area. After all, it was not worth having his good mood ruined by these rubbish words. After selecting a few people to reply from a pile of private messages and generously giving away a few buns, Yichio poured mineral water into a bowl and soaked the seeds in the water. After completing the preparations for orange planting, Yichio put on his protective suit and went out again to continue the unfinished fencing work. 3/4 of the way through the work, Yichio also discovered that the sewage flowing out of the kitchen was accumulated behind the house, and he used a stone shovel to dig out a sewage pipeline to the depression near the house. At dusk, Yichio's fence project was finally completed. After a day of strenuous exercise and eating the flesh and blood of the fog beast, Yichio felt that his physical condition had improved a lot. After opening the system, as Yichio expected, the basic information had become Yichio/anonymous user current status, slightly tired physique, normal, white, charisma, 17 equipment, stab-proof clothing, green, military dagger, green. Skills, none. Although there was still no major breakthrough, Yichio could infer that his physical strength had also changed through changes in his charm. At this rate, Yichio felt that he would soon become a being beyond human beings. Standing under the sunset, Yichio did some chest-expanding exercises with satisfaction, and then inspected the newly built territory. The solid stone house is surrounded by a fence, demarcating its own area in the endless wilderness. There is no need to worry about food and drink, and there is no need to go to work. This life is much better than in real life. Yichio built a fire in the center of the yard and synthesized it into a stone hoe. That's right, Yichio plans to stay up late today to clear out part of the land in the small courtyard and plant something. Even if he couldn't collect seeds from other players, Yichio knew where there were seed stations in the real world. Farming is the nature imprinted in the hearts of the people of Yin country. Even if there is no harvest for a while, Yichio plans to give it a try. Taking out 4 wooden sticks and inserting them into the 4 corners, Yichio picked up the stone hoe and continued working. But before he finished plowing 2 rows of soil, Yichio felt something green appeared in front of him, which was extremely eye-catching. Yichio was stunned and immediately looked at the fence, only to see a green snake crawling on the brown fence. In this wild field full of green grass, green is an absolute protective color. If the snake hadn't climbed onto the fence, Yichio would never have noticed it with his eyes. Good guy, this is too insidious. Yichio immediately moved away from the snake's location and at the same time manifested a large number of stones. After weighing the stone, Yichio threw it at the snake in the distance without hesitation. Bang! Bang! Puff! One of the 3, but with Yichio's strength, one blow was enough to make the half-sized snake's skin split open. Hiss! A sharp hissing sound suddenly sounded, and the originally long snake was immediately twisted into a twist, making people wonder if it had tied itself in a dead knot. At the same time, Yichio also saw a stream of bright liquid spurting out from the snake's kiss, flying half a meter away. Good guy, luckily I'm cautious. Is this venom? Yichio silently took a few steps back and continued his long-range attack. Due to the greater distance, Yichio's stones also changed from 1 of 3 to 1 of 5. However, after the snake was injured, it became tangled on the fence and became an almost stationary living target, which made it easier for Yichio to attack. A lot. Dozens of small stones were used in succession, and the thrown stones almost built a small tomb for the poisonous snake. Only then did Yichio put on his equipment and step forward cautiously. Using a wooden stick to push aside the pile of stones, Yichio found the venomous snake that was almost smashed into pulp. With his head gone, there should be no threat. Yichio's hands wearing anti-cutting gloves touched the bloody snake corpse, and the system immediately sent a message that it could be decomposed. Breakdown. Obtain snake meat, white, 100g, poison sac, white, 1, what a poisonous snake. Worried about being poisoned, Yichio didn't even recycle the thrown stones, but threw them far away. Then he synthesized several wooden fences to replace the ones that he almost smashed. After completing this matter, Yichio checked around the fence and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that no other monsters were attacking. No matter what, this is survival in the wild. If any poisonous spiders or snakes crawl in, I may not even know how I died. No, we have to defend ourselves against this. Yichio touched his chin and prepared to clean up all the weeds nearby. He didn't even know that all the enemies in the province had come in. But the time in a day is limited after all, especially in this world with only 8 hours of daylight. While Yichio was thinking, it was getting dark. The next night came. Yichio temporarily gave up the idea of working and first built a fire in the center of the yard. The pale yellow firelight illuminated the yard, and Yichio saw that the wall of fog coming from not far away gradually stopped outside the fence, surging and squirming, as if it was alive. It is indeed a different world, the natural phenomena are so weird. Yichio synthesized a torch and stretched it out. When the faint firelight met the white mist, it was like a chemical reaction, and a sharp explosion immediately appeared. But the sound only lasted for a moment, like an hallucination. After the area illuminated by the torch stabilized, Yichio estimated that it should be a circle with a radius of 1 meter. It's very small, you definitely shouldn't take this thing out. He held the torch and experimented for a while. Under the erosion of the thick fog, the torch quickly went out. Yichio looked at his watch. This time, the burning time was only 3 minutes. Throwing the torch residue into the fog, Yichio turned back to the fire and began to prepare dinner. I'm too lazy to wash the pot, so I'll continue to barbecue tonight. In a blink of an eye, he returned to the real world. Yichio quickly went downstairs and took some disposable barbecue sticks and charcoal from the Lao Wang barbecue stall opposite. In fact, Yichio had planned to do this a long time ago, but there was no place before, and the stall couldn't be opened. Today, with a yard, he can naturally have a proper barbecue. Back upstairs, Yicho took some fog beast meat that had been marinated for a day. Even without seasoning, this meat is definitely delicious. After taking the things, Yicho returned to the survival world, filling the charcoal fire while opening the chat area. It was the mealtime of the third time a day. The chat area was very lively. Even those who had no food came to look at the cake to fill their hunger. Today's harvest is not very good, just a simple hamburger. Picture.jpg, alas, when people are hungry, everything tastes delicious. I didn't expect that I, a rich man worth 10 billion, would be so happy to eat steamed buns today. I caught a mouse today. The meat is a bit fishy, but at least I am still alive. The one above, the mouse is full of germs. Do you really dare to eat it? What is there to be afraid of? You can't starve to death. The temperature is high, all the monsters and ghosts will go to hell. Fuck, why do you all have food to eat? I didn't touch anything today. I haven't eaten for 4 days. I feel like there are many stars around me. Hee. Stars. Yicho skewered the barbecue, thought about it, and started to speak in the channel. Anonymous user, alas, it seems that I misunderstood the haters in the morning. They scolded me and I really lost 2 tails of meat. Oh my god. Big brother, are you okay? Big brother, don't die. Wait for me to borrow a light. Okay, now I have a light, have a safe journey, big brother. Ruhyushinii, I knew that people like you who only care about appearances have no ability to survive. It's really a waste of all your supplies. Yicho stared at this guy called Ruhyushinii. He was the one who cursed the most in the morning. I must meet him offline if I have a chance. Boss, the injury is not serious. I have a band-aid here. Do you want it? Anonymous user, thank you for your concern, but I was not hurt. Anonymous user, I plan to take out 100 grams of snake meat for a lottery today. Do you like the 2 tails of meat that will be lost? Conducting a red envelope lottery was something Yicho had long considered. There are 2 advantages to this. 1, it can make oneself more famous, thereby promoting transaction exchange. Backed by the real world, Yicho's food and water are definitely the cheapest in the entire trading market, so as long as one more person knows his name, he will earn more basic materials. And with a higher reputation, the probability of receiving good things will also increase. After all, if the world's richest man and an unknown person do transactions with you at the same time, you will subconsciously think that the world's richest man is more reliable than you think. Second, being able to help fellow citizens. Yicho is not short of food and drink, and the daily lottery is just a drizzle. It would be great if it can really help people. As for shortcomings, of course there are them. Just like robbers must pick rich people to kidnap, Yicho must be extremely careful when meeting people after becoming famous. But with the real world behind him, if it weren't for an accident, Yicho would definitely not go out. Even if he went out, he would definitely be prepared. Moreover, if you meet someone when you go out, no one will know your username unless you tell them. If you meet someone at home and see the things in Yicho's home, even if Yicho's reputation is not great, the person who deserves to be malicious will definitely be malicious. Apart from that, Yicho couldn't think of any other disadvantages. Besides, even if he doesn't make a name for himself in a high-profile way now, acquiring materials in large quantities will sooner or later make it impossible for Yicho to hide it. Because of the fear of being kidnapped and slowing down his development, Yicho thought that he would not do such a self-restricting thing. Fuck! Is the boss so generous? Not enough meat to eat? True and false? Boss food spilled? I like it so much. The boss must whip me. I have been a fan of Anonymous Gangster since 2008. Anonymous user, mainly because the wild snake meat is too fishy, and also because I can't finish the fog beast meat on my hands. Alas, do you understand my pain? Anonymous user, the fog beast meat I ate 3 times a day hurt me a bit. Why should I open my eyes? Is it because of shaking M? Listen, do people say anything? %, anonymous user, okay, stop complaining and get ready to grab a red envelope, just one. As soon as he finished speaking, the chat group fell silent. Anonymous user, spell speed red envelope 10 ml mineral water *1, the anonymous user's hand speed red packet was snatched up within 0.3 seconds, and I don't know who is the hand speed king. What kind of hand speed do you have? The network card is stuck, otherwise it would definitely be me. Open it, report it, report it. The chat area suddenly erupted into a storm, and the screen could not be stopped for a while. But at the same time, inside a drafty cabin.
Fuck. I'm hit. Bastard, what did you hit?
Zhang Biao patted his younger brother on the head with an ugly look on his face.
He was extremely unhappy because he had just been tricked by Yiqiu.
The younger brother suddenly said as if he was offering a treasure, "Brother Zhang, I won an anonymous red envelope and got 2 tails of snake meat."
Ha? Zhang Biao's expression changed. Did he cheat Anonymous?
Zhang Biao suddenly felt refreshed at the thought of the anonymous snake meat falling into his stomach.
Then what are you waiting for? Let's go barbecue. Boss, he hasn't given it yet.
The younger brother explained, the red envelope he gave out is 10 milliliters of mineral water.
Zhang Biao patted his younger brother on the shoulder. Why don't you hurry up and ask for it?
Yes. The younger brother immediately clicked on the system to speak.
I don't know who, anonymous boss, where's the snake meat? I don't know who, the boss is lying to me, right? He's reluctant to give me 2 ounces of meat? What do you mean, the boss will give you 2 ounces of meat?
I don't know what the so-called speech is, I feel like my brain has been insulted.
Yes, the boss personally promised it, could he still lie to others? Easy to the tiger, don't protect the filial son.
Anonymous was just preparing to turn his left hand over to his right hand. Unexpectedly, a man suddenly appeared and killed him.
2 ounces of meat can last him half a day. He will definitely not be willing to give it. I don't know who, in fact, I personally respect the boss very much, but can the boss give me an accurate letter, even if it is given to me tomorrow?
Yiqiu hasn't shown up yet to fulfill his promise, and the situation is starting to get a little tricky.
The anonymous boss is not really trying to make a fool of himself by pretending to be fat, right?
Yes, I have read a lot of survival novels.
How could a person who has supplies in them openly reveal that he has supplies? If I have supplies, I will definitely not be willing to use them randomly. Maybe there is an emergency. Anonymity may be to market yourself, wait until you gain everyone's trust, then make a fortune and run away. Ahu, that's enough conspiracy theory. Are there really no good people in the world? I believe the anonymous boss. The recycling price he gave is indeed the most fair in the trading market.
It may be that he has been attacked by the fog beast and has no time to reply.
The chat area was full of people coming and going, and just then, Yiqiu finally came back. Came back with evidence. Anonymous user, sorry for affecting everyone's mood.
The reason why I didn't speak just now was because I found something was wrong, so I went to check it out.
Anonymous user, screenshot of chat history. Anonymous user, this is a screenshot of the chat in the morning. The winner, I don't know who was one of the people who cursed the most.
Although I want to be a good person, good people can't let people point guns at them.
Anonymous user, I plan to cancel the winning quota of I don't know who, and the reward will be postponed to the second place. What do you think? I said it. Anonymous boss is not the kind of person who can only brag. Black fan speaks. To be honest, I was actually a black just now. Anonymous boss must not add me to the blacklist. I don't know who, I don't agree. There were so many people cursing at that time. Why cancel my quota?
Anonymous user, because this is my thing, I can give it to others when I am happy.
If you make me unhappy, why should I give it back to you?
Anonymous user, you have to think about the consequences when you do things.
You'd better pray that you don't meet me offline. You will have a hard time when you do that.
Big brother did a great job.
I don't know who counts as a person. Now I understand why the boss put 10 milliliters of mineral water first, filter spray.
Anonymous user, next, I will trade the snake meat to the second place diet for 2 days, then travel through time, you can verify it.
Puff, it turned out to be this unlucky brother. Now he is not unlucky anymore, 2 tails of meat should be enough for him to get up and explore, right? Diet for 2 days, then travel through time, woo, is it really me? Boss, I am so grateful.
Yiqiu quickly sent the transaction information to this lucky guy, and dieting also cooperated very well and sent a proof picture.
Diet for 2 days, then travel through time, thanks to the anonymous boss for the sponsorship. The anonymous boss also helped me roast the snake meat, woo, the meat is so delicious, it is impossible to lose weight in this life. Picture.jpg envy. +1 damn. Am I seeing it right, there is seasoning on this meat? Stop, zoom in and zoom in again, well, I will eat by looking at this picture today.
Anonymous user, everyone, we have come to this strange world, I hope we can all survive to the end. Anonymous user, I will sell food, water and other survival resources at the system estimated price for a long time. You only need to consume basic materials to buy them.
Each person is limited to 1 transaction per day. If you have special materials, you can privately chat with me. The price is absolutely the highest.
Anonymous user, for materials with unclear value at present, such as currency, fog cores, etc., I will also purchase them at the highest price in the entire channel, so don't worry. Anonymous user, in addition, starting from today, I will select a lucky person every day to give away some materials for free.
Therefore, even if you get nothing, don't despair, and try your best to survive to the next day. Backed by the real world, food and water are basically unlimited for Yichyo. The supermarket downstairs alone is enough to support Yichyo's wanton spending.
A huge space of 1 cubic meter can transport about 1 ton of food and drinking water each time. Under the purchase limit per person, Yichyo only needs to make 1 trip every few days. Buying for free makes you happy, helps others, and gains reputation at the same time. It is simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The price estimated by the system is the reasonable price summarized by the system based on the trading market. Generally speaking, the seller will click a few more times on this basis. Yichyo sells food at the system estimated price, which basically means the lowest price in the market. Therefore, after the speech, the chat channel immediately stirred up a storm.
Fuck! The boss is worthy of being the boss.
When we are still struggling to be self-sufficient, the boss has already started to help the world.
Anonymous boss, we respect you.
Anonymous boss would rather consume his precious supplies to give us hope to survive.
Damn, such a domineering idea, how can I resist it? Anonymous has achieved material freedom now? Is he supported by the local natives?
Yes,
where did Anonymous get so many materials?
If you ask me, in this special period, humans should help each other. Anonymous has so many materials, and he can give some of them for free to save people.
Everyone will not forget Anonymous' kindness. Oh my god, is this moral kidnapping?
You are thinking about getting something for free, why don't you share yourself to let everyone relieve their anger?
Don't pay attention to this kind of person. I guess we won't see him in a few days. Let's think about how to survive on our own.
I will go deep into the jungle for adventure tomorrow.
Anonymous user, don't be too excited, it's still very dangerous in the wild.
I was almost bitten by a poisonous snake today. You can search your home carefully to prevent the invasion of foreign creatures.
Understood. Fuck. Fortunately, the big guy reminded me. Do you know what I saw just now? Tell me quickly.
I checked immediately after seeing what the boss said, and as soon as I looked up, I saw a basin-sized spider living on my head.
I was so scared. Picture.jpg get lost. Don't post ghost pictures. My eyes. Groundhog screaming.jpg hurry up and take it down to roast.
Spiders have a high protein content, in fact, many people are wary of the surrounding environment, but most people cannot always be vigilant. Under Yichyo's reminder, the chat area was full of ghost screams. Fortunately, most of the invading creatures are just scary in appearance, and they are not very aggressive. Just like the big spider that looks the scariest, it is actually a spider that can only catch small flying insects.
Ignoring its scary appearance, it is not bad to keep it at home.
It can also be used as a reserve food when you are really hungry. Compared with the cheerful chat area, some places are not so pleasant.
Zhang Biao's house. Fuck. You can't even eat the food that's right in front of you, what's in your head?
Zhang Biao slapped the younger brother on the head, and the younger brother, who hadn't eaten for almost a day, swayed and almost couldn't stand. Looking at the cursing Zhang Biao, a trace of resentment flashed in the younger brother's eyes.
If this guy hadn't asked me to rant, I would have eaten snake meat tonight. Fuck the dog.
After watching the good show online for a while, Yichyo sent the barbecue to Wang Wu, and then read the private messages while eating. After showing up tonight, basically everyone in the channel knows the existence of this rich man, and the private messages have ushered in a wave of peaks. Of course, many of them are looking at Yichyo's generosity and want to get free stuff. For such people, Yichyo simply ignores them. His free benefits every day are to give these people hope to survive, not to support a group of lazy people. Even if there are too many resources to throw away, Yichyo will not give them to these wastes who can only get free stuff. After skipping a lot of nonsense, Yichyo finally found what he wanted.
Anonymous, I heard that you are planning to farm recently. Planting box manufacturing map, blue, do you want this? Planting box manufacturing map, blue required stone *5, wood *10, water *2000 ml, can produce a blue quality planting box. No wonder this person would take action, there are too many things needed.
In this period when people can't even eat enough, no one would go to the trouble of making this thing. Although it is a blue quality manufacturing map, it is basically a sinkhole in the early stage.
Of course, Yichio is an accident.
If you don't make a manufacturing map like this, you can hardly tell whether it is good or bad, but it is reasonable to say that it must be more suitable for farming than ordinary land.
Yichio thought about it and began to reply. Anonymous user, yes, do you want food or water? Great. The boss replied to me. Boss, can I just want water? Anonymous user, sure, how about 2 liters of mineral water?
Although everyone knows that blue quality items are absolutely precious, in this era of hunger and cold, food and water have the power to override everything else. In addition, the mineral water that Yichio gave did not require secondary processing, so the price was already far ahead of anyone else's offer. After all, except for the players who landed right next to the river, most people were short of water. Even the players who were by the river could not find suitable utensils to boil water, so clean water was still in short supply.
Thank you, big brother. I wish you a good harvest soon. He casually took the 4 bottles of mineral water next to him and threw them over, and the person on the other side of the screen burst into tears. I am so touched. Big brother actually gave me 4 plastic bottles for free. With these things, even if there is no water source in the future, I can barely make a water collector. He unscrewed the mineral water bottle and drank 2 gulps, then poured the remaining water into a homemade container. The man immediately began to transform the plastic bottle and finally buried it next to the fire. In this way, at night, you can rely on the temperature difference to collect some dew. Although not much, it is precious. On the other side, Yichio crushed the planting box manufacturing diagram. After learning how to make a planting box, Yichio immediately prepared to make a planting box. I can now make 3 levels of planting boxes, white, green, and blue, but since I don't have blue quality materials, I probably can't reach the blue level. But after 2 rounds of looting, Yichio can still synthesize a planting box with the green materials in his hand. Get planting box, green, *1, your backpack space is insufficient, please choose the location of embodiment, insufficient backpack space? Yichio looked at his backpack space that occupied less than half, and couldn't help sighing again. 1 cubic meter is really not enough for him, if only there were 100 million cubic meters of space. Then just bring the mother planet in, wherever it is needed, go there. After a fantasy, Yichio walked to a corner of the yard and chose to manifest. The next second, a rectangular dark box appeared in front of him, and there were some traces of water flowing around it. Open the system to view details. Planting box, green, attack power, 5, highest, durability, 50/50ths, put in soil and seeds, and then harvest beautiful fruits. The planting box will irrigate automatically. Remember to add water. Yichio patted the planting box with satisfaction, and then sent a private message to collect 5 units of green quality soil. I thought the netizen was just talking, but I didn't expect someone to dig soil for him. After putting in 4 units of soil, the planting box was filled. Yichio went around the trading market again, but didn't find any green quality seeds, so he had to plant his oranges first. Oranges, green growing, planting box, green, soil, green, bonus, mature time is about 15 days later. You can eat oranges in about 2 weeks. I have to say that this speed is already very fast. I didn't care about the planting box. Yichio ate the remaining barbecue and cleaned up the barbecue tools. At this time, Wang Wu's private message came. Wang Wu, Yichio, the blood and flesh of the fog beast is very helpful for my recovery. I think I can resume my mobility tomorrow. It may also be that my medicine blocked the wound from festering, so the blood and flesh of the fog beast can play its value, but no matter what, Wang Wu's recovery is definitely good news. Yichio, brother Wang Wu, you don't have to force yourself. You must fully recover before taking action. Wang Wu, I understand. In the dilapidated wooden house, Wang Wu sat on the wood and slowly added fuel to the fire. Seeing Yichio's reply, he couldn't help but smile. Although he was still a little reluctant to move now, it would not be a big problem if he just walked around the house. He hoped to find something useful for Yichio. Eating for free all the time was not something Wang Wu could do. After cleaning up the kitchen waste, Yichio put a few skewers of roasted meat on the table with a bowl to serve as a midnight snack or just in case. Then he erected a simple target in the yard to train the accuracy of firearms. With the real world behind him, Yichio did not plan to leave the house easily. With his back to his own home, shooting cold guns was probably the most important means of combat in the future, and it was still necessary to train his marksmanship. After carefully emptying a magazine, Yichio took out his crossbow without crossbow arrows and looked at it, and finally put it back in disappointment. The number of bullets is limited.
Given the national conditions of the Great Yin Kingdom, Yichio cannot find a way to get crossbows and bullets in a short time.
It is better to hope that someone in the survival world can open the blueprint of crossbows. After enough activities, Yichio just wanted to go to bed but felt sticky. After not taking a shower for 2 days in high-intensity exercise, Yichio felt that he was about to become a salted fish. But in the real world, there was a power outage and water shortage, so Yichio could only choose to simply scrub for a while. Taking a towel from the utility room, Yichio boiled a pot of water with gas, and then used enough mineral water to adjust the temperature to start wiping his body. Alas, comfortable, I use a whole box of water to take a shower on the second day of the journey. I am afraid that only I can do it. After washing his hair with the last water, Yichio poured out the dirty water. Although he thought that this thing should be able to exchange for a lot of resources, Yichio could not do such a tasteless thing at present. Drying his hair by the fire, warming a bottle of milk and drinking it, Yichio leisurely got into bed. 9 o'clock in the evening, good night, Makabaka. Survival World Day 3. Bang! Bang!
Survival World in the morning, before dawn, the familiar and enthusiastic neighbors called Yichio to get up for morning exercises. Pushing aside the quilt, Yichio picked up the iron spear and stone spear beside him and opened the chat area. Channel 666, 910/1000, in 2 days, nearly 100 people died. Yichio was silent for a moment and continued to read. The fog beast is here again, knocking on the door every morning. It's really on time. Forget it, stab it twice to scare it away and then go to sleep.
Oh yen, damn. The monster outside my house is so big.
It slapped my house 4 points of durability with one slap, and it's too late to repair it.
Oh yen, it's over, brothers. I can't beat this thing. It seems that I won't see the red envelope today.
Oh yen, hand speed red envelope contains wood, white, *5, stone, white, *4, water, gray, *78 ml. Oh yen, brothers, I and it have a fight, you must survive. At the same time, in a wooden house with air leaking everywhere, a pale man held a stone spear in his hand, and his face flushed unhealthily.
Damn!
I've been stingy all my life, but I didn't expect it to be so cool to be generous. Facing the fog beast that was taller than the wooden house, a trace of madness flashed in his eyes. Fuck fog beast. Die. Using all the strength in his body, he stabbed out the spear in his hand, but facing the huge fog beast, the spear couldn't even break the defense.
Pa!
The huge palm fell, and a living person suddenly turned into a meat paste. Brother, don't give up. Maybe there is still a chance to turn the tables. Channel 666, 909/1000, the sudden loss of personnel immediately blocked all the remaining comforts in his mouth, and the chat channel fell silent for a while. Even Yichio, who had just got up, couldn't help but look a little ugly. Even if it was easy to eat, the existence in the fog reminded him all the time that he couldn't relax. If he encountered such a powerful fog beast, even if the stone house was solid, could he survive? Too weak. Tightening the spear in his hand, Yichio immediately lit the fire and walked to the door. The fence only had 15 points of durability, and it could not stop the footsteps of the fog beast at all.
I am afraid it can only serve as a warning.
The real defense still has to be from inside the stone house. Pushing open the window, Yichio immediately turned on the flashlight, and the intense light illuminated a large area. A group of tangible fog just broke through the fence and wanted to enter, but was shaken by the strong light. A strange sound sounded, and in Yichio's eyes, the group of fog suddenly turned around and ran away, never to return.
Is this just a weak fog beast? It was actually scared away by the strong light, and Yichio was a little speechless for a while.
Looking at the damaged fence, Yichio hesitated for a moment, but still didn't plan to repair it now. If something came out of the fog, it would be too scary. With a slight sigh of relief, Yichio closed the window and turned on the system.
Channel 666, 900/1000, in just a few minutes, 9 people died in a row. The fog beasts today seem to have become stronger in general.
Looking up the chat history, Yichio found that a small half of the people had sent the last red envelope, and no one in the chat channel gradually spoke. Most people should go to deal with the fog beasts. Or, they don't want to see their companions disappear in front of them one by one. Just when Yichio was silent, a thin rustling sound came from far to near in Yichio's ears.
Yichio was stunned. Could it be that the fog beast had returned?
Putting the spear under his armpit, Yichio pushed open the window again and turned on the strong flashlight. But the scene that appeared in front of Yichio could not help but make his heart and lungs stop. A huge human face appeared where the strong light shone. The face was like being peeled off from the body and spread out, twisted and painful. The most amazing thing was that it was the size of a whole table. A human face the size of a table was floating in the air. When such a scene appeared, Ichio almost felt his legs numb. But at this moment, the other party also spoke. Hiss! The hideous human face crossed a distance of several meters in an instant, and directly hit Ichio face to face. The huge body even hit the stone wall with a clang. Building under attack, durability 10. Just then, Ichio discovered that this was not a human face, but a huge snake-shaped fog beast with bright patterns. The bright patterns on the neck of the snake-shaped fog beast were exposed to light, and it showed a hideous and terrifying appearance. But this does not mean that things have become simple, because Ichio has seen two kinds of fog beasts, the pigman fog beast on the first day and the chicken-shaped fog beast on the second day. From them, Ichio can feel the body made of obvious white fog, and the fog on this kind of big snake has become very light, and even has various colors. And the huge size alone looks much more powerful than the pigman fog beast on the first day. Damn! What kind of luck is this? Ichio seriously suspected that his luck was used up by cheating. The monsters he had brushed in the past 2 days were more powerful than each other. With a low curse, Ichio only felt that the adrenaline in his body was soaring rapidly, and the whole person became more energetic and powerful than ever. The instinctive physiological reaction has given Ichio a good boost. At this moment, he either fights to the death or runs away. Run! Without hesitation, Ichio's eyes blurred and he immediately returned to the real world. But why did he have to return to the real world at this moment? Was Ichio scared? It is undeniable that he was a little scared. Few people would not be scared when encountering such a big monster. But Ichio knew that staying in the real world was not a solution, because he had to go back sooner or later. At this moment, there were still 7 or 8 hours before dawn, and he could not hide until tomorrow. And once he went back and there was no house, he would be a lamb to be slaughtered. The reason why Ichio came to the real world now was to take insurance measures. Pushing the door open, Ichio immediately ran downstairs. Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. Ha! Ha! I really lost my mind. Why didn't I prepare a helmet? That's right, just when Ichio was about to fight to the death, he suddenly remembered the snake he killed in the afternoon. Venomous snakes can spray venom. Although I don't know if the fog beast has this habit, Ichio doesn't want to die because of carelessness. Running downstairs in one breath, Ichio immediately aimed at a motorcycle. Thanks for the implementation of the helmet system, it helped a lot. Ichio immediately picked up the helmet and put it on his face. After thinking for a while, he put the motorcycle into his backpack and immediately returned to the survival world. The stone house is under attack, current durability, for 20/515, good guy, it's only been a few minutes, and it's almost 1/5 of it. System, decompose the motorcycle immediately, and repair the damage to the house immediately. The motorcycle, green, is decomposed, and you get gasoline, green, 2L, steel, green, 5, the house is under attack, the repair speed is reduced, and it currently restores 5 points of durability per minute. The motorcycle must have lost a lot of things when it was decomposed, but it was a blessing to be able to decompose it. Ichio immediately made 4 brand new steel spears with steel and took out 2 of them and clamped them under his armpits. Opening the window, the pattern that looked like a festering human face appeared in front of Ichio again. Evil beast, die. Ichio kicked over the table as a shield, took out the police pistol from his waist, and emptied the magazine at the colorful face in the window. Pa, pa, pa. The muzzle of the police pistol burst into brilliant flames, and the bullet shot into the body of the fog beast, which immediately startled the fog beast to wail. The steel bullet pierced the scales but did not sink easily, but made a harsh scratching sound. If it hadn't seen the 2 bloodstains on the human face, Ichio might have thought that he had not caused any harm. This police pistol is rubbish, change it to AK and kill them all. Denigrating the small pistol in his heart, Ichio did not give up hope and continued to act. If you can get hurt, you can kill, come again. There was no time to change the magazine, Ichio directly picked up another gun and emptied the magazine again. Although no shot fell on the same point, the target was too big and it would not miss at all. In a blink of an eye, several more bloodstains appeared. Hiss! The sharp hissing sound rang out again, and Ichio's intense breathing had caused the helmet to be covered with fog. But it didn't matter, the enemy was too big, and he didn't need to see the specific position clearly. Shoot! Shoot! 20 bullets were completely empty, and the blurred human face on the motorcycle helmet turned into blood red. Ichio heard a real hissing sound mixed with pain. Hiss diamond suit diamond suit. After this sharp sound, the dazzling color in front of Yicho finally faded, and the big snake fog beast left.
But did the big snake fog beast really leave? Yicho was not sure, because the pigman fog beast yesterday had come back. Therefore, Yicho could not let down his guard. Seizing this gap, Yicho immediately closed the window, took off his helmet and gasped. The continuous concentrated attacks had made Yicho nervous, and now he even felt a little exhausted when he relaxed. Holding the helmet in his hand, Yicho immediately ran to the kitchen and ate up all the roasted fog beast meat that he had left on a whim today. A stream of warm currents rose from his stomach, and Yicho felt that his hands and feet, which had been a little weak and cramped, had regained strength. After eating the fog beast meat in a hurry, Yicho immediately put on his helmet, returned to the living room, turned off the strong light flashlight, and at the same time materialized gasoline, opened the window and poured the gasoline far into the yard. After completing these preparations, Yicho threw the empty pistol aside, replaced it with 2 brand new steel spears, closed his eyes, and nailed it to the living room to listen to the sound. Silent Russell, it's coming.
Yicho immediately stepped forward and opened the window, turning on the strong light flashlight. Hiss! The fierce light suddenly shone, and the huge body of the snake-shaped fog beast paused for a moment, and then at this moment, Yicho directly materialized a torch and threw it out. Bear! When the raging fire met gasoline, the sky-high flames suddenly burned up, and the giant snake in the center of the flames made an unprecedented whine. But at the same time, a water column came. What Yicho was worried about really happened. This snake-shaped fog beast can spray poison. Sizzle! The pale yellow liquid was like a high-pressure water gun, directly shooting through the wooden window and spraying on Yicho. The speed was so fast that Yicho couldn't react at all. And this powerful force even pushed Yicho back repeatedly. If it weren't for the support of the spear, he would probably fall to the ground. Squeak! Yicho heard the wailing of the cloth. This poison is corrosive. Without vision, Yicho could only rely on his own impression to touch the bathroom. After closing the door, he immediately began to take off his clothes. Carefully peeling off the clothes from his body, the stab-proof clothes worth thousands of dollars did not disappoint Yicho. Although they were almost corroded when they were taken off, Yicho himself was basically safe and sound. Panting heavily, Yicho looked at the clothes and helmet that had begun to turn into pus in the corner, and couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. Fortunately, he had a flash of inspiration and picked up a helmet, otherwise he would have been one of the things piled in the corner. During this break, Yicho did not relax his vigilance, but the fog beast outside the door seemed to be scared away by the flames, and for a while, there was only the sound of blazing flames outside the window. At first, Yicho was a little worried that these flames would burn his house, but after a while, it seemed that fog poured in from the gap in the fence, and directly extinguished the flames like a tide. Yicho regretted not making multiple sets of preparations in advance, and only picked the best set of clothes. After all, he didn't dare to believe that he would encounter such a terrible fog beast at that time. There's nothing so outrageous in the chat area, right? No, I'm afraid that all the survivors who saw this fog beast died. This is a real fog beast with 0 negative reviews. But no matter what, Yicho now feels unsafe even when he goes out. Forget it, let's repair the house first. Yicho opened the system interface and found that his stone house had only 300 points of durability left. This fog beast directly demolished half of his house. Yicho was silent for a while. If he encountered such a monster, he didn't think anyone could survive, not even a soldier. Relying on the third-level house and pistol to barely repel the opponent, Yicho was confident that there were no more than 10 people in the third-level house in the channel in 2 days. What's more, Yicho still had a pistol and gasoline in his hand, which were not seen at this stage, and it was so difficult to fight. I guess the chat area is already full of grief, right? Open the chat area, channel 666, 850/1000, nearly 60 people died in just 2 hours. This death rate is really speechless. But Yicho looked at the messages above. It seems that except for him, everyone has only encountered one fog beast attack, and the majority of them still run away when scared. After 2 days, many people have upgraded to the second-level wooden house, and there are also a few people who kill powerful fog beasts by taking advantage of the terrain. Yicho couldn't help but mutter, is it because I have developed too well that I have encountered a strong enemy? It's good that everyone has to face this kind of thing, and I guess no one can survive. After listening to the corner for another 10 minutes, Yicho left the bathroom and fell asleep on the bed after confirming that the snake-shaped fog beast did not appear again. After sleeping for another 3 hours in a row, Yicho finally recovered completely. After waking up, Yichio immediately rushed to the real world and replenished his field action suit and helmet. This time, Yichio specially prepared several sets of spare clothes. After returning to the survival world, Yichio placed several sets of wilderness survival suits in each room to ensure that he could change clothes at any time. After completing this series of operations, the sun in the survival world began to appear. Generally speaking, the risk factor of the survival world will drop sharply after the sun appears. Yichio dressed neatly and first opened the window to observe the yard. The originally neat fence was broken into a crack, and the flat land was burned by gasoline to leave ugly scars. Recalling the scene in the morning, Yichio still felt a little scalp numb. He was an ordinary person, and it was still a little difficult to accept such a terrible thing suddenly. After closing the window and taking a moment to calm down, Yichio took a breath and pushed the door to the yard. First check if there are any small animals running in from the gap. After synthesizing several fences, Yichio blocked the gap and began to check the yard. After the burning of the gasoline flame, the weeds in the front yard were basically cleared, and it was still very easy to check. But when Yichio turned to the back of the house, he could not help but freeze in his tracks. Because there was a bronze treasure chest on the grass behind the house. Treasure chests appear at home? Is it the inevitable blessing after a disaster, or is it the inevitable reward for surviving a second attack? There was no control group, and Yichio didn't know what the possibility was for a while. But this does not affect Yichio's unboxing. After a series of preparation operations, Yichio squatted behind the treasure box and slowly opened it. Grumble. There is a sound. Is it an animal? Yichio's eyes lit up, and then he saw a flash of white jumping out of the treasure chest and running away crazily. It's a rabbit. The rabbit is great. Spicy rabbit head, braised rabbit meat. I'm in for a treat today. Yichio glanced into the treasure box and saw that there were a few things inside. After putting them away, Yichio planned to chase the rabbit. Anyway, my house has a fence, and if this isn't some evil rabbit, there's absolutely no way he can escape. But as soon as he chose to store it, Yichio felt his eyes blur, and the bronze treasure box disappeared. Can I collect the open treasure chest? Yichio felt that he had learned another little survival knowledge. Putting this point behind him, Yichio immediately went to chase the rabbit. I quickly walked to the front yard, and I saw that the rabbit was indeed competing with the fence, and its gnawing speed was extraordinary. In just a few seconds, it had damaged the fence a little bit. But now that Yichio has appeared, he naturally won't let it chew on the fence. Yichio took out a stone from his backpack, aimed at the rabbit's head, and fired. Bang! The rabbit fell down in response. It seems that my talent is pretty good. Yichio stepped forward quite proudly, picked up the rabbit's two long ears, and used the system to identify them. Rabbit, green, attack power, 3, highest, durability, 10/20. Rabbits are so cute, you can't eat them. It turned out to be a green quality rabbit. I had to try it now. He threw the unconscious rabbit into the warehouse, and then used several stones to make a simple cage to prevent the rabbit from escaping. Yichio planned to fully cook it at night. As for daytime, time is so precious, so I'm busy exploring. Returning to the yard to replace the damaged fence, Yichio took out the bronze treasure box again. There are two more things inside. Iron spear manufacturing diagram. Blue requires 1 iron block and 1 wood. Spears of up to blue quality can be produced. Stone, blue, *5, a blue quality weapon manufacturing diagram was revealed. Yichio was a little excited for a moment, finally getting something that could increase his confidence. Although the house is tough, the appearance of the snake-like fog beast yesterday still made Yichio feel that toughness alone is not enough, and he must have countermeasures. And with the stability of the Yin Kingdom, Yichio wouldn't be able to get firearms for a while, and he would still have to look at the gifts from the world of survival. Crushing the manufacturing diagram into pieces, a new synthesis recipe suddenly appeared on the system panel. Yichio hesitated for a moment and decided to try filling the steel in first. It turns out that trying is the right choice. Iron spears can be made of steel. That's right, after all, steel is iron with a high carbon content. Coupled with a portion of green wood, a green quality steel spear appeared in Yichio's hands. Identify it. Iron spear, green, attack power, 45, highest, durability, 55/55. If you want the quality to be passable, the introduction must be a little green. The attack power is fully half higher than that of a white quality spear, and the bonus brought by the improvement in quality is truly extraordinary. Yichio waved his spear, feeling that his whole body's aggression could not help but become a little higher. After practicing several thrusts in the yard, Yichio planned to clean up the weeds in the yard, and then go to the construction area in the real world to get something. But within 10 minutes of plowing the ground, a private message came from the system.
Yi Chou opened it and saw that it was Wang Wu. Wang Wu, I'm lucky today.
I found a bronze treasure chest near the house, and I found something that should be very useful to you.
Wang Wu gives you Mist Survival Manual, Blue, *1, Fog Survival Manual? Yi Chou was stunned.
This name sounded so lofty and distinguished. Click to get it, and a book with a white cover that looks like flowing mist appears in Yi Chou's hand. Mist Survival Manual, Blue, Status, Broken, Durability, 100-100. The manual can be used to identify everything in the survival world, but because the manual is damaged, you can only view the detailed information of blue and below quality.
This is an encyclopedia of the misty world? Being able to identify items in detail is a great tool for exploring.
Yi Chou has hardly gone out, and most of the supplies are obtained from the real world, so the systematic identification is basically enough.
But if you want to survive better in the foggy world, this manual is indispensable.
Yi Chou, this thing is very important, so I'll keep it for now. If you have anything you want to identify or anything you need, just tell me.
Wang Wu understood.
I'm exploring outside now, so I won't talk anymore. After ending the call with Wang Wu, Yi Chou put the manual into his backpack, intending to test its quality first. After a while, Yi Chou stood in front of the rabbit cage and used the manual identification. Missing rabbit, green, description, a very elusive creature that moves. Its weakness is that it is very fragile, but it is extremely difficult to be trapped and captured. After consumption, it can significantly improve the agility attribute, making you a wind-chasing boy.
The Mist manual is really powerful.
After consumption, the attributes that are focused on and the weaknesses of the creatures are written out. After identifying the rabbit, Yi Chou looked at the durability of the Mist manual.
It did not decrease. It seems that ordinary use will not damage the manual.
Very good, now there is no need to worry about it being gone after a few uses. As long as it is well preserved, it can be used for a lifetime.
And maybe it can be repaired and get a complete Mist survival manual?
After thinking for a moment, Yi Chou suddenly had an idea to let the manual identify itself.
Mist Survival Manual, Blue, Description. The broken pages of the White Mist Holy Book can identify most items of 4 qualities: Gray Inferior, White Ordinary, Green Excellent, and Blue Rare.
Holding the broken pages, you may be watched by some great beings.
Is this good or bad? White Mist Holy Book. Inexplicable gaze?
Yi Chou couldn't help but look up at the sky.
If he was noticed to have traveled through time, wouldn't he be banned? Forget it. It's said that if you hold it in your hand, you will be noticed. As long as you don't hold it, it should be fine, right?
You can't let words scare a living person to death.
You still have to use it.
Putting the Fog Survival Manual back into the backpack space, Yi Chou prepared to simply fry some fog beast meat. After eating and drinking enough and fully recovering his physical strength, he would go to the construction site in the real world and get all the steel bars. By the way, look for fireworks factories, police stations, etc., and get some advanced equipment.
As for the latter, Yi Chou probably didn't have much to do.
His home was 1,000,000 miles away from the police station, and fireworks were not allowed in the city.
Well, do your best.
After collecting 2 small Chinese cabbages at the market, Yi Chou cut a piece of Mist Beast marinated meat and stir-fried it, and then cooked a pot of white noodle soup. Originally, he wanted to send a portion to Wang Wu, but he said that he already had lunch and refused to take it. Yi Chou did not continue to persuade him, and simply started to eat in the shadow of the backyard. Turning on the system, the chat area has begun to become lively.
PvE boss, brothers, we have caught wild game again. PvE boss, we had raspberries and wild boar meat for lunch today, and this little wild boar came to our door by itself. It was really simple to catch it. Damn! You really became a PvE boss. It feels like you eat the best in our channel. There is meat to eat every day. PvE boss, keep a low profile. Real bosses don't have time to show off here, which gives me room to play. PvE boss, okay, continue to evaluate the little wild boar meat. PvE boss, wild pigs are not as good as domestic pigs. They are really pungent without castration. PvE boss, plus there is no seasoning, it is not as delicious as fog beast meat. Damn! Brothers, I won't broadcast anymore. I have a problem here. If you run away, who will provide nutrition for the brothers? What happened? PvE boss, I'm really fucked. The little wild boar's parents are coming to my house. The fangs scared me, so I focused on fighting the brothers. Won't this send its parents off? To be honest, Most people can't beat a wild boar. 1 pig, 2 bears, and 3 tigers are not a joke. PvE is gone. Are there any brothers who can provide nutrition? Starting with a cactus, my brothers, great news. Do you know what I opened? Hurry up and tell me, don't let the brothers worry. A cactus at the beginning, it's sent. Skill book Big Cyclone, white.jpg, fuck. Skill book. The lifespan of European sturgeons is extremely short. Pay attention to the rice noodles upstairs. Even Yichio was stunned and quickly opened the screenshot to take a look. Well, it's worthy of being a system screenshot. There is basically no information except the name. What skill effect? Record the screen for everyone to see. A cactus at the beginning, I'm learning. Wow, there are still requirements for physical fitness. A cactus at the beginning, fortunately, I was lifting weights before I crossed over, and I killed a fog beast yesterday, fogbeastbarbecue.jpg, I just came to see the skill evaluation, but I didn't expect to be stabbed. I'm so hungry. A cactus at the beginning, very good, I have learned it, and now I will demonstrate it to everyone. Starting with a cactus, Big Cyclone.avi, Icho opened the video. A strong man with a cloth covering his whole body, leaving only a pair of eyes, appeared in the center of the screen, with a wooden stake standing next to him and a yellow sand in the background. The man first clasped his fists, then picked up a long stone knife beside him and made a weird pose. The next second, the man swung his knife at the wooden stake like a whirlwind, and the solid wooden stake was cut into a quarter. With such power, if the weapon was better, I'm afraid the wooden stake would be broken in two. After chopping, the man pulled hard twice, but failed to pull out the stone knife. He immediately let go of his hand and turned his view to the side in embarrassment. Next to him were neatly arranged cactus fruits, with all the thorns cut off. The man picked up the cactus fruit and broke it open directly, and the green flesh and juice immediately overflowed. Brothers, if you have spare money, you must try the cactus fruit here. The fruit tastes good and is juicy. Anyone who eats it will know. As he said this, the man took a bite and gave the screen a thumbs up. The video ends here. Yichio was thoughtful. There is no doubt that skills add to people. If you can get powerful skills, you can also greatly alleviate the threat brought by fog beasts. After thinking about it, Yichio clicked on the avatar of a cactus at the beginning to enter the trading market and found the cactus fruit he was selling. 50 milliliters of water or 50 grams of food can be exchanged for a white quality cactus fruit, which weighs about 50 grams, or more or less. It must be said that this price is still very reasonable. After all, cactus fruit also has water and can fill the stomach, which is considered a kind of food suitable for survival. Yichio flipped down again and found that all the cactus fruits on the shelves were white quality, so he opened the private chat interface. Anonymous user, brother, is there any cactus fruit of higher quality? Starting with a cactus, hello, anonymous boss. I didn't expect you to patronize my business, I must arrange this. Starting with a cactus fruit, green, *1, this one is 200 grams, it is the best in my inventory, what do you think? Anonymous user, that's great, what do you want, brother? Starting with a cactus, I don't want anything else, I just want water, I heard that you wholesale mineral water here, just give me some. Yichio smiled and replied immediately. Anonymous user, of course. System prompt, anonymous user exchanges barreled mineral water, white, 1L with you for cactus fruit, green, 200G, do you agree? If you use 1 liter of water sparingly, it will be enough to last for several days. Starting with a cactus, you are indeed a big boss, it is a pleasure to do business with you. Starting with a cactus, when I have something good to sell in the future, I will definitely think of you. In an area full of yellow sand, the strong man who took off his headscarf immediately chose to agree to the transaction. Looking at the bottled mineral water that suddenly appeared in front of him, the strong man caressed these precious water resources as if he was caressing a lover. In the past, when he traded, others saw him in the desert area and tried their best to lower the price. This was the first time he met someone as generous as Yichio. Big Boss is indeed a big boss. It turns out that you still have to find the right person for future transactions. After the transaction was completed, Yichio asked in detail about the skill book, and the other party also told him everything without reservation. After a friendly exchange, the two ended the chat. On the other side, the sun was shining, and Yichio ate with relish. Next to him was a cactus fruit that had been cut. The flesh of cactus and dragon fruit is not much different. The green quality cactus flesh is refreshing and delicious. It makes people feel refreshed just like drinking an iced drink in summer.
Putting away the cactus seeds, Yichio sat in the yard and looked into the distance. The green covered the mountains and fields, and the natural scenery made people feel relaxed and happy. Suddenly, under the sun, Yichio found that something seemed to be flashing blue light in the distance. In the endless green field, if you look closely, you can see that this bit of blue is obviously out of place. Is it a gift from nature, or a special creature's method of luring enemies? Yichio opened his backpack. He remembered that he seemed to have picked up a telescope in the outdoor survival equipment store. Holding a telescope, Yichio threw a few stones to lift himself up, then grabbed the eaves and climbed up the stone house. Standing on the top of the stone roof, Yichio took a telescope and began to look into the distance. The blue luminous object suddenly enlarged, and Yichio vaguely saw the strange light edge belonging to the fallen object. Dropped items? Yichio put down the telescope with an incomprehensible expression. But in order not to attract the attention of predators in the sky, Yichio jumped off the roof before continuing to think. Returning to the safe stone house, Yichio began to analyze the possibility of falling objects. 1. Killing monsters in the wild will also produce drops. Second, there are survivors around, the prey is injured, and finally dies in a place that the person does not understand. Third, this is what the snake-shaped fog beast dropped yesterday. If it were the first 2 points, it wouldn't be a big problem if Yichio didn't go out for safety reasons, but if it was the last point, that wouldn't be a problem. Not to mention the strength of the snake-shaped fog beast yesterday, and the items it dropped were definitely extraordinary. The skill demonstration just now had already given Yichio the idea of taking risks. Although he has the real world behind him, it is unreasonable to sit back and take the cake, especially since he was an ordinary person before time travel and had no ability to find the real killer weapons in the real world. And sometimes food is not omnipotent, just like the survivor selling cactus just now. He chose to use the skill book in his hand without even thinking about it. I know a little bit, in this world, as long as you can barely maintain food and clothing, basically no one will sell such good things. Therefore, it is very important to become stronger in the world of survival. You can't just place your hopes on the trading market, you must also learn to work hard on your own. If you don't dare to take risks now, it will only get harder and harder in the future. Decided, let's go. Wearing a full set of protective equipment, Yichio held a green quality steel spear and divided the cooked roasted fog beast meat into bit-sized pieces, packed it in a small bag, and put it in his pocket. If you are injured, you can use this thing as a simple recovery item. Putting a saber on his waist and an energy drink, Yichio shook the watch on his wrist and glanced at the compass on it. After confirming that it was correct, Yichio stood in front of the fence and slowly opened the door. On the third day of traveling through the survival world, Yichio went out for the second time. Crunch, crunch. The dark green boots knocked countless weeds to their knees, and Yichio was wary of everything around him like a Japanese soldier entering the village. Swish! Suddenly, Yichio shot out, and a scream suddenly erupted from the grass. Squeak! What? It turns out to be a rat. Yichio breathed a sigh of relief and put Shushu, who died of excessive bleeding, into his backpack. It's meat after all, so let's use this guy as a red envelope tonight. Along the way to the drop, Yichio saw several wild animals, such as snakes hanging on the trees, colorful spiders, and birds that he couldn't name. Facts have proved that human size is also a deterrent in nature. Almost no animals dare to attack Yichio. Most of them stay away and watch Yichio leave. At the most dangerous moment, Yichio encountered a leopard-like beast. However, after a moment of confrontation, the leopard retreated away in front of the cold light of the spear tip. He was sweating all along the way, but he didn't encounter many real threats. Yichio even found 2 wooden treasure chests on the way. A total of flint and steel, green, 2, flour, white, 100g, and purified water, white, *100 milliliters were opened, which is better than nothing. After walking for about an hour, Yichio approached the area emitting blue light. Not far from the destination, Yichio felt a kind of silence. Although there were not many animals seen on the road, the insects in the grass never stopped playing. Only when they arrived at this place, the only thing Yichio heard was the sound of wind. After being fully prepared, Yichio took a deep breath and pushed aside the grass in front of him. And what caught his eye was a huge, colorful face. Grass! Seeing the familiar face, Yichio's hair suddenly stood up, and he stabbed out without hesitation. And when a spear fell, the already weird face became even more distorted. But it didn't move, and it was precisely because of this that Yichio's heartbeat slowly stabilized. Holding the spear, Yichio took 2 steps back and pointed at the human face on the ground with a charged gesture. Appraisal. Colorful snake slew, blue, description, part of the entity condensed by the dead fog beast. The more powerful the fog beast, the more remains. This is the physical shell of a certain fog beast. Characteristics: fear of human faces, because it has devoured so many humans that it has some signs of anthropomorphism, but this sign not only does not allow it to deceive humans, but makes people more frightened. After being seen by humans, there is a chance that the other party will fall into panic. Colorful: the strange colors symbolize its tyrannical status in nature, and it can increase all attribute resistance after equipping it. It turns out to be a snake slew with special abilities. Yichio breathed a sigh of relief, and when he looked at the human face, he felt less afraid. No, it was still a little creepy. With a wave of his hand, Yichio immediately put the huge and terrifying human face into his backpack and disappeared. It was finally not so scary. In addition to the snakeskin, there were several blue items at the scene, which was a great harvest. Yichio immediately packed them all and prepared to look at them after returning home. After collecting the spoils, Yichio immediately returned the same way. It took Yichio less than half an hour to get home on the road he had waited out. After closing the door of the fence, Yichio finally couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It was really too much effort to stay alert outside all the time. Back in the house, Yichio immediately took out several unidentified drops and identified them one by one. Venomous Fang Dagger, Blue. Description: the dagger formed by the fangs of ferocious beasts is not only cold and shining, but also quenched with poison. Don't use it to cut food. Features: strong attack and vicious poison. Press the button at the end of the dagger to spray a stream of venomous poison at the tip of the knife, which kills instantly with blood, and has a cooling time of 24 hours. Wow, it's the sixth dagger. Yichio nodded with satisfaction and planned to find a scabbard to keep it. This thing must not be touched. Fog Beast Flesh and Blood, Green. Description: part of the entity condensed by the dead fog beast. The more powerful the fog beast, the more remains. This is the entity flesh and blood of a fog beast. Features: strengthening. After consumption, it can improve physical fitness. This flesh and blood greatly improves physical fitness and helps to restore physical and mental recovery. After identifying this flesh and blood, Yichio identified the remaining fog beast flesh and blood in his hand. As Yichio had guessed, the flesh and blood dropped by the pigman fog beast was conducive to the recovery of physical injuries, and the flesh and blood dropped by the agile fog beast could make people energetic. Different from the flesh and blood Yichio had before, this kind of flesh and blood not only greatly improved physical fitness, but also restored physical and mental damage at one time. It can be said that it is the most precious flesh and blood of fog beast Yichio has ever encountered. There are 12 portions in total. Eat them slowly now. Others are worried that there is not enough fog beast meat to eat. Yichio can't finish it even if he eats it 5 times a day. Alas, it is a happy trouble. Mist Core, Green. Description: part of the entity condensed by the dead mist beast. The more powerful the mist beast, the more remains. This is the entity core of a certain mist beast. Features: energy supply. Mist core can be used as energy, provided that a tool that can carry it is found. Energy supply? Yichio touched his chin. It seems that the mist core is equivalent to the battery in the real world. Maybe the mist core technology can be developed in the future? Silver coin, Green. Description: a universal currency jointly issued by great beings. In the mist world, as long as the other party can communicate, this thing is absolutely useful. Features: attraction, not enough. If you can get a gold coin, maybe good luck will come to you? Could it be that it can attract merchants to the vicinity of the camp? Yichio thought so while holding a coin emitting a faint silver-white light. Skill Scroll Sprint, Green. Description: a scroll that records special force techniques. After using it, you can roughly learn to use the skill sprint, and you can improve your proficiency through acquired training. It has certain requirements for physical fitness. Features: sprint in the specified direction after a short charge, increasing the attack power or escape speed of this attack. Skill Scroll. Yichio's face was delighted. He finally had another way to protect himself. And it was a green quality skill, which was a level higher than the one in the group. But it also had requirements for physical fitness. I don't know if I can use it now. Now he didn't know how much he had strengthened himself by eating fog beast meat. Without hesitation, Yichio immediately took out the scroll and tore it open. A green light spot rushed directly into Yichio's mind. When he opened his eyes again, Yichio felt that there was something in his body that he couldn't explain. It was used successfully. When he looked at the system panel again, a new column had appeared on it. Yichio/anonymous user current status: slightly tired physique, normal, white, charm, 19 equipment, stab-proof suit, green, military dagger, green.
Skill, Sprint, green, 1/2, Endurance, 160 an extra endurance bar.
And a column appears behind the skill.
It seems that I can learn 2 skills at most.
Yi Qiu walked to the yard and started to try according to his own understanding. Just like the endurance bar in the game, once Yi Qiu makes a strong movement such as accelerating, running and rolling, the endurance bar will decay. Using skills will consume 30 points of endurance at a time.
But the result is also amazing. During the skill period, Yi Qiu's speed has been greatly improved.
Put a wooden stake in the corner and Yi Qiu picked up the spear.
First try it at normal speed.
Yi Qiu mobilized all his strength and thrust forward.
Poof!
The spear directly pierced a hole in the wooden stake. Yi Qiu pulled out the spear and estimated that it had penetrated 3/4 of the way. Retreating to the original position, Yi Qiu used his skills and charged again. With a loud bang, the iron spear actually pierced the wooden stake directly. Not only that, the spear's momentum did not decrease, and it even pierced the wooden fence behind the wooden stake. The bonus of the skill can be seen. After repairing the damaged fence, Yi Qiu showed a satisfied smile on his face. It is better to rely on yourself than on guns and cannons. It is still reassuring to hold the power in your hands. After an experiment, most of the short 4 hours in the afternoon have passed. Unknowingly, the orangered sunlight has been scattered in the courtyard. Logically speaking, it is time to eat again. Yi Qiu put away his spear and stood up, and began to think about how to deal with his spicy rabbit head.
But on second thought, the greatly improved fog beast meat is more considerable than the gain brought by rabbit meat.
So, let's eat fog beast meat tonight. Yi Qiu even wanted to sigh. For 2 consecutive days, he ate fog beast meat for 5 meals a day, including waking meal, breakfast, lunch, dinner, and midnight snack. Although he changed a lot of ways, even if this fog beast meat was dragon meat, Yi Qiu felt that he couldn't stand it. But for the sake of strong strength, he had to eat it. Yi Qiu opened the trading market and prepared to change the way of eating. Today he would eat fried meat burgers. After collecting a few pieces of fresh lettuce from the trading market, Yi Qiu took out a few vacuum-packed breads and biscuits from the warehouse, and took out the fog beast meat. First, chop the fog beast meat, mix it with salt and other seasonings, and set it aside to taste. Then open the bread package, cut the bread in the middle, fry it slightly with oil, and set it aside for later use. Pour out the biscuits and crush them to get biscuit crumbs. At this time, beat a few eggs in a bowl, then stir it slightly, take out the marinated fog beast meat on the side, press it into a pancake, coat it with egg liquid, dip it in biscuit crumbs, and start frying it directly in oil. When the fried meat patties are golden and crispy, take them out and sandwich them with bread and lettuce. Picking up his final masterpiece, Yi Qiu opened his mouth and took a bite. The hamburger is crispy and the meat patties are fresh and fragrant. In one word, delicious. The fragrance is so delicious. After finishing a burger in 2 or 3 bites, Yi Qiu put the remaining burger on the plate, and then went to the warehouse to pick up a bottle of the Soul of Fried Food Fat House Happy Water, and sat comfortably at the dining table and opened the system chat channel. As soon as he opened it, a message came into his eyes, which was a message from Wang Wu. Wang Wu, I was lucky this afternoon and found a trap blueprint. You should be able to use it. Yi Qiu did not refuse, but replied. Yi Qiu, brother Wang Wu, don't refuse to eat burgers tonight. Yi Qiu, just the survival manual you gave me this morning is already a priceless treasure. Don't be embarrassed. In this era, strengthening strength is the most important thing. Seeing that Yi Qiu was so firm, Wang Wu did not refute and accepted Yi Qiu's dinner. The next second, 3 steaming burgers and 2 bottles of mineral water appeared in front of Wang Wu. Knowing that soldiers like Wang Wu should be very strict with themselves, Yi Qiu did not give him sparkling water, but replaced it with ordinary mineral water. Is this the burger from the treasure chest? Wang Wu picked up a burger and took a tentative bite. But as soon as he took a bite, he felt something was wrong. Such a familiar taste and warmth, this meat filling, is fog beast meat? This is actually a handmade burger? Yi Qiu's life is better than I thought. Wang Wu smiled sincerely, and he was also happy to see that his savior was living a comfortable life. On the other side, Yi Qiu opened the trap blueprint given to him by Wang Wu. Drop trap manufacturing diagram, green, description, consume sticks, stones, bamboo and other items as spikes, and hay, fallen leaves and other items as camouflage to create a trap. The higher the quality of the items, the higher the quality of the trap. If all white quality materials are used, there is a 5% probability of making a green quality trap. If some green materials are used, there is a maximum probability of 50% of making a green quality trap. If all green materials are used, a green quality trap will definitely be created.
Features, random, you never know which spike you will hit first after falling into a trap. Maybe you can perfectly avoid any one of them? The damage is not fixed.
Looking at the description of the production diagram, Yichio narrowed his eyes slightly.
As long as the production diagram level is high enough, it is possible to produce high-quality products with low-quality materials?
If it weren't for the missed survival manual, Yichio didn't know when he would discover this mechanism. After understanding this, Yichio immediately thought of his spear production diagram.
Doesn't that mean that he has a chance to produce a blue-quality steel spear? Even if the probability is a little lower, will he lack this material with the real world behind him?
Opening the production page without hesitation, Yichio immediately used the missed survival manual and found what he wanted. If all green materials are used, there is a 0.8% chance of producing a blue-quality spear. The probability is pitifully low. At least there is a guarantee for a single gold draw. If this guy is unlucky, he may not be able to produce a blue-quality spear even if he refines dozens of tons of steel.
But it doesn't matter. The real world will take action. It just so happens that my physique has been further strengthened. This wave will definitely allow me to enter the construction site. When the time comes, I can pick up the steel bars on the ground. Why worry about not being able to synthesize a blue-quality spear? Having made up his mind, Yichio immediately finished his dinner and chose to return to the real world. It was just getting dark in the survival world, and it should be dusk in the real world. It was a good opportunity to go out. If I wait until it's dark in the real world, although there may not be any danger, Yichio may not be able to recognize the road. He went down the 4th floor without blushing or panting, got on a shared bicycle, and immediately headed for the construction site. Because he didn't waste time on the way, Yichio quickly reached the border of the construction site this time. With a physical fitness far beyond that of ordinary people, Yichio climbed over the earthen hills and crossed the mud pits, and finally reached his destination. Patting the huge road roller whose tires were taller than himself, Yichio couldn't believe how much steel this big guy could give him after decomposing it. Unfortunately, this guy was too big and couldn't get into his backpack space at all.
So, Yichio set his sights on the construction site nearby. The sand, dry powder, red bricks piled up into a small mountain, and the neatly stacked steel bars and iron plates. At this moment, Yichio once again realized the smallness of the backpack space. Although 1 cubic meter is not small, this thing is too long. There was no choice, Yichio had to choose to pick up scraps on the side. Even if it was scraps, the number was beyond Yichio's imagination. The steel bars cut by the cutting machine, slightly smaller steel pipes, boxes of iron nails, and a ball of iron wire weighing more than 10 pounds. After turning around twice, Yichio harvested a full backpack of steel materials. Almost reaching the limit of his body, Yichio did not stay for long and immediately chose to return to the survival world. Get iron nails, green, 500, iron wire, green, 1000 meters, all decomposed to get iron, green, *50, 50 units of steel, or green quality. Yichio nodded with satisfaction. He had seen the trading area. Even if someone was lucky enough to come across an open-pit iron mine, it would be difficult to mine. Even if 1 or 2 could be dug out, they were all gray and inferior or white quality, and there was no trace of green quality.
Yichio did not choose to decompose it immediately, but planned to dig out the trap first. The fog beast usually attacks about 8 hours after nightfall.
If he woke up tomorrow and encountered a stronger existence than the snake-shaped fog beast, Yichio could not guarantee that he could still survive. Therefore, even if there was something that could increase his chances of winning, he would not let it go. Crushing the trap manufacturing diagram, a trap building named Hole Trap, Green, immediately appeared on the construction interface. Hole Trap, Green. The materials required to act as a trap, such as a sharpened stick, and the materials used as camouflage, such as hay, can produce a trap of green quality at the highest. Yichio added iron nails, green, 10 and hay, green, 3 to the construction page, and then a light red projection appeared in front of him. The projection should be the location where the trap is to be placed. Yichio put the projection on the wall, and the system immediately prompted, "This building cannot be built here." Not planning to install the trap in the house, Yichio opened the door and walked into the yard. Unexpectedly, the yard also showed light red. "Cannot be placed?" Yichio tried to click, and a new prompt came immediately in front of him. "Please dig a hole to place the trap." "So I have to dig this hole myself?" Yichio twitched his mouth, and helplessly combined a shovel to dig. Digging a hole is a hard job. Yichio only dug holes in the backyard fence, the gate, and the fence that was destroyed this morning. After all, he had just returned from the real world, and Yichio's physical strength was really squeezed out of a drop. After digging the pit panting, Yichio clicked on the construction again, and this time there was finally movement. Several cold iron nails suddenly appeared at the bottom of the pit, and dry grass and some soil also appeared out of thin air at the entrance of the hole. In just a few seconds, it seemed as if there had never been a pit here. Even if Yichio didn't look carefully, he couldn't tell that this was a trap. Yichio used Identify on the trap. Pit trap, green, status, intact, 10 tenths, you found it? 10 points of durability, this thing is really not very durable. Yichio touched his chin, as if he thought of something, and leaned over to lift a corner of the trap. Then swish, swish. Yichio poured the gasoline in stock. Yesterday, gasoline was able to single kill the great snake mist beast, so it must be arranged. If a mist beast falls into the trap, Yichio will immediately throw a torch over to it, so happy. After dealing with the trap, Yichio dragged his tired body to the bathroom, wiped himself, and then lay down on the bed. The bed is still comfortable. The bed was the most comfortable after a day's work. Yichio opened the system chat area and prepared to fulfill his promise before going to bed. Anonymous user, I'm a bit busy today, and everyone has been waiting for a long time for the promised welfare time. Alas, anonymous boss, you really did something wrong in this matter. I originally planned to use it as an electronic mustard to enjoy it during dinner, but I didn't expect it to be postponed to this time. Who can make up for the happiness I lack? Fortunately, I had the foresight. I didn't expect it. I haven't eaten yet. I didn't find anything to eat upstairs. Let's get started, I can't wait. Anonymous user, today's prize is 100 grams of raw rat meat, or a red envelope for speed. Anonymous user, by the way, let me share a little knowledge before sending out the red envelope. It seems that the meat dropped by the huge fog beast can speed up the recovery of wounds. I learned it, so where can I get the fog beast meat? Though Martian. No, I really don't know. Anonymous user, okay, let's start giving out red envelopes. Anonymous user, spell speed red envelope 10 ml mineral water *1. The anonymous user's hand speed red packet was snatched up within 0.2 seconds, and **** was the hand speed king. Wow! So fast. By the way, is this really not open? Why is it getting better every day? I seriously suspect that this guy came to grab food when he was full. People who are hungry and dizzy simply don't react that quickly. After confirming that the winner had not done anything extraordinary, Yichio handed out the reward. After paddling in the channel for a while, Yichio opened construction and started drawing cards. 40 shares of steel and 40 shares of wood today. Let's take a round to test the water first. Blue quality steel spear, come out. Let's do a small 10-round draw first. Green 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 green. Seeing the endless green, Yichio reluctantly nodded. 0.8% probability, understandable, continue. The second time in a row. Green 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 green, continue. Green 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 green. The last 10 rounds. Green 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 blue green green green. Damn it. Shipped. There is a 0.8% probability that the product will be sold at 40. Yichio was overjoyed, he hadn't been this happy for a long time. The backpack was already filled with gleaming steel spears. Yichio got out of bed and threw most of the spears into the warehouse. Apart from anything else, more than 30 spears standing together looked really intimidating. But Yichio looked at the spear in his hand with fiery eyes. The best among spears, the existence of blue quality. System, give me an appraisal. Steel spear, blue, attack power, 80, highest, durability, 90-90, description, the tough stick body and the spearhead glowing with cold light are known to be the best among spears. Characteristics, sharp, can break through enemy protection more easily. Incredibly, not only has the attack power soared to 80 points, but it even has an additional characteristic called sharpness. Now his attack methods have been improved to a higher level, and combined with the turtle shell defense of his house, his survival probability has been greatly improved. Well, that's right. You will be my royal weapon from now on. Yichio stroked the silky stick body and nodded with satisfaction. He sent 2 of the manufactured spears to Wang Wu and took a photo of the warehouse using the system. After lying on the bed, Wang Wu sent a message after a while, such as weapons being rare. Yichio sent the photo directly. Yichio, brother Wang Wu, don't worry, I won't put myself in danger. Use whatever you have with peace of mind. Survival is the first priority. Seeing the message from Yi Qiu, even Wang Wu felt unbelievable.
No, is it time for steel to appear in a big way? Yi Qiu, are there all boxes outside the house? After being surprised for a moment, Wang Wu was relieved. Sometimes we have to admit that the gap between people is bigger than that between people and dogs.
After closing the chat channel, Yi Qiu opened the private message with energy. Facing the 99 plus above, Yi Qiu felt a little tired for a while.
I really want to sleep. But there might be some good stuff inside, so hang on a little longer.
There are hundreds of private messages, a small part of them are trash talk, and most of them are green quality material.
The trash talk has become less and less day by day.
Because of the daily lottery, except for a few people who have offended him thoroughly, almost no one comes to criticize him. Among these rubbish words, Yi Qiu also saw a few talents. It was said that he was going to be made into a spiritual symbol, a big star or something, and methods such as fan refinement and mental control were all proposed.
Yi Qiu was speechless for a while.
After blocking a group of people, Yi Qiu purchased a batch of basic materials at a price slightly higher than the market price. Some of them had already sold their items without waiting for a reply for too long, and Yi Qiu also apologized. After all, he doesn't have time to pay attention to private messages all the time. Huang Tian paid off, and Yi Qiu also found a few good things.
Go on a diet for 2 days and then travel through time. Anonymous boss, I opened the box today and found a silver coin, which I gave to you. Silver coin, green, *1, anonymous user, the value of silver coins is not low.
I will exchange it for a liter of mineral water and a bag of roast chicken. Although everyone knows that currency is important, without a price list, this thing is basically scrap metal. Yi Qiu's price is almost as high as the fault level.
On the other side of the screen, Dieting looked at the word roast chicken on it, and his silver teeth almost broke into pieces.
Although my original intention was to repay the favor, but that was roast chicken.
Next time I encounter something good, I will definitely give it to the boss for free.
Go on a diet for 2 days and then travel through time. Anonymous boss, you are such a good person.
Next time I have something good, I will give it to you. Another silver coin entered his account.
Yi Qiu looked at his backpack and saw that he had already accumulated 2 silver coins and 198 coppers. Although there are people in the market who collect currency, no one is as generous as himself, so these currencies are almost equal to the gains of all channel people. Although he hasn't met the merchant yet, Yi Qiu believes that when the merchant arrives, he will definitely gain weight. Then scrolling down, Yi Qiu saw another manufacturing diagram.
Boss, I have an oil lamp manufacturing diagram, blue, in my hand. Do you need it? Yi Qiu opened the manual and made an appraisal.
Oil lamp manufacturing diagram, blue, description, consuming wooden stick *1, glass *1, and silk thread *1 can synthesize an oil lamp with the highest quality blue and rare, and the fuel is oil, gasoline, fog cores and other energy-containing items. Characteristics, dispel white fog, depending on the quality of the lantern and the quality of the fuel, the fog can be dispersed within a certain range within a certain period of time. It's the same fog dispelling device as a torch, but it looks
much better than an ordinary torch.
With a glass cover and fog core power supply, it is definitely more powerful than a torch.
Must win. Yi Qiu immediately contacted the seller. Since there were not many people with spare money at present, and few people planned to die in the fog, it was easy for Yi Qiu to buy it for the price of 2 meals.
Next, Yi Qiu saw blue quality basic materials. Wood, blue, *3, boss. This is the result of a day's work of chopping with a green axe. Have mercy on the child.
Yi Qiu chose to treat him with a meal of food for a normal person.
Anonymous user, whole wheat bread, white, *750g, purified water, white, *500 ml, accepted if you agree.
Thank you, big guy, your bid is indeed the highest.
I will give you another piece of blue quality soil, dug from under the tree.
Yi Qiu was stunned. He didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest.
Blue quality soil, keep it for now, and use it when you encounter blue quality seeds in the future. Speaking of seeds, Yi Qiu has not been busy collecting seeds these 2 days. After all, there is too much fog beast meat in hand.
If it is a fruit without bonus, Yi Qiu is too lazy to plant it.
After all, the appetite is so big, eating more fog beast meat means a little more chance of survival. After dealing with the private message, Yi Qiu pulled up the quilt and fell asleep.
Survival World Day 4. Bang! Bang bang!
The familiar sound woke Yi Qiu up. It must be said that Yi Qiu has now developed a stress response to this familiar sound. Pulling back the quilt, Yi Qiu immediately grabbed the spear at the head of the bed and walked towards the living room. Wearing a helmet, Ichio came to the living room, pushed open the window, and turned on the high-intensity flashlight.
Bang! There was a loud bang in his ears, followed by a painful wail. Ah! Ichio's eyes lit up. Is it falling into a pit?
With the light of the high-intensity flashlight, Ichio really found that the trap in the yard was revealed.
Great! It's not in vain to dig the pit.
Ichio immediately synthesized a torch and threw it far away. The skill throwing made the torch fall perfectly into the pit, and then a pillar of fire rushed out.
Then came the increasingly weak wail of the fog beast.
It seems that the flame does have a special attack bonus on the fog beast. Soon, there was no sound in the pit. Ichio planned to pick up the spoils tomorrow morning. After all, the fence had been broken and safety was still not guaranteed. Especially when there was a possibility of a second wave of attacks on his home. Turning off the strong flashlight in the window, Ichio closed his eyes and began to listen carefully to the sounds around him. Sure enough, after a while, Ichio heard the familiar sound of destruction again.
This fog beast came from a different direction.
The 15-point durability fence was quickly destroyed, but this time was enough for Ichio to understand its position. Still walking towards the main door, Ichio pushed open the window, and the heavy footsteps were getting closer and closer.
It was a pity that he didn't fall into the pit. Ichio held the spear tightly and was ready to go.
During the time when the other party reached the window, Ichio threw an appraisal at the shadow from a distance.
Low-level fog beast, white, description, a slightly powerful fog beast hidden in the fog. Unlike the cowardice of the low-level fog beast, the low-level fog beast is easily angered and often fights to the death with the person who hurt it.
Features: undead mist body, will return to white mist after being killed, but the resurrected mist beast should have nothing to do with the current one. It seems that the mist beast that runs away when injured is a low-level mist beast, and the mist beast that demolishes the house is a low-level mist beast.
I just don't know what level the snake mist beast is. And the mist beast can't be killed. Will it be reborn in the mist after death?
When the shadow in front of him became thicker and thicker, Ichio didn't have time to think about it, and suddenly turned on the strong light flashlight, and at the same time sprinted.
Ah!
The sudden strong light made the wolf mist beast subconsciously startled, and completely ignored the attack in the strong light.
Puff! A wonderful sound of entering the flesh. Ah!
Seriously injured as soon as it met, the wolf mist beast did not retreat but advanced, and suddenly slapped the window with a claw. However, after sprinting once, Ichio immediately retreated and accumulated strength, just in time to avoid the attack of the wolf mist beast. At the same time, Ichio's second attack has also arrived.
Ha!
Roaring to encourage himself, Ichio charged and sprinted and hit the werewolf again.
Unexpectedly, after a spear pierced, the werewolf did not continue to fight back, but the spear suddenly loosened, as if it was pierced in the air.
Immediately pulled back, Ichio waited for a moment, still no movement. It was at this time that an idea came to Ichio's mind.
Could it be that the fog beast is dead?
The strong flashlight is still working. Ichio put a piece of wood under his feet and looked out the window from a distance. Sure enough, he found the unique light edge of the fallen object.
It's really dead. Ichio breathed a sigh of relief.
Although he knew that his strength had greatly improved, it was still a bit unbelievable that the werewolf fog beast, which could only match the pigman fog beast, was killed by 2 hits. Closing the window, Ichio opened the system chat area. Channel 666, 793/1000 4 days later, 20% of the people died.
If this ratio is enlarged to the entire human race, that means more than 2 billion people have died now.
Ichio flipped through the chat records and saw a lot of red envelopes sent by dying people. At the same time, a conclusion was also drawn. Although there was still only one fog beast attack today, the low-level fog beast has changed from a very small probability to a small probability. Fortunately, after 4 days, many people have saved enough resources to upgrade their houses.
With a second-level wooden house and a handy weapon, the low-level fog beast is more like a meat delivery.
Unqualified fog beasts will at least run away, and low-level fog beasts will really fight you to death. And most of the people who died in this attack were those who had not developed much in the past few days, or were injured and could not develop at all. Just when Ichio was about to shut down the system and go to the real world to harvest another wave, the chat channel suddenly became lively.
I am auctioning blue quality drawings in the trading channel, everyone go and have a look. Share the link. The blue blueprint is actually being auctioned? If I had it, I would never show it to anyone.
Special treatment for special cases, the seller is being attacked by a powerful fog beast and is almost dead.
I see, Although I can't afford it, I definitely have to go and take a look. I wonder what kind of sky-high price it can fetch. Blue blueprint, attacked by a powerful fog beast? Yi Qiu immediately clicked on the link to jump, and the screen style changed, and a small scene similar to an auction house immediately appeared. The auction item was in the center of the screen, and the price was changing from time to time. It seemed that the auction had already begun. Yi Qiu appraised the auction item. Building upgrade blueprint primary, blue, description, consume sand 50 units, brick 50 units, steel 25 units, limestone 50 units, glass * 5 units, and you can upgrade the 3rd level house to the 4th level concrete house, blue. Features, Mother Planet building, when in a building, physical strength recovery increases by 10%, and all attributes are slightly improved, building upgrade blueprint. Yi Qiu's eyes lit up, his house could finally be upgraded. Yesterday's attack by the snake-like fog beast had greatly reduced Yi Qiu's sense of security, but he didn't expect to find the existence of the upgrade blueprint now. The most important thing is that the raw materials for upgrading buildings can basically be found on the construction site. As long as he gets the blueprint, Yi Qiu is sure to upgrade the building today. Moreover, after the building is upgraded, living in it can also get bonuses, and the physical recovery speed is improved, which means that he can go to the real world more times. It is simply unjust not to take it. He glanced at the auction instructions. The seller's requirement is weapons. Since he is in a dangerous situation, the auction he opened is definitely not like an ordinary auction. He will add money at any time and have to engage in some psychological games. The rule of this auction is that the time limit is 5 minutes, and it will end immediately when the time is up. As for the following bids: green quality stone spear, white quality iron sword, gray quality homemade crossbow. Yi Qiu threw a green quality iron spear without hesitation. After the system's rough estimate passed, it immediately squeezed out the first place. However, Yi Qiu may not be able to get this blueprint. There is no reasonable price benchmark at all now. Even if the quality is good, it may not be in the seller's eyes. So, as long as the bid is selected, it is possible to be selected, and the last one may be the one who gets the deal. But no matter what, the probability of success is much higher at the first glance. At the same time, in a wooden house, Zhang Biao's face changed. Why is it this guy again? It's okay to rely on the power of numbers to bully me in the group, but when the blueprint is about to fall into my hands, Anonymous actually comes to interfere. Green quality iron spear, what kind of luck is this guy? Zhang Biao touched the pistol on his waist. If this guy can't show it to others easily, what is an iron spear? But the truth is so cruel. If he doesn't think of a way, his stone spear will definitely not beat the iron spear. No, he has to do something. Thinking of this, he immediately clicked on the private messages of the 2 players behind him. Rofushini, now Anonymous has intervened. If we only look at the quality, we have no chance of winning. Rofushini, you too, I need you to help me. If I can really get the blueprint, there will be a big reward. Actually, I just want to bid for fun. After all, upgrading the house requires a lot of materials. It doesn't matter if I can't bid. Yes, my house is not even level 3 yet. Who knows when I can use this thing? Zhang Biao was speechless for a moment. Because he recently learned to scold people, his popularity in the channel is not very good, so few people trade with him. Currently, the house is not yet level 3. He also doesn't know when he can use the upgrade blueprint. Without the fog survival manual, Zhang Biao doesn't even know the details of the building. If he can see the required materials on it, he will never choose to do so. But, what kind of bad thing can make Anonymous bid? Upgrading the house will definitely have unexpected benefits. Zhang Biao will definitely take this blueprint. Rofushini, maybe now is the lowest price for this upgrade blueprint. I will never let it go. Rofushini, let's do this, both of you give up your items and give them to me. Whether I succeed or not, I will give you a gift. Money is attractive. When they heard that there were free gifts, they were relieved. As for whether it would offend Anonymous? Anonymous didn't know about their transaction anyway. Maybe these things were prepared by Zhang Biao? And in the last 2 seconds of the 5-minute countdown, the bidding ranking list suddenly changed. First place, Rofushini, stone spear, green, *1, iron sword, white, *1, homemade crossbow, gray, *1, homemade crossbow arrow, gray, *5. Second place, professional jungler for decades, bone spear, green, *1, dart, white, *5. Third place, anonymous user, iron spear, green, *1, almost at the last minute. Many people chose to temporarily increase the price,
directly squeezing Yichio to third place. But they were fast, and Yichio was faster. Yichio, who has been eating the flesh and blood of fog beasts for a long time and has a physique nearly twice that of ordinary people, naturally has a reaction that ordinary people can't compare to. Knowing that someone might hit him by surprise, Yichio seized the last second to raise the price again. At the last moment of the countdown, the bidding rankings suddenly changed back. First place, anonymous user, Iron Spear, green, *2, second place, adding wings to a tiger, Stone Spear, green, *1, Iron Sword, white, 1, homemade crossbow, gray, 1, homemade crossbow, gray, *5, third place, professional jungler for decades, Bone Spear, green, *1, dart, white, *5, what, 2 iron spears? Zhang Biao looked at the interface in front of him with a confused face. Where did Anonymous get so much green quality steel? Did he encounter an indigenous tribe? Weapons like steel spears are basically the top weapons at this stage, and Anonymous actually took out 2 in one breath. In addition, he must have kept 1 for self-defense, which means that Anonymous is very likely to have 3 green quality steel spears. What kind of luck is this? Don't panic, don't panic. Although Anonymous weapons are valuable, they may not be favored. My offer includes a crossbow that can attack from a distance, so I may not lose. Looking at the countdown of the last 10 seconds, Zhang Biao was nervous. 10 seconds passed in a flash, and the system notification appeared immediately. The auction has ended, and the offer of anonymous user has been accepted. Zhang Biao slapped his head, fuck. On the other side, Yichio has already obtained the target, the building upgrade blueprint. But followed by the seller's private message. Big brother, thank you for your weapon support. My situation is a bit special. Can you give me some instructions? Yichio is still very interested in the powerful fog beast attack. Maybe this guy is as unlucky as himself yesterday and encountered a snake-shaped fog beast. Therefore, Yichio replied immediately. Anonymous user, of course, what do you want to ask? Boss, the fog beast that appeared here is a flying fog beast. It hovered in the air and broke away with one blow. The white fog outside is too thick and I can't see it. Can you give me some advice? A flying fog beast? No wonder it is difficult to deal with. Even with a crossbow, it is difficult to hit a high-speed moving target in the dark. Yichio thought for a moment and replied. Anonymous user, the fog beast will be afraid of strong light. I can rent you the strong light flashlight in my hand for free. As long as you seize the opportunity, it will not be a problem to take it away in one wave. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. On the other side of the screen, the seller of the blueprint looked at the 2 cold spears and a dark flashlight that appeared in front of him, and his face was happy. As expected of a boss, he can even receive such a rare thing as a strong light flashlight. Holding the spear, the man held a strong light flashlight and waited at the gap in the wooden house. After a while, there was indeed a sound of breaking through the air, and the sharp claws embedded in the wooden house. Just as the fog beast was about to break away, a strong light suddenly shot out. Gee! The fog beast was subconsciously stunned, and the young man immediately seized the opportunity to stab the fog beast with a spear. The flying fog beast's health was obviously not high. After only one hit, its state quickly declined, and its movement speed slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Once there was a gap, it was easy to break through. It took 10 minutes for the man to finally grind the fog beast to death, and then immediately sent a message to Yichio. Thanks for the help, boss, I have solved the problem. Boss, this is my opinion, please accept it. Fog beast flesh, white, *2, after returning the strong flashlight, the other party actually gave me 2 units of fog beast flesh and blood as a thank you gift. Yichio did not refuse. The more meat from the fog beast, the better. After finishing the transaction, Yichio looked out the window and saw that it was still dark. After boiling water with gas to make a pot of broth for breakfast, Yichio felt the warmth in his body and came to the real world again. In the real world, the sun had just risen. Yichio looked around downstairs and saw that there were no extra shared bicycles for his use. In desperation, Yichio had no choice but to focus on the locked shared bicycle. I remember there was a shared bicycle parking spot nearby. After walking about a kilometer toward the construction site, Yichio found a bunch of neatly parked shared bicycles. It's actually an electronic lock. This is really troublesome. Yichio knelt down and took a look, frowning slightly. Now that the real world is out of network and power, it seems that there is only physical unlocking. Yichio pulled the smart lock on the bicycle and exerted force. Hearing a click, a circuit board appeared in front of Yichio. It's so relaxing. Is this the benefit of improving your physical fitness?
Although the outer shell of the electronic lock is made of ordinary plastic, it is not easily broken by ordinary people. Unexpectedly, his ability, which is almost twice the physical strength of an ordinary person, would actually be used to pick locks. Yicho pulled off the circuit board, and then broke the lock body that blocked the wheel. The car was free. Pushing the shared bicycle out, Yicho set foot on the road to the construction site again. On the way, Yicho began to think about what he was going to move. The backpack space is only 1 cubic meter. According to past experience, it can hold about 50 units of materials. The materials needed to build a house are sand 50 units, brick 50 units, steel 25 units, limestone 50 units, glass *5 units. The real world is a huge guarantee. If you waste the whole day collecting raw materials, it will be a big loss. For these raw materials, sand can be purchased from people who were born in the desert. This thing can definitely be obtained. Glass is everywhere. You only need to break a few windows to collect 5 units of glass. So you only need to take bricks, steel and limestone, and you can make one less trip. At this moment, Yicho's eyes suddenly swept across a hardware store. By the way, you don't have to get steel at the construction site. The inventory in the hardware store is definitely enough. If it doesn't work, go to the street to pick up a few more motorcycles. In this way, you only need to go to the construction site twice. Yicho nodded with satisfaction. Following the shortest path he had summarized, Yicho quickly approached the construction site. After collecting a backpack of bricks, he immediately chose to return to the survival world. Get brick, green, *50 units. Sure enough, a full backpack is equal to 50 units. Yicho didn't feel tired at all after neatly stacking the bricks in the warehouse. With his physical fitness enhanced, the time Yicho could stay in the real world was significantly improved. He glanced at his wrist and saw that there was still an hour before dawn. Yicho estimated his remaining physical strength. It would not be enough to go to the construction site again, but it should be easy to go to the hardware store. Not intending to waste time, Yicho went to the real world again. After unlocking the shared bicycle, Yicho quickly came to a hardware store not far away and started shopping. Screws, copper wires, etc. were all swept away by Yicho, and most of the backpack space was easily filled. Just as Yicho was about to return to the survival world, a car outside the window of the hardware store attracted Yicho's attention. It was a tricycle with a huge cargo box. Yicho had a deep impression of this kind of vehicle. When he was still in the countryside, he used this kind of vehicle to transport corn and wheat when he was a child. Of course, they occasionally played the role of a tool for carrying passengers and transporting wood. And the one Yicho saw was a truck. This truck was parked outside the door of a furniture store. The few pieces of wood on the cargo box that had not been unloaded were not very eye-catching. What attracted Yicho's attention was an orangered chainsaw next to the wood. Yicho rolled down the window and walked towards the tricycle not far away. From the cargo box, Yicho found that in addition to the chainsaw, there was also a simple hand-pulled iron saw and 2 barrels of oil in the car. One barrel should be responsible for lubricating the chain oil, and the other barrel should be responsible for fuel oil. Yicho shook the chainsaw, and there should be a little fuel in it. But after pulling the chainsaw did not respond at all. It was like there was no electricity, no network, and the vehicle could not start. It always felt that the world had become quiet after the disappearance of humans. It was like the basic rules of 1 + 1 = 2 were all gone, which seemed extremely strange. However, this was not bad for Yicho. If the power and other equipment were still working properly, Yicho might be able to move more conveniently at the beginning, but there would definitely be problems in areas such as power plants and nuclear power plants that were not maintained by anyone. Especially Yicho had heard that there seemed to be a nuclear power plant in the barren mountains near the sea near the city. If that thing exploded, Yicho was not sure whether it would affect this side. And if there was another conspiracy theory, if the nuclear weapons of some major countries detected that they had not been operated for too long, they would automatically launch, and then the systems of other countries would automatically defend. Yicho might just get hit by a nuclear bomb in the face as soon as he landed one day. Thinking of this, Yicho was not so disappointed, and threw the chainsaw into his backpack. Originally, Yicho planned to take advantage of the last bit of activity time to go to the furniture store to get some furniture to enrich his small house, but after entering, he found that it was too small. 1 cubic meter can't hold anything at all. In the end, Yicho only took away a few pieces of glass and a recliner. Sitting on wood every day made his but uncomfortable. Back to the survival world, there were still 20 minutes before dawn.
Yi Chou lay back on the bed and turned on the system. Too tired, take a break. Opening the chat area, many people have woken up from their second sleep and are ready to start a new day of adventure. Unexpectedly, there are a lot of things about him in the chat area. Most of them talk about him spending 2 green quality steel spears to exchange for blueprints and helping the seller to survive the fog beast crisis. The blueprint seller is not stupid, and did not say anything about the high-intensity flashlight, but this makes Yi Chou more mysterious. If you say that Anonymous threw a high-intensity flashlight directly at me, I immediately took action, and everyone would at most say that the Anonymous boss was lucky to have a high-intensity flashlight. But if you vaguely say that with the help of the Anonymous boss, you successfully killed a flying fog beast, the scene will be different.
Some people say that Yi Chou is a survival expert in the real world, and can instruct a survival expert with just 2 sentences.
Others say that Yi Chou has 2 systems and is now living a wonderful life like a vacation.
There are also Miaojiang wizards who directly use poisonous insects to kill fog beasts, and the Dragon King of the Dragon Group. Even the white fog has to retreat when seeing it. In short, no matter how outrageous it is, someone has nothing better to do than write a novel with Yi Chou as the protagonist. Yi Chou took a look and gave a piece of bread as a reward to encourage him. Channel 666, 785/1000, alas, a new day has finally begun. I can't wait to die. By the way, when can the nighttime be reduced? Although sleeping 12 hours a day is indeed a good thing, sleeping too long will make you feel weak all over. Can't the person above do a side job? The person who wrote the novel just now was rewarded with a piece of bread by an anonymous big guy. He can have food to eat even if he doesn't go out. Lonely and sleepless in the middle of the night? Click on my avatar to see my selfie photo album. I have everything you want, good guy, there is a brother in the survival world. I am also convinced. It's all for survival.
It's not a joke. The eldest brother has suffered, so the second brother can't suffer anymore. After spending some time in the sand sculpture chat group, Yi Chou felt that his mental state had improved a lot. The sky was about to get bright, and Yi Chou posted a message about purchasing sand in the trading channel.
Anonymous user, purchase 80 units of sand, each person is limited to 10 units.
In order to prevent many people from digging sand and finding that the purchase has ended, and doing useless work, Yi Chou issued a limited purchase, and only those who register first can submit.
Anonymous boss collected sand? Good job. There is a desert next to me. Is the anonymous boss collecting sand to build a house? Or burn glass?
You guys grab it so quickly. Fortunately there are not many people near the desert, otherwise I am afraid it will not be my turn. Window, _Tabula equals window, _Tabula, Tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, Tabula below article feed, placement, below article feed, target type, mix, with its own celebrity effect. The trading post received hundreds of views in a short period of time. It seems that it should be easy to collect 50 units of sand today. When your physical strength is fully restored at noon, you can go to the construction site again and the house will be built. After everything was ready, Yi Chou looked out the window and saw that the sun had already risen. Let's pack away yesterday's loot first. Pushing open the door of the house, what came into view were several glowing fallen objects. Fog Beast Flesh and Blood, white, physical recovery bonus, 4, Mist Core, white, 1, Mud, blue, *3, apart from the most basic Mist Core, which is the flesh and blood core of the Fog Beast, only 3 parts of soil are dropped, but at least it is of blue quality, so it is considered okay. Walking to the pothole near the fence, Yi Chou repaired the fence first, and then looked at the trap. The durability of the trap has been changed from 10 out of 10 to 8 out of 10.
It seems that a trap can still be used a lot of times.
After taking out the fallen objects in the pit, several things appeared in front of Yi Chou.
Fog Beast Flesh, white, mental recovery bonus, *4, Mist Core, white, 1, Starfall Berry, blue, 5, blue quality fruit actually appeared?
Yi Chou immediately used appraisal on Starfall Berry. Starfall Berry, blue, description, a special golden yellow fruit the size of an eye. After eating, it can strengthen visual senses, slightly improve physical fitness, and slowly recover from mental fatigue. Characteristics, fanaticism, if you eat too much in a short period of time, you will become an idiot who can only praise the stars and the moon.
Praise the stars and the moon.
It's a very good fruit, but that's the side effect. Yi Chou touched his chin. It's a bit evil, isn't it a gift from some evil god? Yi Chou took out a starfall berry, washed it with mineral water and took a bite.
The fruit is too small, so you might as well just eat it in one bite.
Like eating grapes, Yi Chou felt a burst of sweet and sour juice bursting in his mouth, and his whole soul seemed to be sublimated. The fatigue I felt in the real world was almost wiped away, and my body became much lighter.
Is this a blue quality fruit?
Love it, love it. Yicho thought about it for a moment, then spit out the seeds. A sparkling seed is like a shining star in the night sky. It seems that this is the origin of the name starfall berry. After preserving the fruit, Yicho plans to find time to plant it, so that he might be able to eat a steady stream of starfall berries in the future. Licking his lips, Yicho took out another starfall berry and threw it into his mouth. I have to say, this high-quality food tastes just like eating melon seeds.
I can't stop eating it.
But as soon as the second starfall berry entered his stomach, Yicho felt that the scene in front of him had changed slightly. The sky in the distance seemed to darken, and there were stars twinkling in the sky. Almost subconsciously, Yicho blurted out one sentence, "Praise the god of stars and moon." After saying that, Yicho was stunned. Under the bright sun, he actually felt the hairs on his hair standing on end and a chill running down his spine.
What did I do? I am always cautious, but I actually took 2 pills in a row even though I knew the side effects of this thing? Damn, this thing is too weird.
Yicho patted his cheek and forgot about the deliciousness of starfall berry. Fortunately, Yicho did not continue to eat, and the dark sky quickly disappeared. After experiencing this incident, Yicho felt uncomfortable in his heart and began to inspect his small courtyard.
I wonder if the treasure chest will be refreshed on the backyard lawn today? After Yicho arrived at the stone house, he found a bronze treasure box lying on the lawn in the backyard. It seems that my guess is correct. The reward for surviving 2 waves of fog beast invasions every day should be a treasure chest. Opening the bronze treasure chest, Yicho obtained silver coin, green, *1, crossbow arrow manufacturing diagram, green, *1, stone material, blue, *3. There is actually a crossbow arrow manufacturing diagram. Yicho's eyes lit up.
Crossbow arrow manufacturing diagram, green, description, consuming wooden stick *1, you can make arrows with the highest green quality. It supports adding iron, feather and other materials to improve the quality of the crossbow arrows. In this case, the hand crossbow he got from the real world will be useful. And with the manufacturing diagram, you don't have to worry about the crossbow arrows being like bullets and just staring at them after they are used up. Moreover, at close range, there is not necessarily much difference between the power of a police pistol and the power of a crossbow. With a hand crossbow, it can completely make up for Yicho's shortcomings in long-range weapons. After moving the treasure box into the house, Yicho immediately crushed up the crossbow arrow-making diagram and started making arrows fiercely. Since he has been purchasing basic materials recently, Yicho obtained crossbow arrows, white, *50, and crossbow arrows, green, *25, within a short while. Most of the crossbow arrows are made of wood. After all, the manufacturing system is really a profiteer. 1 unit of steel is used to make iron spearheads and iron arrowheads, but only 1 can be made.
If Yicho didn't know how to make arrowheads, he would have made it long ago. Get on it yourself.
Besides, I still lack feathers, and there is no one selling feathers in the trading area. Therefore, Yicho planned to make a batch of crossbow arrows to practice his skills, and then find ways to upgrade the crossbow arrows. There are 75 arrows in total, which is definitely enough for training in a short period of time. Although Yicho had recovered a lot after eating starfall berry just now, Yicho did not plan to return to the real world now. The daytime was relatively short, so he had better do some meaningful things first.
For example, digging a pit. Yesterday, a trap directly killed a primary fog beast.
If a few more pits were dug, maybe the bed would be over without getting out of bed.
Of course, thinking of digging pits, Yicho remembered that his gasoline reserves were seriously insufficient. Now Yicho's gasoline reserves are basically obtained by disassembling motorcycles.
Although Yicho has thought about finding a gas station, although the county town is small, Yicho really doesn't know the location. After living in the city for so many years, Yicho probably only knows the locations of a few stores and a few large shopping malls downstairs.
Alas, it's really a charming moment for otakus. There is no way, I can only explore slowly, anyway, there is still time.
After digging a few traps along the fence, Yicho suddenly noticed that something was wrong.
It was the scenery outside.
Yicho raised his head and suddenly found that a faint white fog suddenly appeared in the woods not far away. White fog is something that comes with the night, but at this moment, the sun is still hanging in the sky. How can there be fog? Yicho stuck the shovel into the soil and looked at the rolling fog not far away with a serious expression. Not long ago, there was a relatively dense forest there, but after the fog came, in just a few seconds,
the trees in the forest seemed to be swallowed by the fog and disappeared. Then, dense branches extended out from the fog. Yi Qiu roughly estimated that the newly appeared trees were at least twice as thick as the trees in the original forest. After occupying the forest area, the fog seemed to have no ambition to continue expanding, leaving only a vague figure of Yi Qiu. What is this? Based on Yi Qiu's many years of experience in reading novels, the dense fog area may serve as the entrance to the secret realm, the door to the boss room, the monster spawning area, etc. If it is the first two, it's okay. At worst, I won't go in. But if it is a monster spawning area, can I watch the fog beast spawn on my face? Oh, I still have the fog survival manual. I'll identify it first. Yi Qiu took out the manual and tried to identify it from a distance. The manual directly stated, the distance is too far, beyond the identification range. There was no choice. Yi Qiu put on his outdoor suit, held the iron spear and stepped out of his home. The dense fog area was about a few hundred meters away from him. Yi Qiu took 2 steps to identify it, and finally completed the identification at a distance of 100 meters from the white fog. Fog area resources? Description: fog often represents the disorder of space. Maybe you can find rare and precious materials in the fog area? Features: non-persistent existence. The fog area may disappear or appear at any time. Is this refreshing a resource area in front of me? Yi Qiu hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to take a walk around the periphery of the foggy area. However, when Yi Qiu approached the foggy area, he found that the resource area was full of scattered wood. Wood, white, description, one of the most basic materials, cut and dropped by the power of space fluctuations. Congratulations, you can get it for free. I didn't expect to get such a big surprise just after arriving at the entrance of the foggy area. Yi Qiu picked up the wood on the ground. Although they were all white quality wood, he didn't miss it. Anyway, home is just 100 meters away, and he can go back in 2 steps. After taking a walk outside the foggy area, Yi Qiu harvested 50 units of wood. The feeling of getting it for free made people feel very comfortable. After collecting the wood outside, Yi Qiu approached the periphery of the foggy area. The fog shrouding the foggy area is not as good as the fog at night. It is light and thin, and it doesn't seem to pose any threat. But for safety reasons, Yi Qiu still made an oil lamp and hung it around his waist to drive away the fog. Arriving at the edge of the resource area, Yi Qiu first identified the new trees that had grown. Iron tree, blue, description, a tree species with hardwood, which can be mined to obtain blue quality wood. Features: hard, extremely difficult to mine, slightly increases the attack power of the finished product when used as material consumption, blue quality wood, all of it in this area? Yi Qiu was still worried and identified all the surroundings, and then he confirmed a fact. The densely packed forest in front of him was almost all blue quality trees. Even if there were trees that were not blue quality occasionally, they were green quality. After a few days of survival, Yi Qiu had basically understood that in this world, except for the special fog beast meat, green quality was the limit that ordinary items could reach, and anything that could reach blue quality would have some strange effects. Because of this, blue quality materials are extremely rare, and even Yi Qiu doesn't have many of them. Now there is a forest in front of him, and he would be sorry for his luck if he didn't mine it. Yi Qiu rubbed his hands and took out his axe, but then he felt something was wrong. Yesterday, he also bought some blue quality wood, but the seller said that he had chopped it with a green quality axe for a day. Although the words may be a bit exaggerated, it is definitely not an easy task to chop blue quality trees with a green quality axe. That's right. Chainsaw. Yi Qiu remembered the chainsaw he had thrown into his backpack. If he could use it to chop trees, the efficiency might be comparable to that of a blue quality axe. But the chainsaw in the real world couldn't be started at all. I wonder if it would be the same in the survival world. Forget it, why think so much, just take it out and try it and you will know. Taking the chainsaw out of the backpack, Yi Qiu grabbed the chain and took a deep breath. Pull. Buzz. A familiar buzzing sound sounded, and Yi Qiu showed joy on his face. In the survival world, the chainsaw can actually be used. Isn't it going to take off directly? Others use axes to chop, I use chainsaws directly. And this also means that vehicles, electronic products and other things in the real world may still be used in the survival world? Yi Qiu's heart was burning, but he remembered that his 1 cubic meter space might not even fit a car. Moreover, electronic products need to be supported by electricity to be used, and generators and gasoline are things that are not there. Forget it, don't think about so many unrealistic things, just chop down the tree first.
Holding the trembling chainsaw, Ichio hung a fog-repelling oil lamp on his waist, humming a little tune as he walked to the tree and started chopping the tree.
Zizizizi, as soon as the sharp steel chain came into contact with the tree, a large piece of flying wood chips burst out, and the iron tree as thick as a person's waist was chopped down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the appraisal quality of the chainsaw was only green, it chopped down the tree so fast.
Perhaps this is the specialization of the profession. However, in just 10 minutes, a blue-quality iron tree made its last whine and fell at Ichio's feet. Obtain wood, blue, *5, sticks, blue, *10, leaves, blue, *4, okay.
Continue.
Seeing the blue quality wood pouring into his backpack like water, Ichio couldn't stop smiling.
Even lunch was eaten while cutting trees.
After rushing for a long time, Ichio consumed a whole day and all the gasoline to obtain 350 pieces of blue-quality wood, sticks, and leaves. Before leaving, Ichio also dug a lot of soil.
The soil that can grow blue-quality trees is at least green.
More importantly, Ichio also obtained 5 iron tree seeds.
Iron tree seed, blue, description, seeds of the plant iron tree, cold and high temperature resistant, not too demanding on the environment, features, iron tree, when planted near the mining area, it can absorb underground mineral elements to accelerate growth and improve the grade, with seeds, even if the fog area disappears at the end of time, Ichio can try to plant trees himself. Seeing that it was getting dark, Ichio immediately returned to the yard, and the fog area not far away gradually faded and finally disappeared. It lasted just one day, maximizing Ichio's income. The warehouse was full of wood, and there was a lot of wood in the yard. Ichio sat on a recliner in the yard and sighed comfortably. Although it was easy to chop trees with a chainsaw, it was a little tiring to chop trees outside for a day.
If Ichio wasn't in a strong physical condition now, he would have been unable to get up.
But he couldn't rest now, because dinner wasn't ready yet.
Although he could use instant food, the fog beast meat was something that could improve his physical condition, and skipping a meal would be a loss.
No, get up and cook.
Ichio propped himself up and stuffed a starberry into his mouth. It had been 8 hours, so it should be okay to eat now. With the energy supplement of the starberry, Ichio walked into the kitchen and began to process the fog beast meat.
Today is still a day that I don't want to wash the pot, so let's continue with the barbecue.
After cutting the large piece of fog beast meat and skewering it, Ichio took the seasonings and went to the yard to grill it outdoors. While preparing the charcoal fire, Ichio saw the pile of wood in the yard and suddenly had an idea. What if I use blue quality wood to grill meat? Maybe in the eyes of others, using rare blue wood to grill meat is a complete waste, but for Ichio, blue wood is simply overflowing. Ichio immediately split a piece of wood and put it under the grill. But not all of it, Ichio used half of ordinary wood and half of blue quality wood, intending to do a control experiment. The fire was strong, and Ichio quickly made 2 skewers of barbecue and used identification on them.
Grilled fog beast meat, green, description, food made from the processed meat of fog beasts.
The chef's skills are not very good, but the raw materials and seasonings make up for all the shortcomings. Features, strengthen, for basic attributes will be improved after consumption, grilled mist beast meat, blue, description, the meat of the mist beast is processed and made into food with a light woody fragrance. The chef's skills are not very good, but the raw materials, seasonings, and fuel make up for all the shortcomings. Features, strengthen, for basic attributes will be improved after consumption, toughness, endurance will be improved for a certain period of time after consumption, while sure enough, there is a change.
The meat roasted by blue quality wood not only becomes blue quality, but also has the effect of improving endurance.
It just so happens that I am planning to upgrade the level of the house today, it's time to use it. After replacing all the fuel with blue quality wood, Ichio opened the system while grilling, settled the task, and received 70 portions of sand. The decision to collect 30 more portions of sand just in case was undoubtedly correct. One person had an accident after accepting the commission and failed to submit his portion of sand. Therefore, only 70 portions of the 80 portions were obtained, but these were completely enough.
After completing the task, Ichio and Wangwu had another conversation.
Wangwu, Ichio, I found that the temperature has dropped compared to yesterday, and the temperature trend has been declining in the past few days. I suspect that there may be a drop in temperature recently. Wangwu, the aggressiveness of wild creatures has also increased. The people who sent us here may be gradually increasing the difficulty of survival.
Wangwu, today I also found a bronze treasure chest and 2 wooden treasure chests. I will send the contents to you. See if you need them.
Screenshot.jpg, Ichio didn't notice the drop in temperature. Since he had been cutting trees in the foggy area, he didn't see many animals, but it doesn't hurt to know about this kind of thing in advance.
Yi Qiu looked at the screenshot sent by Wang Wu.
There was a barbed wire manufacturing diagram, blue, in it that made Yi Qiu very interested. Barbed wire manufacturing diagram, blue, description, consume iron *1 to make a barbed wire with the highest blue quality. The barbed wire can be covered on the surface of a building to prevent foreign creatures from invading and causing damage to it. When I finish upgrading the house, and add the barbed wire, it will be a completely thorny turtle, don't worry. Yi Qiu, I got the manufacturing diagram of the barbed wire. I will give you some when I make the finished product. Yi Qiu, by the way, I have a wooden fence that can expand the territory, but after my observation over the past 2 days, the expansion of the territory seems to increase the number of enemy attacks, but the advantage is that a copper treasure chest will be refreshed in the territory every day. Yi Qiu, if you are interested, I can also provide you with some wooden fences. Wang Wu was stunned and immediately began to ask for detailed information. When he heard that Yi Qiu was fully armed and still almost died at the hands of the fog beast, Wang Wu couldn't help but sweat for Yi Qiu. But after listening, Wang Wu was only amazed. I thought Yi Qiu was just lucky, but I didn't expect that there were many such life and death moments. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Wu decided not to expand the base area for the time being. After all, the defense measures that the base is proud of may not work against the fog beasts that can attack from a distance and whose iron spears can only break through defense. The greater the benefits, the greater the risks. If you don't have the perfect preparation like Yi Qiu, try not to challenge yourself. Wang Wu's goal is to survive, and challenging the limit is not in his plan. After discussing this matter, Wang Wu also asked if he could put the news about the signs of cooling and the beast's irritability in the chat area. If it were in the past, Wang Wu would definitely do this without hesitation, but now Yi Qiu has saved his life, and he has to consider Yi Qiu's feelings when doing this again. After all, if his speculation is true, then Yi Qiu can completely use the time difference to purchase cold-resistant supplies, and then make a fortune when the cold wave comes. In this situation of unstable prices, it is not impossible to seize the opportunity to increase assets tenfold. Yi Qiu naturally said that it doesn't matter. After all, he has the real world behind him. Even if he harvests the real world. What's the point of harvesting compatriots? After receiving Yi Qiu's reply, Wang Wu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and went to edit the reminder post. On the other side, Yi Qiu opened the chat area while eating skewers. Channel 666, 770/1000, more than a dozen people died during the day today. The increased danger level outside is indeed not to be underestimated. PvE boss, brothers, it's time to eat again. Today's dinner is roasted fog beast meat and roasted pig strauters. Damn! PvE is really lucky. Did they cook the whole wild boar family? PvE boss, didn't you read what I said before? Let them run away. PvE boss, a group of wild boars, not as hard-headed as fog beasts, seeing that they were injured, they didn't even want their son's body, and ran away immediately. PvE boss, at that time, I was so confused that I chased after them, and the wild boar pushed me, and I almost died. I didn't go out all day today, and I'm recovering from my injuries. PvE boss, fortunately, I remembered the anonymous boss's little knowledge sharing. I ate fog beast meat for a day today to increase my physical fitness. Now I'm basically well. Fog beast meat? 1 day? Okay, I know you are awesome. Mist beast meat is still useful for this? Mars rescue. This time I finally found the right person. PvE boss, okay, no more nonsense, I'll start eating now. PvE boss, elbow salt roasted beast meat.jpg, reward yourself today, add some precious snowflake salt. I didn't do anything, but you really worked hard. PvE boss, by the way, I have to mention here that the snowflake salt was bought from the anonymous boss's store. I have to say that the anonymous boss is just like opening a shop. Although there are not many things in the store, the quality is absolutely guaranteed. I suspect that as long as you want something, the boss definitely has it, but it's not on the shelf. If you think you have the resources, you can chat with the boss privately, maybe there will be a surprise. Why are there all anonymous ads? How much did PvE collect? Yes, I feel the same way. The water in the anonymous boss's store is all mineral water, and it hasn't changed in 4 days. If it weren't for the daily limit, I would never buy other people's water. It's expensive and dirty. Big brother, you won't dig a mineral water well, I'm so jealous. PvE big brother, here's another pigstraughter.jpg. If nothing else, wild boar meat is really chewy. I'm so hungry. I'm eating.
don't stop me. The PvE food sharing ended quickly, and Yichio took advantage of the time when there were many people to start typing. Anonymous user, good evening, everyone, it's time to give out benefits again. Fuck. Anonymous big brother, catch him alive. Hee hee, I want to grab the red envelope. Good evening, anonymous big brother. Anonymous user, before giving out today's red envelope, I still want to share a little knowledge. Anonymous user, if you see a foggy area appearing during the day, don't panic. It is a fog area. The foggy area is similar to a secret realm. There may be a lot of resources in it, and there may also be dangerous enemies. Please choose carefully. Yeah. Another useless little knowledge session. Yesterday's little knowledge about fog beast meat has not been used yet. I don't know when I will encounter this new little knowledge. Did the boss develop in the foggy area? Thank you for sharing. Looking at the tone of the boss's words, there is always a sense of official guidance. The anonymous boss couldn't be the mastermind behind sending us here. The real deal upstairs. I am a time traveler who traveled back from 2 years later, and finally the anonymous boss sacrificed all mankind and ascended. Yeah. I want to be part of the gang. Ha, let me wet it first, anonymous user. Okay, the little knowledge sharing is over, and the red envelopes have started. Today's prize is soy sauce beef, white, *100G. Warm reminder, it's Hinyu. Anonymous user, spell speed red envelope 10 ml mineral water *1. The anonymous user's hand speed red packet was snatched up within 0.4 seconds, and %N was the hand speed king. Missed again, I'm numb. Why is he the one who won the prize and the one who received the prize? Strongly request that the reward be sent to me. Anonymous user, okay, today's free red envelopes have been distributed. Finally, I recommend a person to everyone at A1996. He often posts some posts that are very useful for ordinary people's survival. You can pay attention to it. I know this. He called on everyone to fight back on the first day of the attack. Simple trap, identification and hunting. As expected of a person from the military region, pay attention. Commoners can read the strategies of the boss of the northern military region, and experts can read the tips of the anonymous boss. Perfect. It doesn't matter, I see both of them the same. By the way, have you read the new post from the boss of the northern military region? I feel that the beast is indeed a lot more manic today. Indeed, I saw a big water snake when I was getting water today. It was obviously full, but it wanted to eat another meal when it saw me vomiting out the contents of my stomach. Ah, damn it, why did someone suddenly send me a private message asking to buy my unsold sweater? The relationship is to keep out the cold. After staying in the chat group for a while, Yichio felt less lonely. I worked all day today. It was fine when I was busy, but I felt a little deserted when I stopped. By the way, I remember I still have a rabbit. Yichio got up and returned to the warehouse, carrying out the half-dead rabbit that was starved. I originally wanted to make a braised rabbit head to try, but the arrival of full attribute missed beast meat has put the rabbit on hold until now. It just so happens that it's not bad to have a pet to recharge your batteries. He picked up a handful of grass and put it near the rabbit's mouth. Looking at the rabbit eating with relish, Yichio touched the white down on the rabbit's body. I have been cured, and my furry body is so cute. Moving the fluffy rabbit, Yichio finished dinner and opened his personal panel. After eating fog beast meat for several days, Yichio estimated that his physical condition had reached a good level. Especially today, Yichio could easily endure a day of high-intensity work. There is no doubt that this is no longer something ordinary people can do. With a glimmer of hope, Yichio opened the status panel. Yichio/anonymous user current status, slightly tired physique, excellent, green, charisma, 19 equipment, stab-proof clothing, green, military dagger, green. Skill, sprint, green, 1/2, stamina, 230/230. It was just as Yichio expected. My physique actually improved from white, ordinary to green, excellent. But obviously, Yichio didn't quite understand how big this big step was, so Yichio opened the manual and used the appraisal on himself. Yichio, description, people from other worlds come across the fog. I don't know whether they are lucky or unlucky. Characteristics, fading, having reached the limit of species potential, the next step is to become a being beyond human beings. It doesn't feel very powerful? Just like the chi training period in cultivating immortals, although it is out of the realm of mortals, there is no extraordinary way to become a saint. A good physique should be just the beginning of strength, but for Yichio now, physique is the most precious wealth. Now, it's time to go to the real world to collect materials and upgrade your cabin. After blinking his eyes, Yichio appeared in the real world again. He skillfully rode a shared bicycle and left.
In less than 20 minutes, Yichio arrived near the construction site. Climbing mountains and crossing ravines was even more familiar. Soon Yichio collected 50 units of limestone and returned to the world of survival.
That's right. Thanks to the special bonus brought by Ironwood, I don't feel very tired. Yichio estimated that his mental state would not be a big problem if he stayed up for another 2 hours. Upgrade your house first. Taking out the building upgrade drawings, Yichio walked to the pile of materials and tore the drawings apart. Upgrade the building. As soon as he finished speaking, the mountain of materials in front of him suddenly disappeared, and his house also trembled slightly. Yichio clearly felt that the internal space was expanding rapidly. Although the original stone house was heavy and reliable, it was still a bit dark and damp. After the house was upgraded, Yichio immediately felt that the house was much drier and more generous. The original windows were also embedded with sliding glass, which must have allowed warm sunlight to penetrate during the day. Because he was worried about snakes, insects, rats and ants getting into the house, Yichio never opened the windows except when he was facing an enemy. With glass, the light transmission problem could be solved. Even if a small animal climbed over the fence and climbed into the house, it would not be able to enter the house without breaking the glass, and breaking the glass would naturally make Yichio alert. The original stone and wooden areas were simplified into decorations, such as window frames and stone carvings, which actually added a sense of art to the room. Compared with the original stone house, which was nothing but solid, the current house is almost comparable to a building in the real world. And coupled with the house's own physical recovery characteristics, even if Yichio was given a building in real life, Yichio would not change it. Yichio opened the manual to appraise the new house. Garrison Concrete House, Level 4, Durability, 1215/1215, Internal Facilities, Gas Integrated Stove, 3-piece kitchen set, upgrade, building upgrade drawings intermediate *1 and its corresponding materials, description, a solid house mainly made of concrete and masonry, covering an area of 150 square meters, and has been able to prevent most early disasters. Characteristics, Homestar building, when in the building, physical recovery increases by 10%, and all attributes are slightly improved, the durability has more than doubled, and its characteristics perfectly meet Yichio's needs. Lying on the recliner in the living room, Yichio felt that his body was extremely relaxed, as if someone was massaging his body. This is the feeling of home. No, I still have some unfinished business. I need to lay barbed wire up and down the whole house, and also lay it on the fence. But after looking at his steel reserves, Yichio couldn't help but sigh. It's better to take a break and go to the real world to purchase goods tomorrow. Thanks to the incredible nature of the system's construction, Yichio estimated that even a palm-sized barbed wire could collect a piece of steel from him, and he didn't know how many trips he would have to make by then. Then do other things first, let me think about what else to do. Planting your newly acquired seeds, and reading today's private messages. I'm too tired, so I'd better read the private messages first, and then plant the land after I regain some strength. Thinking of this, Yichio couldn't help but sigh. Even though he had such a golden finger, why was he still so busy every day? But after looking at his house, a faint feeling of satisfaction came to his heart, making Yichio feel tired. At least you are the one who is tired, and you are the one who enjoys it. If you had not traveled through time, then you are the one who is tired, and the one who enjoys it is the boss. This bit of bitterness is worth it. After figuring this out, Yichio opened the system in a happy mood. Filter spam as usual, eat the icing on some sugar-coated bullets and throw them back. Recycle some high-quality materials, recycle various currencies. After this operation, there was not much information left, and under this premise, a private message caught Yichio's eyes. Anonymous boss, I heard that you have extraordinary skills and can get a lot of rare things. Can you get me a few boxes of cigarettes? I'll take this instead. Furnace manufacturing diagram, blue, *1, furnace manufacturing diagram? Yichio raised his eyebrows. This looked like a tool for refining low-grade iron. Although the iron in the real world is enough for him to use for a lifetime, it is also a troublesome thing to collect. If you have a furnace, you can directly purchase the iron blocks from the survivors and refine them, saving yourself a lot of effort. Although Yichio had already figured out what to do with the furnace, he still threw away an appraisal just in case. But at this sight, Yichio's eyes couldn't help but widen. Furnace manufacturing diagram, blue, description. Consume 5 units of stone to create a furnace of the highest blue quality. The furnace can refine low-quality ore, improving the quality of the ore.
It can also reduce the material consumption during manufacturing, allowing one piece of material to produce more finished products. Yi Qiu had expected the refining of ore, but the reduction in consumption was a complete surprise.
What is a surprise? This is a fucking surprise.
He was worried about the cheating construction cost of the system and the bottomless pit for swallowing iron, but now it's better.
As long as he builds this furnace, Yi Qiu's steel can be maximized. He no longer has to worry that 50 units of steel can only make 50 spears. This kind of event happened.
Unable to suppress his inner excitement, Yi Qiu immediately replied.
Anonymous user, take it. How many cigarettes do you want?
Lung Ichi, as expected of a boss, he can take out these things.
Ichi Lung, after all, this furnace is a blue quality manufacturing diagram. I know that cigarettes are a rare item now. I will give out 4 boxes at the lowest price, no more. 4 packs of cigarettes.
According to the rules of time travel in the world of survival, each person can only have one set of clothes and small items in his hand before time travel. The probability of cigarettes, lighters, and mobile phones is relatively high. But now 4 or 5 days have passed, and the cigarette trade has long been ended.
Occasionally, there are only 1 or 2 cigarettes.
For a long-time smoker, it is basically better than nothing. Therefore, Lung Ichi didn't have high hopes of getting 4 boxes of cigarettes. Although it was said to be the lowest price on the surface, he could still accept less as long as Yi Qiu negotiated the price. But to his surprise, the other person actually replied with a single word.
Anonymous user, okay. Anonymous user, wait a moment, I'll go adjust the goods.
Lung Ichi had already browsed the trading market. He was convinced that cigarettes were really scarce and luxury goods now, but he didn't expect that Yi Qiu could actually get them. On the other side, Yi Qiu Chang supported his body and crossed again.
He only went downstairs. Yi Qiu estimated that he could hold on.
Quickly ran downstairs to the supermarket. Yi Qiu swept away the cigarettes and alcohol in front of the counter with a wave of his hand. You're here, why don't you just fill up your backpack? With a backpack full of cigarettes and alcohol, Yi Qiu returned to the survival world and traded 4 bags of huazi without hesitation.
System prompt, anonymous user trades your furnace manufacturing diagram, blue, with huazi, white, * 4 boxes, do you agree? Agree. Agree now. Lung Ichi immediately agreed, fearing that Yi Qiu would regret it the next second.
With a flash of light, 4 well-packaged boxes of huazi appeared in front of Lung Ichi. Lung Ichi unpacked it, took out a cigarette, lit it on the fire, and took a slow drag with trembling hands. With the familiar smell of tobacco passing through his lungs, the eyes of this man who had not been defeated in 4 days of hard survival turned red.
The pressure of survival finally found an outlet at this moment.
His lungs itched and he blew out a smoke ring.
He couldn't help but choked up and said, I would have asked the boss if he had electronic cigarettes.
These 4 boxes are not enough to smoke, inside Yi Qiu's survival hut.
Looking at the drawings that appeared in his hands, Yi Qiu's face showed a look of joy that could not be concealed. It's no wonder that Yi Qiu lost his composure. The furnace was really powerful. With a furnace, the utilization rate of steel is more than doubled. Without hesitation, he shredded the blueprint, and Yi Qiu suddenly had a furnace option on his construction bar. Yi Qiu checked his backpack again.
Although blue-quality stones were difficult to collect, after a few days, Yi Qiu still had 6 units of inventory in his hand, which was enough to build a furnace. After clicking build, Yi Qiu's eyes flashed, and a very heavy-looking cubic stone pier about 1 meter high appeared in front of Yi Qiu. There is a hole on the front and top respectively for placing fuel and materials.
Make a decision first.
Furnace, blue, description, fuel can be used to process some materials, so that the quality of materials can be improved or the utilization rate can be increased. Fuel, basic materials, and furnace quality will affect the results. Features, saving, each use has a chance to obtain material fragments, and 3 identical material fragments can be combined into 1 material. Okay, now that there is a blue quality furnace, it's time to make iron barbed wire. Yi Qiu plans to refine the steel in his hand first. Although green quality steel is good, since there is blue quality steel, he must not wrong himself.
Yi Qiu first looked at his inventory and there were 10 units of steel left.
Basically spent on today's upgrade, it's not a big problem. I will go to the hardware store tomorrow. Put in the steel, just in case. Yi Qiu burned all the blue quality ironwood. After refining, Yi Qiu obtained 7 units of blue quality steel and 2 steel, green, fragments. Opening the construction again, Yi Qiu found that 1 unit of steel can make 3 iron spearheads and 6 iron arrowheads. Thinking of the more than 30 spears in the warehouse, Yichio's teeth were almost broken. I knew you were a swindler, but I didn't know you were so swindler. After calming down, Yichio looked at the barbed wire again. 1 unit of steel can make a barbed wire covering 5 square meters, which is too little for a house with an area of 150 square meters. But Yichio planned to make it first and see. Convert 7 units of steel into barbed wire, and a bundle of barbed wire emitting cold light appeared in front of Yichio. Barbed wire, blue, description, a defensive item used to wrap around a building, and it will cause certain damage to those who touch it. Features, tough, sharper and more durable than ordinary barbed wire. It looks like the barbed wire placed in the prison. There will be iron hooks with barbs every few centimeters. What's more insidious is that these barbs are specially made. You will basically not feel anything when you touch it at first, but when you stop, you will directly tear off a small piece of flesh. While Yichio was observing carefully, he found that even the anti-cut gloves could not perfectly protect against this kind of damage. It is indeed a blue-quality barbed wire. It is just that there are too few barbed wires, and they are not used at all now. Wait! Yichio suddenly had an idea. Although these barbed wires are a drop in the bucket for the house, they are just right for the fence. Thinking of this, Yichio pushed the door and left the house. After coming out, he lit the fire in the yard. Under the light of the fire, Yichio suddenly felt that the yard was much narrower. The area of the yard originally reserved was not large. After the building was upgraded, the floor area increased by 50 square meters, and the yard was obviously smaller. But it was not a big problem, and it was still easy for him to move around. Walking to the fence, 3 options suddenly appeared in front of Yichio. Remove, upgrade, install barbed wire. Upgrade? Yichio was stunned, and suddenly remembered that his fence blueprint was of green quality, and when it was built, because there was no good material, he only used white quality wood. Now I have a lot of green quality wood in my hands. Originally, I thought that I would have time to dismantle and rebuild or find a better building fence to replace it. I didn't expect that I could upgrade it directly on the basis, which saved Yichio the effort of rebuilding again. Using green quality wood, Yichio upgraded all the fences. The durability of green quality fences has been significantly improved, and they can withstand the attacks of fog beasts for a longer time. Yichio also put all the iron barbed wire on. Under the orange-yellow firelight, the iron barbed wire flashed a cold light, which made Yichio feel safe. After giving the remaining iron barbed wire to Wang Wu, Yichio walked around the fence and looked at his only planting box. The orange tree has grown in size, about 10 centimeters in height. According to this growth momentum, it is estimated that Yichio will be able to eat oranges soon. But now, Yichio doesn't like this planting box. Now we have blue quality wood and soil. Well, make a blue quality planting box and plant starberries and ironwood. Although there is a lack of blue quality stone, there are 2 blue raw materials, so the probability of building blue is not low. In addition, 1 planting box can plant 4 seeds, so even if there is a waste, it will not be much. In front of the campfire, Yichio started to brush the planting box. Do you want to consume stone, white, 50, wood, blue, 100, soil, blue, 100, water, white, 50L, and make 10 planting boxes? The consumption of a planting box is not much, but the number of them is suddenly a bit shocking. Looking at the material consumption, Yichio suddenly felt that the more than 300 units of blue wood in his inventory were not too much. A 10 draw will take away 1/3 of his inventory. Forget it, let's make 5 first. Yichio listened to his inner choice and refused such a wasteful behavior. Green blue 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 green. Good luck, 3 blue quality planting boxes. Yichio placed 5 planting boxes next to the first planting box, forming a symmetrical pattern of 3 green and 3 blue. I have to say, it looks really comfortable, and it feels like farming. Plant 3 stardrop berries in a planting box, plant the seeds of the iron tree in another planting box, and then Yichio dug out the seeds of the cactus from the warehouse and planted them in a planting box. Although there are still a few empty planting boxes, they will not consume water if they are not planted, so Yichio simply left them empty and waited until he found good seeds to plant them later. With the bonus of the blue quality planting box and soil, it only takes 5 days for the stardrop berries to mature, and 1 month for the iron tree. Although it takes a month for the iron tree to mature, if it is urgently needed, Yichio estimates that he can cut it down in a few days, but the harvest may not be much. After solving the planting problem, Yichio extinguished the fire and returned to the house with satisfaction. First, he wiped his body in the new bathroom, and then boiled a bowl of milk to ensure the quality of sleep. Listening to the biting cold wind by the window, Yichio fell asleep in the warm quilt.
Survival World, the 5th day. Bang! Ayo! Bang! Bang! Ayo! Ouch! The familiar yet strange alarm clock rang in Yichio's ears.
Pushing aside the quilt, Yichio listened to the sound outside the window and couldn't help but smile. It seems that the fog beasts hit the iron barbed wire of the fence. I hope they can't even get in the door today and die outside. Leisurely washing his face and brushing his teeth in the bathroom, Yichio put on a helmet, holding a spear, and pushed open the glass window. Leaning against the window, Yichio listened to the fog beasts outside smashing the fence. At first there was only one scream, and soon, the second wave of attacks came, and it became a painful duet. After waiting for a long time, the two fog beasts finally broke the fence one after another, and then fell into the trap pit prepared by Yichio for them one after another. Ouch! *2 After a while, Yichio couldn't even hear a sound. Yichio closed the window. Today's fog beasts didn't even touch the gate. It's getting worse day by day. Thinking of the strongest snake-shaped fog beast he encountered, Yichio couldn't help but suspect that these fog beasts bully the weak and fear the strong. They hit hard when they didn't develop, but once they developed, they immediately became timid. And there was no third wave. It seems that the number of fog beast attacks is related to the area occupied, not the level of the house. After confirming that there was no third fog beast, Yichio opened the system chat. Channel 666, 750/1000, on the 5th day of the survival world, a quarter of the casualties have appeared in the channel. If this ratio is expanded to all mankind, that means that 4 billion people have died. Sometimes, too large a number is easy to make people feel unreal. 4 billion people died. Yichio couldn't imagine what the scene would be like. Corpses piled up like a sea of people? Heads all over the mountains? Yichio didn't think about it anymore, because now was not the time to feel sad. If he relaxed, his name might be on the death list tomorrow. In the chat channel, most people didn't care about this heavy problem, but shared their own difficulties and gains. I worked hard to cut trees yesterday and upgraded my house to level 2. I can finally stay at home and kill the fog beast alone. Fighting, cool. Upstairs just upgraded? I didn't encounter the fog beast that destroyed the house in the past few days. I was really lucky. It's all the fault of those profiteers. If I can't find food in the box, I can barely get a full meal after a day's work. Where can I save materials to upgrade the camp? Hey, did you feel that it was colder last night? I used to be able to survive the fog beast knocking on the door, but today I was frozen awake. It seems that the big boss of the northern military region is right. It is estimated that the temperature will drop soon. After taking a look at the chat in the group, Yichio warmed up the leftover barbecue yesterday for breakfast and fed the rabbits. After taking care of everything at home, Yichio blinked and returned to the real world. Today's goal is to collect more iron and find a gas station. Riding on a shared bicycle, Yichio chose a direction he had never walked before. Not long after, Yichio heard a sound. It was not the sound of the wind, but the sound of a living creature. But this sound did not make Yichio panic, because Yichio had seen the source of the sound, a stray dog that looked extremely embarrassed. Since humans disappeared, domestic pets and stray animals have become the masters of the city. Yichio can hear a few animal calls from time to time, but this is the first time Yichio has seen a living creature up close. And the dog suddenly saw Yichio and showed a very puzzled expression. Perhaps in its view, humans should have completely disappeared. But in just a moment, it recalled the fear of being dominated by humans and ran away with its tail between its legs. And the place where it returned was clearly hung with a sign that said Dog Meat Retail. Yichio thought a little, and he already knew where this place was. Nearby is the Fresh Market, the largest meat and vegetable market in the county. Although he always buys vegetables at the supermarket downstairs because he is lazy, he is still very familiar with this famous place. Many people like to set up stalls or buy fresh meat here. There are stalls everywhere for pigs, dogs, chickens, and fish. As expected, when Yichio walked into the market area, there was a commotion. On the stalls on both sides, Yichio even saw fresh vegetables that had continued to take root and were rejuvenated. In the puddle not far away, 2 fish were still swimming around. After stopping the car, Yichio pulled up 2 small cabbages. On the stalls nearby, Yichio also found potatoes and sweet potatoes, which were large and filling crops that could be planted by cutting. He immediately took a lot and prepared to go back and plant them. After collecting some vegetables, Yichio began to collect iron tools. At the meat stall, Yichio collected all kinds of bone-cutting knives, meat-cleaving knives, and iron hooks for hanging meat. Maybe Yichio used to look down on these iron tools of varying quality, but since he got the furnace, Ichio is not so particular. Anyway, they all have to be remelted, and the key is quantity. Then at the fruit stall, Ichio also found a lot of shriveled fruits. Thanks to the cold weather, they did not rot, but were preserved. Many packaged fruits are still juicy. For those fruits that are better preserved, Ichio took a few of each. If he can't find a superior replacement in the survival world, he will plant them. If there is a superior replacement, he will try it. Compared with fruits, meat is simply like a punishment from heaven. Most of the meat was eaten up by the cats and dogs that escaped from the trap a few days ago. Of course, chickens can't escape the fate of being killed. However, Ichio still found something useful, a pile of chicken feathers. It just so happened that feathers were needed to make crossbows, so Ichio picked up a lot of chicken feathers and took them back. This trip was a great harvest. Seeing that his backpack was about to be full, Ichio cancelled the materialization in time and returned to the survival world. After refining all the steel in the furnace, Ichio returned to the real world again and explored in a different direction. Less than 5 minutes after setting out, he saw a hardware store. Without a doubt, this was the closest steel storage point to Ichio. He got off the car and started looting immediately. There was a lot of steel reserves inside. Ichio moved back and forth 3 times but still couldn't empty it. His physical strength was completely exhausted. After several hours of hard work, Ichio's steel reserves finally broke the 100 mark and reached a height of 157. After systematic calculations, the surface area of Ichio's house is about 500 square meters. If you want to cover the whole house with barbed wire, at least 100 units of steel are needed. After some operations, Ichio's steel reserves fell back to double digits again. It happened that the sky was bright at this time. Ichio pushed open the door and planned to appreciate his house and the yard. Pushing open the door, a chilly wind immediately refreshed Ichio. It seems that the weather is indeed going to turn cooler. Even I can clearly feel that something is wrong. Ichio estimated that compared to the first day when he could feel warm without clothes, today's temperature may have dropped by nearly 20 degrees. But this is not a bad thing for Ichio. After all, he goes out with a set of equipment. He still feels hot if it is too warm. This temperature is just right for him to go out. Pushing open the door, in the golden sunlight, Ichio really felt how outrageous the building in front of him was. The cold gray walls were covered with cold iron wires, which looked painful to the eyes. Any intelligent creature would not be willing to chew on this hard and prickly thing. Ichio nodded with satisfaction. Although it didn't look like a normal place for people to live, the sense of security was really full. After lowering the iron barbed wire on the window, Ichio pushed the window open to ventilate the room, and then prepared to count today's harvest. After repairing the damaged fence, Ichio found the 2 fog beasts that attacked in the morning in the 2 trap pits, and the blue glowing drops filled the bottom of the pit. As for the harvest, it was still the same old 3 things: fog beast meat, fog core, and a random item. The 2 random items were trap-making diagram, blue, and contract card, blue. Ichio threw 2 appraisals. Trap-making diagram, blue, description: consume 1 unit of iron to create a trap of the highest blue quality, which can strike the existence that triggered it. Contract card, blue, description: a card used to sign a contract. If the other party is not too powerful, they will not be able to get rid of the price they have to pay for violating the contract. It can be used for love vows, contract pets, contract slaves and other aspects. Can only be used once. Features: rooted in the soul, the signing of a contract is extremely sacred. If it is too weak, once it is violated, it will be a fight to the death. If the first trap is still an ordinary common item, then the second contract card is something with a fantasy atmosphere. Ichio flipped the card in his hand, which was neither gold nor jade, and was blank on both sides, and put it away carefully. If I encounter any very handsome and powerful creatures in the future, I can try to contract them. If I can get a lot of this thing, I don't even have to work, I can just contract a bunch of slaves. Thinking of this, Ichio was stunned. People like me may plan to be a Pokemon master, but if it is some people, I won't do the Misty Triangle trade in the future. After thinking for a while, Ichio turned around and went to the backyard to check the treasure chest for today. A familiar bronze treasure chest was lying in a familiar location. Open it and get 50 copper coins and a thick quilt, green, star. This thing might be good for others, but it's a bit useless for me. Ichio picked up the big quilt and conservatively estimated that it weighed 15 kilograms. He was not afraid of any wind or snow when covered with it. However, after solving the treasure chest, Ichio touched his chin with some doubts. Why did he feel something was wrong? Touching the heavy quilt in his hand, Yichio suddenly realized what was wrong. It was the reward that was wrong. The reward in the bronze treasure chest seemed to be gradually decreasing.
Let me think about it.
On the first day, I seem to have found the lost rabbit, green, iron spear manufacturing diagram, blue, and stone, blue. On the second day, it was stone, blue, silver coins, green, and crossbow manufacturing diagram, green.
And today, there are only copper coins and green quality quilts.
The rewards are really decreasing. So, this bronze treasure chest should be like a reward for the strong.
The sooner you expand the camp area, the more you will gain?
Then if you wait a few days to increase the camp area, you may not even get any rewards.
When thinking about the reduction in rewards, Yichio couldn't help but think of the fog beast.
Although the fog beast has always been the biggest threat to survival, as long as it develops step by step, coupled with a certain amount of courage and wisdom, this creature is no different from the one who comes to deliver meat. The fact that the chat area has already started to kill fog beasts in various ways yesterday is the most classic example.
So, fog beast meat is also a disguised welfare?
Thinking of this, Yichio immediately opened his backpack, and he found that the description of fog beast meat had changed at some point. Since he has been eating the greatly improved fog beast meat dropped by the serpentine fog beast these days, he has just discovered that the meat dropped by the low-level fog beast has changed from medium-level improvement to small-level improvement. If it is according to his own thoughts, then the fact should be so. The more powerful the fog beast is killed in the early stage, the better the reward is. This also explains why the fog core and fog beast meat of the serpentine fog beast are green, but the dropped equipment is blue. Because it was too supermodel at that time, the reward was raised to a higher level. Obviously, if the effect of fog beast meat is reduced, the growth rate of human beings will be slowed down again. Yichio murmured, "Cold wave is coming, rewards are reduced, beasts are manic, this is just the disaster known so far. If there is a more terrible crisis, can human beings survive with their strength?"
Yichio opened the system and told Wang Wu about his discovery.
When Wang Wu heard the news for the first time, he couldn't help but be silent for a moment. Originally, he just thought that in the survival world, he only needed to develop steadily, and he would always be able to survive, and even restore the glory of human civilization.
But now it seems that just having food and drink is not enough.
If the version is updated, the stable status quo will be broken.
You must seize any time to become stronger, and you can't be lucky.
After a while, Wang Wu told Yichio that he planned to expand the scope of the garrison.
Although the current daily rewards have been cut to almost nothing, mosquitoes or meat. Moreover, the biggest gain from the expansion of the garrison area should be fog beast meat.
Yichio did not stop him, accepted Wang Wu's wood and processed it into a fence. Although it is not a big problem to give it away for free with Yichio's financial resources, Wang Wu insisted on not letting Yichio suffer a loss. Because he did not know the specific rules of monster spawning, Wang Wu planned to expand the area of the same size as Yichio, and he might not have much time to go out today. After receiving today's gift package, Yichio first walked around the house to confirm whether there was a new fog area. After searching, Yichio sighed in disappointment.
The special existence in the fog area really didn't appear randomly. He was lucky to encounter it once.
Taking out the seeds he harvested in the real world, Yichio planned to plant the empty fields first. The potatoes and sweet potatoes in Yichio's hand were white quality crops, and they could be propagated by tubers. Yichio cut them into small pieces and planted them in 2 planting boxes. The sweet potatoes were planted in the blue quality planting box, and it took 3 days to mature. The potatoes were planted in a green quality planting box, and the maturity time is 6 days. The quality of the planting box can be seen from the bonus of crop maturity. After planting the vegetables, Yichio did not plan to go out for adventure. His current physical strength was not enough to support long-term activities in the real world, so he simply took out his crossbow and started practicing archery. A target was erected in the courtyard, and Yichio began to train with the planting box as a cover. Of course, before training, Yichio first upgraded his own featherless arrow to a bow and arrow with arrowheads and feathers to prevent fatal mistakes when changing the type of arrows in future attacks. It must be said that the bonus of modern technology to technology is visible to the naked eye. The grip shooting that conforms to the human body's force can provide a long-sighted sight.
Yichio even saw the infrared aiming function.
With the help of these functions, Yichio quickly got the hang of this crossbow. At least there was no problem shooting at a static target. But Yichio also understood that static and dynamic are 2 completely different concepts, so dynamic targets must also be practiced.
Then the question is, how to make the target move.
Yi Cho turned his eyes to the lost rabbit tied with a rope in the corner. The lost rabbit is an animal famous for its speed, and since it fell into Yi Cho's hands, its nature has made it want to escape all the time.
Half an hour later.
The lost rabbit was wrapped in that anti-arrow clothing that Yi Cho transformed from a stab-proof clothing, and then the chain was loosened. Suddenly untied, the lost rabbit was a little at a loss for a while. After all, Yi Cho was too close, and it had no confidence that it could escape from Yi Cho's clutches. Until Yi Cho patted the lost rabbit's butt. Gee! Seizing this opportunity, the lost rabbit immediately rushed out. Although the restraints on its body greatly reduced its speed, the lost rabbit's speed was still very fast at this moment. Yi Cho also immediately raised his crossbow, aimed and fired. It seemed to have a strange sense of danger. The lost rabbit did not dodge or evade. Sure enough, Yi Cho's arrow did not even touch the rabbit's fur. And when it escaped to the vicinity of the fence, its intuition of danger immediately made it break suddenly and run to other locations.
Yi Cho smiled.
He had thought that he would have to let it suffer a little before continuing the training. He had not expected that this guy had the special ability of danger perception. Now he did not have to worry. Raising his crossbow, Yi Cho started training with the Misty Rabbit in the yard. After a morning of shooting practice, Yi Cho's shooting skills have been greatly improved, but the price is that the lost rabbit is so tired that it can hardly move. Fortunately, even if Yi Cho's progress is fast, it is impossible to hit the lost rabbit, which is famous for its speed, in just one morning, so its life is saved. In order to reward the rabbit, Yi Cho also specially collected several units of green quality grass from the trading market. The lost rabbit, which was lying down and pretending to be dead, immediately came to life when it saw the green quality grass, and got into the haystack and ate it hard. Yi Cho ate the fog beast meat as usual. The large ribs that had been prepared since the morning had been simmered for 4 hours and were soft and boneless. In the courtyard, Yi Cho was holding a pot of ribs and eating with relish. Of course, it is necessary to open the system during mealtime. As usual, take a look at the remaining number of people in the channel. Channel 666, 735/1000, more than 10 people died in the morning. It seems that the danger in the jungle is getting more and more terrible. Of course, it may also be that the area near the garrison has been explored, and they want to explore far away, resulting in death. Going out is risky, not to mention exploring outside. However, corresponding to this, there are also many good things that appeared today. For example, the most basic materials such as green quality wood and stone have also begun to circulate in the market, and Yi Cho naturally uses enough food and water to take them. There are also some rare things, such as blueprints, currency, etc., and Yi Cho naturally accepts them all. Just as Yi Cho was sweeping the goods, the auction area of the trading channel suddenly moved. Yi Cho clicked in, and the auction items that appeared on the screen immediately made people's eyes light up. Seller, Stone Wholesaler 006, Auction Item, Explosive Arrow, Blue, *10, Requirement, Trauma Medicine, Time Limit, 10 minutes, Explosive Arrow, Blue, Description, Special Arrows that can produce explosions. Even if they cannot hit the target, they can still pose a certain threat to the target. The maximum damage is 120 points, and may be accompanied by burning, bleeding and other effects. Features, Art. The explosion range has been improved, it's actually an explosive arrow. If my crossbow is equipped with this kind of arrow, it will be a hand cannon. The destructive power of ordinary pistols may not dare to touch my crossbow. Must win. Taking out his medical kit, Yi Cho immediately quoted his price. In just a blink of an eye, the original value was pushed down. First place, anonymous user, bandage, green, iodine, green, anti-inflammatory medicine, green. Second place, a 025, homemade anti-inflammatory herbs, white, homemade bandages, white, wilderness injury self-help manual handwritten version, gray. Third place, as soon as Yi Cho's offer came out, all the bidders were silent. Although Yi Cho's last bid was also arrogant, at least there was a bid that could compete with one or two. This time, the offer is completely a dimensionality reduction attack. Everyone is here to survive in the wilderness. Did you move the entire pharmacy here? Compared with Yi Cho's regular healing medicine, the rest of the offers were not even worth a beat. In the last 3 minutes, the ranking list did not even move. Others gave up directly after seeing Yi Cho's offer. In the end, the seller chose Yi Cho's offer without any hesitation. After completing the transaction, Yi Cho opened the seller's private chat. Anonymous user, are there enough medicines? Salted fish thrust, enough. Thank you for saving my life. Anonymous user, that's good.
I want to ask if you still have this explosive arrow?
Salted fish thrust. To be honest, I found this arrow in a mine in a foggy area.
Now the foggy area has disappeared. Yi Cho was stunned.
He didn't expect to meet a lucky person who encountered the foggy area.
Anonymous user, okay, then you should take good care of your injuries.
Salted fish thrust. Boss, although I don't have explosive arrows here, I still have something that you must be interested in. Salted fish thrust. Gunpowder manufacturing diagram. Blue.jpg gunpowder manufacturing diagram. Blue. Description: consuming sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal can produce the highest blue quality gunpowder, and sugar or other additives can be added to improve the product's efficiency. Seeing this manufacturing diagram, Yi Cho's eyes suddenly widened.
Gunpowder?
Yi Cho knew the manufacturing method of earthen gunpowder very well: 1 sulfur, 2 saltpeter, and 3 charcoal, plus some sugar. Big Ivan. It is worth mentioning that the first half of this sentence is not the same unit. 1 caddy of sulfur, 2 ounces of saltpeter, and 3 ounces of charcoal is the real ratio. And the caddy is the ancient caddy, and the real ratio should be 16 to 2 to 3.
Alas, I remember it so clearly, but now I can't use it.
Yi Cho also understood that if he followed this method, even if he could really rub the gunpowder by hand, the power would definitely not be that great. But with the manufacturing diagram, it's different. The system-certified manufacturing diagram is not only convenient and fast, but also like an assembly line.
Even if it cannot surpass manual labor, the quality is absolutely guaranteed. It is definitely much better than doing it yourself.
If you have this manufacturing diagram and find a fireworks factory, it is just around the corner to push the foggy world with firepower.
Anonymous user, it is indeed a good thing. I want it. Name a price.
Shenyu Tusi, a total of 4 portions of fog beast meat, to increase physical fitness or strength. Do you think it's okay? On the other side of the screen, Shenyu was a little nervous. He knew that although the gunpowder manufacturing blueprints were precious, sulfur and saltpeter were now invisible things, and it would be useless even if he got the blueprints, and now he was injured and had to get better as soon as possible.
Therefore, selling the blueprints was an inevitable event.
The only worry now was whether his price was too high. Although killing fog beasts was not a difficult thing now, most people had just developed, and there was not much inventory at all. There were only 2 or 3 pieces dropped a day, and being able to eat it by himself was the limit.
The anonymous boss could be called a boss, so he should be able to get some fog beast meat, right? Seeing Shenyu Tusi's request, Yi Cho also planned to investigate first.
If he wanted something from the real world, Yi Cho would definitely give it without hesitation, but fog beast meat was related to his growth, so he still had to be cautious. Walking to the warehouse, Yi Cho carefully checked his inventory and thought about the fog beast meat that was refrigerated in the real world. Well, there are 5 portions of greatly improved beast meat left, 4 portions of medium improved fog beast meat left, and 13 portions of slightly improved fog beast meat left.
I can eat about 4 or 5 portions a day. There are 2 waves of attacks every day.
Even if the rewards are reduced, there will be 4 or 5 portions. I can't finish it at all. These days, Yi Cho has been so busy that he doesn't even have time to marinate the slightly improved fog beast meat. And according to Yi Cho's idea, he still has to eat the fog beast meat with more improvements as much as possible. In this survival world, there is definitely no shortage of powerful fog beasts. Now it seems that it is just the right opportunity to take action.
Anonymous user, yes, let's trade now. System prompt: anonymous user exchanges your gunpowder manufacturing diagram, blue, with fog beast flesh and blood, white, *4, do you agree? Agreed. Shenyu Tusi showed disbelief on his face.
Not only did he agree, but he also exchanged all the white quality fog beast flesh and blood.
He is indeed a big boss, kind and generous.
After the transaction, Yi Cho immediately crushed the manufacturing diagram after getting it. It happened that his physical strength had almost recovered after finishing his meal. After walking around the yard again and making sure that there was no fog area refresh, Yi Cho made a dozen animal traps and threw them outside the fence, and chose to go to the real world. After all, as long as you can make gunpowder, the difficulty of survival in the survival world will definitely drop sharply. Coming to the real world, Yi Cho planned to look for a bookstore nearby first.
I heard that there will be a map of the city in the bookstore.
If you can get the map, it will be much faster to find the fireworks factory. After walking along the avenue for about 10 minutes, Yi Cho soon found a bookstore and pushed the door and walked in. The bookshelves were filled with all kinds of books. Just when Yi Cho thought he would have to look for a while, the small bookshelf in front of the store attracted Yi Cho's attention.
Generally speaking, small bookshelves will put some magazines and best-selling books. And Yichio found several neatly stacked Yunqing travel guide on the small bookshelf that only reached his waist. Taking it out and flipping through a few pages, Yichio suddenly found that there were detailed introductions to the distribution of streets and shops in the entire city. Looking at the map, Yichio quickly found what he wanted. A gas station and a fireworks store, and perhaps because they are both flammable and explosive, they are just distributed in almost the same direction, all near the suburbs. Moreover, Yichio found a fireworks factory outside the city, and the fireworks reserve inside was definitely enough. But distance was also a problem. Yichio roughly concluded from the map based on the distance to the construction site. With his current physical strength, it was not a big problem to go to the gas station, but the fireworks store was a little bit uncertain, and as for leaving the city, that was nonsense. But since there was a goal, all he had to do was work hard. Yichio got on his bicycle and immediately drove towards the gas station. Half an hour later, the height of the buildings around Yichio gradually became lower, and a gas station appeared in front of him. Unlike other shops, this gas station was locked, and it seemed that it was temporarily closed. Yichio's heart tightened. It was okay to close the business, but the gasoline had to be kept. Fortunately, the security in Yin country was very good. This gas station only had a glass door. Although it was locked, it was not difficult to break it violently. After knocking twice with a fire axe, the glass door shattered to the ground. Yichio walked into the gas station and looked around but didn't find any oil tanks. Just when he pushed open the iron door in the yard, a giant appeared in front of Yichio. It was actually a tanker. Yichio stared at the giant tanker, and joy and excitement surged in his heart. But then Yichio was worried that he was too happy too early, so he immediately stepped forward and gently knocked on the body of the tanker. The dull metal sound made him sure that there was still precious gasoline inside. Perfect. Such a big tanker is enough for me to use for a long time. Yichio patted the huge belly of the tanker, feeling very satisfied. The only pity now was that he could only take away 1 cubic meter of gasoline each time. However, he only used the gasoline in the trap, so the consumption was not very large. 1 cubic meter was enough for him to use for a long time. Then, Yichio found the tank opening on the tanker, twisted the lid, and the strong smell of gasoline instantly spread. Opening the backpack to the gasoline, 1 cubic meter of gasoline was collected, and there was not even any fluctuation in the tanker. After tightening the lid of the oil tank, Yichio returned to the store and found a lot of empty small oil barrels. He opened the backpack and put the gasoline into the oil barrels, and then put it back into the backpack. After all, the backpack has to be used all the time, and Yichio can't let the gasoline occupy the space all the time. After handling the gasoline, Yichio felt his remaining physical strength and estimated that he would not have the opportunity to go to the fireworks store, so he reluctantly cancelled the manifestation. Back to the familiar nest, Yichio neatly stacked dozens of barrels of gasoline in the warehouse. There was still some remaining in the backpack, and Yichio planned to pour the gasoline into the trap pit to prevent the attack of the fog beast. Pushing open the door, Yichio was about to pour the oil when he found that a different scene appeared outside the fence. Cheetah! Outside the fence, a cheetah was crawling on the ground, exuding the unique breath of a predator. The low fence couldn't stop the cheetah from jumping, and the bloodstained hair showed that it was not kind. But Yichio was not panicked at all. Because this breath was just a residual breath, 2 blue-quality traps bit the cheetah's legs one after another. Long before Yichio appeared, it died of excessive bleeding. Beast attack? Yichio took out his bow and arrow and shot 2 shots at the cheetah from a distance. After confirming that it was dead, he pushed the door and dragged the body in, and used the identification. Leopard, white, description. It was originally just an ordinary beast, but under the influence of fog, it has gradually deviated from the thinking of creatures and become extremely aggressive. Yichio's expression was slightly condensed. This introduction, there is an explanation. What do you mean by originally an ordinary beast and affected by fog? Before humans came to this world, was there no fog in this world? Yichio didn't intend to delve into the terrifying things, but based on this sentence alone, Yichio estimated that there would be fewer and fewer normal animals in the future. Forget it, I can't stop the fog from eroding the creatures, so I'd better improve my strength as much as possible. Yichio sighed and decomposed the cheetah's body to get 3 pieces of meat. But what surprised Yichio was that the meat obtained from the decomposition of the cheetah actually had the effect of improving physical fitness. Although the improvement was only a slight increase, it was also a new path.
Unfortunately, my stomach is not big enough to eat all the mist beast meat, and I have no time to deal with this green quality meat. After thinking about it, Yichio hung it in his shop.
Whoever likes to eat it can buy it. After the cheetah was decomposed, the animal traps also fell off.
Yichio broke them apart and cleaned them before throwing them outside the door again, hoping that they would make a second
contribution.
Next, Yichio put a lot of gasoline in each trap. By the time he finished all this, it was already approaching dusk.
It's time to eat again.
Yichio took out a piece of fog beast meat and secretly estimated in his mind. After finishing dinner and resting for a while, I should be able to save up enough energy to go to the real world again and get the fireworks from the fireworks shop. However, for the sake of safety, the fireworks in the fireworks shop are definitely not strong enough, and they have to be processed a second time. Fortunately, I have the production drawings, so I don't have to worry about the purity of the gunpowder. After making a plan, Yichio prepared tonight's meal, sweet and sour pork ribs. Chop the fog beast meat into pieces, then throw it into a pot and blanch it. On the other side, mix sugar, white vinegar, and cooking wine to prepare the sauce. After both are ready, heat the oil in a pan and fry the ribs until golden brown on both sides.
Pour off the excess hot oil and pour in the sauce. After a while, the meaty aroma of the ribs and the sweetness of the sauce filled the entire kitchen, and Yichio couldn't help but take a deep breath.
Finally, add appropriate amount of water, cover the pot, turn to low heat and simmer. During this time, Yichio went to the warehouse, cut 2 small lemons, and mixed himself a glass of lemonade as a drink for dinner. 10 minutes later, the sun completely set and it was already dark. Yichio lit the fires inside and outside the house. He originally planned to put a few torches in the dark place, but he couldn't help but give up the idea when he thought of the gasoline in his warehouse and traps.
A batch of gunpowder has to be shipped tonight. I feel like my house is getting more and more dangerous. Yichio touched his chin. How about expanding the yard area again and building a small warehouse? Now that I have gunpowder, I don't have to be busy every day. The free time can be used to expand the area of the house, and maybe it can attract 3 waves of fog beasts. Although the mist beast meat can't be eaten all, the more of this stuff, the better. It might be hard currency in the future. Adding another item to his plan, Yichio continued to think about the issue of light. At present, there are only 2 fires at home. Although they are enough, they only meet the lowest level of needs. Wouldn't it be a waste to hang up? The quality of life must be improved. Yichio touched the wall.
Well, due to the white fog, the air humidity at night is very high, so there is no need to worry about excessive dryness causing a big explosion.
Then it is decided to be oil lamp.
Oil lamp manufacturing diagram, a drawing that Yichio received not long ago, but due to time constraints, he has not had time to use it.
Now is the time to use it.
Wooden sticks are very common things.
There is still some glass left from the last building upgrade. Although there is no silk thread, it is enough after decomposing an old piece of clothing.
Click to make, and an oil lamp appears in front of Yichio. Oil lamp, blue, description, a special oil lamp with a glass cover, which is difficult to be blown out by the wind.
It brings you light safely and dispels the white fog. Features, there must be light.
Put in the same fuel, the burning time will be longer. Lucky, only the wooden stick among the 3 synthesis materials is blue quality, and it can synthesize a blue quality oil lamp.
Pour gasoline into the oil lamp, light the wick, and a warm light will radiate from the oil lamp.
Yichio took out the oil lamp and looked at it, and found that the radius of the light to dispel the fog is at least 5 meters. In other words, as long as you hold the lantern, a fog-free space of 70 to 80 square meters will appear around you.
This is just using gasoline.
If you replace it with a fog core, Yichio estimates that the coverage can be further improved. He made a few more oil lamps, but it was a pity that he couldn't brush out blue quality oil lamps. After hanging these oil lamps in the dark and turning them on one by one, Yichio's station was brightly lit. At night, it didn't seem so lonely and scary. After taking care of the lighting, Yichio returned to the kitchen and opened the lid of the pot. He found that there was not much soup left, and it was very thick. It was time to serve. After filling a large plate with ribs, Yichio sat in the living room and began to enjoy the delicacy. Picking up a piece of ribs and sipping gently, the soft and boneless meat went into his mouth. Every bite of the stewed ribs had a soft and tender texture, and paired with the rich sweet and sour sauce with excellent flavor, it was simply a wonderful enjoyment for the taste buds.
After eating half a plate in one breath, Yichio remembered to open the system and eat it with electronic pickled mustard. Channel 666, 734/1000, PvE Boss. Today the animals outside are crazy, and they actually came to demolish my home like fog beasts. PvE boss, I have replenished a wave of meat reserves, so happy meat piled into a small mountain.jpg. Indeed, with the defense of the building behind, it is still easy to attack by wild beasts, but you can't stay at home all the time. It's so good not to go out, lying at home and having meat delivered to your door. Today is definitely the best day since crossing. Sharing a little knowledge I just discovered, using the system's decomposition function to decompose animal carcasses will consume about 1/3 of the meat, and bones, internal organs and other things will not be left behind. Ah! It's over, I finally got some meat delivered to my door, but I still threw away so much. Don't worry, there will probably be more tomorrow. Why do I always feel that this is not a good omen? Don't think too much, live in the present, live in the present. The atmosphere in the group became much more enthusiastic because of the large amount of food, and Yichio also started typing. Anonymous user, good evening, everyone, it's time for the daily little knowledge session again. Anonymous user, today's little knowledge is, expanding the area of the garrison will attract more fog beast attacks, but there will also be reward treasure chests every day. Ha! The boss is worthy of being the boss. When we just took root, we have already started to expand the area. Anonymous boss, how big does the garrison have to be to trigger more attacks? I just arrived at the 3rd level stonehouse today. I wonder if I can spawn it. Fuck! The 3rd level garrison, the boss above is also a rare boss. Anonymous user, I don't know the specific area. My area was refreshed after 200 square meters. 2 fog beasts and a bronze treasure chest every day. Anonymous user, but after observing for the past few days, I found that the daily reward treasure chests are shrinking. I guess it will drop to the quality of wooden treasure chests tomorrow. Anonymous user, also, if you plan to expand the area, you must be careful of long-range attacks. When I just upgraded, I was almost killed by a fog beast. As expected of a boss, he observed for several days and confirmed the news before officially sharing it. I hate those who speak ambiguously the most. When something unexpected happens, they make excuses and say that they don't know. Shouldn't the focus be on the other side? Yes, this means that a few days ago, the boss's garrison area was already 200 square meters. The 3rd level garrison covers an area of only 100 square meters, right? Does the boss live in a mansion in the wilderness now? Anonymous user, okay, the daily knowledge sharing is over, and the next step is the lucky draw. After spending a few minutes interacting with group members and sending out today's lucky gifts, Yichio checked the private messages again. Unexpectedly, the quality of today's private messages is quite high, and there is basically no fooling around like in the past few days. After opening a few and taking a closer look, Yichio found that the requirements of these private messages were very consistent, and they all wanted to pay with cigarettes. Clicking back to the chat interface and scrolling up, Yichio found that the person who bought cigarettes yesterday wrote a short essay in the group, which attracted many old smokers to chat with him privately. People who were not attracted by food and water were attracted by cigarettes, and Yichio was a little amused for a while. It seems that many people now have no worries about food and drink and have begun to pursue higher enjoyment. With this in mind, Yichio put cigarettes and alcohol on the shelves in the store again, and the price was private chat. After the shelves were put on the shelves, Yichio replied to the private messages one by one. Because he had to consider the mood of the old man who exchanged the blue drawings for 4 boxes of cigarettes, Yichio did not directly agree to everyone's offer this time, but bargained a little. Fortunately, Yichio was doing a monopoly business, and basically all the transactions were successful in the end. After opening more than a dozen boxes of cigarettes, he obtained wood, blue, 5, stone, blue, 5, spring water, blue, * 50 ml. Although there were not many things, they were all blue quality. Especially, he received 50 milliliters of blue quality spring water, which was the first time Yichio had seen it. After clearing the private message, Yichio chatted with the other party privately. Although he ate blue quality fog beast meat every day, if he could drink blue quality water, his growth rate could continue to increase. Anonymous user, hello, is it convenient to sell more blue quality spring water? Spring water wholesale is $6.66. Hello, anonymous boss, I don't plan to sell more for the time being. Anonymous user, could you please tell me how to get the spring water? I'm not going to miss out on the good stuff either. Spring water wholesale is $6.66. Yes, there is a spring near my station, and I get water from there every day. Spring water wholesale is $6.66. In the central area of the spring, there is a giant python entrenched there. When the giant python goes out to look for food today, I plan to see if there are any natural and earthly treasures guarded by the giant python, and then collect them. Arrived at blue quality spring water.
Spring water wholesale is 666, but the production speed there is very slow. I am afraid that the python will come back, so I don't dare to stay alone.
Now I only have a few hundred milliliters on hand.
Spring water wholesale is 666, and I don't plan to continue going, that python is too scary. Python.jpg, the other party also sent a picture of a giant python secretly photographed by a long-distance system. Looking at the huge figure, Yichio estimated that the snake must be 30 or 40 meters long, far longer than a python in the real world. Yichio paused and continued typing.
Anonymous user, have you read the posts from the northern military region?
Recently, the aggressiveness of wild beasts has begun to increase. You should also have read the messages in the group today. Be careful of giant python attacks.
Spring water wholesale is 666, thank you for reminding me. Alas, I am so worried just thinking about this matter.
I plan to buy a few cigarettes to relax.
Spring water wholesale is 666, that's right. Anonymous boss, you should have a powerful weapon in your hand, right? Can you sell me a few for self-defense? Yichio was stunned. This was okay. Since the furnace was created, blue quality steel was no longer a scarce commodity. Anonymous user, yes. Iron spear, blue, can you read this? Spring water wholesale is 666, blue quality steel spear? That's great, boss, I'll trade it with you for blue quality water. Spring water wholesale is 666, 300 milliliters of blue quality water, do you think it's okay? 300 milliliters of water can be drank in a few sips. If it were anyone else, it would definitely take a while.
After all, blue quality weapons are extremely rare, let alone steel spearheads. But Jicho didn't lack steel, especially after having the furnace. He could produce hundreds of brand new steel spears at any time, so Yichio readily agreed. Spring water wholesale is 666, thank you so much, anonymous boss. I know my price may be a bit of a disadvantage for you. Let's do this. If I can kill the python and survive, I will give you a 20% discount on the spring water. Anonymous user, thank you. Also, you'd better read the post of the Northern Military District. There should be methods for hunting snakes. Although this snake does not look like an ordinary snake, there should be some snakes. All classes have weaknesses. Spring water wholesale A666, yeah. I'll be careful. At this moment, in a certain wooden house in the survival world. After trading all his spring water, a young man held a brand new steel spear inside in his heart. Since entering the world of survival, he has relied on the spring water and considers himself to be in the first echelon. He doesn't like the anonymity that everyone in the group touts very much. He believes that most people are masters of pretending to be off mic, and if they really want to be taken out for a walk, he may not lose to Anonymous. But after actually chatting with Anonymous, he realized how wrong he was. Anonymous is not just trying to win people over by pretending to be fat, he is really capable and sincerely helps everyone who asks him for help to survive. Having been in business for so long, he also understands that although 300 milliliters of blue quality spring water is precious, it is far less than the blue quality steel spear that is basically at the top of its attack power at this stage. But in order to save his own life, Anonymous agreed to the deal without hesitation. These are the real good people. True Holy Mother. If everyone is selfish and measures everything by value, I am afraid that I will never be able to survive the python blocking the door. After today's incident, I looked at the anonymous daily sharing in the group. Although most people cannot use it, this just proves that these messages are rare and cherished. In particular, the attitude of sharing information anonymously and completely free has attracted many people to follow suit, and some information is shared in the group every day. Although most of them are common little knowledge, when you see these words, you will know that you are not surviving alone, everyone is helping each other and surviving in this world as a human being. Unknowingly, anonymity actually created an atmosphere of coexistence and survival in the channel. If there were no anonymous boss taking the lead, these messages would probably have to be priced at a high price and appear on the trading platform, right? The young man sighed, truly identifying with this person he had never met before. On the other side, Yichio chose to stroll around the trading market after finishing the private message chat. The prices of food and water are still high. White quality items are the mainstream, green quality items are extremely rare, and as for blue quality items, there is no trace at all. But Yichio still found something good. Hot Kong processing, 3 stones for single bed, 6 stones for double bed, highest blue quality. The cold wave is coming, and things to keep you warm during the winter have become very expensive in recent days. If you want to keep warm and comfortable, a fire pit is the best supplement. While burning the fire, the quilt can also be heated, which completely makes up for the defect that Yichio has to warm the quilt himself every day. He looked at his wooden bed. Since he failed to bring his beloved bed on the first day, these pieces of wood combined together have become Yichio's bed. Because the bottom layer is very thick, Yichio has never felt anything. Now it seems that it must be replaced. Change it to a fire bed. When Yichio thought about getting into the quilt tonight, it would be warm, and he was looking forward to it. Clicking on this store, Yichio started to chat with the owner privately to prepare to customize a fire bed for himself. Today is different from the past. Most people have found resources for their own survival through the activities of the past few days. Therefore, most people with drawings will not be busy selling drawings, but will take on the work of processing to make a steady income. The owner of this store obviously holds the firebed manufacturing drawings. After Yichio sent a message, he immediately replied. Anonymous big man, do you also want to customize a firebed? Anonymous user, yes, I want a double firebed. Although there is no partner to sleep with, isn't it more comfortable to have a big bed to myself? After finally becoming rich, I am still squeezing in a single bed. That is simply asking for trouble. Okay, big man, I understand what you mean. What quality of con do you want? I can give you one for free if it is below white quality. If it is green or blue quality, I will only charge the cost price. Yichio was stunned. He didn't expect that his reputation was so good. He didn't advertise for him. Anonymous user, this is not good, you are also in business, Ha, boss, you may have forgotten that I am one of the beneficiaries of your free red envelope. At first I just thought, this garbage world, let's just die if we die. But later, when I was starved to death, I realized that I didn't have the courage to die. But at that time, I didn't have any strength to go out. If your red envelope hadn't given me the last hope, I might have died under the attack of the fog beast. This drawing is what I gained from my first expedition. Now I have hope of living. Thank you, boss. He saved a person's life. Yichio couldn't tell how he felt now. Happy? Satisfaction? An unexpected surprise? No matter what, I have not let down the golden finger on my body. I hope more people can survive. At the cost price of 4 stones, Yichio got the Firecon, blue. Firecon, blue, description. The fire pit made of fine stone has good heat conduction function, which can protect the people lying on it from the cold. Characteristics, comfort. When lying on the Firecon, the recovery speed of physical strength and energy is slightly increased. There is actually another feature. Yichio nodded with satisfaction. Coupled with the buff of the 4th level station, he only needed to lie down on the bed, and he would soon be able to recover the energy wasted in exploring the real world. Picking up the quilt on the bed, Yichio recovered some of the wood originally used to make the bed and extracted the fire bed. The next moment, a 3-meter-long and 2-meter-wide fire pit was perfectly attached to the corner of the bedroom. After laying out the bedsheet, Yichio took out the huge quilt that he bought today and covered it with it. He piled wood on the heating area of the fire pit and lit it. Yichio estimated that when he came back from exploring the real world, he would be able to get into a warm and comfortable bed. After getting ready, Yichio came to the real world again with a thought. Being familiar with the road, Yichio got a shared bicycle and headed towards the fireworks shop. Hey! Hey! He pedaled the bicycle very fast, and Yichio quickly walked through the city at dusk. Rushing without any distractions, Yichio quickly arrived at the gasoline station. Yichio took a bottle of energy drink from the small store at the gas station to quench his thirst, and by the way, Yichio also saw the car aromatherapy on the shelf. There has been too much gasoline at home lately, and the smell of gasoline is a bit strong. Although the traps produced by the system are perfect and basically do not smell, the gasoline accumulated in the warehouse sometimes still produces some unpleasant smells. Yichio conveniently put the car fragrance into his backpack, opened the map, and assessed his physical strength. I guess I can get there, but I may not have time to search for fireworks. The ride lasts for nearly an hour, why don't you go over and take a look? Yichio felt unwilling. But now he had no choice but to bet that his estimation was wrong and that he still had enough energy left to stay for a while. Riding his bicycle, Yichio set out again. However, on the road, Yichio no longer focused on riding. He paid attention to the stores on both sides with purpose. What if there is a fireworks shop that is not included in the map? This kind of physical map is generally very backward, and emerging stores may not be recorded.
But the fact disappointed Yi Chio. There really were no fireworks shops on either side.
Big bowl of wide noodles, Myojo ramen, cross-country specialty. Yi Chio's eyes swept across the store, and the more he looked, the more disappointed he became. But suddenly, an idea flashed in Yi Chio's mind, and he immediately stopped the bicycle and looked at the off-road specialty shop behind him.
The special sale below clearly says off-road bicycle.
That's right. Although I can't increase the upper limit of physical strength for the time being, I can use external objects to reduce physical energy consumption. Although you can't drive a motorcycle, riding an off-road bicycle definitely consumes less energy than riding a shared bicycle. Thinking of this, Yi Chio immediately got out of the car and opened the door of the specialty store. A series of off-road bicycles that looked like they had been professionally modified were parked in front of Yi Chio, with price tags ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand.
It's still the same as before.
Although Yi Chio doesn't know how to read brands, he is still very good at reading prices. A luxury off-road bicycle with a price tag of 18,888 was launched. Yi Chio rode it for 2 laps and suddenly felt as light as a swallow. If you were running in a thick cotton padded jacket just now you are running in a vest, which is brisk and comfortable. In order to pursue durability, shared bicycles generally have solid tires and heavy frames, and they cannot change speed. Yi Chio picked up the bike and tried it. The shared bicycle weighed about 20 kilograms, and the bike he just got probably only weighed about 10 kilograms. If he were to travel by cross-country bicycle, Yi Chio would only feel that he might have reached the location recorded on the map, and he still had the strength to loot it all.
Oh, what a pity, why didn't I notice this before?
After patting the off-road bicycle, Yi Chio decided to ride it when traveling in the real world. Riding his off-road bicycle, Yi Chio quickly approached the fireworks shop. After riding for more than 10 minutes, Yi Chio stopped in front of a store called Wansheng Fireworks Store. Yi Chio put the cross-country bike into his backpack and planned to take it with him in the real world. It didn't take up much space anyway.
When Yi Chio opened the shop, all kinds of fireworks came into his sight.
Red earth, 1,000 bangs, peacocks spread their tails. They were neatly stacked on the ground.
However, overpackaging obviously made no sense to Yi Chio.
These 1.5 pound firecrackers were simply a waste of Yi Chio's time. When he walked to the counter at the back, Yi Chio found his target.
Thunder King. Firecrackers as big as grenades appeared in front of Yi Chio. The gunpowder content inside would definitely not disappoint Yi Chio. Use a knife to cut the outer skin. This kind of large firecracker is also easier to disassemble.
With Yi Chio's strength twice that of ordinary people, it is easy to tear off the skin. In a short while, Yi Chio robbed the big guys in this fireworks store, and Yi Chio's backpack was also filled with gunpowder. Blinking back to the survival world, Yi Chio immediately turned on the system and started processing gunpowder. Opening the backpack to check, this time I got 1,500 kilograms of chemical mixture, white.
Although this is also considered gunpowder, Yi Chio still chose to decompose it into basic materials and let the system perform secondary processing.
A backpack of materials was digested immediately, and what appeared in front of Yi Chio was gunpowder with a deeper color.
Facts have proved that Yi Chio's approach is correct. After the system synthesis, Yi Chio obtained gunpowder, green, *1000 kg.
The quality has been improved, and it is a full ton of explosives. With so many explosives, I really have a thick and hard trump card. After going to the market to get a wooden barrel manufacturing diagram, Yi Chio put the black gunpowder in the newly made wooden barrel and put it on a shelf to prevent the gunpowder from getting damp.
Grabbing a handful of black gunpowder particles and touching them, Yi Chio couldn't help laughing. This is the capital for his livelihood.
Patting the bulging belly of the explosive barrel reluctantly, Yi Chio prepared to lie down and sleep. Having such a big harvest today made Yi Chio feel happy. But when Yi Chio returned to the bedroom, he found something wrong.
Touching the wall. It seemed that there was only a wall between him and the explosives.
And there was a Kong in the bedroom.
No, I can't sleep this way.
Yi Chio spent more than 10 minutes moving the gunpowder barrels one by one to an empty room farther away from the bedroom. With such a long distance, Yi Chio was finally able to sleep peacefully. After taking a shower in the bathroom, Yi Chio hummed a pleasant little tune and returned to the bedroom, throwing the car fragrance on the table. He put his hand into the quilt, and the warm quilt made his heart melt. Just as Yi Chio was about to put on the stab-proof suit to sleep, a bold idea came to his mind.
Wear pajamas to sleep tonight.
Since crossing into the survival world, Yi Chio has been fully armed to sleep every night, fearing that he will be killed by the fog beast in a bad state the next day. But now, there is a fence outside the house, there are traps outside the fence, there are barbed wires on the fence, there are traps in the yard, and there is a ton of black gunpowder in the warehouse. What is he, Yicho, afraid of?
Sleep as comfortably as you can.
Yicho folded the stab-proof suit and put it aside, and got into the quilt wearing the high-end pajamas bought for free in the real world.
Ah, comfortable.
The beauty of the quilt exceeded Yicho's imagination, and people couldn't help but squint their eyes. The bonus of the 4th level garrison and the Kong made Yicho's bed a unique seal in the world. A powerful seal that even Yicho couldn't break. In the cold wind of the night, Yicho fell asleep.
Good night, Makabaka.
Survival World, Day 6.
Ah.
The sound of the alarm clock was a bit strange. Yicho yawned lazily and turned over to continue sleeping.
Bang! The sound disappeared.
Just as Yicho was about to enter a deep sleep again, the second sound suddenly sounded. At the same time, the system warning sounded. The garrison was attacked by unknown creatures, durability 10, current durability, 1205/1215,
What's going on?
Yicho opened his eyes blankly, and then the second sound sounded in his ears again. The garrison was attacked by an unknown creature, durability 10, current durability, 1195/1215, Yicho's eyes widened immediately.
Something was wrong. Someone was demolishing his house?
Cry! Another shriek sounded in his ears, and Yicho immediately realized that he was attacked by a flying fog beast.
Really, what kind of luck am I?
Not daring to neglect, Yicho immediately turned over and got up, changed his equipment, picked up the crossbow and walked towards the living room. The shriek continued to sound, and Yicho's house durability was also decreasing. But for this attacker who could not even see his face at present, Yicho lay on the window and fell into thinking. His house was too big a target. Even if he knew where the fog beast was attacking, it would have escaped by the time he went there. As for going out to attack in the yard, Yicho thought that he was not afraid of most fog beasts in the house, but if he went out, if he encountered a fog beast of the same level as Brother Snake, he would be a piece of cake. Should I wait until the house is completely destroyed by the fog beast like the person who asked me for help, and then attack through the cracks? That won't work either. I have to use explosive arrows to deal with the fog beast. What if I trigger the gunpowder barrel? The yard. That's right. When Yicho saw the fire in the yard, his eyes lit up. The attack rule of the fog beast is to demolish the house first, then put out the fire, and finally kill people. Wang Wu mentioned this in the tutorial, and he even won by this trick. Therefore, a plan appeared in Yicho's mind. The essence of the fog beast is to kill people, and as long as I appear in the yard, wouldn't it be considered that the house is broken? And now, in a broken house, Yicho and the fire appear at the same time, and the fog beast will choose to put out the fire first and then kill Yicho. As long as I seize the opportunity, I can kill the fog beast. Tightening the crossbow, Yicho felt a long-lost sense of tension. But Yicho didn't intend to let the fog beast destroy his home. Take out the colorful snakeskin dropped by the last snake-shaped fog beast from the warehouse. This item can improve defense, but Yicho has never found a way to use it. At this stage, all Yicho can do is wrap it around himself. The theory is established, let's try it first. He immediately made a torch and threw it into the yard to light the fire. At the same time, the fog beast landed another claw on the house, and the fog beast still attacked the house and then rose in height. Yicho seized this gap and pushed the door out. After seeing Yicho, the giant eagle fog beast in the air immediately turned around. In the blink of an eye, the giant eagle fog beast completed a rapid rise and swoop, and the fire in the yard was immediately extinguished. And Yicho, who was holding a crossbow, finally vaguely saw the full picture of the fog beast. The giant eagle was as tall as an adult man just standing, and its wings spread out gave people a terrifying feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Whoosh! The sound of flapping wings sounded in his ears, and Yicho only felt a strong wind blowing on his face, and the giant eagle fog beast was about to ride the wind. What a fast speed! Yicho immediately pulled the trigger of the crossbow, and the explosive arrow flew out, exploding like a grenade when it touched the ground. Boom! A deep pit the size of a wash basin was blown out in the yard, but Yicho's face was not very good. Because the giant eagle fog beast was only touched by the explosion and disappeared into the night again, it was almost not hurt. If it weren't for the range damage of the explosive crossbow arrow, Yicho's arrow would have completely missed. Without hesitation, Yicho immediately turned back to the house. The giant eagle fog beast in the sky was stunned for a moment, and then quickly rushed towards the house. The garrison was attacked by an unknown creature, durability 10, the familiar system prompt sound appeared in Yichio's ears again, but now Yichio was no longer panicked. Although he could not match the speed of the giant eagle fog beast, since he knew its behavior logic, Yichio only needed to wait and see. After making a torch and lighting it and throwing it into the yard, Yichio seized the opportunity and pushed the door open again and came under the eaves. The eagle's vision can see the figure of the white rabbit at an altitude of hundreds of meters, and after the white fog transformation, Yichio at this moment is like being right in front of the eagle. As expected, the giant eagle fog beast hesitated in the sky for less than a moment, and immediately pounced on the torch. And this pounce landed on the explosive arrow that Yichio had prepared long ago. Boom! This time, the giant eagle mist beast was hit hard, and it immediately let out a shrill scream. Using its wings to wave away the smoke, the giant eagle mist beast immediately looked for Yichio's figure, but the fact told it that Yichio was in the house. Cry! The giant eagle mist beast screamed and continued to attack the house. Then, a torch was thrown out of the house. The giant eagle mist beast was unmoved. Then, Yichio came out. The giant eagle mist beast's eyes lit up, and it immediately turned around. No, why is there a nasty fire there? Forget it, little human, I'll talk about it later, watch me put out the fire first. Puff! The torch went out, and the arrow came. Boom! The giant eagle mist beast was hit hard again. At this moment, the giant eagle mist beast's condition has begun to deteriorate. As a flying species, its HP was not very high. It was continuously wounded by the barbed wire on the house, and then there were 2 full hit attacks from high-temperature gunpowder. After this set of combined punches, the giant eagle mist beast was still able to stand, which showed its strength. It took off at a speed more than twice slower, and now even Yichio could capture its trajectory. But capturing the trajectory is one thing, and hitting it is another. Yichio did not challenge the limit, but lit another torch. With a stable means of killing, there is no need to try to shoot the eagle. The giant eagle circled in the air. Then, a torch was thrown out from the house. The giant eagle mist beast was unmoved. Then, Yichio came out. The giant eagle mist beast's eyes lit up and immediately turned around. No, why is there a nasty fire there? Forget it, little human, let's talk about it later, let me put out the fire first. Do you think I will do this? Wrong. We mist beasts are just stupid, not brainless. The giant eagle mist beast immediately flapped its wings and hovered in the air several meters away from the torch. At this moment, an explosion sounded, and the torch had gone out. Ha, the torch has gone out, human, you wait to die. By the way, where is the human? Yichio, of course, went back to the house again. He didn't care about the life or death of the giant eagle mist beast at all. After shooting the crossbow arrow, Yichio immediately returned to the house. Such a cautious human was unwilling to stay outside the door for even a second. The giant eagle mist beast looked at the tightly closed house and immediately put his eyes on the window. Although the window was small and not enough for him to enter, the human was right next to the window at the moment, and he could break the window and kill him. Right now. The smoke from the explosion had not yet dispersed, and the giant eagle mist beast immediately took advantage of the terrain and grabbed Yichio's figure fiercely. But at this moment, Yichio seemed to have seen the figure of the giant eagle mist beast and silently took 2 steps back. Bang! The sound of glass breaking suddenly rang out in the living room. The giant fog beast's claws missed, and its entire body was entangled by the deformed iron barbed wire, stuck in the window. Cry, a weak sound came from outside the window. Yichio picked up the steel spear beside him without hesitation and stabbed it directly at the giant eagle fog beast. With the last shrill scream, the giant eagle fog beast exploded into a trophy. Killing the giant eagle fog beast this time seemed simple, but in fact it was full of dangers. At the beginning, the giant eagle fog beast was in its prime, and even Yichio couldn't react to its speed. If he was too confident to come to the yard to fight, he might not even have time to escape. Later, the giant eagle fog beast was caught and its behavior logic was hit twice. Yichio thought he had won, but he didn't expect that the giant eagle fog beast suddenly changed its tactics in the last attack, and almost caught himself to death at the window. If the giant eagle mist beast had not been seriously injured at that time, and its speed had been greatly reduced, and if I had not eaten the starfall berry, my vision had been enhanced, and I was still watching the battle through the window, I am afraid that I would be lying on the ground now. It can be seen from this that the mist beasts are not purely idiotic creatures. They are like wild beasts, with unique hunting wisdom. Fortunately, I am better. Yi Chou exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his heartbeat gradually calmed down. After consuming some supplies to repair the damage to the house, the broken glass on the ground also disappeared, and Yi Chou picked up the spoils. Obtained: Mist Beast Flesh, green, 8, Mist Core, green, 2, Eagle Wings, blue, 1, Silver Coin, green, 2, Skill Scroll Continuous Shooting, green. Sure enough, high risk means high return. Looking at this explosion rate, the Mist Beast that came today is at the same level as the Snake Mist Beast. And with the opponent's ability to attack in the air, this Mist Beast is much more difficult to deal with than the Snake Mist Beast. Unfortunately, the newbie benefit period has passed. If this eagle had come a few days earlier, its flesh and blood might have greatly improved its physical fitness. However, powerful enemies also have victory compensation. Although the flesh and blood of the Fog Beast is moderately improved, there is an additional drop of blue quality. There is no need to say much about the skills. As for the eagle's wings, this is a pair of wings lost. Could it make you fly? Yi Chou immediately took out the manual for identification. Eagle's wings, blue, description, part of the entity condensed by the dead Fog Beast. The more powerful the Fog Beast, the more remains. This is its remaining wings. Features: takeoff, consume a certain amount of physical strength, flap the wings and fly high. Gliding, in places with height differences, consuming a small amount of physical strength can glide. Can it really fly? Yi Chou picked up the heavy wings and looked at them carefully. When folded up, it was about 1 person tall and 1 person thick, and the feathers were dark black. When he touched the wings, an option, Equip, popped up in front of him. Click OK, and the wings appeared on Yi Chou's back. Because the living room was too small, the wings could not be fully unfolded. Touching the dense feathers, Yi Chou estimated that it was definitely a good material just for keeping warm. Very good. Experiment with the detailed performance during the day. It was worth the effort to kill this Fog Beast. The effort was always rewarded. Next is the skill scroll, continuous shooting. It looks like it is suitable for me to use. Yi Chou threw an appraisal at the scroll. Skill scroll continuous shooting, green, description, engraved with skills that can make people learn quickly, continuous shooting. As long as you have enough arrows on your body, you can shoot arrows continuously. The longer the duration, the greater the physical consumption. Tearing open the scroll, Yi Chou suddenly felt that he understood again. So, my hand crossbow has become Zhuge Liang Nu? After acquiring this skill, Yi Chou's memory slot is full. 2 of the skills, sprint, is used for running and fighting enemies, and continuous shooting is used for long-range attacks. The combination is very reasonable. After sorting out the harvest, Yi Chou put away the remaining explosive arrows. This powerful external means should be used sparingly. After completing today's test, Yi Chou lay back on the bed and opened the system chat channel. Channel 666, 700/1000, unlike yesterday's easygoing, today's attack once again caused many casualties. Yi Chou looked around and saw that today was already the day when intermediate fog beasts appeared in small scale and low-level fog beasts appeared in large scale. It was almost impossible to find inferior fog beasts. It was already the 6th day in the survival world. This large-scale fog beast attack basically eliminated those who survived by luck. The remaining people had more or less strength. Although most people were still hungry, at least there was no problem in surviving. After fully recovering his physical strength in the quilt, Yi Chou reluctantly got up and prepared to go to the real world to restock again. Although 1 ton of gunpowder was powerful, since it was a trump card, the deeper the better. Blinking back to the real world, Yi Chou stepped on the window, eager to try. Now that he has the wings of an eagle, he can fly down from the 4th floor instead of climbing the stairs. After equipping the wings, Yi Chou looked downstairs and felt a little panicked. But in addition to the wings of an eagle, he also has the ability to travel quickly with a blink of an eye, so it seems that there is nothing to panic about. Take a deep breath and exhale slowly. Yi Chou holds the windowsill and jumps out directly. While the huge wings bloomed in the air, and Yi Chou felt that the wind flowing around him seemed to have a substance, forming a long runway in the air. Opening his eyes, he passed through the steel forest at a height of more than 10 meters. The familiar scenery gave Yi Chou a different feeling. The ability to fly that humans have longed for thousands of years is indeed wonderful to use. With the help of the wings, he glided nearly 100 meters, and at a very close distance from the ground, Yi Chou touched the ground with his toes and landed steadily. Gliding at a height of more than 10 meters, the products of the survival world are indeed not ordinary. Folding his wings, Yi Chou took out his off-road bicycle and quickly rushed to the fireworks store. Nearly 2 hours later. Yi Chou appeared in the survival world again with tons of gunpowder. After the system transformation, Yi Chou now has 2 tons of gunpowder in his hand. With such a strong trump card, in the foggy world, Yi Chou can be regarded as one of the people who think he is standing at the forefront. Now there is only one problem that bothers Yi Chou, that is, there is not enough space at home. And this problem is not big, because today's goal is to expand the area of the garrison. Looking at the watch, it will be dawn in the survival world in about 10 minutes. Yi Chou opened the trading channel of the system. Now there are fewer and fewer people selling blueprints, and most people choose to earn materials by processing. Fortunately, the purchasing power of food and water is still strong. After searching for a while, Yi Chou bought a basement at the price of a meal. Of course, the raw materials still have to be paid by yourself. The basement is naturally used to store gunpowder and other supplies. If it is placed on the ground, it will be easily damaged. If the fog beast accidentally detonates the gunpowder, it will be the end. The new basement covers a total area of 80 square meters, which is more than enough to store gasoline and gunpowder. After moving the things into the basement, the sun has come out outside. Yi Chou pushed open the door and planned to take the rewards of the fog beast and the treasure chest that died in the pit first. Walking to the front of the pit, he repaired the damaged fence first, and then looked at the pit. Obtained, fog beast flesh, white, 2, fog core, white, 1, stone fence manufacturing diagram, green, *1. The old 2 were within Yi Chou's expectations, only the green quality stone fence manufacturing diagram made Yi Chou happy. Stone fence manufacturing diagram, green, description, consume 1 stone material to make 2 stone fences, which can stop the attack of ordinary beasts. I was a little worried that the wooden fence might not be enough in the future, but today a new substitute appeared. Very good, use the stone fence to expand the residential area today. After tearing up the manufacturing diagram, Yi Chou's construction column suddenly had a new item that can be manufactured. After restoring the pit trap, Yi Chou went to the backyard again. Familiar location, but the treasure chest in front of him was no longer familiar. Because this was a wooden treasure chest. Maybe the novice protection period has passed, or maybe there are too many people in the world who have expanded the area of the garrison, and the rewards have begun to shrink seriously. However, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Yi Chou stepped forward and opened it carefully. Several coins with a bronze luster and a smooth and flexible drawing appeared in front of Yi Chou. Get copper coins, white, *20, fireplace manufacturing diagram, green, *1. Unexpectedly, Yi Chou's reward looks better than yesterday. At least the value of the fireplace manufacturing diagram to Yi Chou is higher than that of the thick quilt yesterday. No, it seems not necessarily. The quilt I covered myself with yesterday was indeed quite comfortable. Tearing up the manufacturing diagram, Yi Chou disassembled the wooden treasure chest on the spot and obtained 2 units of wood. After receiving today's sign-in reward, Yi Chou took enough green quality stones from the warehouse and made them into stone fences in the yard. Most of these green quality stones were obtained through trading. Although green quality stones are difficult to collect, after 6 days, people who make a living by quarrying stones have more or less a few of them. After accumulating them, Yi Chou has more than 100 pieces of green quality stones. After synthesizing them into fences, Yi Chou has more than 200 fences in his hands. As for the area of the new garrison, Yi Chou plans to expand it again on the current basis to cover an area of 2,500 square meters. The length and width need to be 50 meters, and a total of 200 meters of stone fences are needed. At present, there are almost more fences in hand. The extra ones, Yi Chou plans to use for repairing the fences in the future when they are attacked. Taking out the meter ruler from the hardware store, Yi Chou began to measure the land. After dividing the scope of work, Yi Chou first put on the stab-proof suit that he had prepared long ago, as well as his newly acquired giant eagle wings. Originally, Yi Chou also planned to try how high it could let people take off from the ground, but since taking off directly requires a lot of physical strength, Yi Chou plans to wait until the fence is built before trying it. Then, Yi Chou used gasoline to set the grass on fire to prevent himself from being attacked by creatures in the grass while working. As expected, when the fire started, a large number of insects fled. When it was halfway through, a small snake as thick as a thumb suddenly attacked Yi Chou with its tongue spit it out. But this time was different from the past. Yi Chou, who had become much braver, directly hit the small snake with a stick and flew away, without even the interest of recovering it. After burning a circle along his house, the originally green grass suddenly had a terrible scar, but for Yi Chou, this scar made him feel safe. He returned to the small courtyard and moved the heavy stone fence out, nailing it to the ground one by one. Under the scorching sun, Yichio worked tirelessly. His physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary people, which made Yichio work very fast. In just one morning, the construction of the stone fence was mostly completed.
It was lunchtime again.
Yichio made a pot of stewed potatoes and meat to fill his stomach, and soon he got back to work.
However, the afternoon activities were not as smooth as in the morning.
When the work was 3/4 done, Yichio suddenly felt a sense of crisis. This intuitive feeling made Yichio immediately look sideways, and in the bushes not far away, Yichio saw a pair of orange-yellow eyes. Roar! A beast roar exploded in Yichio's ears like thunder, and then a lion as big as a buffalo suddenly jumped out of the bushes and attacked Yichio.
What a big lion!
Knowing that this lion was no ordinary lion, Yichio flapped his wings without hesitation and took off on the spot. His physical strength disappeared like water, and Yichio suddenly jumped to a height of 10 meters. Yichio estimated that this takeoff consumed about 1/10 of his physical strength. At the same time, the giant lion crashed into the fence that Yichio had just installed. This powerful blow directly knocked the stone fence crooked. It can be imagined that if it was replaced with a wooden fence, it would have been broken. The giant lion shook his head and looked up at Yichio, who was hovering in the air and landing, and was puzzled for a while. When can this monkey-like creature reach the sky? But the giant lion didn't have time to think about it, because Yichio had taken out his crossbow and started to fight back. Swish swish swish. In an instant, Yichio used his skills to shoot 3 arrows, and the 3 arrows shot at the giant lion in the shape of a pin character, vowing to kill it on the spot.
But can it be done? No. With a sideways movement, the giant lion dodged 2 arrows.
Although the last arrow hit, it only slightly bleeds.
Strengthened by the mist, this lion looks more powerful than the intermediate fog beast.
Roar! Although the minor injury will not make the giant lion lose its combat effectiveness, the injured beast will be more furious. After judging the direction where Yichio will land, the giant lion immediately rushed over at a very fast speed.
Ah!
Suddenly, the giant lion was attacked by a venomous snake and howled miserably. The giant lion hurriedly stopped, only to find that the thing biting on its front leg was emitting a cold light. It was not a venomous snake that bit it, but a trap made of fine steel. How could Yichio be a fool? Although the distance between him and the giant lion was not as far as possible at this moment, there were definitely the most traps buried in the middle. Ouch! Bite the trap with all his might. The giant lion wanted to free his front legs from the mouth of this strange creature. But biting a dead thing and wanting the other party to give up is just a delusion within a delusion.
Yichio didn't just watch the giant lion save himself.
He landed on the inside of the wooden fence and took something out of his backpack. It was a wooden barrel, and the things in the barrel were also very familiar.
Gunpowder! Ha, since you've delivered it to me, let me see how powerful the gunpowder produced by the system is.
With a hint of excitement on his lips, Yichio opened a small hole in the barrel and threw it directly at the giant lion. Facing this unknown existence that suddenly attacked, the giant lion subconsciously wanted to wave his claws to slap it away, but at the moment when the giant claws touched the barrel, a burning torch also hit the barrel first.
The next second, boom!
It was much louder than the roar of the giant lion.
This time it was really a thunderclap in the flat ground.
A big pit was blown out of the land, and the giant lion was directly blown to pieces by the powerful explosion, and even the corpse could not be put together. An opponent who seemed to be a bit troublesome to Yichio died on the spot without even making it through.
Yichio, who was dozens of meters away, touched his ears.
Even at such a long distance, the loud noise made his ears hurt. After climbing over the fence, Yichio came to the big pit with eager eyes. He pinched a handful of warm charred soil and laughed out loud. It is worthy of being a gunpowder produced by the system.
The damage is awesome.
In front of the few corpses of the giant lion, Yichio began to count the harvest.
Obtained lion bone meat, green, 2, building core, white, 1, fertilizer manufacturing map, blue, *1, a big harvest.
Although the harvest of blood and flesh was greatly reduced due to the explosion, the latter 2 rewards were unexpected.
But, the building core?
Yichio frowned slightly. He seemed to have seen this thing during the fog beast attack on the second day. This thing can only be obtained after destroying the station. And the grade is white. It seems that this lion has destroyed at least 1 wooden house. Alas, it can be regarded as revenge for you. Rest in peace. Yichio picked up the ball emitting a faint white light and used the identification.
Although he already knew its origin, the manual identification would definitely give more information than the system identification. Building core, white, description, create a core item for an upgradable building.
By integrating the construction core into the building can be strengthened to the level of the building core. Both the building core and the building can be upgraded, and the highest level cannot exceed the core building level of the garrison. If the core is integrated into a building that already has a core, the building will inherit some of the capabilities of the building core.
Features, mist repellent, within the building range, white fog is inviolable, upgradable building?
Yi Chou's expression changed slightly.
Does this mean that he can integrate the building core into the basement or fence? According to the introduction, as long as the building core is integrated, he can upgrade the basement or fence to the same level as the garrison without upgrading the blueprint?
Without hesitation, Yi Chou immediately took the building core back to the garrison. The system prompt sounded in his ears.
Detected that it has a building core, white, do you choose to merge with the garrison concrete house, level 4?
No. Yi Chou walked to the basement and pressed the white light ball on the basement wall.
Detected to have building core, white, do you want to choose to merge with basement, green?
Yes. A burst of light flashed, and Yi Chou suddenly felt that the basement had expanded a little. When he opened the system, the basement was listed among the upgradable items on the original construction page. You can choose to upgrade basement building core, white, to the highest blue quality. You can choose to upgrade basement, green, to the highest blue quality.
The second option is gray. Only after the building core is upgraded can the basement be upgraded. But no matter what, Yi Chou realized the rarity of the building core.
You only need to consume resources to upgrade the building quality, which will save a lot of upgrade drawings. Click on the upgrade interface. The upgrade of the basement building core requires stone, green, 20, wood, green, 20, which is basically half of the materials for building the basement. It is very worthwhile, but in order to build the wall, Yi Chou now has no green quality stone, and there are not many green quality materials circulating in the market. Yi Chou can only choose to buy it, and he will probably have to wait until he goes to bed at night to collect all the stones. However, the next upgrade may require blue quality stone, which is even more difficult to find.
Yi Chou has begun to worry. Blue quality means transcending the scope of normal materials.
No matter how high the quality of things on the mother planet is, it can't reach this level, but with the current level of the survival world, mining is a big problem. Forget it, it's easier to collect materials than to find better building drawings. Walking out of the basement, Yi Chou glanced at the fence outside.
He now regretted using the building core on the garrison without hesitation on the first day.
It only increased the space a little bit, and the health of the building by more than 10 points.
Compared with the buildings that can be upgraded infinitely, it is simply a blood loss.
Sighing in his heart, Yi Chou walked to the stone fence and continued his unfinished work.
An hour later, Yi Chou finally completed the installation of the stone fence, and the area of Yi Chou's garrison finally reached 2,500 square meters.
Cleaned the grass between the stone fence and the wooden fence, especially took back all the traps. Then, Yi Chou made a barbed wire to wrap around the stone fence, dug a trap pit inside the fence, and made more traps evenly scattered outside the fence. After this set of work, it was already dark. In the golden afterglow, Yi Chou stood in the small yard and checked his garrison. In order to reach his house, the other party needs to cross the grass with the trap, then break the stone fence with barbed wire, cross the trap pit behind the fence, then break the wooden fence with barbed wire, and cross the trap pit behind the wooden fence.
With such defense, Yi Chou estimated that ordinary high-level fog beasts may not be able to hit his door.
Even the attackers who can fly have to face the barbed wire on the stationed ground. Not bad, the safety quality has been improved. Yi Chou nodded with satisfaction, and at the same time took out a few wooden sticks from his backpack and inserted them into several nodes in the yard. At the same time, hang oil lamps on these wooden sticks. When the fog beast attacks, Yi Chou can light the oil lamp in the yard, and then use a crossbow to attack the fog beast from a distance. In the past, because the durability of the wooden fence was very low, Yi Chou generally only used it as a warning line. But the durability of the stone fence is several times that of the wooden fence, and Yi Chou can completely rely on the stone fence for defense. After completing these tasks, Yi Chou finally remembered another reward from fighting the lion.
Fertilizer manufacturing diagram, blue.
Fertilizer, at first glance, is something that plays an important role in plant growth.
As a reward in the survival world, Yi Chou has even greater expectations for it. Crushing the blueprint, the system immediately showed the method of making fertilizer.
Yichio looked at it and found that there were not too many restrictions on the manufacture of fertilizer. Biological feces, wood chips, fruit cores and other garbage, animal blood, flesh and internal organs, etc. can all be used to make fertilizer. Looking at the warehouse, Yichio processed the useless materials such as unknown biological remains, white, and leaves, blue, and soon got 2 large bags of fertilizer. Yichio identified the fertilizer produced by the system. Fertilizer, blue, description, nutritious organic fertilizer, applied to crops will appropriately reduce their growth time, be careful not to use too much. Features, non-persistent, in the same amount of time, more fertilizer can be applied without worrying about burning seedlings. Sure enough, just like the fertilizer in the game, it can speed up the growth of crops. With the addition of the blue quality planting box, the growth rate of many crops has already reached a staggering level, and with this fertilizer, Yichio feels that it is not a dream for crops to mature in 2 days. It was already dark. Yichio cooked the fog beast meat in the pot, and carried the fertilizer to the planting box. Light an oil lamp, and under the dim light, the green seedlings in the 6 planting boxes looked vibrant, which made people feel happy. Grabbing a handful of fertilizer, Yichio evenly sprinkled it on the soil. I saw a faint glow, and the light green fertilizer gradually disappeared from Yichio's vision, and instead, the seedlings in the planting box grew visibly. The small orange tree suddenly jumped, and Yichio even saw 1 or 2 white flower buds. The starberries have grown densely, filling up the planting box. The most outstanding one is the sweet potato, whose green leaves are densely covering the planting box, almost spreading to the nearby planting boxes. Yichio opened the system and looked at their maturity time. You don't know until you see that the sweet potatoes are already ripe. The harvest time of other crops has also been reduced, about 2 days. About 1 day later, you can harvest the starberries, and 3 days later, you can harvest potatoes. Such rapid progress made Yichio overjoyed. Although sweet potatoes and potatoes are ordinary crops, stardrop berries are of real blue quality. Ignoring other crops, Yichio held the long sweet potato vines and began to harvest sweet potatoes. With a strong pull, big and plump sweet potatoes with moist soil popped out one after another. Each one is the size of a forearm, and the largest one is as thick as Yichio's calf. Excluding the sweet potato vines, Yichio estimated that the sweet potatoes harvested this time are at least 30 or 40 kilograms. The sweet potatoes planted yesterday ushered in the harvest today. The survival world really gives people endless surprises. Clean the sweet potatoes and put them in the warehouse. Yichio did not throw away the sweet potato vines and sweet potato leaves. He washed them, cut them, and threw them directly into the broth pot. Yichio remembered that he had drunk sweet potato leaf soup when he was a child. The taste was still very good. It was just right to supplement some vitamins for his body that eats meat every day. Tasting the saltiness of the broth, Yichio added a little salt. Turning the gas to medium heat, Yichio came to the yard again. The blue quality planting box is very precious, and it must not be left idle. After replenishing the soil and water, Yichio planted the sweet potatoes again. Since the new sweet potato seedlings had not absorbed fertilizer, Yichio added another portion, and the harvest date was changed to 24 hours later. As for the seedlings in other planting boxes, Yichio identified them through the survival manual and concluded that the fertility was about to be excessive. Yichio also tried to throw fertilizer in, and sure enough, only a few grains were absorbed. Worried that the remaining fertilizer would damage the crops, Yichio picked them out. Instead of putting the fertilizer back in the bag, Yichio buried the fertilizer in ordinary land to see if he could transform it into higher quality land. After taking care of his farmland, Yichio washed his hands and went to the kitchen. After opening the lid of the pot, the fragrant smell of sweet potato leaves and lean meat porridge penetrated into Yichio's lungs, making people salivate. After scooping a full bowl of meat porridge, Yichio took a small stool and planned to go to the yard to eat, but as soon as he opened the door, he was covered in the bitter cold wind. Outside the house, the white fog was flowing rapidly under the rolling wind, like a group of wild beasts running wildly in the wilderness, and the characteristics of the garrison made Yichio's garrison as stable as a reef in the waves. But this thick fog like a huge wave did make Yichio feel creepy. The cold wave was getting closer and closer, and I had a bad feeling in my heart. Yichio closed the door, and the almost piercing whistling sound of the wind was immediately blocked by the thin wall. Putting the rice bowl on the table in the living room, Yichio sat down and ate 2 mouthfuls of food anxiously, and suddenly stood up. Forgot to bring the planting box in. The cold wave is so severe, it would be bad if my crops were frozen. Thinking of this, Yichio immediately got up and walked out of the house, and moved the planting boxes one by one to the basement in the cold wind. Although the cold wind outside was raging and it was estimated to be below zero, the temperature in the house was still very friendly to crops. There was nothing to worry about now. Pick up the bowl, scoop up a spoonful of hot meat porridge and drink it, and Yi Qiu immediately felt warm all over his body. After wolfing down a bowl of porridge, Yi Qiu picked up the second bowl of porridge and opened the system chat channel. Channel 666, 672/1000 More than 20 people died during the day alone. Yi Qiu thought of the giant lion attack in the afternoon. It seems that today's attack is not an isolated case. Today, a wild boar attacked my house. Fortunately, I was able to kill it with the advantage of the terrain, otherwise I would be in trouble. The upstairs is really lucky. When the wild beast attacked today, I was outside collecting. When I came back, I saw that my home had become a ruin. Now I am about to collapse. Let's build the first level house first. Alas, our wooden house is not warm at all. It's so cold. Don't mention wooden houses, even stone houses are not much better. Once the fire is stopped, it's like entering a cellar, freezing bones. I feel like I have a fever, and my throat hurts so much, there is no way. If you are injured in the wild, you can only rely on your physical fitness to bear it. If conditions permit, try to eat food of green quality or above to speed up recovery. I'll advertise here. I sell ginger soup in the market. If you need it, you can go buy a bowl. Catching a cold in this world is not good news. Processing quilts on behalf of others, self-provided materials, plant fiber, cotton. The chat channel was very lively, and most people were worried about the current situation. Beast attacks, cold waves, and fog beast attacks were like three mountains pressing down on most people. Faced with this situation, Yi Qiu began to type silently. Anonymous user, good evening, everyone. It's time for the daily small knowledge popularization session. Great. It's anonymous. I've been waiting for a long time. I just like this electronic pickled mustard. The atmosphere was a little more cheerful when Anonymous came out. Anonymous user, today's small knowledge sharing. If you already have a yard, when you and the fire are in the yard, the fog beast will give up attacking the house and subconsciously put out the fire. Anonymous user, in the face of the attack of flying fog beasts, you can use half a foot out of the door to seduce them to attack the fire and create an attack opportunity. Actually, Yi Qiu wanted to share today's little knowledge about the core of the building, but after thinking about it, he realized that knowing this kind of thing would increase the chances of ambitious people killing their own kind, so Yi Qiu did not say it. Useless little knowledge plus one more, there is no yard at all. I learned it, thank you big brother. Okay, let's bring up the lucky draw. Look, it's urgent again. Strongly urge people who can eat enough not to participate in the lucky draw. The children are really going to starve to death. How did the upstairs survive until today? Anonymous user, okay, today's red envelope is ready to be snatched. Anonymous user, hand speed red envelope 10 milliliters mineral water *1. Anonymous user's hand speed red envelope was snatched up in 0.2 seconds, and hand speed king is the hand speed king. Oh my, this name is given. Every time I participate, I am not there. After Yi Qiu distributed the rewards, he placed an advertisement in the group. Anonymous user, I will put some cold-resistant items on my store in a while. The quality is not high, and they can be exchanged for basic materials. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. It is the boss who thinks about us. The boss's procurement channels are so powerful. I heard that he can even get cigarettes and alcohol. I didn't expect that there would be a large number of cold-resistant items this time. Can you get alcohol? Damn, I just found out. No more, I'm going to chat with the boss privately. Is it something found in the foggy area? Why are all the foggy areas I encounter rocky hills? Is it possible that those stones are of high quality? Fuck. I'm so brain dead. I was busy looking for treasure chests and forgot to dig stones. Damn, what luck, I haven't even seen the foggy area. After paddling in the group for a while, I went to the trading channel to collect some basic materials. Wood, stone, soil and other things flowed in quickly, and Yi Qiu's warehouse was already full, so Yi Qiu threw all the white quality materials into the yard. There are also some more special transactions. Levski, anonymous comrade, I have a bear skin here, do you want to take it? Levski, myself and the bear.jpg, bear skin, green, *JPG, animal skin is hard currency at present, especially such a complete bear skin. Whether it is used as a quilt or made into clothes, it can make the chance of surviving the cold wave much higher. But what surprised Yi Qiu was not the bear skin, but the person next to the bear skin. That person was wearing a very tight armor, which was covered with sharp spikes, and he looked very safe.
Anonymous user, collect, what do you want? Levski, cigarettes, alcohol, spices are all fine, the stronger the cigarettes and alcohol, the better.
Somewhere in the survival world, in a solid stone house. A tall flame shot up from the stove, illuminating the cold white-skinned strong man in the house and the wall of trophies behind him. Various animal skins, piles of dried meat. There is no doubt that he can be regarded as the top among the survivors in the world. He has no worries about food and drink, and what he lacks at this moment is enjoyment. After knowing that Anonymous has a particularly rich reserve, he immediately contacted the other party. Anonymous user, of course, I have Huazi, Furong, Ergwotu, etc. Seeing Yichio's reply, Levski's eyes lit up, but Yichio did not stop talking. Anonymous user, but things like cigars and water of life that are too strong can't be taken out. A wall of cigarettes, alcohol, sugar and tea.jpg, if Levski was just enlightened just now, then now Levski is really confused. He thought that Yichio might have met a local native and got some rare and precious things, but he really didn't expect that he could get so many. If it is only about food, Levski thinks he will not lose to anyone. But Levski did not expect that Anonymous' status and enjoyment is comparable to his status in the food world. Levski, Anonymous boss, I didn't expect you to be able to do such a big business in the survival world. I really admire you. Levski, are you interested in making friends? This bear skin is my gift. System prompt, Levski presents you with bear skin, green, *1, seeing Levski's reply, Yichio couldn't help but smile. Anonymous user, I am very happy to be friends with the boss who fought the brown bear. In this case, please don't refuse my gift. System prompt, Anonymous user presents you with Ergwotu, green, *5, Huazi, white, 5, spice, white, 200g. Seeing the luxury goods piled up like a small mountain in front of him, Levski was full of emotion. Levski, Comrade Anonymous, you are the most generous survivor I have ever met. May our friendship last forever. Anonymous user, Comrade Levski is also the most generous survivor I have ever met. This is indeed true. Since Yichio traveled through time, this is the first time he has met someone who gave bear skins to others as soon as they met. In the era of cold waves, the value of bear skins is ridiculously high. After a wave of business praise, the friendship between the two people suddenly heated up. The two extremely wealthy survivors established a friendship with absolute generosity. In the survival world, there is no shortage of basic supplies, which means that even if two people meet, they will not become enemies because of some small gains. Therefore, big guys generally like to team up with big guys. After adding friends, Yichio also took the opportunity to ask about the origin of the cool full body armor. After learning about Levski's way of traveling through time, Yichio couldn't help but sigh for a while. It was a moonlit night with many stars. Levski, who had drunk too much liquor, felt depressed. He put on his ancestral bear hunting clothes and went to the forest to find a brown bear for a friendly fight. As a result, at the moment when he killed the bear, he traveled through time. The bear hunting clothes with full defense at the beginning, and a brown bear corpse weighing hundreds of pounds. Carrying hundreds of pounds of meat through time, this is the most that Yichio knows so far. With such a great start, Levski directly killed through the jungle, and the harvest from hunting could not even fit into the house. Except for the fog beast attack on the first day that ran too fast and was not killed, all other fog beasts were directly hammered to death. Looking at the full trophies hanging on Levski's wall, Yichio couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It seems that the real top players in the survival world are probably more powerful than he imagined. Although there is no shortage of food, Yichio still exchanged some meat sausages and crude hams from Levski for collection. As for the exchange items, it is the oil lamp made by Yichio. Knowing that holding this thing can allow him to go deeper into the white fog, Levski's fighting spirit is burning. The most precious of them is a huge bear paw, as big as Yichio's face. According to Levski, this is a bear he hunted in the survival world, and he almost died in the bear's hands at that time. Bears that reach green quality should not be underestimated. They are probably comparable to the existence of intermediate fog beasts. Levski can kill this beast hidden, and Yichio can't help but admire him. This is really awesome. Although he also killed a green quality lion, it was solved by the power of gunpowder. If he went up, Yichio really didn't have much confidence. Worried that Yichio wouldn't be able to cook, Levski also thoughtfully carried out basic processing, and only needed to stew it before eating. It happened that Yichio's greatly improved attribute flesh and blood was about to be consumed, so he stewed this bear paw tomorrow. Fortunately, the weather has been getting colder recently. At this temperature, these things will not go bad for 10 days and a half months. After completing these things, Yichio blinked and returned to the real world. The purpose of this time is to clear the clothing store not far downstairs. After working all day, Yichio's remaining physical strength is not optimistic. In addition, there is no shortage of gasoline and gunpowder. Yichio does not plan to sleep with a pile of explosives as a pillow, so Yichio does not plan to run too far today. It's enough to do some winter clothes for business, which can be regarded as a holiday for yourself. After buying a cubic meter of winter clothes for 0 yuan, Yichio put the goods on the shelves of his own store. It is still limited to 1 piece per person, and the price is at the market price. After completing this matter, Yichio filled the Kong with wood to warm the Kong. It was at this time that Yichio suddenly remembered that he still had a fireplace manufacturing diagram. Although with his current physical fitness, he would hardly be frozen, but if he could make his home warm like spring, why not do it? Due to a long period of charity business, Yichio's basic materials below white quality are almost piled up into a mountain, and the wood in the yard is piled up. It's just right to clean up the wood, it's not a loss at all. Thinking of this, Yichio built 2 fireplaces in the bedroom and the living room respectively, and chose to fill them with a lot of wood, which were always open 24 hours a day. After a while, Yichio felt that the house was warm as spring. In this sub-zero weather, Yichio could already walk around the house with his upper body naked. Not only that, Yichio also spread the bearskin collected from Levski on the ground as a carpet. Made of bear skin, spread on the ground, it was soft and flexible when stepped on barefoot. Yichio almost felt that he could lay on it directly. After taking a hot bath in the bathroom, Yichio walked to the living room in a bathrobe, sat on a recliner, and dried his hair with his back against the fireplace. There was a shrill cold wind outside the window. In front of the fireplace emitting pale yellow flames, Yichio sat on a recliner with a thick bearskin carpet under his feet. Well, it tasted like a medieval noble lord. The softness under his body and the warmth in the air fully seduced the laziness in the human body. Yichio's eyelids fought for a while and he fell asleep. Survival World Day 7. Ah! 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 The completely deformed ringing sound woke Yichio from his sweet dream. Yichio opened his sleepy eyes and looked at the clock hanging on the fireplace. Only then did he realize that he had slept until the fog beast attacked. Alas, the room was too warm and the recliner was so comfortable. There was really nothing he could do. Yichio stood up and stretched, slowly put on his stab-proof suit, picked up his crossbow, and pushed the door open. How the biting cold wind was blowing in his face, and Yichio was completely awake. Cold! This feeling, Yichio clearly realized again. He closed the door with his backhand, took out a mercury thermometer from the warehouse and went out again. Hanging the thermometer on the iron barbed wire on the window, Yichio lit the 3 fires built in the yard. After confirming that there was no flying fog beast attack for the time being, Yichio lit the oil lamp that had been placed long ago. In an instant, the light had illuminated the vicinity of the garrison, and a ferocious fog beast suddenly appeared in front of Yichio. The sharp iron barbed wire cut the body of the fog beast and dismantled the stone fence. The fog beast had begun to be injured. Yichio retreated into the room, opened the window, and shot at the fog beast with a crossbow. Swish, swish, swish. After a series of arrows were shot out, the fog beast outside the fence wailed and fell to the ground completely. After a while, Yichio saw another fog beast appear in another direction. This is the second one. Relying on the terrain advantage, Yichio used his crossbow to shoot it to death before it got close. After killing the second fog beast, Yichio continued to listen quietly. As expected, the expansion of the garrison area attracted more fog beast attacks. After a while, a dull sound of footsteps sounded in Yichio's ears. The fog beast is coming again. The third fog beast, and Yichio estimated that the level of this fog beast was at least intermediate. In order to prevent it from killing him in the face and making it difficult to resist, Yichio immediately picked up a gunpowder barrel and rushed out of the door, lit it and threw it directly in the direction of the footsteps. Boom! A red light suddenly broke out in the black night, and a violent explosion sounded. Along with the smoke and heat waves, it was the shrill wailing of the fog beast. Roar bang! 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 Huge footsteps sounded, and Yichio saw a huge shadow through the fog. It was a huge creature, conservatively estimated to be 4 meters long. The huge fog body was already mostly broken, and the fat belly was billowing with gunpowder smoke, and even the rolling intestines were clearly visible. It seemed that the fog beast was also seriously injured by the blow of the gunpowder barrel. Damn, this guy can bear a gunpowder barrel, this guy is a bit scary. Yichio also immediately rolled out the second gunpowder barrel. In this case, I will give you another one. After lighting the gunpowder barrel, Yichio immediately threw it out through the window and pulled down the window. Boom! The violent explosion sounded again, and Yichio only felt the window shake. Looking forward, even the newly installed stone fence was directly blown away by the huge shock wave. And the fog beast, which looked extremely huge, also collapsed miserably on the ground, and it seemed that it had no fighting ability. A weak roar sounded in the night wind, but compared to the high spirits when it came, the roar of the fog beast now was confused and angry. What happened? Why did the beast lie down before he even saw the house? Unlike the fog beast's confusion, Yichio now had only one thought in his mind. This guy is not dead yet. Yichio couldn't help but marvel at the vitality of the fog beast, and then took out the third gunpowder barrel. Boom! With the third loud noise, there was no movement outside the window. Okay, the third wave of fog beast attack was easily passed. The faint smell of gunpowder filled the night wind. Outside Yichio's camp, several charred pits silently accused Yichio of his evil deeds. The green level lions were defeated by a barrel of explosives, but this fog beast took 3 barrels of explosives before dying. Intuition told Yichio that the level of the fog beast might be higher than the intermediate level. For safety reasons, Yichio still did not plan to go out to pick up the spoils. After waiting for a while and making sure that there was no fourth wave of attacks, Yichio sat back on the recliner and turned on the system. Channel 666, 680/1000, yesterday, the range of the garrison was expanded. For the first time, I challenged 2 waves of fog beasts. Fighting was awesome. The above person is a real boss. I was trembling with fear when I fought a fog beast. The fog beasts that are attacking now are getting stronger day by day. This is simply forcing people to grow up. Can't you give them some time to develop freely? Does the above person think this is a game? He is still thinking about building a house for fun. Alas, after 7 days in the survival world, I am afraid that tens of millions of humans have died at the hands of fog beasts. I wish there were no fog beasts in heaven, just surviving is already doing my best. Don't be depressed. It is quite easy to resist the attack of fog beasts with a house. As long as you kill a fog beast, you will basically form a positive cycle and become stronger. The strength of the fog beast is still reasonable. I feel that the fog beast meat is a free benefit. Have you all watched the people who sent us to this damn world? Your brains have turned into muscles. The smell of gunpowder in the chat area is getting stronger and stronger. As time goes by, many people have begun to adapt to the rhythm of the survival world, and even the survival world has given many people respect and freedom that they cannot get in the real world. But most people still have strong resentment towards the survival world, and they cannot contact the existence that sent humans here, so humans started the traditional art civil war. In addition, they cannot go out in the dark, and the chat area is very lively for a while. Yichio felt bored after watching for a while. It can only be said that both sides have their own reasons, and it is really difficult to tell right from wrong. Therefore, after fully recovering his physical strength, Yichio chose to return to the real world. Only children fight over and over, Yichio chooses to have it all. You have to enjoy the survival world and explore the real world, this is what is called healthy. For the first time crossing today, Yichio chose to purchase steel and gunpowder. Gunpowder is to replenish the consumption of yesterday and today, and steel is to replenish the consumption of barbed wire. Yichio is like a hard-working little squirrel, moving the resources of the real world back to the survival world bit by bit, and in this round trip, a few hours disappear. Returning to the survival world again, Yichio glanced at the watch, and it was only a dozen minutes before dawn. The reward for killing the giant fog beast was still outside the camp. Yichio looked at the hazy light circle and couldn't hold back his excitement. After eating another starberry and putting the seeds away, Yichio pushed open the door, lit a fire and came to the yard. With the help of the starfall berry, the hazy drops in the white mist suddenly became much clearer, and Yichio finally saw the strange light edge of the drops. In the blue light, Yichio saw a color he had never seen before. It was purple. At present, the highest quality Yichio knew was blue, so this purple drop must be at least one level higher than blue. If nothing unexpected happens, this fog beast should be a high-level fog beast. It was a pity that I was worried about being approached by it, so I directly fired a gunpowder barrel from a long distance to kill it, otherwise I could have identified it. Without thinking too much, Yichio glanced at the watch on his wrist, and it was about to dawn. When the time came, the originally dense white fog in front of Yichio suddenly faded, and the blue and purple light suddenly illuminated Yichio's vision. Yichio sighed with some disappointment. Alas, what a pity, there is only one. Pushing open the door of the wooden fence, Yichio immediately stepped forward to put the drops into his backpack, and then ran directly back to the house. The inspection of the yard and the repair of the fence were put aside for the time being. Yichio was extremely excited about his first purple drop. But just after closing the door of the wooden fence, Yichio rubbed his hands excitedly and took out the drops from his backpack. First, the old 2. Mist Beast Flesh, Blue, Mist Core, Blue. The description of the blue quality Mist Beast Flesh is that it can greatly improve the physical fitness of the eater. There are a total of 12 drops. It is the most precious flesh drop he has encountered so far. Yichio thought of the refrigerated bear paw. Alas, I don't know when I will have to wait to eat the bear paw. Although the mist core is still useless, it will surely be useful in the future. Then there is, silver coin, green, *10. Now Yichio's inventory of small money has reached 29 silver and 505 copper, just waiting for a gold coin to appear to summon the merchant. As for the last one, it is the purple item. To be honest, Yichio was not very satisfied with the items dropped so far, so he had high hopes for the last purple item. A lilac glow appeared before his eyes, and Yichio gently pinched it. Item upgrade card, purple, description, can upgrade the highest blue quality items to purple. Evolve. Evolve. Since the Mist Survival Manual can only identify the existence of blue and lower quality, Yichio can only get these messages. Fortunately, this is a functional prop, and it is enough to just understand the function, and the limitations can be completely tried out by yourself. Only these messages are enough to make Yichio excited. This is not a random purple item, but you can choose a purple item yourself. Do you want purple quality fog beast meat? Purple quality crossbow? Purple quality gunpowder? Too many choices, people have some choice difficulties. Yichio looked at the system introduction again, and suddenly thought of another possibility. Can this thing be used on living things? Yichio picked up the card and tried to choose to use it on himself. Iron must be strong. If your physical fitness can reach blue quality, then wouldn't it become a walking high-level fog beast? Anyway, if it is killed, it will only drop meat of the same quality. The gap between me and the high-level fog beast should not be that big, right? System prompt, item upgrade card, purple, cannot be used. Yichio touched the soft fur of the misty rabbit and looked at the item upgrade card in his hand. Well, since it cannot be used on me, it is clear what to upgrade. That's right, it is the Mist Survival Manual, blue. If its grade is higher, I can identify and get the detailed information of the item upgrade card. Sometimes intelligence can help people avoid countless detours. Since the internal muscles cannot be upgraded, the external brain can only be upgraded. Taking out the Mist Survival Manual, Yichio looked at the card in his hand with some heartache and broke it into pieces with his eyes closed. A touch of purple light sprinkled on the Mist Survival Manual, which dissipated a lot of the white fog above the book, revealing the uneven cover. Good fellow, I feel like this book can be used to hit people. Weighing this thin manual that weighs 10 pounds after the upgrade, Yichio couldn't help but complain. But since it has been upgraded, Yichio also used the manual to identify the manual first to see what changes have occurred. White Mist Holy Book Fragmented Page, Purple, Description. The white mist rules that permeate the gaps of the heavens and the worlds, and the ever-flowing white mist, are visualized as fragmented pages. They can identify most items of 5 qualities: gray inferior, white ordinary, green excellent, blue rare, and purple treasures. Holding the fragments, you will embark on a road full of unknowns. Is this good or bad? Features, pure white mist. Holding the fragments, you can blend into the mist for 10 seconds without worrying about being swallowed by unknown existences. It can be used once a day. The changes are huge. Even the name has really become the White Mist Holy Book. This doesn't sound simple. Yichio always feels that the gold content of this guy may be a little beyond his expectations. Now it seems that a few meals a day are not enough to repay Brother Wangwu's kindness. In addition, the White Mist Holy Scripture has another feature. It can blend into the fog. The fog is the most terrifying existence in the hearts of survivors. Anyone who enters the fog without carrying fog-repelling items will die. And if you can blend into the fog, you can avoid attacks and sneak attacks in the future, and almost 99.9% of people will not notice it. In some cases, having this skill is equivalent to having an extra life. Or the gunpowder is powerful, and the killing reward of high-level fog beasts is powerful. Fighting, cool. Putting the remaining pages of the White Mist Holy Scripture close to his body, Yichio couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Next, Yichio planned to pick up the drops from the other 2 fog beasts yesterday, and then repair the fence. However, when Yichio stepped out of the door again,
the excitement on his face suddenly faded a lot. Because he realized something was wrong. And this is the wrong place. Yicho slowly raised his head and saw a gray sky. There is no sun today. Sunlight is an important condition for the surface temperature to rise, and today there are no clouds, but no sun, which makes the daytime temperature in the survival world not much different from that at night. Yicho picked up the thermometer that he had just placed outside the house, which showed that the current temperature was -12 degrees. Feeling the bitter cold wind, Yicho estimated that the temperature would drop further. Opening the system chat, it was rare to be active during the day. Why is there no sun outside today? Will it be okay to go out? Shouldn't we care about whether it is cold or not? Wood is not enough for heating. If there is no daytime temperature, how can we live in the future? It's just dawn and wild beasts are attacking my camp. This is too good. Finally there is food. I feel that it may be more dangerous outside today, so I don't plan to go out. Anyway, I have enough supplies. I also think we can stay at home. Wild beast attacks may be more frequent today. We can just sit at home and wait for the opportunity. I always feel that the temperature may continue to drop. Let's go out and stock up some wood now. Due to the weather conditions that are different from those of the past, the group chat is particularly lively at this moment. Yicho first repaired the gap in the stone fence, and then searched the yard to confirm that no unknown creatures had sneaked in before cleaning up the spoils. Except for the old two, yesterday's fog beasts didn't drop many good things. Charcoal, wood, food, and water are all indispensable good things to resist the cold wave. But for Yicho, these are the things he has the most. Because he does no-cost business in the trading market every day, Yicho's basic materials have accumulated to a terrible degree. Turning to the back of the yard, Yicho saw neatly stacked white-quality wood and stone. Each kind of conservative estimate is more than 3,000 units, which has completely filled his backyard, and even broke through the wooden fence and ran to the new territory. There are more than 500 units of blue and green quality wood and stone in the front yard. The reason why Yicho's house is so warm is largely because it is almost buried under these materials, and it is difficult to dissipate heat. Yicho touched his chin and planned to wait until the evening to put this large number of wood on the trading market, and then he would help his fellow villagers. It's not a big deal to keep piling it here. If a few fog beasts come to the backyard, he can't attack. The worry of having too much supplies lingered deeply in Yicho's mind. It took a while for Yicho to use his backpack to transfer a large amount of stone and wood to the area between the wooden fence and the stone fence, so that Yicho could see the situation in the backyard. However, after clearing the problem of too much accumulation of basic materials, Yicho found a familiar old friend not far from the station. A faint white mist appeared out of thin air, squeezing the trees and stones originally distributed there into powder. A moment later, a foggy area appeared in front of Yicho. The foggy area was refreshed again. Yicho looked solemn. There is no doubt that the foggy area that suddenly appeared last time made Yicho full of benefits, but the foggy area that appeared this time may not be a resource area. But no matter what, Yicho could not let the danger appear in front of him, and he must go to take a look. After emptying his backpack, Yicho equipped the giant eagle wings, put on the helmet, and pushed open the door of the stone fence. This time, the fog zone refreshed farther than last time. On the way to the fog zone, Yicho encountered many creatures that dared to attack him, but they were all small guys with seriously insufficient attack power. Even without using weapons, Yicho stepped on them and they died. Easily reaching the 100-meter area of the fog zone, Yicho held the white mist holy book and started the appraisal. Fog zone resources, purple, description, an area with a large number of rare resources, wandering randomly on this continent under the guidance of the fog, waiting for the arrival of the destined person. The highest resource in this resource zone is purple. Features, non-continuous existence, current remaining existence time, 3 hours and 57 minutes, another resource zone? Yicho showed a happy expression. Looking at this rocky and barren scene, it seems that this resource zone should focus on high-quality stone. Not only that, the upgraded White Mist Holy Book also pointed out the highest quality resources in the fog zone to Yicho, as well as the specific existence time. It really wasn't a waste of upgrades. Yicho lit the oil lamp hanging on his waist and walked into the foggy area. When he came to the edge of the foggy area, Yicho immediately identified the rocks underground. As expected, the worst were green quality stones. The blue quality stones were piled up like mountains. Then the next problem was mining. If someone else came, even with a blue quality stone pickaxe, they would probably only get about 20 pieces of stone. But Yicho is not an ordinary person. In order to mine the most resources in nearly 5 hours, Yichio decided to blast the mine.
Immediately returning to the garrison, Yichio loaded a full ton of gunpowder and stepped into the resource area again. Then, Yichio took a few pictures of the stone mountain in front of him from different angles and prepared to send them to Wang Wu. "Yichio, brother Wang Wu, I have refreshed a resource area here, and I am going to blast it.
Do you have any knowledge in this area?
Although gunpowder is powerful, if you can't find a good position, the harvest may be greatly reduced."
Yichio still plans to ask a professional.
However, even if Wang Wu had served in the army, he might not be able to answer questions in this regard.
Most soldiers cannot be said to be proficient in the use of various weapons. With this question, Yichio was just trying it out and didn't have any expectations.
On the other side, Wang Wu was ambushing in the bushes to hunt a wounded leopard. After seeing Yichio's message, he stopped hiding and launched a sneak attack. With the help of excellent weapons, the wounded leopard soon died in Wang Wu's hands. Without using the system to decompose, Wang Wu carried the leopard and immediately returned to the garrison. After safety, Wang Wu had the energy to read Yichio's message seriously.
Resource area? Blast?
Seeing Yichio's words, even Wang Wu felt stunned. The second time he encountered a resource area, he could be called lucky, but the blast was something Wang Wu could not have imagined. Although there were things like explosive arrows being sold in the trading area a few days ago, this kind of thing should be used to save lives, not to mine, right? But Wang Wu also knew that Yichio was not a fool. He cherished his life very much and would never do such a wasteful thing.
In other words, Yichio now even has things like explosives that can be restored?
Obviously, Yichio has a big secret, and Wang Wu was sensible and did not ask too much. At least since Yichio crossed over, everything he did was beneficial to the survivors, and he saved his own life.
"Wang Wu, I know a little bit, you can send me the topographic map of the area that needs to be blasted." Yichio was also stunned when he received Wang Wu's reply. He was just asking tentatively, but he didn't expect Wang Wu to really understand this aspect of the problem. "Yichio, brother Wang Wu, you were not the king of soldiers in the army before you crossed over, right?"
Yichio, picture 1.jpg, picture 2.jpg,
Wang Wu, not the king of soldiers, but not a rookie either, you have to learn everything on the battlefield. Wang Wu, I need to study this terrain. You'd better provide the intensity of the explosion to facilitate analysis.
Yichio immediately returned to the front of the camp, placed a gunpowder barrel facing the place where the high-level fog beast was bombed, and took a few photos.
"Yichio, this is a pit caused by the explosion of a gunpowder barrel, picture.jpg Wang Wu, good guy, this gunpowder is quite pure and powerful." "Wang Wu, if that's the case, I'm sure. You can just place gunpowder barrels in the places I marked. Of course, the amount of gunpowder required may be higher. Wang Wu, if you don't have enough gunpowder, I have a second plan. The harvest may be less." "Yichio, is 1 ton enough?" Wang Wu's mouth twitched slightly outside the screen. 1 ton? Is there a saltpeter vein next to Yichio's camp? It's only the 7th day to raise a ton of black gunpowder? I always feel that when I was still hunting with a spear, Yichio picked up the Gatling gun and started shooting. "Wang Wu, enough, absolutely enough.
I'll mark the blasting locations and send them to you." In the resource area, Yichio placed 500 kilograms of explosive barrels in each of the 2 areas according to Wang Wu's instructions. "Blast the left side first, then the right side." Yichio turned on the windproof lighter to light the fuse, and then ran in the opposite direction of the resource area without hesitation.
About 10 seconds later. Boom! 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 There were several loud explosions, and the earth and rocks flew, as if even the earth was shaking.
Yichio stopped and looked back. I saw a large number of broken stones rolling down the hill, clattering like a torrential rain.
These are all stones of the lowest green quality.
After the resource area was completely stabilized, Yichio returned and began to move the stones. Knowing that it would be impossible to complete the transportation in a short time, Yichio chose to throw these stones outside the resource area first, and wait until the resource area dissipated before slowly transporting them back to the station. However, when he moved to 150 units, Yichio suddenly found something wrong. Because the stones under his feet suddenly moved. Yichio subconsciously thought that the aftershocks of the explosion had not yet completely ended, and the mountain would usher in a second landslide. Although this stone mountain was not very high, Yichio still withdrew without hesitation. But when Yichio left this area, he realized that his judgment was wrong. The shaking of the stone was not caused by a landslide, but by something coming out of the stone. Pieces of rock pieced together to form a rough body, each of which was at least 3 meters long.
"Stone man?
Since crossing into the survival world, this was the first time Ichio had encountered a fantasy creature other than the fog beast. Without hesitation, Ichio used the white mist holy book to identify it. Or guard, blue, description: the rock creatures guarding the ores have high defense and are extremely difficult to kill. Guarding ores will appear when the surrounding environment is greatly damaged. Characteristic: body of rock: when the body is destroyed below 40%, health will be slowly restored to 100% by absorbing rocks, or guard? Looking at the giant stone men turning their heads to look at him, Ichio's heart skipped a beat. Good guy, it seems that digging too fast is not a good thing. Without hesitation, Ichio discovered a pattern as he escaped from the foggy area. Although the stone people feel a heavy sense of oppression, they cannot leave the foggy area too far. As long as they don't enter the foggy area, the ore guards won't come out to hunt Ichio. Ichio couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at this discovery. Seeing that Ichio had no intention of getting closer, the ore guards moved the crushed rocks back to the mountain. With the flash of light yellow light, the rocks became part of the mountain again. If there is no way to eliminate these ore guards, I am afraid that 100 units of green quality stone and 50 units of blue quality stone will be my final harvest today. Although this number is not a lot, it is simply a drop in the bucket compared to the huge mine that stretches as far as the eye can see. Ichio is not willing to leave like this. After walking around the edge of the foggy area, several ore guards followed Ichio in the circle, staring intently at Ichio, the culprit who destroyed their home. After some observation, Ichio came to a conclusion. Just like the common shortcomings of mobs in the game, the tall and powerful ore guard is not as fast as Ichio. Although he could easily escape from the ore guards, at this moment, it was impossible to obtain more stones, because Ichio could dodge one or two, but he could not stop and concentrate on all the ore guards. Collect supplies. Therefore, if he wanted to truly get back the stone he exploded, Ichio had only one way. Destroy all the ore guards on the field. And it is very simple to do this. Although Ichio is no match for an ore guard on his own, 1,000 kilograms of gunpowder buried in another area will give them endless surprises. Let the show I prepared for you begin. Without hesitation, Ichio used his sprint skills and rushed into the resource area with lightning speed. Realizing Ichio's arrival, when the two stone men guarding Ichio turned around, the ore guards who were repairing the stone mountain also raised their heads. Facing Ichio, who suddenly entered the resource area, the ore guards took action one after another. Punch from a short distance and throw a stone from a distance. Ichio was surrounded by dangers for a while. Fortunately, gunpowder destroyed the terrain, allowing Ichio to hide easily. After attracting the attention of all the ore guards, Ichio immediately fled towards another blasting area. More than a dozen ore guards immediately followed Ichio, vowing to kill the man who destroyed the mountains on the spot. However, their speed is still a bit behind Ichio, but with the throwing methods of the mine guards, Ichio will never have the chance to take away any stone. But Ichio's original purpose was not to take away the stone, and when the ore guards stepped into the blasting range, Ichio's plan had been successful. Ichio easily synthesized a torch and threw it far away. At the same time, he used the double acceleration of the giant eagle's wings and sprint to hide under a natural bunker dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye. Boom! Boom boom! There were several loud explosions, and gravel and dust were scattered all over the sky. And when Ichio stood up from the bunker, he could see the mess in front of him, as well as the ore guard who never stood up again and the blue light edge of the dropped objects. Success! Ichio looked happy and immediately stepped forward to check the harvest. The ore guards cracked into pieces of slightly different colors, but in fact the quality was still blue. Ichio used identification on the pile of stones. Guard ore, blue, description: a special stone dropped from living rock creatures. It is stronger and more durable than other stones. Characteristics: Earth Guardian: when a building made of guardian ore is erected on the ground, the upper limit of durability is increased, and the durability will be automatically restored when damaged. There is no doubt that even among blue quality stones, guard ore can be called the only one. Ichio plans to use this guard ore to upgrade his stone fence, so that he won't have to spend resources to repair damage to the fence in the future. Apart from stones, the remaining dropped items are cores. There are a total of 12 blue quality earth-type condensed cores, which look similar to fog cores and can also be used to supply energy. After placing the condensation core and collecting the guard ore, Ichio was about to continue his unfinished work of moving the rocks, but he felt a sway under his feet. Isn't there an ore guard on this side of the explosion? One group was killed, and another group came out. This resource area is too stingy, not as good as the last forest. Ichio cursed in his heart and immediately pulled back again.
And it was only after he was far away from the shaking area that Yichio realized how wrong his idea was. The shaking like an earthquake continued for a long time, and when countless earth and rocks were shaken down, an extremely terrifying existence appeared in front of Yichio. The body is like a bulging hill, exuding a strange bronze-like luster. The huge creature in front of me is 10 meters above the ground. This is not at the same level as the Ore Guardian. In front of it, I am as powerless as a mouse in front of a human. Yichio stepped on the shaking rocks and ran quickly out of the foggy area, while throwing an appraisal directly at the huge creature in front of him. Mineral Vein Guardian, purple, description, a huge mineral creature derived from the mineral vein, responsible for guarding and nurturing its own mineral vein and precious treasures. Relying on the huge mineral vein, even other elite creatures can hardly threaten it. Features, body of ore, the huge body is made of hard ore, which is extremely difficult to be destroyed. Even if it is mostly destroyed, it can slowly recover through the associated mineral veins, guardian field, in order to prevent the enemy from collecting or by spatial means. The Ore Vein Guard has learned powerful blocking methods without a teacher. Within the protection range, all low and medium level space transmissions are prohibited. Terrain control, the Ore Vein Guard is born to be the darling of the Earth. It can easily change the terrain in the protection area, causing the enemy to return in defeat. After reading the appraisal results, Yichio had only one word in his mind. Strong. Too strong. As the first purple quality monster Yichio encountered, its grade can basically be determined as elite level, and even in the elite level, there is no doubt about the power of the Mine Guard. Even if there was still a ton of explosives in the garrison, Yichio probably wouldn't be able to cause serious damage to it. Elite level monster, so terrifying. Rumble. Earth and rocks were flying, and Yichio suddenly noticed that the terrain under his feet had changed, and an extremely unpleasant feeling suddenly surged into his heart. Without hesitation, Yichio used his fastest escape method, using his giant eagle wings and skills to sprint, and rushed into the blue sky. Thanks to the recent consumption of Fog Beast flesh and blood, Yichio's physical fitness has changed greatly every day. Under this all-out attack, Yichio actually flew directly to an altitude of more than 20 meters. It was at this high altitude that Yichio could carefully see a row of sharp earth thorns rising up to 10 meters under his feet, as well as a slow-moving mineral beast not far away. If he had taken one step too late, he would probably be a corpse on a thorn by now. Yichio's heart was beating wildly, and he immediately flapped his wings to glide outside the foggy area. Facing Yichio, who was more than 20 meters above the ground, the Mine Guard squirmed and pulled out more of his body while manipulating a large amount of earth and rocks to hit the sky. This is derived from the stone-throwing attack of the Ore Guard. At this moment, depending on the user, the power becomes absolutely huge. Under Yichio's feet, the ground shook like waves. The originally relatively flat ground suddenly had mountains rising from the ground, forcibly turning a mountain into a basin. As long as Yichio landed, he would not be able to escape. Ahoo! Flailing his wings, Yichio dodged the attack of a huge stone, but at this moment, the ground under his feet had risen to 10 meters, and in the gliding state, Yichio's height was also constantly decreasing. The wings of the giant eagle can only be raised when there is a borrowing point. In midair, Yichio cannot take off a second time at this moment. Yichio had a premonition that the moment he touched the ground, he would be greeted by a violent storm of attacks. This is too outrageous. He obviously just came to dig some rocks, so why did he provoke such a terrifying monster? If I had known that defeating the Ore Guard would lead to such a terrifying existence, I would never go out. Isn't the fireplace at home warm? Although his mood was definitely not good, Yichio was extremely calm at the moment. If he wanted to escape now, Yichio had two ways. However, the appraisal clearly mentioned that the space was blocked by the Mine Guards, and teleportation was prohibited in the surrounding area. Yichio could not bet on whether his golden finger would be useful at this tight time. Then there is only one last way to escape. Yichio took out the last starfall berry from his pocket and swallowed it. A refreshing feeling suddenly came to his eyes. With his vision enhanced, the boulder thrown by the Mine Guard could barely follow the trajectory. In this situation, Yichio immediately changed direction and folded his wings at a suitable position. Without the wings used for gliding in the air, Yichio immediately started to fall freely in midair. Is Yichio going crazy when he folds his wings at such a critical moment? No. Because just after Yichio fell a few meters, a huge rock was about to pass by Yichio's feet. As soon as he stepped on this pedal, Yichio used his skills again and soared into the sky. 40 meters above the ground, Yichio was safe again at this moment. The wildly beating heart slowly calmed down, and Yichio entered the gliding state again.
On the other side, the mine guard stretched out a huge body of 50 meters, standing on the mine like a 10-story high-rise building, staring at Yi Qiu, who was hundreds of meters away. At this moment, Yi Qiu was far away from the core area of the mine, and the mine guard had no intention of pursuing him. Instead of continuing to pull out its body, the mine guard just continued to throw boulders at Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu looked at each other with the huge mineral vein guard from a distance, so as to avoid the heavy but inaccurate boulder. However, during this observation time, Yi Qiu's vision, blessed by the starfall berry, allowed Yi Qiu to see something more attractive. Perhaps because the huge body guarding the mine was gradually withdrawing from the mine, Yi Qiu saw a silvery white sparkle in the center of the created basin. That's a silver treasure chest piled in a large amount of ore. Danger and opportunity coexist, and Yi Qiu understands this during the 7 days of survival time. The first person to kill the fog beast will be rewarded with improved quality, and the first person to expand the area of the garrison will receive a daily treasure chest. All these things reminded Yi Qiu that in this world, only by challenging danger can he become stronger. Therefore, Yi Qiu has no doubt that there is definitely a very rare treasure in this silver treasure chest. But the huge mineral vein guard in front of him was warning Yi Qiu not to seek death. What to do? Did you take advantage of this opportunity and turn around and leave without any regrets? Let's try again. Can you get this silver treasure chest? The more you struggle, the calmer you should be. If he wanted to touch the silver treasure chest, Yi Qiu had to confirm his trump card. First of all, whether he can be teleported back to the real world. Just now, because of time constraints, Yi Qiu chose the escape method that was most likely to succeed. Now that he was at a high altitude, Yi Qiu had time to try. Try to use your golden finger that can teleport across borders to see if it is within the scope of the mine guard's ban. After a brief thought, Yi Qiu blinked his eyes and suddenly found himself in the real world. Bang! Yi Qiu, who was in the gliding state, bumped his head against the bedside table, but soon he folded his wings and climbed over. After touching his painful head, he took out a few sets of quilts from the closet beside him and piled them on the bed, and continued to think. Very good, the mine guard only prohibits medium and low-level space teleportation, and his teleportation ability that can directly cross the world will not be easily taken down. In this way, his battle with the mine guard is naturally invincible. At the same time, Yi Qiu has to experiment with another thing. Standing on the floor of the real world, Yi Qiu chose to cross at the moment of taking off. When he returned to the survival world, Yi Qiu suddenly found that his height had risen by 20 meters out of thin air. Good. Relying on the ability of crossing, he is not only naturally invincible, but also can take off twice in midair. Then there is the third preparation to be made. Yi Qiu took out the white mist holy book and appraised the foggy area again. There are still 15 minutes before the foggy area will dissipate. Looking at the silver-white light, the heat in Yi Qiu's heart is slowly burning. 3 minutes, Yi Qiu closed the white mist holy book, his face showing determination. In the last 3 minutes, I will try to take down this silver treasure chest. During the 12 minutes, Yi Qiu was not idle. Although Yi Qiu had what he thought were enough trump cards in his hand, he could not guarantee the success of the matter. First of all, Yi Qiu had never touched such a guarded treasure chest. According to the understanding of the game, the silver treasure chest should not be opened before defeating the mine guard. The closed treasure chest could not be put into the backpack. Yi Qiu planned to transfer the silver treasure chest directly to the real world, but he did not know whether he could succeed. But killing the mine guard was a bit wishful thinking. Yi Qiu expected to take away some precious ores near the silver treasure chest. Things protected by the mine guard were not garbage at all. After returning to the station to take out the remaining gunpowder barrels, Yi Qiu stood at the edge of the fog area and carefully watched the time. Even if he really failed in 3 minutes, the fog area should dissipate and he could save his life. After eating a few pieces of dry-fried fog beast meat, Yi Qiu had to ensure that his body was in full peak condition. As time passed, the fog area only lasted 3 minutes. And at this moment, Yi Qiu moved. Giant eagle wings takeoff plus skill sprint, the combination of the two skills allowed Yi Qiu to directly reach an altitude of more than 20 meters. And at this moment, Yi Qiu took advantage of the fact that the mine guard had not yet reacted and sprinted and glided towards the core area of the basin. Roar! Realizing the appearance of Yi Qiu, the mine guard who had already fallen down immediately raised his head. Facing the rapidly flying Yi Qiu, the mine guard bit out without hesitation. Just when the mine guard was about to suffocate Yi Qiu's figure suddenly disappeared, replaced by several ignited gunpowder barrels. Bang! A violent explosion sounded in the mouth of the mine guard, and many bronze small stones were shaken off. But even after enduring the explosion of several gunpowder barrels, the mine guard was still not even slightly injured. The ore that fell from his body was far less than his doubts about Yi Chou's whereabouts. Where is he? Here he comes. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chou appeared at the place where he just disappeared, and quickly rose 20 meters before rushing to the core area again. Roar! The mine guard was angry and launched another attack, but the result was still no surprise. Boom! The explosion of several gunpowder barrels immediately shook the mine guard's head crooked, as if he was slapped hard in the air. And Yi Chou, he appeared again at this moment, and was closer to the treasure chest. Roar! Although he had no brain, the mine guard still felt something was wrong. Subconsciously, he rolled up his huge body to try to cover up the core area. But would Yi Chou do as he wished? Without hesitation, Yi Chou lit all the remaining gunpowder barrels in one breath and threw them down. In order to be able to get in touch with the silver treasure chest as soon as possible, Yi Chou chose not to return to the real world. Boom! A loud noise far exceeding any explosion made by Yi Chou echoed in the basin, and the huge body of the mine guard was directly blasted with a visible gap by the huge explosion. Even Yi Chou, who was in midair, felt that his internal organs were squeezed into a ball by the shock wave of the explosion. But this was already a small matter, because Yi Chou seized the opportunity he created for himself. Using 2 consecutive sprints, Yi Chou hugged the huge treasure chest fiercely in the shortest time with the momentum of a giant eagle hunting. At this time, Yi Chou did not forget to put the purple quality crystals piled around the huge treasure chest into his backpack. Roar! An unprecedented roar exploded in the head of the mine guard, and the 100-meter-long body immediately closed, like a giant python, tightly encircling the core area. But just as they were about to be crushed into minced meat, Yi Chou, the silver treasure chest and the blue crystals nearby disappeared instantly. Roar! Only the unwilling roar of the mine guard remained. As the white fog thickened, the earth-shaking roar also disappeared. The real world. Bang! Yi Chou crashed into the quilt in a very familiar posture. And when Yi Chou felt the softness of the quilt and the coldness of the silver treasure chest at the same time, a smile appeared on his face. Turning over and lying in the quilt, Yi Chou raised the silver treasure chest in his hand high and kissed it fiercely. Success! It actually worked! Having gotten a silver treasure chest for free, Yi Chou was 10 or even 9 times happier than ever before. But when he recalled the danger just now and felt the huge shock wave on his body being injured by the explosion, the smile on Yi Chou's face slowly faded. Although it was successful, the process was really dangerous. Patting the silver treasure chest beside him, Yi Chou seemed to remember something, and with a serious face, he gently pressed the opening of the box. If the treasure chest could not be opened because the mine guard was not dead, then his harvest would be greatly reduced. Fortunately, a familiar click sounded in Yi Chou's ears. As the treasure chest was opened, 3 purple and 1 blue light balls appeared in front of Yi Chou. 3 purple and 1 blue. The biggest gain since coming to the survival world. Yi Chou closed the treasure chest and sighed with satisfaction. Cool. Although he was very excited about what was inside, Yi Chou still planned to wait until he returned to the survival world to break them one by one. After all, the use of the white mist holy scripture in reality may cause unknown gazes, and coupled with the constant physical consumption, Yi Chou could not fully experience the fun of unboxing. Looking at the watch on his wrist, it stands to reason that the fog area should have dissipated by now, but for safety reasons, Yi Chou did not immediately return to the survival world. After 10 minutes, Yi Chou, who was worried that he would consume too much physical energy in the real world and could not avoid external threats in time, took a deep breath and chose to return to the survival world. Blinking, there was a whistling cold wind in his ears, and at this moment, Yi Chou's eyes were already a piece of land that looked like the ground had been cut off, and the fog area had dissipated. Woohoo! Yi Chou took off on the spot to vent his excitement. At full speed, Yi Chou flew towards the direction of the station, and halfway, Yi Chou saw an unexpected surprise. It was a stone thrown by the mine guard. In order to shoot down Yi Chou, who was flying in the air, the mine guard manipulated a large number of stones to hit Yi Chou, but the aim was not good, and most of the stones flew far away. And the stones that flew out of the fog area did not leave with the fog area. These stones are all blue quality products. Thank you for the gift of the mine guard. Yi Chou inspected the gifts left by the mine guard with satisfaction, and soon, Yi Chou came to his own station. In the corner of the station, there was a canine beast gnawing on his stone fence. Yi Chou held a crossbow and shot 2 arrows to kill it, and then landed gracefully. Putting the free meat into the backpack, Yichio pushed open the door, isolated the cold wind behind him, and returned to his warm cabin again. The 24-hour burning fireplace provided sufficient warmth for the wooden house. Yichio folded the giant eagle wings and lay directly on the recliner. Today's resource area development trip is really tiring. It was extremely rare that Yichio took a nap during the day in the survival world. 20 minutes later. Ichaaa so comfortable, opened the treasure chest. After waking up, Yichio stretched his body and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A second later, a silver-white treasure chest appeared again with Yichio. Click. The silver-white lid was lifted, and the precious loot appeared in front of Yichio. I guess they won't let Yichio down. Okay, it's you. Yichio took out the only blue item and pinched it open. Let me see what yours, which has the lowest value, is. Click. The blue light gradually dissipated, and a touch of gold fell into Yichio's hand. It turned out to be a gold coin. Gold coin, blue, durability, infinity, description. The currency jointly issued by the great beings has a very high value in the survival world. When you encounter it, it proves that good things will definitely happen. Features, special attraction. People say that real businessmen can smell the scent of money. Maybe this gold coin will attract some special existence? Very good. Now I have enough money to buy some things. Yichio put the gold coin on the table, feeling quite emotional. The most important thing is that I haven't seen intelligent creatures for too long. I hope the so-called businessmen are human beings. After getting a gold coin with a good start, Yichio randomly picked a purple light ball and squeezed it open. This time, a jade-like crystal-emitting purple light appeared in front of Yichio. Obtain vein marrow, purple, *1, vein marrow, purple, description. There is a chance that a very rare jade-like crystal will be produced in the mineral vein. It can be used to create purple treasure quality items. Features, evolution, bury the vein marrow in the ground, and the surrounding soil will gradually petrify and the quality will gradually improve, up to purple quality. This thing seems to be able to be used to grow a mineral vein at home. Just bury it underground, and there will be a stable source of high-grade stone in the future. Satisfied, he weighed the marrow and prepared to find a time to bury it. Next, Yichio took out another purple light ball and crushed it. What appeared in front of Yichio was a scroll. Skill Meteor Ball Scroll, purple, description. Consume a certain amount of mental power to create a meteor ball and shoot it to the designated location, causing damage. Feature, quick learning. Is this a mage skill? When the mine guard used this move to hit himself, it was magnificent. Every time he dodged, he was dancing on the tip of a knife. As for the power, it would be no problem to smash ordinary people into a pile. It probably wouldn't be that powerful if he used it himself. It just so happened that the skill slot was full now, so he didn't consider installing it for the time being. The last light ball. To be honest, although these gains were not bad, they were not particularly surprising to Yichio. Therefore, Yichio had high expectations for the last light ball. Bang! It appeared, a construction blueprint. Yichio immediately used identification on it. Wonderful item all-seeing mirror construction plan, purple, description. Consume 10 mineral crystals, purple, and 10 wood, purple, to create the wonderful item all-seeing mirror. This blueprint is a one-time blueprint. Features, territory control. After placing the wonder, you can consume mental power or fog core transformation to view the terrain within a radius of 1,000 meters with the garrison as the core. Note, it is detected that you do not have a level 5 territory yet. This effect is a castrated version. After upgrading to a territory, the control range is expanded to the entire territory. Wonderful item. And the characteristics of this wonder are even more surprising. It can easily manipulate the terrain in the territory, which means that Yichio does not have to dig traps by himself, raise the height of the garrison to prevent floods, and so on. And it can also view the terrain, which is equivalent to installing a surveillance camera in the garrison. Absolute control over the garrison is definitely a good thing that can only be encountered but not sought. Even if his garrison has not yet been upgraded to level 5 and become a territory, this effect is absolutely amazing. However, the consumption of building strange objects should not be underestimated. Both mineral crystals and wood require purple quality. As time goes by, the probability of obtaining purple quality wood may be quite high. After all, the basic materials of the same quality are the cheapest. But I have never even heard of mineral crystals. No! Yichio was stunned. When he took away the silver treasure chest, he also took away the crystals near the treasure chest. Maybe those are mineral crystals. Thinking of this, Yichio immediately opened his backpack, and more than a dozen light blue crystal blocks appeared in front of Yichio. Mineral vein crystal, purple. Description: precious crystals produced in mineral veins, extremely rare materials. Features: image retention, can record images within a certain range and play them again. The feature is image retention, which seems to be the main source of the monitoring function.
The last item did not disappoint Yichio.
As long as he collected purple quality wood, he could build a strange object. Crushing the blueprint, Yichio carried the empty treasure chest to the warehouse and placed it next to the wooden treasure chest and the bronze treasure chest. Looking at the time, more than 6 hours of daylight have passed, and it will be dark in an hour. Although Yichio wanted to go to the real world to search for gunpowder, he had to fight with the mine guards.
Although he had a short nap, he didn't have enough energy to go to the fireworks store.
After emptying his backpack, Yichio first spent more than half an hour moving all the stones near the station.
There were too many gifts from the mine guards.
Yichio had moved less than half of them, but he had harvested nearly 200 units of blue stone and more than 300 units of green stone. Seeing that it was getting dark, Yichio temporarily stopped moving and returned to the station to deal with the lunch he hadn't eaten much.
Because it was cloudy today, the light outside was still weak even before nightfall.
Yichio stewed the fog beast meat and planned to go out and turn on the oil lamp. However, when Yichio pushed open the main door, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face.
Because less than 20 meters away from the station, a foggy area was slowly forming. A large number of trees were derived, and a primeval forest soon appeared in front of Yichio.
Encountering 2 foggy areas in one day, what luck is this? Looking at the less than 1 hour of daylight left, Yichio took out the white mist holy book and threw an appraisal at the foggy area.
Foggy area trading?
Description: you met a businessman who traveled around the world, perhaps attracted by the smell of gold coins?
Features: safe zone, no attack can be made within the trading range. It is the safest place in the world, provided that you do not anger the owner of the trading area. Yichio was stunned and put back the chainsaw he was about to move out.
I thought it was a resource area, but it turned out to be a trading area. The businessman attracted by a gold coin was so big that he directly brought a foggy area to his doorstep.
He thought it would be a little old man riding a horse.
Knowing that this was a merchant attracted by gold coins, Yichio immediately prepared to enter the foggy area to shop with all his wealth. Among them, 1 gold, 29 silver, and 510 copper were all the money he had. The oil lamp hanging around his waist was to prevent himself from being addicted to shopping and being unable to return due to fog at night.
The white mist holy scripture was an identification device.
The extra mineral crystals, wood, food cores, etc. were what Yichio was going to take to see if they could be exchanged for money. He was about to meet an intelligent creature in the true sense, so Yichio even changed his clothes and combed his hair that was a little frizzy because he had been flying in the sky for too long. After everything was ready, Yichio took a deep breath, pushed the door and left the station, and entered the foggy area. The periphery of the foggy area was lined with towering trees, each of which was as thick as 2 people hugging, lush and green, with a canopy like clouds.
Yichio used identification on them and found that the quality of each tree was? That is to say, these are all trees of purple quality or above.
Looking at the endless forest around him, Yichio was a little confused.
There are so many trees of heaven-defying quality. This businessman feels that selling these trees is enough to achieve wealth freedom, right?
Approaching the center of the foggy area along the gap between the giant trees, the originally dark trees are gradually illuminated by the warm light. In the central area of the foggy area, a giant tree with an estimated diameter of several meters, like a golden cast, is emitting a bright glow, illuminating everything around it. Yichio walked forward slowly, and saw that blood-red thorns slowly crawled out of the bark of the golden tree facing Yichio, and soon formed the shape of a huge door.
It looks like it's for me to push the door in? Yichio was stunned and stepped forward to try to push the illusory door. System prompt: the thorn of rejection, rejecting everything.
System prompt: unless you are willing to offer the precious things in your hand. Yichio was stunned at first, and then realized that it might be the gold coins in his hand. He took out the gold coins from his backpack and placed them on the illusory door. With waves, the gold coins disappeared, and the door changed from a thorny door to a light golden fog door. Yichio stretched out his fingers to touch it, and his fingers directly merged into the fog door, as if he had explored another world.
Without hesitation, Yichio strode in.
After his whole body entered the fog door, a touch of pure gold suddenly covered Yichio's retina. System prompt: you have entered the Sacred Tree Branch Trading Area. System prompt: you have gained the gains Invincible, Immune Imbalance, Immune Charm, Immune Freeze. System prompt: you have used Panlong Incense, Gold. Excessive inhalation of high-quality aromatherapy will cause physical discomfort. please leave the high-concentration aromatherapy area as soon as possible within half an hour. A series of system prompts almost overloaded Yichio's brain. After a full second, Yichio opened his eyes and carefully looked at the space inside the tree. It seemed that there were special space props. The space inside the tree looked much larger than the outside world. At least the area in front of Yichio was more than 100 square meters. In front of Yichio was a long wooden counter, with a stool in front of the counter and a small golden tree emitting light in the corner. The counter was filled with various light balls, gold, red, purple. It was embarrassing to say that the only one Yichio knew was purple, and the value of other light balls must be higher than purple. It can be seen from this that this store is definitely not an ordinary store. Is it just like the quality of the drops of the first person who killed the fog beast is improved? The earlier you enter the store, the more precious the goods are? Touching the 20 or so silver coins in his arms, Yichio was already sweating. This doesn't look like something he can afford. But since he's here, he can't just go back like this. Besides, I was reminded that I had inhaled golden aromatherapy just now. If I stay longer, I can get more for free. With the idea of seeing the world, Yichio walked to the counter. After approaching the counter, Yichio saw the real owner of this area. The boy with golden braided hair and a white robe decorated with golden patterns was reading a heavy book. Sensing Ichio's approach, the boy raised his delicate and beautiful face, looked at the person in front of him with a pair of pupils that seemed to be made of pure gold, and showed an inexplicable smile. Facing this innocent smile, Ichio felt a hair in his heart for no reason, and felt as if his whole body was seen through. After a moment, a clear voice sounded in his ears. "Welcome, welcome. I'm the owner of this store, Yi Yuan. Just call me Boss Yi. It's rare to get a gold coin within the 7-day novice period." Yichio secretly relieved his inner tension and smiled at Yi Yuan. "Thank you Boss Yi for the compliment. I got it by chance." Yi Yuan put the big book in his hand on the table beside him, stood up and took out a box from under the counter. "Don't be modest. Being here proves that you have defeated 99.99% of the humans on Star A003. Yi Yuan opened the box and pulled out cards of different colors. "Even if you didn't have it before you came in, you will have it after you leave." As he spoke, Yi Yuan placed 4 cards with gold backs, 4 cards with red backs, and 4 cards with purple backs, a total of 12 cards in front of Yichio. "You may not have enough time to save much money in 7 days. This is a little bonus I'm giving you. The items behind each card are completely random. The price after opening is 99%. Can you open it and take a look?" 99%? Yichio was shocked. Was this for business? "This is all just to give you benefits." Yichio nodded. "Thank you, Boss Yi, for your generosity." Under Yi Yuan's gaze, Yichio stepped forward and opened the first golden card. Since it is a commodity, you can see some detailed information of the item by clicking on Yichio. Architecture: Sky Island, gold. Description: a suspended island covering an area of tens of millions of square kilometers, containing the Fountain of Youth, gold, and Philosopher's Stone, gold. Characteristics: floating. Protection. Price: $9.99. Source crystal: 99%. Sky Island. It is an extremely desirable existence in fantasy works, and this area. Yichio's scalp felt numb at the thought of a huge island the size of Yin Kingdom floating in the sky. But taking a look at the selling price, whether it was the uncountable 9 or the source crystal currency that he had never heard of before, Yichio understood that it was just a matter of looking at it. Immediately, Yichio opened the remaining 3 cards one by one. They are: Wonder, Holy Tree Statue, gold. Resurrection Coin, gold. Prayer, Wings of the Furnace of Life, gold. Although it is much cheaper than the first Sky Island, for Yichio, well, just think that he is here to see the world. Then he turned over 4 red cards. Bloodthorn, red. Lava Dragon Egg, red. Resource Area: Purple Polygonatum, red. Sacred Tree Prayer Life Recovery, red. Each one was very tempting, but looking at the price, it was a currency called Purple Crystal, which Yichio had never even heard of. 99% was so expensive, Yichio was completely numb. No, gold and red quality things seemed not to be consumed by a rookie like himself who had just entered the world of survival. Yichio seriously suspected that the boss was using them to amuse himself. He looked up at Yi Yuan, who was holding his chin with both hands and looking at him with interest. "Oh, forget it, I can't beat him, so I'd better continue to turn over the cards." After hesitating for a moment, Yichio put his hand on the purple card, hoping that he could afford this lowest grade item. Turn over the first purple card. Condensation and Quenching Cauldron, purple. Description: a small green cauldron with a 5 cubic meter space inside. It can condense the essence of the items put into it and refine pills that are easier to absorb.
Features, condensation and quenching, everything has its essence.
Only when everything is refined and returned to oneself can one achieve great freedom.
P.S. Just read this and there is no need to really practice it. This bronze cauldron has changed 18 generations of owners.
Price, 10 silver coins, original price 10 gold coins. The item in the first card gave Yichio a surprise. God knows that Yichio has been eating fog beast meat in various ways for 7 days. He has eaten it to the point where he will not be hungry when he sees fog beast meat. If this continues, Yichio estimates that he will feel sick when he sees fog beast meat in the future. But with this condensation and quenching cauldron, it will be different. As long as the fog beast meat is refined into pills, he can eat whatever he wants in the future. Although he knew that this bronze tripod would be extremely beneficial to his body, Yichio still did not choose to take it immediately because there were 3 cards behind. In case there were better things behind, even if it was wronged, he had to put the overall situation first. With this in mind, Yichio immediately opened the second card. Sacred Tree Rice Seeds, purple, description, Holy Tree Rice Seeds, known as the gold of rice, can not only improve physical fitness after consumption, but also greatly improve vitality, making you an indestructible cockroach. Features, strengthening, after consumption, it can greatly improve physical fitness and enhance vitality. Price, 10 silver coins, this is also a good thing. After the rice seeds are planted and harvested, they will become more wheat seeds.
Eating them will increase the upper limit of blood volume.
It is more precious than the star-falling berry.
Putting it aside for now, Yichio opened the third card.
Living Wood Armor, purple, description, living wooden vine armor, which needs to absorb blood and flesh to exert its ability. After equipping, it can defend against attacks with a maximum damage of 2000 points. Features, carnivore, exert strength by eating flesh and blood. If you eat high-quality flesh and blood, the quality may be improved, resulting in wonderful changes. Price, 15 silver coins, powerful armor. Yichio's eyes were hot. You know, even the damage of the explosive arrow is less than 200, and the damage of a gunpowder barrel is only about 500 at most. If equipped with this fine armor, Yichio can even withstand the bombing of the rocket launcher.
This kind of life-saving artifact must be taken.
Looking at his own small treasury, Yichio turned over the fourth card expectantly. Green Vine Staff, purple, description, a staff with vines wrapped around it and a green life crystal embedded on the top.
It has extremely low mental requirements for the user and is one of the most suitable staffs for novices.
Features, affinity with earth and wood, holding it for development will make it more handy to manipulate earth and wood spells. Price, 10 silver coins, a staff that can strengthen spells is a very good thing, but for Yichio, it is the least useful thing for him at present. So now, my goal is to buy the first 3 items, which will cost a total of 35 silver coins. Looking at his backpack, Yichio said, "Boss, does this support copper coins to exchange for silver coins?"
Of course.
Yi Yuan snapped his fingers, and the flower pot with the fortune tree in the corner of the room suddenly grew legs and ran to Yichio. "Throw the copper coin in, and it will spit out the silver coin for you."
Yichio nodded, "Thank you, boss."
Since the only gold coin was used to pay the entrance fee, Yichio now only has 29 silver and 510 copper coins.
Ha!
Taking a deep breath, Yichio suddenly felt a little hot-headed. Oops. I took too much long pan siang. I wanted to relax, but I forgot that I couldn't stay here any longer.
Let's exchange it quickly. Clang.
I opened my backpack, and more than 500 copper coins fell into the pot of the fortune tree. The fortune tree stretched out its roots and pulled the copper coins into the soil. After a while, 5 silver coins and 9 copper coins were spit out. It seems that only 1 copper coin was charged as a handling fee, which is very conscientious. Now Yichio has 34 silver in his hand, and he only needs 1 silver coin to get the 3 things he wants. After opening the system, Yichio just wanted to go to the system trading area to make some purchases, but found that the system showed not in the contact area.
In the real world, we can chat through the system, but it's not possible in the trading area? Yichio was stunned. Now, there is only one way.
Looking at the full of materials in front of him, the lowest purple quality, Yichio said embarrassedly, Boss, do you recycle materials here? It's just 1 silver coin short. If he misses the holy tree wheat seed or condensing cauldron, Yichio will definitely not be willing to accept it.
Seeing Yichio's embarrassment, Yi Yuan didn't mean to look down on him. Of course, just feed it to Fa Kai as before.
Papa Pat. Hearing Yi Yuan calling it, the fortune tree immediately turned around like a dog.
Thank you.
Not only giving a 99% discount, but also willing to give himself so many conveniences. Maybe it's just a piece of cake for the other party, but it's a real discount for Yichio. Full of gratitude to the boss, Yichio fed the blue material in his backpack to the fortune tree named Fa Kai. After eating more than a dozen pieces of blue quality wood, Fa Kai spit out another silver coin. Without continuing to feed, Yichio neatly stacked 35 silver coins on the table and said, "I want to buy the first 3 purple cards." Yi Yuan smiled and nodded, and put the remaining unselected cards into the box. At the same time, the silver coins on the table disappeared. Then, the transaction is established, and these 3 cards are yours. Lucky Man A003, goodbye. I have a feeling that we will have many opportunities to meet in the future. Yichio nodded. I wish the boss a prosperous business. The dragon pan incense lingering in the air has made Yichio a little dizzy, so after the transaction was established, Yichio picked up the card and turned to leave. Yichio's figure disappeared in the golden fog door, and only Yi Yuan was left in the huge treehouse. Pick up the thick book that he had just closed, and Yi Yuan slowly started reading again. Bang! Click! Suddenly, the tightly closed wooden door was pushed open, and accompanied by a burst of hurried footsteps, a young and beautiful figure returned to this place. Brother! I'm back! The tall girl with waist-length red hair threw the red and yellow light ball in her hand on the table, sat next to Yi Yuan, picked up the teapot and took 2 gulps. Yi Yuan flipped the pages of the book slowly. Why did you bring this thing back today? Oh, don't mention it. When I was dealing with the world around me today, the 2 main gods fought again. The girl Lilith looked helpless. There is no way. After the 2 main gods fought, all the spectators had to do it themselves. It just so happened that I thought the light bulb at home should be changed, so I took one back. Yi Yuan closed the page of the book. It's still Yang Ye and Xing Yue? Who else is in conflict besides the 2 of them? Lilith rolled her hair with her fingers. Today, it was still Yang Ye Lord God who unilaterally provoked and was unilaterally abused. Half of his body was directly blown up. I really don't know how he became the main god. Although Yang Ye was defeated quickly, it's not easy for him to die. Yi Yuan picked up the teacup and took a sip. Anything else? Oh. Brother, I almost forgot if you didn't say it. Lilith slapped her head and quickly opened her mouth to speak. But before she could speak, Yi Yuan frowned slightly. Don't say anything yet. As soon as the voice fell, a curtain woven by stars and moons enveloped the place. What happened here was secret. Who? After leaving the trading area, Yichio immediately turned on the oil lamp hanging around his waist to dispel the fog in the dark night and breathed in fresh air. Although Panlongxiang is indeed a good thing that can only be encountered but not enjoyed, for Yichio at this stage, he has no life to enjoy it. Immediately returned to his hut, without even opening the 3 purple cards, Yichio immediately took off all his clothes and took a cold shower in the bathroom. The majestic energy in his body was surging, almost turning Yichio into a cooked prawn. He was obviously taking a cold shower, but it felt like a steam sauna. And just when the burning reached its peak, Yichio suddenly felt a clear mind. Then, the endless burning sensation faded, and an endless sense of power surged into his heart. With such a big change happening to himself, Yichio understood one thing. He might have made a breakthrough. With this in mind, Yichio immediately opened his personal panel to confirm. Yichio/anonymous user current status, good physique, rare, blue, charm, 30, 26 plus 4, in special circumstances, charm plus 4 within 3 days, equipment, white mist holy book fragments, purple, military dagger, green. Skills, sprint, blue, continuous shooting, green, 2 halves, features, body of Panlong, your vitality is greatly improved compared to your peers, and when your peers approach you, they are more likely to have a good impression of you, endurance, 1000/1000 sure enough, my physique was successfully upgraded from green excellent to blue rare. If we look at it according to the classification of item quality, I am now a being that surpasses humans. In addition, not only did his charm reach 26, but he also inexplicably gained a temporary boost and a new characteristic. In addition to the flesh and blood of the fog beast, the blue quality is the lowest quality for the characteristics to appear, but when Yichio really obtained the characteristics, he still felt a little incredible. Because this characteristic, he probably got it after contacting the Panlong incense. The golden quality incense is so terrifying. Just 2 puffs allowed Yichio to break through the blue barrier, successfully break through, and add charm, and even affect Yichio's characteristics. If he could take 2 puffs from time to time, wouldn't it be equivalent to lying down and upgrading? With 2 sighs in his heart, Yichio put on a bathrobe and returned to the living room, and then ran to the kitchen immediately. Damn! I forgot to turn off the fire before leaving, and the meat was burnt. Smelling the special burnt smell lingering between the wings of his nose, Yichio hurriedly turned off the gas. Opening the lid of the pot, I saw the remaining black fog beast meat in the pot emitting a red light, which seemed to contain endless energy. Alas, it seems that this cannot be eaten. But fortunately, there is still a chance to remedy everything. Yichio took out 3 purple cards in a flash. And what he needed at this moment was the Ning Ding, which could extract the essence of nutrients. Snap! The cards were broken into pieces, and a pale purple light flashed. A bronze tripod the size of a fist immediately appeared in front of Yichio. Using the same method as manipulating the backpack space, the burnt fog beast meat in the pot was immediately put into the cauldron. A countdown also popped up. 1 o'clock, in 1 minute, the elixir containing the essence of energy will be refined. Very good. Throwing the burnt iron pot into the furnace to decompose it, Yichio took out a new pot from the warehouse and placed it on the stove, then turned back to the living room. Now, it was time to look at the remaining 2 cards. In the living room, Yichio sat by the fireplace, observing the purple card in his hand with the rising firelight. Yichio planned to plant the holy tree wheat seeds later. Although he didn't have a purple quality planting box, with the fertilizer, Yichio estimated that the harvest time would not be too long. The most important thing was the living wood armor. This is the best guarantee for my safety. I have to take it out and have a look. Crush the card, and a dark green armor that looks like countless vines entangled together appears in front of Yichio. The vines on it seem to be moving slowly. When Yichio thought about wearing this living thing on himself, he couldn't help but get goosebumps. But for the sake of his life, he had to do it when he had to. But the problem is, how to wear this thing. It looks like a small shield, and it doesn't look like a piece of clothing at all. Holding the living wood armor in his hand, Yichio tried to put it on himself. Like the combination of armor, the moment it touched Yichio's body, the living wood armor immediately extended in all directions, and wrapped Yichio tightly in less than a second. Originally, Yichio thought it was just a half-body armor, but he didn't expect it to be like a tights covering the whole body, with all-round protection without dead angles. Standing in front of the mirror, Yichio saw the specific appearance of the armor. The armor is like a knight's plate armor, but the appearance is more gorgeous. Unlike ordinary knight's armor, the complicated patterns symbolize that the holder's status is definitely not low. Even the transparent gelatinous substance is secreted around the face armor, leaving no gaps. Yichio knocked it and estimated that it is harder than bulletproof glass. As for the breathing problem, it seems that the living wood beetle, which is a plant, produces oxygen for the carrier to breathe. Good guy, you don't even have to worry about poisoning now. Moreover, Yichio didn't feel any discomfort after putting it on. It was indeed a purple quality armor. It felt like not wearing it. Wearing such a piece of Tengmu armor that was full of defense, Yichio felt that wearing another set of clothes outside would not be a big problem. It just so happens that the colorful snake is semi-retired. Find a time to ask a tailor to process it and wear it as clothes. The processing of blue items is often more difficult than the processing of ordinary items. Yichio has never seen anyone undertaking the processing of blue animal skins in the trading market. Thinking of this, Yichio took out the colorful snake slew from his backpack and made a gesture. I think it's okay to be a cloak. Ha! When Yichio was taking out the colorful snake slew and making gestures, the living wooden armor attached to his body suddenly moved, biting the colorful snake slew as if it had encountered a delicious meal. Yichio subconsciously threw the colorful snake slew aside, but then he thought of the characteristics of the living wood armor. Devouring flesh and blood can produce wonderful changes. The slew of the colorful snake is animal skin, and the live wood armor can be eaten. Some were curious about what changes the living wood armor would have. Anyway, the work of the colorful snake slew had been taken over by the living wood armor. Yichio simply fed the colorful snake slew to the living wood armor. Click click click. With Yichio's permission, the living wooden armor immediately squirmed and crushed and swallowed the colorful snake slew. A minute later, when Yichio opened the introduction of the living wooden armor again, he suddenly found that there had been some changes. Not only is the defensive ability slightly improved, but you can also customize the color of the living wood armor, which has a chance to scare the enemy. This is basically swallowing up the characteristics of the colorful snake slew. When he came to the bathroom mirror again, Yichio couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat when he saw the living wooden armor on his body again. The original dark green appearance disappeared, replaced by a colorful and terrifying face. If Yichio gave people the first impression of a noble knight just now, Now the first impression he gives people is that of a villain who has killed countless people.
Good guy, this living wooden armor is really powerful.
He didn't change his form. After all, the first impression was very important.
Yi Qiu didn't want others to think that he was easy to bully. After sighing with emotion, Yi Qiu removed the living wooden armor.
The living wooden armor that originally covered his whole body turned into a small shield in an instant.
No, Yi Qiu preferred to call it a transformation belt.
He took out some low-quality mist beast meat from the warehouse and threw it to the living wooden armor. Yi Qiu picked up the quenching cauldron and shook it, and the pills inside made a clattering sound.
Opening the lid of the cauldron, 5 red pills rolled into Yi Qiu's hands.
Each one was about the size of a pinky finger, and Yi Qiu used identification on them. Condensing tempering pill, blue, description, and essence elixir condensed from blue quality fog beast flesh and blood. Eating it is equivalent to eating the fog beast flesh and blood.
Characteristics, strengthening, Yi Qiu swallowed a tempering pill, and a familiar warmth suddenly rose from Yi Qiu's body.
After swallowing the 5 condensed quenching pills, Yi Qiu felt that the energy digestion in his body had reached the limit, but he could still eat. However, if the food you eat contains energy, then that energy cannot be absorbed, and your current absorption capacity is limited.
This was within Yi Qiu's expectation.
If he could really take unlimited drugs, he would really be able to ascend while lying down. What Yi Qiu originally values is the ability of the condensation tempering cauldron to liberate his stomach.
After 6 days, I can finally indulge and eat whatever I want. 10 minutes later. Wow!
A huge half-meter high bag of potato chips, a box of turkey noodles, several cans of sparkling water and other snacks were placed on the small log table. At this moment, the night had fallen, and Yi Qiu was about to burst into flames.
Let's eat!
Although fog beast meat is delicious, it will be greatly reduced if you eat too much. Instead, it is these snacks that can be seen everywhere in supermarkets. At this moment, in Yi Qiu's eyes, they are even more delicious than fog beast meat. Blanch the turkey noodles with hot water, drain, and add the sauce. Stir it briefly. The spicy feeling fills the nasal cavity, making people salivate.
Cut some sausages and peanuts and set them aside as condiments.
After preparing milk to relieve the spiciness, Yi Qiu picked up a chopstick of turkey noodles and gave it a swish. I have to say that eating noodles can indeed give people a feeling of pleasure that is not inferior to eating meat. After taking 3 or 2 big bites, Yi Qiu immediately broke open the milk to relieve the spicy taste.
Ah, so cool!
Even the first junk food after eating the meat of the fog beast for 6 days, it was really full of physical enjoyment and spiritual guilt, giving Yi Qiu a feeling of enjoyment comparable to the first time he ate the meat of the fog beast. After enjoying it vigorously, Yi Qiu opened the can, slowly picked up the sausage and peanuts and started enjoying his dinner. Of course, the most important thing is to open the system chat group. However, as soon as I opened the system, a private message popped up. Spring water wholesale is 666, thanks to the big guy for providing the equipment. I didn't dare to take the initiative, but the giant python suddenly went crazy and attacked my house today.
With the help of the right location and weapons, I finally killed it.
System prompt, spring water wholesale is 666 will give you spring water, blue, asterisk 500 ml, spring water wholesale is 666, this is a little kindness, please accept it. Yi Qiu was stunned, but he didn't expect that the beast's turmoil would cause the giant python to lose its mind, give up on the favorable location, and eventually die.
Anonymous user, congratulations, I'll take the spring water. After filling the blue spring water, Yi Qiu plans to drink it tomorrow.
After eating enough condensation pills, he has reached his digestion limit today. Channel 666, 666/1000, today, the animals attacked my camp like crazy.
Fortunately, I am a step ahead. I don't have to worry about food for the next week.
Yes, after the temperature drops, it is equivalent to having a natural refrigerator. The storage time of food can be greatly increased. Although I can't eat enough, I won't starve to death if I save some food for several days.
Finally, I got better.
It took 7 days to stabilize. Next week I plan to explore the surrounding area to see if I can find any heritage relics and start cultivating immortals directly.
Yes, there are also local natives who have not appeared yet.
I wonder if they have mastered supernatural powers. By the way, I feel that I may have met the so-called immortal cultivators. At noon today, I vaguely heard several explosions and earth-shaking sounds.
There may be cultivators fighting. Oh my god. What luck! If I were you, I would definitely go over and see if I could become their apprentice. I heard it too. Did it come from the foggy area? I was digging rocks at the time. I was almost scared out of my wits. Yes, it came from the foggy area. I was digging rocks at the time. How lucky are you to have come across the foggy area? Don't even mention it. It was just a pile of rocks. I dug with a pickaxe for a long time, but I only got 8 blue quality stones. Don't be so hypocritical. 1 blue quality material can be exchanged for a day's worth of food from an anonymous boss. By the way, brothers who are near the foggy area, do you want to form an alliance? I'll raise a cooking smoke tomorrow. Let's unite. There's strength in numbers. No, people's hearts are separated by their stomachs. I don't want to deal with others. System transactions are good for you, me, and him. Correct. Who knows who you are? The group was discussing what they had seen and heard today, but Jiqiu, who was just hanging out in the group, felt something was not right. The foggy area, the explosion, the earthquake, these people wouldn't be near where they were stationed, right? Jiqiu took a sip of water and thought about it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. But they are definitely not very close, especially in the survival world. Now, being thousands of meters away basically means that they will never see each other again, but this is the case in most cases. If I meet an explorer or a future survivor who becomes stronger, I'm afraid I will meet someone sooner or later. For his kind, Jiqiu has never been afraid to speculate with the most malicious thoughts. Especially when Jiqiu knows that he is just an ordinary person. Although he is doing well now thanks to some adventures, if he is fooled by some people, one mistake may ruin his family. The words of the MLM personnel are not just for fun. For a long time, Jiqiu has always blocked anyone who sent him a private message once he finds the tendency to guide him, even if the other party is really for his own good. Jiqiu knew that he did not have amazing wisdom. Although complete closure would miss many opportunities, the chance of accidents would be greatly reduced. And in the future, if he encountered survivors, if he did not have absolute control over the station, Jiqiu would never let anyone in. It was right to be cautious. However, when he thought of the possible troubles with humans, Jiqiu could not help but frown. No, I will go back to the real world after dinner and replenish the gunpowder reserves first. Alas, if there is purple quality wood, it will be good to make the wonder all-seeing mirror, so that we don't have to worry about the other parties sneaking in. Although Yiqiu's ground defense is almost full now, it is still a little weak against air. If the other party has a means of flying, it is not impossible to sneak into his station. Yiqiu sighed and chose to put these things behind his mind so as not to affect his mood of enjoying food. After completing today's lottery in the group, Yiqiu ate a lot of junk food in one breath and stretched his waist with satisfaction and comfort. Not only that, Yiqiu was so lazy that he didn't even clean up the bowls and garbage, and threw them directly into the furnace to dispose of them. Alas, I finally understand why rich people like to use disposable things. It's wrong to let these things waste their precious time. After eating and drinking, he looked at the time. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Yiqiu walked to the warehouse. Due to the lack of 2 tons of gunpowder, the warehouse that was originally full seemed a little empty for a while. However, Yiqiu came here to visit his planting box this time. Tonight is when the star-falling berries are ripe. Sure enough, just approaching the planting area, Yiqiu smelled a faint fragrance, and then saw the stars hanging on the branches. It was the mature star-falling berries. There were also sweet potatoes that matured once a day next to it, and Yiqiu quickly completed the harvest. The yield of sweet potatoes did not change much, and a total of 15 star-falling berries were obtained. Yiqiu immediately ate one to protect his eyes, planted the seeds, and stored the rest. As for the planting box where sweet potatoes were originally planted, Yiqiu added soil and water, and then planted the newly acquired holy tree wheat seeds. With the addition of the planting box, soil and fertilizer, the growth time of the holy tree wheat seeds was compressed to 5 days. In other words, in 5 days, Yiqiu will be able to taste what purple quality food tastes like. After taking care of the planting area, Yiqiu put away today's harvest and then planned to go to the real world. Due to dealing with the mine guards, his gunpowder reserves have been exhausted. Without 2 tons of explosives under his butt, Yiqiu can't even sleep well. Let's go! Wearing living wood armor and giant eagle wings, Yiqiu tried to explore the real world in the dark for the first time. However, when Yiqiu, who was equipped with everything, came to the real world, he felt a kind of darkness. Extreme darkness. It was as if all the light between heaven and earth disappeared. It was pitch dark. If it weren't for the bedboard under his feet and the vision bonus of the starberry, Yiqiu would have thought he had crashed into a black hole. Click! The light of the strong flashlight illuminated the familiar home. Seeing that the furniture had not changed much, Yiqiu breathed a sigh of relief.
The extreme darkness is particularly terrifying, just like a dark and lightless secret room can drive any so-called determined person crazy. Yi Qiu has never encountered such a situation before. Walking to the window with the flashlight, Yi Qiu looked out. Endless black, there is not even a star in the sky, and the light of the moon can't even penetrate the thick clouds. Clouds? Yi Qiu looked at the pure black sky. It should be clouds, otherwise with the intensity of the sun's reflected light, it would at least not be so dark. With such thick clouds, it may rain heavily tonight, so I'd better set off as soon as possible. After spreading his wings and landing on the street, Yi Qiu rode his off-road bicycle in the familiar direction. Although it was terribly and weirdly dark tonight, Yi Qiu just thought that he had stayed in the city for too long and was blinded by the ever-bright neon lights. Without human intervention, it was normal to be pitch dark at night. With the guidance of a strong flashlight and no need to worry about car crashes, Yi Qiu, who had broken through to the blue quality, quickly arrived at the fireworks store. After transporting a ton of gunpowder back to the survival world, Yi Qiu felt that he still had enough energy, so he simply walked again. However, Yi Qiu's transportation journey was not so smooth this time. Because when Yi Qiu searched the fireworks store up and down with a flashlight, he realized that the products with high gunpowder content in this store were almost emptied by him. After canceling the materialization from the basement of the fireworks store, Yi Qiu filled a backpack with small firecrackers. After decomposing in the survival world, Yi Qiu only obtained less than 300 kilograms of gunpowder. Half a paper tube for a firecracker, it's really kind and thoughtful. After sighing about the profiteer again, Yi Qiu looked at his watch and found that it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. In order to replenish the gunpowder reserves, today is the latest day that Yi Qiu has stayed up. So much so that the fog beast attack is coming soon. Yi Qiu touched his chin. Although he ran twice in the real world, his blue physique was so powerful that Yi Qiu still had some energy. After estimating the distance to the fireworks factory outside the city, Yi Qiu thought he could challenge himself to find a new gunpowder supply point tomorrow. But since the fog beast attack is coming soon, he might as well kill the fog beast first and then go to bed. After warming himself a cup of milk before going to bed, Yi Qiu realized that there was not much food left in his warehouse. There were only about 50 liters of water and 500 kilograms of food. Since everyone had to grab the cheap food every day, Yi Qiu's food consumption has always been a large number. Fortunately, with the current physical strength, it is not a big problem to go to the supermarket downstairs to buy goods. 1 cubic meter is not big or small, and it can hold 1 ton of water or food at a time. In addition to Yi Qiu's daily purchase limit policy, once the goods are purchased, the system trading mall can guarantee the supply of goods for 2 or 3 days. That is to say, it is not so troublesome, so Yi Qiu has been carrying out charity activities. Taking advantage of the time when the fog beast has not come to attack, Yi Qiu is ready to go to the supermarket downstairs in the real world to buy goods. Blinking his eyes, Yi Qiu came to the real world, turned on the flashlight, and soon came downstairs. As a large supermarket, the food supply inside is absolutely awesome, and the survivors are not picky about food, so Yi Qiu just chooses whatever he wants. The water is a 5-liter bucket of water, and the bread is a large package of whole wheat bread. Soon, the backpack space was filled to the brim. With a backpack of food and water, Yi Qiu was about to return to the survival world, and found that the supermarket, which was originally pitch black, suddenly lit up. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, where did such a strong light come from? Warm reminder, because the total defendant was accused of infringement, the title of the reading page was adjusted. Please understand that this title does not affect the content of the reading chapter. We will try to make it look better. Yi Qiu was stunned and walked out of the supermarket subconsciously. When Yi Qiu saw the exit of the supermarket, he saw something that was absolutely impossible to appear. Sunlight. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, the sun actually appeared. For a moment, Yi Qiu felt that he was completely confused, but thinking of the global human travel, the sun coming out in the middle of the night didn't seem to be too outrageous. When he walked to the door of the supermarket, Yi Qiu realized that a sun had appeared in the sky at some point, and this sun was completely different from the original sun. It was bigger, as huge as the sun attached to the mother planet. The light it emitted was not only golden, but also had a sense of sacredness visible to the naked eye. That's right, just looking at the sunlight, Yi Qiu had a sacred feeling in his heart. This feeling was the same as the "praise the god of stars and moon" that Yi Qiu blurted out after overreading Starfall Berries. Evil gods invaded the real world? Thinking of this, Yi Qiu only felt that the light in front of him became evil. And just when Yi Qiu turned his eyes away from the huge sun, he found more things wrong.
This sunlight doesn't seem to shine on every piece of soil. Worried that he might become a madman who only knows how to praise the sun, Ichio didn't dare to go out to bask in the sun, but just went to different windows of the supermarket to look at the sky. And this time, Ichio saw an extremely strange scene. The newly appeared sun seemed to illuminate only a part of the area. The sky in the past was evenly divided by 5 different scenes. The sun area full of sacred sunlight. The star-moon area where the stars guard the moon. The golden tree area illuminated by the light emitted by a huge, towering tree that looks like it was cast from gold. A dark night area that looks like a black hole that can swallow all sights. The sky is red, and the red fog area is floating with strange red fog. 5 completely different scenes, like a mold through the jam, created a strange scene of both the sun and the moon, and the dark sky in the daytime. Ichio, who just came to purchase goods, couldn't help but stand there. I didn't expect to see such a spectacular and magical scene when I went to bed late tonight. Does this wonder appear every day, or is it the first time? Ichio didn't understand, but for the sake of caution, Ichio immediately chose to return to the survival world. The people who can create these scenes are absolutely outrageous, and when they found that Ichio was stuck with a bug, Ichio didn't dare to bet on what the consequences would be. As soon as I returned to the survival world, the system that had always served as a tool suddenly jumped out uncontrollably, and a voice that Ichio only heard when he first crossed over rang in his ears. Survivors of Planet A003, congratulations on surviving the first 7 days. But at the same time, I have to tell you a tragic fact. From now on, the novice protection period is over. The fog beast will not attack the survivors' base at a fixed time. The probability of the world's natives discovering you has increased. A new disaster is about to appear, and the existence of white fog is no longer strictly restricted. There will be mergers between channels. Crisis can happen at any time. If you take a wrong step, you will be greeted with death. In addition, we will also reward and punish some survivors. 10 minutes later, we will announce the survival points of all channels. The survivors in channels with the lowest points will be punished, while the survivors in channels with the highest points will be rewarded. The survival world has partially unveiled its veil to you. Do your best to survive. A sound like a huge bell exploded in the minds of every survivor. Shaking his head, Ichio found that his first feeling after hearing the announcement was, "Why are you yelling so loudly?" However, when he opened the system and looked at the red and bold announcement on it, Ichio felt a little bit bad at the moment. The first 7 days of survival were just a protection period for novices, and Ichio felt a little touched by this. After all, unless you are someone with a golden finger like me and develops at an absurdly fast speed, it is almost impossible for you to be blocked by the Snake Brother on the 3rd day, the Eagle Brother on the 6th day, and the high-level fog beast that was killed by 3 explosive barrels on the 7th day. As long as you build a house, you can kill the fog beast every day with good luck and get the fog beast flesh to strengthen yourself. However, after today, the novice protection period will end. I am afraid that the fog beasts that are given for free in the future will not appear so easily. The changes in the environment every day are not very real. I have to experience it myself tomorrow to understand it. Merging between channels. This is conducive to Ichio collecting some good things, but I don't know if it will increase the density of people in a certain area. If there are a few more neighbors around my house, it will not be good. With the scale of my current garrison, it should not have much impact. It is mainly ordinary survivors. Alas, I don't know what the final effect of this change will be. Ichio opened the system chat channel, which was completely blown up at this time. Damn! I thought it was the fog beast meat knocking on the door on time, but it turned out to be a system notification. The system notification sound is really loud. Can it be turned down a bit? Don't worry about small things, brothers, the version has been updated, and life will probably be more difficult in the future. Alas, we finally settled down. What's going on again? Open communication with the natives. With the knowledge in my head, can I become a guest of honor of the natives? Hey, this makes sense. When the time comes, I can live directly in the natives' homes. They must have ways to deal with fog beasts. Instead of discussing this, why not discuss the ranking of points in 5 minutes? Our channel won't be in the last place, right? Upstairs, use your poor brain. How many people have been saved by the discounted supplies and tips distributed by the anonymous big guy every day? How many people have been saved by the knowledge summary of the big guy in the northern military region? Our channel may not be the first, but it will definitely not be in the last place. Yes, people in our channel have been helping each other, and there are many big guys who share survival knowledge for free. I guess other channels definitely don't have such a good community environment. 666 survivors, you must be confident.
Yes, even if we are not strong, I believe that the anonymous big guy can pull our survival points up by himself.
5 minutes passed quickly during the heated discussion.
When faced with the system evaluation, even Yichio couldn't help but get nervous for the first time in a long time. It wasn't that he was worried about his low ranking. Yichio was worried that his outrageous supplies would attract the attention of the official and block his gold finger. Fortunately, perhaps because there were too many participants, what Yichio was worried about did not happen, and the scoring system was running normally. The first survivor survival score evaluation is in progress. Your current base is level 4, covering an area of 625 square meters, more than 99.9% of survivors, score plus 10,000. Your current physique is blue rare, more than 99.9% of survivors, score plus 10,000. You have purple treasure level items, white mist holy book fragments, holy treeweed seeds, living wood armor, more than 99.9% of survivors, score plus 102,000. You have blue rare level items, more than 99.9% of survivors, score plus 12,400. You have green, you have white, you have gray. The best treasure chest you obtain is a silver treasure chest, which exceeds 99.9% of survivors, and the score is plus 10,000. The number of bronze treasure chests you obtain is, the number of wooden treasure chests you obtain is, you have explored the fog area 3 times, and the total harvest exceeds 99.9% of survivors, and the score is plus 10,000. You defeated the attacks of the primary, intermediate, and high-level fog beasts, and the house damage rate is lower than 99.9% of survivors, and the score is plus 10,000. The number of transactions you completed is 5,417 times, and the transaction amount exceeds 99.9% of survivors, and the score is plus 10,000. Finally, you get 200,000 survival points. Your survival points rank first on Planet A003, and you get 3 purple reward item cards. As the first place in the ranking, your backpack space is expanded to 100 cubic meters. First place. 3 purple item cards. Backpack space expanded to 100 cubic meters. After the survival points were settled, Yichio couldn't help but show a happy face. There is no need to elaborate on the purple item card. All items with purple quality may not be useful, but they are definitely precious. And for Yichio, the most precious reward this time is not the purple item card, but the backpack space expansion. From 1 cubic meter to 100 cubic meters, it has increased 100 times. With such a large space, Yichio will no longer have to run back and forth to search for supplies in the real world in the future. When he thought that he could transport nearly 100 tons of supplies back and forth in the future, Yichio couldn't help but start to worry that there were too few places to store supplies in the garrison. Alas, what a happy trouble! Before Yichio could digest these good news, the system immediately sent another message. Personal ranking has ended. Please go to the chat channel to check the channel ranking. Yichio opened the chat channel, and it was chatting hotly. How many points do brothers have? I got 100 points. Is the full score 150? Impossible, because I got 151 points. PvE boss, I got 666 points. This kid is pretending again. Can a boss come and slap him in the face? It seems that I may be dragging the channel down. Looking at the communication in the channel, and looking at the survival points, 200,000 in the corner of his system, Yichio didn't know what to say for a while. Although he roughly understood that he lived a lot better than ordinary people, this nearly 100 full point difference made Yichio really realize how big the gap was. While the ranking list was not announced yet, Yichio sent a private message to Wang Wu. Yichio, brother Wang Wu, how many survival points do you have? Wang Wu, 9,300, how about you? Yichio, a little higher than yours. After a few words with Wang Wu, the system ranking list was already ready. Now announce the ranking of channel survival points. First place, 666 channel, 260,000 survival points. Second place, 12,345 channel, 110,000 survival points. Third place, 35,247 channel, 109,000 survival points. The top 10 channels in total points have been announced. In the next week of disasters, the disasters near the top 50% of channels will be reduced by 10%, and the disasters near the bottom 50% of channels will be increased by 10%. Congratulations to 666 channel for becoming the channel with the most survival points. Please go to the chat area to claim your rewards based on your survival points. I didn't expect that the channel ranking is also the first.
Yi Qiu was still a little surprised about this. After all, strength in numbers is definitely not an empty talk.
With the remaining people in 666 channel, they only need 1,000 points each to reach a total score of 660,000. If they encounter a channel with united will, it is not impossible to wipe out the advantages they have established with the number of people. But unexpectedly, 666 finally ascended to the throne of first place. Moreover, the points of the second and third place channels combined could barely surpass his own. This was a bit beyond Yi Qiu's expectations. As for the chat channel, it was already a sea of jubilation.
We are the champions. Fuck. Awesome.
There are more than 10 billion people in the world, and we can actually get first place.
This is simply a miracle. A total of 260,000? I am not just a drag, I am simply being carried. This is too outrageous.
I guess there are several bosses with over 10,000 points hidden in our channel.
Otherwise, it would be impossible to be so far ahead. Anonymous boss, Northern Military District boss, Water Seller, Beast Meat boss, these are the three I can think of. Be bold, maybe a boss can have 100,000 points.
You can take a look at my points analysis post above. Points are not simply added up, but tend to double as time goes by.
In other words, if there is really a boss with 100,000 points,
the wealth of 1,000 people with 100 points may not be comparable to the few props in his hand. Seeing this, Yi Qiu was stunned. I thought I was only 100 times stronger than ordinary people, but now it seems far more than that. That's right, with my current gunpowder reserves, even if 1,000 ordinary people really attack my garrison, it would be no problem to send them to heaven. Even if I don't use gunpowder, I'm afraid that with my living wooden armor, I may not be able to break my defense even if I stand and let them chop. Moreover, even if a real survival expert comes to this world, he will have no worries about food and drink in the first 7 days, and have some unexpected gains. There are probably not many people like me who have free food on the first day and rely on the real world to search all channels. And I was able to get several tons of gunpowder in 7 days, and finally got a silver treasure chest by teleporting. At the last moment of the 7th day, I got a welfare gift from a mysterious businessman, and I got 3 purple items.
This luck is unmatched.
I didn't waste a bit of time in the past 7 days. In the survival world, Haitian went to explore the real world, developed diligently, and created the current advantage like a snowball. If I can't even compare with those who don't cheat, then I'm really a waste. Recalling the bits and pieces of the past 7 days, Yi Qiu couldn't help but sigh. Just as Yi Qiu was analyzing the reasons for his victory, in a corner of the survival world, a tall white man looked at the big, ranked number 2, in front of him and frowned slightly. In the spacious stone hall, the younger brothers who heard the news were also in disbelief.
It's impossible.
It's only been 7 days since we came to the survival world.
Who can be better than Boss Edward? Our organization has already won over hundreds of people. Can't the supplies of hundreds of people be better than one person?
Edward was also puzzled. As the boss of the West State Mafia, he was trading with his younger brothers before crossing over, and he had a gun in his hand. Not only that, he came to this world with a large bag of goods with a very high purity. Under the forced deterrence of guns and the control of drugs, Edward integrated the entire channel in just 7 days and established the Edward Federation. Most of the people in Edward Federation are foreigners, and they all have some hot weapons in their hands. For the early fog world, it is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. In this week, except for the huge monster in the resource area that cannot be broken by hot weapons, he basically plowed the surrounding area. Even with such a great start, after learning the points ranking, he still carefully asked all members to hand in resources and strive for the first place.
Unexpectedly, in the end, with his ability, he only won the second place.
He really couldn't imagine how the first place developed. Without killing the beast that can ignore hot weapons, his 40,000 points are definitely the limit.
But soon, he saw the channel ranking. The first place in total points 260,000? How is it possible?
Edward was shaken for a while, and finally had to sigh.
It seems that there are definitely many masters in this 666 channel.
They probably joined forces to push the nearly invincible boss. Only by doing this can they surpass themselves.
But I didn't expect that the boss bonus would be so much.
After a moment of emotion, Edward not only did not get depressed, but became excited again.
Wait, next week I will definitely surpass you.
At the same time, the system prompt sounded again. The personal ranking and channel ranking have ended. The channel merger will start in 10 minutes. The upper limit of the number of people in this merged channel has been increased to 2,000. The survivors in the last few billion of the personal ranking have been deprived of the right to use the space backpack, and the space backpack volume of the survivors from the last 2 billion to the last few billion has been halved. The space backpack volume of the survivors in the top 1,000 of the personal ranking has been increased by different volumes. During the 7 days of the novice period, a total of 6,765,777 people died on Planet A003. I hope we can see each other again next week. Although the last prompt is not long, the amount of information it reveals is absolutely terrifying. First of all, the channel merger. A channel with 2,000 people may be much more lively than a channel with 1,000 people. Then there is the issue of the space backpack. I didn't expect that the penalty for ranking last would be this. It must be said that although every survivor has a space backpack, its preciousness is absolutely extraordinary. Most survivors' gains in 7 days are not as important as the space backpack. Without the space backpack, the lives of the billions of people will probably be even more difficult. The amount of information revealed in the last sentence is even more amazing. The population of the mother planet is 12 billion, and half of them died in just 7 days. Although most of them should be too old or too young, when this astronomical number is placed in front of them, everyone can feel deeply powerless. A time travel that appeared inexplicably wiped out most of the human race in 7 days. What is the purpose of the mastermind behind the scenes? Can human civilization still exist? In Yichou's station, the joy of the reward for the first place in points also dissipated a lot because of these words. But soon, Yichou adjusted his mentality. Let's take a look at the small home in front of us. A small nest of 600 square meters, with a warm fireplace. Working hours depend on your mood, and there will be delicious food when you come back every day as a new beginning. It is difficult to do social activities without loans. Go to the supermarket every day to buy for free, and build a better life. Humming an inexplicable tune, Yichou lay on the recliner next to the fireplace, feeling very emotional. If you look at it from the perspective of the entire human race, the current situation is undoubtedly severe, but when Yichou only cares about himself, he will find that life in the survival world is much better than before. Sometimes, people should be content with what they have and live every day well. Oh, by the way, today's rewards have not been opened yet. Due to the 7-day settlement, Yichou received a total of 3 purple item cards and a silver treasure chest. Among them, the purple item card is the reward for the first place in personal survival points, and the silver treasure chest is the reward for the first place in the channel. Because the 666 channel can become the first basically depends on Yichou's points, so the contribution reward directly received a silver treasure chest, which is gratifying. Yichou first opened the silver treasure chest, because it was supposed to contain unknown light balls. But when Yichou opened the treasure chest, what appeared in front of him were the packed things. Congratulations on getting wood, purple, 50, stone, purple, 50, iron ore, purple, *50, what kind of basic material gift package? Yichou didn't know what to say for a moment. If you want to say it's precious, they are all purple quality, and there are 50 copies. It must be expensive. But compared with purple quality props, these basic materials are far less rare. Well, actually it's okay. It just so happens that my treasure lacks purple quality wood. I will build the treasure later. Closing the silver treasure box, Yichou turned his eyes to 3 random purple cards. Snap! Crushing a card casually, accompanied by a faint purple light, something suddenly appeared in front of Yichou. Strange item hunting fog beast statue, purple, description, you can repel the attack of high-level fog beasts as an ordinary person. You can be said to be both wise and brave. This statue is your reward. Features, hunter, consume fog cores to activate the statue, which can anger the fog beasts wandering near the garrison and attack the garrison, a new wonder that does not require materials to build. Looking at the 1-meter-long stone statue in front of him, Yichou touched it with curiosity. Because the statue was carved of Yichou himself. The statue was lifelike, and the scene was Yichou sitting on a monster corpse. It must be said that the sculpture produced by the system was indeed a masterpiece, and Yichou's handsomeness was portrayed to the fullest. Of course, the function of this statue can compete with its artistic quality. Attracting fog beasts. It is currently known that the attack time of fog beasts is no longer regular. Since the 8th day has just begun, Yichou is not clear about the specific situation of the attack. Is the frequency increasing? Or is the frequency decreasing? If it is increasing, then Yichio still has a stable source of fog beast flesh and blood, but if it is decreasing, without a stable source of fog beast meat, Yichio's physical fitness improvement will be greatly delayed. This is unacceptable to Yichio. If you don't have enough strength in this world, Yichio won't be able to sleep well. At that time, the role of the statue becomes particularly important. After admiring his own statue, Yichio placed it next to the fireplace.
Next is the second purple card. Snap. With a flash of light, a blueprint appeared in front of Yichio.
Building upgrade blueprint intermediate, purple, description, consumes wood, purple, *300, or, purple, *600, soil, purple, *1000, stone, blue, *1000, beast heart, purple, *1, lord core, purple, *1, and can upgrade the 4th level building to the 5th level territory mobile fortress, purple, features, mobile fortress. The hard fortress can not only resist powerful foreign enemies, but also move with the garrison, so that your enemies cannot find you. It is an intermediate upgrade blueprint. Yichio's eyes lit up at first, but then he was scared by the required materials behind it. The basic purple materials basically start at 100, and you also need a beast heart and lord core that you have never heard of.
If you want to upgrade the house, I am afraid you can't even empty your own money.
However, the upgraded garrison is indeed tempting enough.
Mobile fortress. Not only can it not be hit, but it can also run away in time. Perfectly in line with Yichio's safety concept. Isn't it just more than 1,000 units of purple quality materials? It's not a big problem. I will always have it if I accumulate it slowly. After calming down the excitement of wanting to live in the mobile fortress, Yichio crushed the blueprint and turned it into a long-term task in the system. 2 purple cards in a row, the rewards perfectly hit Yichio's pain points. For the last purple card, Yichio is even more looking forward to it. Snap. Crushing the card, a huge funnel-shaped machine appeared in front of Yichio. Mist Energy Converter, purple, description, a magical converter that can make your integration into the survival world smoother. Features, conversion, can convert all equipment that consumes various energy sources such as electricity, gasoline, and heat energy into equipment that consumes the mist energy in the mist core. Surprise! Even though he has seen many purple quality items, Yichio only has these 2 words in his mind at this moment. Being able to convert real-world machinery into mist energy machinery is extremely friendly to Yichio's development. One reason why Yichio didn't look for a generator was that the space of 1 cubic meter was too small, and the things that could be transported back were not big. The second reason was that the generator not only consumed a lot of fuel, but also had noise that seriously affected the quality of life. In addition, it took a lot of time to find and debug a general generator, and he was not good at connecting electricity, so Yichio, who was already living a pretty good life, didn't spend time looking for a generator. But with the mist energy converter, everything is different. You can directly move the refrigerator and air conditioner to use, instead of spending time debugging the generator and connecting the power socket. Don't worry about the only tanker truck that can be accessed at present not having enough reserves. Putting the converter in a safe corner, Yichio nodded with satisfaction. After sorting out today's gains, Yichio estimated that his gains in the 7 days as a novice were not comparable to today's. Purple quality items appeared on a large scale, and his own safety was also significantly guaranteed. The improvement of physical fitness can enable him to explore more areas in the real world. It can be said that the preparations in the first 6 days allowed Yichio to take off directly on the 7th day. After sorting out today's harvest, Yichio plans to build a strange object. Strange object all-seeing mirror. Before the garrison is upgraded to level 5, the all-seeing mirror can achieve a certain mobility function. What's more, the built-in monitoring also makes Yichio very envious. With the basic materials provided by the silver treasure chest, Yichio quickly completed the synthesis of the all-seeing mirror. With a flash of light, a wooden carved mirror that looks extremely simple and rustic appeared in front of Yichio. And the only feeling Yichio has about it is big. This mirror is suspended on the ground in a strange posture, 2 meters high, similar to a round full-body mirror. It is indeed a strange object, and it looks different from an ordinary mirror. Yichio touched the mirror and immediately felt that the mirror seemed to have become a part of his body senses. Just like the soul leaving the body, with the help of the mirror, Yichio can see every plant and tree within the garrison clearly. Of course, because the fog is thick now, Yichio's soul dare not step out of the garrison. However, Yichio already understood the power of the all-seeing mirror. This is much more powerful than surveillance. And according to the feedback from the mirror, as long as he is within the range of the all-seeing mirror, he can call the all-seeing mirror with a thought,
which is tantamount to directly opening the Perspective plugin. The house has added two strange items at once. Yi Chio placed the all-seeing mirror next to the statue with satisfaction and turned on the system.
Take another look at the chat channel and go to sleep.
Because the channel merger has been completed, even if he has to resist the sleepiness, Yi Chio must first understand the people he will contact in the future.
Integrated channel, 2000/2000, hi. Dear new friends, I miss you so much. It's still more lively with more people. What channel are you all from?
There are 500 people in our 277 channel, ranking in the top 25% of all channels, with 5% disaster exemption.
Otherwise, the new channel will be named after us 277? Channel naming? What does it mean? Didn't you notice that the name of the chat channel is Integrated Channel?
After clicking, you can choose the real name of this channel.
That must be the one with the highest disaster exemption rate. Our 1145 channel has 6% disaster exemption. The new channel should be called 1145.
Lou, you two should step back a little.
Huh? What? There is a channel with a higher exemption rate? Could it be that I was thrown into the top 10% of channels?
God has eyes, I finally don't have to survive with teammates who are against the sky.
Seeing the new friends talking and speculating, the survivors of the original 666 channel couldn't help but feel proud and excited.
And just when the survivors of the original 666 channel were thinking about how to install it well, a message popped up.
System prompt, the survivor PvE boss initiated a group vote. What number should the channel inherit?
1. 666 channel 2, 277 channel 3, 1145 channel 4, 147258 channel?
Am I seeing this right? Channel 666? The number 1 channel? PvE, although you are poisoning me late at night every day, I have to say at this moment, you did a great job. New friends, how do you feel? How do you feel? Fuck! It's the first channel, I will have a good life in the future.
As soon as the channel name was revealed, it immediately set off a huge wave in the group, and then in less than a minute, the voting ended with 1892:0:0:0. The rest of the people who didn't vote were either asleep or busy.
Channel 666, 2000/2000, okay, I didn't expect that I would become a member of Channel 666. I feel superior. What benefits does Channel 666 have? Is there a cluster shelter? I will sign up tomorrow. PvE boss, as for benefits, just look at the posts marked as Essence and the most popular stores in the trading area. As for cluster shelters, as far as I know, most survivors survive alone. I see, damn, your posts are all shared for free?
Our posts are all locked with resources, you can't open them without spending resources, and most of them are exclusive to internal forces, you can't see them even if you have money. I finally understand why 666 is the first, the sharing spirit is unmatched. Our posts are not locked, everyone gathers together to survive, there are several soldiers in charge, at least we can survive.
Fuck! What's going on in your trading area?
The prices of the goods of the anonymous user are all question marks.
Shouldn't the focus be on the fact that he actually sells cigarettes, alcohol, sugar and tea? Is he opening a small shop?
That's one of the most powerful bosses in our 666. He has a lot of resources and has set price fluctuations. You should have just joined the channel, and the channel price has not stabilized yet.
When the price stabilizes, you will find that the boss's food prices are almost always the lowest.
It doesn't sound that great, it's just a little cheaper, isn't this shocking? This is equivalent to you buying a 100 yuan item with 80 yuan, and the 20 yuan in the middle is equivalent to the anonymous boss treating you. Yes, in 7 days, the anonymous boss gave away tons of food and water for free.
If he kept it for himself, the anonymous boss would definitely live better than anyone else.
In order to let more people eat more food and drink more water, the anonymous boss might go to bed hungry every day. Fuck.
Why didn't you say it earlier?
Giving away tons of food and water for free, this is simply a living saint. By the way, the anonymous boss also posted a lot of high-profile strategies.
What a loss, it turns out that expanding the garrison area will get a treasure chest and a second wave of fog beast attacks.
If I had known this news earlier, I would probably have been able to hit 2,000 survival points. The fusion of the channel immediately sparked endless sparks, and Yi Chio's name was also spread throughout the new channel in the first place. Those who originally had a good impression of Yi Chio brainwashed themselves in the repeated publicization of Yi Chio's deeds, almost worshipping Yi Chio as an idol.
Yi Chio is like a spiritual symbol.
With the intervention of outsiders, this symbol has become more deified and attracted more people's attention.
However, in this increasingly intense discussion, some wise people, those who have become leaders, realized that something was wrong.
At this moment, their attitudes towards Yichio are varied.
In the channel, one organization after another also shouted,
Dian Mutual Aid, dear survivors, we are the official organization of Dian.
Now humans are at a critical moment of life and death.
We have established a shelter to accommodate every survivor and preserve the human fire. Dian Mutual Aid, if you want to return to the embrace of civilization, please contact us. Although we cannot let you return to the life of eating and drinking in the past, we can definitely let you sleep well. After sending the message, Dian Mutual Aid also sent a few photos. Yichio clicked on it and saw that there were nearly 100 closely arranged wooden houses, surrounded by wooden fences, and people were patrolling with torches.
The patrol was led by a military uniform. It seems that this channel is lucky.
The administrative and military departments work together to better survive the crisis. Even if there are some rabble in it, they dare not reach out casually in the face of the crisis of death.
In the face of crisis, humans are the most united. Woo woo woo.
I knew there would be an official organization to protect us. It is better to be a dog in peacetime than a man in troubled times. For ordinary people, life in the past was so good. I was so stupid to think that time travel was a good thing at the beginning. Yes, when I first traveled through time, I thought I was going to become a god, but who knew that now I am chewing tree roots and bark every day, and I can't even drink a mouthful of hot water. These true words resonated with many survivors, and many people wanted to enter the shelter for a while. I want to join the shelter, how can I get there?
Dian Mutual Aid, we have mastered 2 ways to meet up.
One is to trade the compass, and you can take the initiative to go to our shelter.
Dian Mutual Aid, the second is to use the fog gate.
In the foggy area that appears during the day, you can cross a great distance to the vicinity of the shelter by using the compass. Dian Mutual Aid, survivors who want to come to the shelter can come to the Dian Mutual Aid store to get the compass for free. Dian Mutual Aid, at the same time, don't forget to destroy your own wooden house and keep the core of the building so that you can build a garrison again in the shelter. There is no doubt that in the survival world, 99% of the survivors live worse than in the real world.
Most ordinary people are still ordinary people after all.
It is basically impossible to catch the wind and soar to the sky.
For a while, the channel was full of words of gratitude.
Yichio thought that if he didn't have the golden finger, he would have to find a way to go to the official shelter even if he risked his life. But now that he has the golden finger, Yichio doesn't plan to go to the official shelter. It is the right way to develop himself. After a while, another new organization began to shout in the group. Conscientious Business Official, hello, survivors, we are a conscientious business dedicated to making full use of all resources. Conscientious Business Official, in the days to come, we will put a lot of affordable supplies on the shelves, hoping to help more survivors, and also hope to reach a cooperative relationship with more survivors. After the speech, the people from the conscience business also posted a lot of photos, such as neatly hung meat pieces and bread, large wooden barrels filled with boiled water, and some homemade herbs and other common items. The conscience business is indeed a good organization.
The prices in our channel have not skyrocketed because they are regulating.
Putting my things there for sale does save a lot of communication troubles, and the handling fee is also reasonable. Since Yichio almost single-handedly raised the moral cultivation of the entire channel, even if 666 had an organization, it would not be large in scale if Yichio himself did not establish an organization. It could not be compared with the dominating organizations such as Dian Mutual Aid and Conscience Business. It is estimated that in a few days, the residents of the original 666 channel will be integrated into these new organizations.
Yichio did not feel anything about this. After all, he did not plan to form a team to survive.
For some people who hoped to establish a survival organization by himself, they could only return disappointed.
Because Yichio understood that he had no leadership skills at all. His current prestige was completely earned by materials. If his subordinates really led hundreds of people, he would either be exhausted to death or be sidelined.
It is a good thing for a person to upgrade slowly and come to the water group when he is tired. As long as you have strength, you will be a guest of honor wherever you go. After glancing at the screen for a while, Yichio received contacts from 2 large organizations as expected.
Dian Mutual Aid, hello, anonymous comrade, I wonder if you are interested in joining our organization? Anonymous user, sorry, the development is good. I don't want to go to crowded places. It's easy to be scheming.
At the same time, in the office of Dian Mutual Aid,
A man with the vicissitudes of life and a dignified face looked at the message sent by Yichio.
he was stunned at first, and then sighed a little lonely. Although Yichio's words were not pleasant, he did reveal one of the current crises of the shelter. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and once you are well fed and clothed, things will become more likely. What's more, judging from the feedback in the channel, anonymous users definitely have a lot of resources, so it's normal to be wary.
It's not a shame at all.
Well, he should be a young man who dares to venture and do something. Shaoli, you reply to him according to the second plan?
On the side, the correspondent known as Shaoli nodded immediately, yes.
Chief Jiang.
Dian Huju, okay, but Dian Huju will welcome you at any time.
We are committed to helping every survivor. Immediately afterwards, Shaoli edited a long string of words and sent it, and Yichio's response was also very concise.
Anonymous user, okay, I understand.
After communicating with Yichio, Shaoli immediately contacted the people in the channel according to the next message he collected, such as the Conscience Trading Company. To maintain the stability of the shelter, a large amount of supplies is indispensable. On the other hand, people from Conscience Trading Company are also contacting Yichio. As the saying goes, when you arrive in a new place, you have to worship the mountain. Channel 666 became the #1 channel without any large organization, so the few people with the biggest names will definitely get tens of millions of attention.
Yichio is the one who gets the most attention. Conscientious Trading Company official, hello, anonymous boss, I am the person contacting you from Conscience Trading Company. Conscientious Trading Company official, our firm is really lucky to be on channel 666. Looking at the transaction aspect, can you set some rules for us to avoid unpleasant things happening? Anonymous user, you don't need to pay attention to me. I am doing business for charity.
I only have a limited amount of things every day, so it will not affect the overall situation.
Anonymous user, you are experts in doing business, so you don't need to learn from me.
At the same time, inside the head office of Conscience Trading Company, after sending the screenshots of Yichio's words, several businessmen in the trading houses couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This anonymous user does not look like he wants to seize the market, good.
But we still have to be vigilant for a few days.
According to statistics, anonymous users have too many things, and we have to guard against them.
Yeah, I really don't know where this guy got so many supplies. The cost just to win people's hearts has almost reached an astronomical figure. No wonder the people of 666 worship him as a leader. Did Anonymous really reach out to indigenous tribes?
It's possible, if people pay close attention to him, if we can get access to the connections in Anonymous' hands, we can definitely make a lot of money.
Conscientious Trading Company official, thanks to the anonymous boss for your generosity, you will receive a 10% discount when shopping in our firm in the future. If you have something to sell, we will definitely give you the highest price.
Anonymous user, well, if your firm has any good stuff, you can contact me first, and I won't treat you badly. After greeting these two big forces, Yichio's private messages were also filled with letters from many small forces. Yichio replied to them with the same tone.
He looked at the time and saw that it was already 2 o'clock in the evening.
Haha, I'm so sleepy, Yichio yawned, shut down the system, fell down on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep.
Survival World, Day 8.
Woo-woo-hoo. Yichio slowly opened his eyes on the bed and turned over lazily. However, after turning over, Yichio sobered up a lot. Because he saw the alarm clock on the bedside table, it actually showed 10 o'clock in the morning.
2 hours of daylight have arrived.
He didn't expect to sleep for so long. Yichio, who rarely stayed up late, felt that he still had no energy.
Well, I don't go out much during the day anyway, so I'll just sleep when I do.
The cold wind outside the window screamed louder than ever. Yichio stretched out his hand from the quilt.
Well, it was still warm at home.
After being dazed in bed for a while, Yichio lifted up the quilt, yawned, and finally got up. I went to the bathroom to wash up first, and then ate a starfall berry in the living room. A faint cool breath flooded into his mind and eyes, and Yichio felt completely alive. Next, Yichio went to the basement and used the tempering cauldron and the flesh and blood of the fog beast to refine enough tempering pills to satisfy his body's energy needs. Then he specially selected a few large sweet potatoes and walked out of the basement. After burying the sweet potatoes under the fire in the fireplace, Yichio went to the kitchen to warm the milk.
This is the biggest change brought about by the condensation tempering cauldron. Finally, I no longer have to eat fog beast meat. For breakfast, you still need to eat something less greasy. Humming a tune, Yichio poured the warm milk into the cup and took a sip to warm his stomach.
Then he went to the living room to wait for the sweet potatoes to be roasted. It was at this time that Yi Chio realized that something was wrong.
The sky outside is a bit strangely bright.
Holding the cup, Yi Chio walked to the window. At this moment, outside the window, all he could see was pure white.
It's snowing. Feather-like snowflakes were falling from the sky.
Yi Chio estimated from the wooden fence outside the door that the snow was already more than 10 centimeters thick.
Is this a cold wave?
Yi Chio pulled the collar of his pajamas.
It was a bit hot at home.
That's good. I'll go out and build a snowman when I have time. Turning back to the fireplace, Yi Chio pulled the fire. The sweet potatoes inside had been burnt to ashes, but were only slightly hard.
According to Yi Chio's experience, you can eat it right away.
Taking advantage of this time, Yi Chio connected his consciousness to the all-seeing mirror and inspected his territory. In the vast expanse of white, Yi Chio saw several snow rabbits carefully digging up the roots and stems.
Something is wrong. How did the snow rabbit survive when it didn't snow a few days ago?
The pure white hair is simply too conspicuous in the green forest. Forget it, I have traveled through time, so it is normal for such completely unreasonable things to happen. Without further exploring the principle of what happened, Yi Chio opened the fire. The shell of the sweet potato was almost carbonized.
After breaking it open, the orange-yellow inner core and the fragrant aroma made people's appetite open.
He scooped a spoonful of hot roasted sweet potatoes with a spoon.
The soft, tender and sweet touch made people feel extremely satisfied. It is worthy of being grown in the blue-quality planting box.
It is so delicious. Grabbing a handful of green grass to feed the rabbits, eating the delicious roasted sweet potatoes, Yi Chio opened the system. Channel 666, 2000/2000 Today there was no fog beast harassment.
I accidentally overslept and just woke up now.
Yeah, there should be no fog beast attacks in the future.
I can finally live a lot more peacefully. Alas, this is not necessarily a good thing.
Without fog beast meat, my physical fitness cannot be improved. I am afraid that the days to come will become more and more difficult. Yes, this sudden heavy snow almost froze me to death.
I feel okay.
If I don't go out, it feels about the same as last night. It's so cold when it snows, so you will freeze to death when the snow melts? I'm fine, but the crops I planted are almost frozen to death.
Alas! The big guy above, you are still farming? Just plant the seeds for fun. What if they really grow? Me too. A heavy snow ruined my farm dream.
But if there is snow, you can melt the snow to drink.
Snow water is dirty, so it is not recommended to drink it.
Not really. Who has lived to this day without drinking some dirty water?
Even spring water can only be clean to a certain extent.
That's right. Most water prices in the trading market have fallen to the bottom today.
I finally realized the greatness of the anonymous boss.
In the case of market fluctuations, the mineral water he sells is actually cheaper than dirty water. The limit is 100 milliliters per person per day.
I have already grabbed it. This is the first time I have drunk mineral water since I traveled through time.
That's right. It was possible to get mineral water from a wooden treasure chest, but it has been gone in the past few days. I almost forgot what clean water tastes like. The heavy snow trapped many people in the house. Without the fog beast attack, most people chose not to go out. The group was very lively for a while. Just as Yi Chio was peeking at the screen, a private message suddenly popped up.
It's Wang Wu. Wang Wu, Yi Chio, I want to talk to you about something.
Yi Chio was stunned and typed a reply.
Yi Chio, brother Wang Wu, if you have any trouble, just tell me. I don't need anything here.
On the other side of the screen, Wang Wu looked at the neatly arranged pieces of meat with beast fur and couldn't help but smile.
Does he look like someone who can't even get enough food?
Wang Wu, Yi Chio, when merging channels yesterday, I guess you also saw a few people with names similar to mine. Seeing this, Yi Chio immediately understood something and opened Diyen Mutual Aid. Sure enough, in the follow-up column of Diyen Mutual Aid, he found people with names such as Northern Military Region C1004 and Southern Military Region E0256.
Wang Wu, Diyen Mutual Aid is indeed an official organization. There are many soldiers like me in it. They contacted me today, meaning that I should join them. Wang Wu, I want you to give me some advice. Do you want to go over?
Yi Chio touched his chin thoughtfully. Yi Chio, brother Wang Wu, this matter still depends on your opinion, don't consider my feelings.
Wang Wu, no matter what, you saved my life, and I haven't been able to help in the past few days.
If I join the official organization, I may not be able to come as I used to be. Yi Chio,
Brother Wang Wu, you don't have to care about this. The reason I saved your life is because you wanted to help me survive before you died. I saved you with my heart in exchange for my heart. Yi Qiu, moreover, the missed survival manual you gave me is absolutely a good thing. Even if there is a life-saving grace between you and me, this can offset it. Yi Qiu, Brother Wang Wu, I have always treated you as a brother, and you don't have to always look at my eyes and act. Wang Wu, since you, Yi Qiu, have said so, I won't be hypocritical. I plan to go to Dian Mutual Aid to continue to perform my military duties. Wang Wu, but saving my life is still saving my life. If you need anything in the future, I will do my best to help you. Yi Qiu, okay, Brother Wang Wu, to be honest, I admire people like you in my life. Anyway, we have a system, and we can keep in touch in the future, so it can't be considered as separation. Yi Qiu, it just so happens that I prepared more this morning. Take these 2 roasted sweet potatoes and try them. Wang Wu, hey, you know I don't like food here. I originally wanted to hunt to support you, but in the end, I was the one who had to eat every day. Yi Qiu, today is different from the past. This is the sweet potato I planted at home. I won't share it with ordinary people. Wang Wu, is the food you planted ripe? It's only been 7 days since I came to the survival world. Even if I planted it right after I arrived, I would never be able to harvest it today. Looking at the steaming hot roasted sweet potato in his hand, Wang Wu couldn't help but sigh. I'm afraid the gold content of this sweet potato is not low. Yi Qiu, the equipment is a little better. This world doesn't follow the laws of nature. Wang Wu, that's true, but I don't know how many days the snow will fall. Remember to protect your farmland. Yi Qiu, don't worry, I've moved into the house. It's warm. Yi Qiu, by the way, when you get to Dian Mutual Aid, help me contact someone who is really powerful. I have something I want to know. Wang Wu, okay, I can help you contact them now. Then I'll ask Dian Mutual Aid to send you a private message? Yi Qiu, okay. After chatting with Wang Wu for a while, Yi Qiu closed the system private message, leaned back on the recliner thoughtfully, tapped the armrests with his fingers regularly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Survival World, the area where Dian Mutual Aid is stationed. In the heavy snow, more than 100 survivors are constantly shoveling snow with wooden shovels under command, hoping to rescue the crops buried under the snow. In the office, many people sat together with sad faces. In the corner, the light from the fire warmed the room and the plants with wilted leaves. Alas, this snow came too suddenly, and many crops are almost frozen to death. Although we have considered the possibility of heavy snowfall, only a small part of the crops were saved. If you ask me, we should stop accommodating survivors and take care of these few people first. The survivors who come here are basically dying. Do you want me to watch everyone die? They will die if they come here. Then at least they can die a few days later, just in case there is a turnaround. Stop, stop, stop. The wooden table was slammed, and the people who were arguing with red faces looked at each other, snorted coldly and turned their heads away. Chief Shang's face was stern. Did I call a meeting for you to quarrel at this critical moment? No matter what, rescuing the people of Dian is an unshakable foundation. Anyone who dares to say anything else can get out. Picked up the porcelain bowl on the table with a broken corner and took a sip of cold water, Chief Zhang said, Xiao Wang, what did the conscience business, which you are responsible for contacting, say? A pale young man stood up and immediately said, Chief, the person in charge of the conscience business said that they are not in a good situation either, and are only willing to provide 100 units of wood and 10 kilograms of food. What? Chief Zhang was stunned. Are you sure you told them that we should pay for it, not ask them to donate? Yes, I said we can exchange. Xiao Wang, who was in charge of the contact, looked unhappy. Not only are they willing to pay these, but the price they are asking is. When Xiao Wang said a number, everyone present immediately showed angry expressions. You rebelled against him. How dare you make a fortune at this time? Not only that, I think they want to see how long it will snow. If it lasts long enough, they will probably have to sit on the ground and raise the price. Damn it, if he hadn't come to this fucking survival world, I would have just come to the door and shot him to death. Old Commander, we really don't have the ability to calm down the fire now. The distance between people is widened, rules and order disappear, and the world of survival is so desperate. Chief Zhang subconsciously wanted to take out his cigarette and take a puff. Only after he touched an empty space did he realize what he was doing and sighed helplessly. Xiao Wang, please continue negotiating and ask them to lower the price as much as possible and sell more. Xiao Wang looked embarrassed, but nodded. Chief Zhang continued, where is the person responsible for contacting the military members?
A woman with a sallow complexion stood up. I contacted 3 people who had served, and 2 of them expressed their willingness to come back.
Good. Chief Zhang's expression softened slightly. The woman continued, one of them, Wang Wu, told me that he wanted to contact you. Wang Wu?
Chief Zhang thought for a moment. This name seems familiar. The woman reminded, Chief, he said he saw you at the review meeting.
Oh. It turns out it's him. Commander Zhang smiled, a good boy and a good soldier. I even gave him an award. Okay, I'll contact him in person later.
In the conference room, several people looked puzzled. The meeting ended quickly, and Chief Zhang sat in the empty conference room, opened the system, and added Wang Wu as a friend.
Zhang Guozhong, Comrade Wang Wu, do you need any help? Just ask, we will help you solve it.
At the same time, on the other side, Wang Wu took another look at the pile of food, and couldn't help but look helpless. After all, he was also a soldier who had won the first-class merit. Why was he so fragile in the eyes of Yichio and the chief?
Wang Wu, Chief,
I don't lack anything here, and I plan to trade some animal skins and meat first to prevent too much luggage on the road. System prompt, Wang Wu gave you animal skin, white, 5, beast meat jerky, white, 20. Zhang Guozhong's expression was moved. Zhang Guozhong, good comrade, don't worry, I will use these things to the best effect.
Wang Wu, I definitely believe you in this regard, but I do have a request.
Zhang Guozhong, you said, I will definitely cooperate as much as possible.
Wang Wu, someone wants to discuss something with you, the chief.
Zhang Guozhong, push him to me, I'll contact him.
Wang Wu,
don't worry, the other party is a sensible person. Seeing the message sent by Wang Wu, Zhang Guozhong already had some guesses in his mind. It is estimated that Wang Wu owed a lot of favors in the first few days of the survival world, so he personally contacted him. However, in order to get Wang Wu's help, Zhang Guozhong decided to help repay this favor as much as possible.
Anonymous user?
The familiar words came into view, and Zhang Guozhong was stunned.
This is a celebrity on channel 666. I personally sent someone to contact him yesterday. Why didn't you say it at that time, but now you want to contact me alone?
Before the thought was over, Yichio's message had already been sent.
Anonymous user, hello, Chief, I have seen you on the internet before, and I admire you very much.
Peace and peace, Zhang Guozhong haha, when working, we refer to positions.
Since we are talking in the name of an individual now, you can just call me Uncle Guozhong.
Anonymous user, then it is better to obey than to be respectful. Uncle Guozhong, I came here today to discuss an important matter with you. Zhang Guozhong, for Wang Wu's sake, as long as it is not something that harms the heaven and earth, I will try my best to do it with my old bones.
You can tell me. Anonymous user, Uncle Guozhong, don't worry so much. I won't say anything bad. Anonymous user, today, the cold wave has officially arrived. I don't know when the snowfall will stop. I don't know what the situation of the shelter of Dian Mutual Aid is. Seeing Yichio asking such a sensitive question, Zhang Guozhong couldn't help but frown.
The power of public opinion is huge, not to mention that Dian Mutual Aid is already in a bad state. His words may become the last straw that breaks the camel's back. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Guozhong replied. Zhang Guozhong, with the efforts of many survivors, the situation can be said to be stable and improving.
Anonymous user, well, it seems that I can't help you in times of need, I can only say that I am icing on the cake.
System prompt, the survivor anonymous user gave you wood, gray, 1000, wood, white, 1000, stone, gray, 500, stone, white, 500. The sudden gift made even the usually steady Zhang Guozhong stunned for a moment. Although they are all the most basic resources of gray and white quality, the most lacking thing for the shelter with many people at this moment is basic resources.
The supplies that originally cost a lot of effort to buy from the conscience business were delivered to you as a gift? Zhang Guozhong, comrade, such a large amount of resources, is there anything wrong with it? Anonymous user, of course, that's right, Uncle Guozhong. The reason why I didn't talk about this yesterday was mainly to keep public and private affairs separate.
Anonymous user, I'm an ordinary person and don't want to be in the spotlight, so I plan to find someone to secretly donate this batch of supplies, just as helping my compatriots.
Anonymous user, it just so happens that I have some relationship with brother Wang Wu.
I heard him say that you, Chief Zhang, are honest and fair, so I contacted you, didn't I? The very pleasant words made Zhang Guozhong a little shaken. This batch of supplies is really important. Under the current circumstances, the wood for heating and the warm stone house can save countless lives. But after working in this position for so many years, Zhang Guozhong knows that the sweeter the sugar coating, the more terrible the shells.
But what if I have to drink poison to quench my thirst?
Zhang Guozhong only felt a sense of tension that he had not felt for many years surged up in his heart again, and for a moment he didn't know whether to accept or refuse. Anonymous user, Chief Zhang, to be honest, I also have some selfish motives in sending so many supplies.
That's right.
After facing countless temptations and disguises, Zhang Guozhong felt that everything was back when he saw the familiar words. Whether this batch of supplies can be taken depends on what Anonymous said next. The shelter has reached the most critical moment. At this moment, Zhang Guozhong has decided that as long as Yi Qiu's request is not too excessive, he will nod and agree.
Anonymous user, I know that Brother Wang Wu is an honest man.
He went to the shelter with a passion.
I am worried that he will be wronged.
Please take care of him more at that time.
That's it?
After being nervous for a long time, Zhang Guozhong was suddenly speechless with Yi Qiu's words. Not to mention that Wang Wu was a pioneer who had made first-class merits. Even if he was an ordinary soldier, he was a precious resource for the shelter at this moment. You must know that in a short period of time, the contribution made by a professor-level figure could not be comparable to that of a soldier. Even if Yi Qiu said nothing, no one would be stupid enough to suppress an important talent. Zhang Guozhong, don't worry, talents like Wang Wu will never be suppressed in the shelter.
If anyone wants to touch him, I will be the first to disagree. Anonymous user, then I feel relieved.
Seeing that Yi Qiu seemed to be talking about this matter, Zhang Guozhong was a little bit unacceptable for a while.
Zhang Guozhong, comrade, think about it, is there anything else you need? Anonymous user, Commander Zhang, I really want to help my kind.
Anonymous user, these supplies are still affordable for me, so you don't have to worry. Zhang Guozhong, this amount of supplies is like timely help for the shelter.
Comrade, I understand your kindness, but I can't let you donors down.
Anonymous user, alas, if I don't take something away today, Uncle Guozhong may not even sleep well.
A familiar word again.
A confident smile returned to Zhang Guozhong's face. Yi Qiu's pulling method seemed too immature to Zhang Guozhong. The two of them had been polite for so long, and finally they had to see the real thing.
Zhang Guozhong, comrade, don't be polite. Just tell me if you need anything.
Anonymous user, Uncle Guozhong, to tell you the truth, before I traveled through time, I had been debating with others on the forum.
Anonymous user, the most common one is debating with some banana people.
Anonymous user, the day before I traveled, I was having a heated exchange with a guy, but he suddenly said, you know so well, is it possible that there are troops stationed near your home?
Anonymous user, I was shocked at that time and looked at my IP address again.
I suspected that I had encountered an overseas force and immediately blocked it. Anonymous user, but I have to say that after reading so much information on the internet, I have no idea about the real military base, a national secret.
Anonymous user, originally, I was just an ordinary person and didn't think much about it.
But now that the whole world has traveled across the world, I just want to see how powerful the country is.
Do you think you can find someone to restore a map of the whole country for me? Location map of the military camp?
Anonymous user, I want to take it out and read it when I have nothing to do, just to relieve my homesickness.
Startled. Confused. Can't understand.
Regarding the long string of words Yi Qiu sent, Zhang Guozhong was speechless for a moment.
Distribution map of military camps across the country?
If he had dared to reveal such a secret before time travel, he would have spent the rest of his life in prison. But nowadays, when traveling around the world, this thing is just useless paper.
Exchange waste paper for resources that can save hundreds of lives? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Guozhong couldn't help but smile bitterly.
I didn't expect that it would be me who judged a gentleman with a villain's heart. In order to accept this batch of supplies with peace of mind, Anonymous actually asked for a military camp distribution map to prove his patriotism and concern for the people. I am really old, and I don't want to believe a real Yanguo person. For a moment, Zhang Guozhong felt extremely guilty. I have sat in this position for so long that I have lost even the most basic trust between people. Zhang Guozhong, don't worry, I am engaged in information in the real world.
I remember these things clearly in my mind. I will draw a map for you with my bare hands right now.
Zhang Guozhong, not to mention remote places, I am more familiar with those large strongholds along the coast than my own home. At the same time, Yi Qiu was stationed inside. Yi Qiu, who was leaning on the recliner, slightly raised the corners of his mouth. The plan goes through. The reason why he wanted to use Wang Wu's route to contact Dian for mutual assistance was to find out whether there was an army arsenal in his city in the real world. Although the black powder from the fireworks factory made into explosive barrels is very powerful, firearms are more powerful when they are closer to home and in aerial attacks. Due to Diane's security, the power of the firearms in the bureau has basically been reduced.
I am afraid that the lethality is not as good as a serious crossbow.
Therefore, only real military firearms can be like Yichio's eyes. Yichio tried his best not to let anyone know about being able to travel through time, and today's operation was the most reasonable way Yichio could think of to escape. Maybe it seems outrageous to exchange 3,000 units of basic supplies for a smoke bomb, but the more outrageous it is, the more things beyond the scope of human understanding can make people like Zhang Guozhong, who have experienced great storms, scratch their heads. What's more, now Yichio has no requirements for basic materials of green or lower quality. Because Yichio has been doing charity for a long time in the early stage, even if the fireplace is turned on 24 hours a day, the basic materials cannot be used up. Using the materials that take up space to help our compatriots can be regarded as satisfying one's few consciences. Open up Wang Wu's ascending path, help his compatriots, and obtain the military camp map. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Even if Yichio's methods are not clever, the materials are real money. With so many materials as road opening props, Yichio can get twice the result with half the effort no matter what he says. After all, not everyone relies on the real world. Just go to the supermarket downstairs and you can easily harvest thousands of units of basic materials. Finally, Yichio was ready to give Zhang Guozhong another vaccination. Walking to the warehouse, Yichio took out the notebook from the corner that he threw into the space and never used again. Anonymous user, Uncle Guozhong, considering that it's not long since time travel, I can't let you waste the supplies in the shelter. System prompt, the survivor anonymous user will give you notebook, white, 10 and carbon pen, white, 5, seeing Yichio's gift, Zhang Guozhong couldn't help being surprised again. Even though paper and pen are ubiquitous items in the real world, after coming to the survival world, these are real rare items. Not only is it difficult to make, but it can also be used in many ways. For ordinary people, the presence or absence of paper may not have much impact, but for an organization, the emergence of paper and pen can greatly speed up the speed of information transmission and exponentially improve operational efficiency. Moreover, he is not young and often forgets what he thinks of. To put it bluntly, this paper and pen saved half his life. Yichio gave away 10 notebooks in one breath. How many did it take to draw the map? This is equivalent to giving away 9.5 notebooks for free. To meet such a selfless person with such high ideological awareness today, Zhang Guozhong felt tears welling up in his eyes for a while. Zhang Guozhong, comrade, don't worry, the survivors who come to seek refuge will receive the best treatment. We will never let down the people who trust us. Anonymous user, of course I believe this. By the way, I got some good stuff in the ranking reward of survival points. I might have to bother you to learn how to use guns. Zhang Guozhong, guns? You are very lucky. Don't worry, if you can make guns, I will send a soldier-level person to teach you how to shoot. Anonymous user, it was a fluke, but the synthesis of guns is very troublesome. I can't collect the required things. It will probably take a lot of effort to synthesize a gun. Zhang Guozhong, that's right. Although this world looks extremely dangerous, there are no outrageous creatures at present. With guns, we can run rampant. The people behind the system probably won't let us make them easily. Anonymous user, yes, gunpowder is not something that can be easily obtained. Throwing a smoke bomb to patch up for his future guns, Yichio chatted with Zhang Guozhong for a while before turning off the communication. After getting up and pacing in the living room for a while, Yichio was looking forward to the military camp map that would be in his hands soon. With his current blue physique, it should not be a problem to leave the city. If the barren mountain outside the city really has a military camp as the old generation said, he will win. At that time, he will directly drive a tank to push the survival world. Just thinking about it makes people excited. Since the military camp distribution map may be sent at any time, Yichio did not choose to return to the real world to waste physical strength. Coming to the window, Yichio admired the beautiful snow scene and couldn't help but feel playful. Taking out the living wood armor from the system backpack, the tough and warm vines immediately covered Yichio's whole body. Pushing open the door, the goose feather-like snow was blown into the room by the strong wind, but Yichio only felt a cool breeze. Walking into the yard, admiring the heavy snow, Yichio squatted in the snow and rolled a snowball in the snow. A man is a teenager until he dies. Even if Yichio is already 18 years old, he cannot resist this law. At the same time, Dian Mutual Aid Shelter. In the snow, many people rubbed their red hands, breathed hot air, and moved the sprouted planting boxes into the house. In the shelter, most of the houses have more space for planting boxes than people. Occasionally, one or two people can be seen lying on the bed, either sick or too old. In the face of such a natural disaster, humans who were knocked down to primitive society survived hard. Crunching the snow creaked under the leather boots, and many people raised their heads when they heard the hurried footsteps. "Hello, Chief. Chief Zhang." As the leader of the shelter, Zhang Guozhong worked except for handling documents and sleeping, so he had a very high reputation in the eyes of the survivors. Standing in the snow, Zhang Guozhong clapped his hands. "Comrades, everyone come here." At Zhang Guozhong's call, the people who were originally numb from the cold turned around and walked towards Zhang Guozhong, with hope in their eyes. Of course, there were also some people who looked down on him. Isn't it another chicken soup meeting? All day long, there is nothing good about this place except being able to survive. Boss, let's find time to go. Just by looking at his eyes, Zhang Guozhong knew that many people were expressing dissatisfaction, but at this moment, his heart was not as bitter as before. "Comrades, I want to tell you a good news." Zhang Guozhong pumped his chest to make everyone present hear his voice as much as possible. "We humans, our Yen country, have always overcome difficulties with unity and conquer the world with will. Just now, our compatriots, fellow survivors, rushed to help us with supplies. Not only that, the people who donated the supplies asked not to tell people their names, and the supplies were donated anonymously. I don't know if it was a coincidence or intentional, the truth was quietly revealed. And if we can understand Zhang Guozhong's heart, we can understand that this is a small change he made on the premise of respecting each yo. Just when everyone was happy, the people in the corner still had different opinions. Alas, what's wrong with Lao Zhang today? He's a little impatient. Yes, the conscience business hasn't shipped yet. Even if you want to appease the people, you shouldn't give a speech at this time." Unlike ordinary survivors, the management knew that the situation in the shelter was definitely not good at the moment, and Zhang Guozhong was definitely taking a risk at this moment. But the next moment, they didn't think so. Zhang Guozhong waved his hand and chose to accept the gift. 3,000 units of basic supplies suddenly fell like rain, and more than 100 people in the snow were speechless at this moment. So many woods. So many stones. There must be thousands of units. Use them sparingly. You can have a good life in the next few days. In front of such supplies, many people blushed with excitement. Zhang Guozhong clapped his hands, and the whole audience suddenly quieted down. "Remember, we are not fighting alone. Unity can overcome all difficulties. Now, the people in the first team will upgrade the wooden house, and the people in the second team will add firewood." The orderly message was quickly issued. With full supplies as a backing, the people in the shelter felt that they suddenly had endless strength. Within a few minutes, Dian Mutual Aid completed the change from the setting sun to the blazing sun. And when the business was done, the office was suddenly crowded with people. "Old Zhang, where did you get all these things? 3,000 units of basic materials. Old Zhang, did you sell your daughter? Get lost." Zhang Guozhong pushed his old friend aside with a smile, opened the system, and put the information about the conversation with Yi Qiu in front of everyone. Look. I, Zhang Guozhong, did not embezzle. The materials were clearly stored in the warehouse. Lao Zhang, everyone knows that you are incorruptible, but this person really sent 3,000 units of basic materials? Good guy, worthy of being the first channel. The foundation is unfathomable. Our entire channel may not be as rich as him alone. Lao Zhang, this person really has no other ideas? Zhang Guozhong snorted coldly. Don't think about it. Can't you accept that there are really good people in the world? I'm showing it to you to let you concentrate, not to let you think about it. Today's matter is rotten in my stomach. Okay, if you don't have anything to do, go back and get busy. I still have to draw pictures for others. In such an extreme situation, suddenly seeing a good man like Yi Qiu, many people who have some small calculations in their hearts felt a little guilty for a while. Although it is said that if you don't work for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth, but when you really fall to the bottom, who hasn't thought that a kind-hearted person who doesn't want anything will appear to help you? It is precisely because kindness is something that is hard to come by, so when it does come, people will truly feel its warmth. Yi Qiu's station. Front yard. A huge snowman, 2 meters tall, is sitting in the snow in a naive manner. Wrapped in a red scarf, wearing a cotton jacket, a pointed hat, with a bubble water bottle cap as eyes and a small sweet potato as a nose. At this moment, the snowman has defeated many survivors. Ding!
Just as Yichio was admiring his masterpiece with satisfaction, a private message suddenly sounded in Yichio's mind.
Zhang Guozhong, I drew a distribution map of the 3 coastal provinces first, you can keep it for later.
3 coastal provinces.
Perhaps Yichio's good deeds were rewarded, and the first distribution map sent by Zhang Guozhong included the city where Yichio was. Immediately turned back to the house, and after a few polite words, Yichio immediately received 3 densely written papers. On it was the distribution of military camps in the 3 provinces. Although the painting was simple, it was definitely easy to distinguish, enough to reflect the other party's superb painting skills. Flipping to the familiar hometown, Yichio saw the familiar city and the familiar signs next to it.
There is actually a military camp on the outskirts of the city.
Although it is not in the valley that the old people in the community said, it is not far from the city. This is really the first prize. The firearms in the military camp are real hard goods, not the kind of small things in the police station. Not only that, Yichio also saw the complete topographic maps of several military camps. It seems that Zhang Guozhong thought that Yichio might be able to build his own military camp in the future, so he provided a rough template. I think the general distribution of suburban military camps is similar to these military camps.
Yichio estimated the distance.
Although this military camp is not close to his home, with the blessing of the blue physique at this moment, Yichio is also confident that he can find out.
Let's go now.
After equipping the giant eagle wings and looking at his super large backpack of 100 cubic meters, Yichio felt that his blood was boiling. Blinking his eyes, Yichio's figure appeared in the real world again. But this time it was different from the past. When Yichio opened his eyes, he realized that something was wrong.
One eye can see, and one eye can't see. He is blind in one eye?
Yichio subconsciously touched his blind eye. It was with this movement that Yichio really realized what happened. It's not that he is blind in one eye, but that one of his eyes is in the darkness, so of course he can't see anything. At this moment, Yichio looked at the wonder that divided his room into 5 parts, and couldn't help but fall into a brainstorm. 1/5 of the room was bathed in sunlight, 1/5 of the room was bathed in moonlight, 1/5 of the room was bathed in the light of the golden tree, 1/5 of the room was bathed in blood, and 1/5 of the room was bathed in darkness. And he was at the junction of these 5 scenes, just like a cake cut into 5 pieces, and at this moment he was in the middle. There is no doubt that the strange scenery that Yichio saw last night has continued and has not dissipated until now, and Yichio's bed is the intersection of these 5 wonders.
An idea suddenly appeared in Yichio's mind.
Could it be that the 5 evil gods were dividing the mother planet, and because he was at this intersection, he was ignored? Could this be the secret of his ability to travel through the world twice? Although it sounds a bit nonsensical, Yichio unexpectedly felt that his idea was quite right. Forget it, as an existence that can create this wonder, I am probably not even as good as an ant in their eyes, so let's get down to business. Clearing his position, Yichio forced himself to ignore these things that he couldn't understand at all, and prepared to go downstairs to the suburbs. However, when Yichio put on his sunscreen clothes, walked to the window, and prepared to fly down with the wings of a giant eagle, the scenery in front of him surprised him even more. Because the scene outside the building was no longer a snack street, but a pile of earth piled up a construction site.
The construction area several miles away actually appeared downstairs of his own house? Where is the building in the middle? Where did the erased space go? Looking around the surrounding environment along the window, Yichio saw a familiar gas station and tanker truck not far away in another direction.
Change another direction. No change? Various signs indicate that the entire planet seems to be folded. Things that should not appear in front of Yichio appear in front of Yichio across a distance of several miles, and the space in the middle strangely and reasonably disappears. Such a strange situation appeared in front of him, and Yichio couldn't help but feel a little flustered. But after hesitating for a moment, Yichio still forced himself to calm down. Since I don't understand the current situation at all, I will make myself as strong as possible. Although a large area of space disappeared, doesn't it make it easier for me to leave the city? In the past, I had to ride for more than 10 minutes to get to the gas station and the construction site, but now I can just go out. Yes, think positively about everything. Wearing a sunscreen jacket, he glided downstairs, and the warm sunlight shone on Yichio. Yichio didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his spirit. It seems that this sunlight is not dangerous. Yichio skillfully pushed open the door of the supermarket downstairs and started 0 yuan shopping again. Since his backpack space has been greatly upgraded, that is to say, Yichio can now bring a full 100 tons of food and water back to the survival world at one time. With one's own strength, it is not just taught to support the entire channel. Yichou wandered around the supermarket, and everything he passed was plundered. It must be said that it is great to buy for free with a large space. The supermarket downstairs, which had been mined by Yichou for 7 days without much change, actually looked much emptier in a few minutes. After filling up half of his backpack, Yichou also went to the furniture store near his home to buy some new furniture. Double-door luxury refrigerator, a must-have for luxury houses, priced at $19,999? Got it. Central air conditioning, making your home warm every day, priced at $29,999? Got it. Wanwali table, rosewood chair. Yichou looked at the furniture ornaments on the labels, one more expensive than the other, and threw them all into the space backpack. With 100 cubic meters of space, it is so willful. Not only did the delivery rate increase by 100 times, but it could also easily handle large furniture with a length, width, and height far exceeding 1 meter, fulfilling Yichou's dream of a mansion. After leaving the furniture store, Yichou went to the construction site again and put large pieces of steel bars, cement, light steel, and even road rollers into his backpack. A full 100 cubic meters of space was squeezed full by Yichou in just over 10 minutes. Back to the survival world, Yichou went out without saying a word and then put the things in his backpack. More than 100 tons of various materials suddenly appeared on the vast snow. If Yichou hadn't expanded the garrison and sent away the largest area of wood and stone, I'm afraid there might not be enough space for these things. As for the road roller, Yichou didn't put it out because it was too big and it was too conspicuous to put it in his yard. Although these materials look a lot, they will be buried by snowflakes in a while, but the road roller that is taller than the house is different. Although Yichou has not encountered any survivors so far, he still plans to be cautious just in case. Looking at the pile of rice and flour in front of him, Yichou couldn't help but feel emotional. This is what a survivor should look like. After satisfying his desire to collect, Yichou hummed a little song and returned to the real world again. Well, finally got down to business. Gliding down the stairs, Yichou rode his off-road bike. Suburban military camp, set off. Following the moonlight, Yichou set out towards the mark on the map. Fortunately, the military camp was not within the coverage of the night. Otherwise he would have to install a strong flashlight on the front of the car. He stepped quickly, and the buildings on both sides of Yichou gradually became lower and slowly disappeared. Soon after, there was only an endless wasteland in front of Yichou. Then, Yichou plunged into the bushes. It must be said that the location of the military camp is really hidden. Even with the approximate location in hand, Yichou could not find it quickly. In the end, Yichou used the giant eagle wings and flew directly to a height of dozens of meters. With the added vision of the starberry, he saw a camouflage base hidden in the dark green. Landing from the air, Yichou successfully avoided the main gate covered with barbed wire. In the military camp, several army green cars were parked in an irregular manner. They must have been driven out during the morning training, and the drivers traveled to the survival world. Approaching the few houses, Yichou saw the neatly folded tofu block quilts through the window. Sure enough, the soldiers were not like him. They got up early to train, and even if they traveled through time, they were definitely in the best condition. Then, Yichou walked to the house with the arsenal nameplate according to the military camp structure diagram. It's locked, a lot bigger than Yichou's fist. He knocked on the thick concrete wall and estimated his blue physique. Well, he couldn't blow up the wall with one blow. Blow it up with explosives? Let's not talk about how thick the walls of the military arsenal were. Yichou gave up the idea when he saw the ammunition depot next to it. Even if the explosives could explode here, blow up the concrete wall, and detonate the ammunition depot, it would be a waste of time. Weapons without ammunition are just fire sticks. Let me think about it. I can't come here in vain. Yichou touched his chin and looked around. How about taking a few military off-road vehicles? He did it right away. Yichou planned to take the off-road vehicles first this time. But when Yichou opened his backpack, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind. Steamroller. At that time, because this guy was too big, he didn't leave it in the survival world. I didn't expect it to come in handy now. Although the real world cannot be started for inexplicable reasons, Yichou has another plan if he only uses the excavator itself. Opening his giant eagle wings, Yichou immediately flew into the sky, and then immediately took out the road roller above the corner of the arsenal. Roku's Rollata, road roller is coming. Boom! The huge road roller weighing more than 10 tons fell from a height of tens of meters, and the builder of the arsenal could never imagine that there was such a way to open it. Under the huge pressure, a corner of the arsenal was directly smashed and collapsed, and the weapons with cold light suddenly appeared in front of Ichio. A row of neatly arranged rifles, sniper rifles that looked powerful, various accessories that can be installed, and even rocket launchers. Although there were no equipment such as tanks and armored vehicles, it was also very exciting. Get rich! Excitedly landing in the ruins of the arsenal, Ichio swept away all the weapons with a wave of his hand. Then, Ichio smashed the door of the ammunition depot in the same way. This time, fearing an explosion, Ichio even hovered in the air for a while before landing. After confirming safety, Ichio once again harvested a large number of different types of ammunition, grenades, rockets, incendiary bombs, smoke bombs, tear gas bombs. The harvest of this military camp really did not disappoint Ichio. Returning to the survival world with his beloved steamroller, and looking at the weapons in the backpack that were enough to arm a company, Ichio couldn't help but feel excited. Sure enough, only when the gun is hard can the waist be hard. Picking up a rifle and stroking the cold and hard gun body, Ichio felt a strong sense of security from it. This is much more damaging than a police pistol. After running in the real world for so long, Ichio felt very tired. Prepare lunch and find time to practice shooting in the afternoon. Reluctantly putting the rifle back into the backpack, Ichio planned to go to the yard to sort out the food and other things first. Well, the delicious ones can be kept for yourself to eat slowly, and the ones that taste average can be thrown into the trading channel for compatriots to digest slowly. However, as soon as Ichio opened the door, the scene in front of him was again shocking. Although the snow was still falling, Ichio could clearly see a starry sky. Logically speaking, when it snows, both the sun and the moon should be obscured, but now, it is like the layer of the starry sky is on top of the snowflakes, and the vast starry sky is so mysterious and clear. Although this is still an unnatural phenomenon, Ichio was only stunned for a moment. Because he just came back from the real world, he has seen a lot of such strange scenes. I guess I don't know which big guy is showing off his muscles. Anyway, this world is not normal, so let it be. After a few hours, the supplies that Ichio moved have been buried under the snow. Ichio looked at the depth of the snow, which was already half of his calf. But it's not a big problem for him. Even if it is 1 meter high, he can change the terrain through the all-seeing mirror and eliminate the crisis without a trace. After looking through the supplies in the snow, Ichio first moved the furniture he had carefully selected into the house and replaced the furniture he had made do with. Then he switched the refrigerator, air conditioner, and other appliances to the mist core through the converter. After the experiment, Ichio found that the energy consumption of these appliances was not large. A gray-quality mist core could support the use of an ordinary appliance for 3 hours. The white-quality one was 8 hours. As for the better mist cores, Ichio was reluctant to use them. After all, Ichio only had 1 blue mist core, 12 green mist cores, 1002 white mist cores, and 60 gray mist cores. Although the survivors all understood that the mist core was probably an important thing, just like coins, it was not used at all in the early stage, so most of the mist cores were exchanged by Ichio for food and water. And because the non-entry-level mist beasts were easy to escape after being hit, those who could beat the green mist beasts basically had no shortage of food and drink, so Ichio had the most white mist cores, more than 1,000. Moreover, after seeing Ichio's price, which was far higher than anyone else's, the survivors who had just joined the channel immediately exchanged their treasured fog cores. In a short period of time, the storage capacity of white fog cores would increase again. However, this was only a short-term change. If the frequency of fog beast attacks decreased in the future, fog cores would probably become truly rare items. But this was not within Ichio's consideration, because he had a rare item. After all, it is the reward for reaching the top of the world. It should help me achieve the freedom of the flesh and blood of the fog beast and the fog core, right? Ichio plans to give it a try tonight. After pouring 2 bottles of mineral water to wash the rice, Ichio put a gray fog core into the extra groove on the conversion rice cooker, and then poured the rice in. With the familiar dripping sound, the rice cooker started to work. Then put the chopped potatoes and vacuum-packed beef in the stew pot next to it, and today's lunch was ready. It's worthy of technology to change life. Cooking will save a lot of effort in the future. Wearing loose and comfortable clothes, Ichio lay on the recliner and hummed a song leisurely. Ichio raised his eyebrows. Didn't he sing this line? That's right, because this cry came from outside Ichio's camp. The roar of the snow leopard can still be heard from a very long distance in the blizzard. Realizing that something was wrong, Ichio immediately turned off the music player, took out his rifle and walked to the window. Although the snow leopard has a natural protective color in the wind and snow, it is just a dot of ink on a white paper for Yichio, who has a blue body and has eaten star-dropped berries. Walking out of the room, Yichio prepared to practice shooting with this snow leopard that came to his door. In the snow outside the garrison, a snow leopard with its front paws tightly bitten by a trap wailed while gnawing at the trap made of fine steel. Yichio first rummaged through his backpack for a long time and pressed the appropriate type of bullet into the magazine. Then he pulled the safety bolt, held the rifle in a comfortable position, and pushed open the door. Woo! The shrill cold wind mixed with the low roar of the snow leopard entered Yichio's ears. At a distance of more than 10 meters, Yichio slowly raised the muzzle of the gun, aimed at the snow leopard in a straight line, and pulled the trigger. Da-da-day. The crisp and pleasant sound of the bullet and the slight recoil made Yichio, who was in contact with real firearms for the first time, extremely excited. At this moment, the snow leopard, which should have been trapped by the trap and should not have noticed anything wrong, suddenly reacted. Swish! Like a phantom in the snow leopard disappeared from the spot in an instant, leaving only 3 bullet holes. Yichio narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect that the snow leopard actually had a brain. Not only did it pretend to step on the trap to show weakness to the enemy, but it could also detect the threat of the rifle. The natural hunter disappeared in the vast snow in the blink of an eye, as if giving up on Yichio. With sufficient food reserves, Yichio naturally had no intention of going out to hunt, and was alert and ready to return to the room. Realizing this, the snow leopard in the snow pit not far away flashed a trace of hesitation in his eyes. It had hunted this kind of upright walking animal and knew that their meat was delicious, but it was obvious that, just like the gap between it and ordinary snow leopards, the prey in front of it was definitely the best in the group. After licking his paw pierced by the trap, the snow leopard planned to leave this dangerous place. But just as the snow leopard was about to withdraw, an opportunity suddenly appeared in front of it. The prey in front of him had a dull look in his eyes. Was he distracted? After estimating his own explosive power and thinking of the abundant breath of life he smelled on Yichio, the snow leopard immediately chose to seize the opportunity and jumped up. The explosive power of snow leopards is already very strong, and this green-grade snow leopard is the best among its kind, almost able to break through the biological limit. With a residual image passing by, the snow leopard directly jumped over the stone fence more than 1 meter high and pounced on Yichio, who was staying in place. However, is Yichio a person who would be in a daze in an unsafe area? Definitely not. The reason why Yichio suddenly became dazed was because he communicated with the all-seeing mirror and opened the god's perspective. Originally, he just wanted to see if he could find the snow leopard hidden in the snow, but he didn't expect it to mistakenly think that it had caught Yichio's carelessness and took the initiative to deliver it to the door. Trample. The snow leopard on the snow pounced on Yichio at a speed that ordinary people could not react to, but Yichio was naturally not an ordinary person. Under the observation of the all-seeing mirror, Yichio also suddenly rolled to the side at the first time. The whole process was like playing a third-person game, very smooth. Puff! The snowflakes were flying all over the sky, and the snow leopard not only pounced in vain, but also fell directly into the pit that appeared at Yichio's feet at some point. That's right, Yichio could not only easily avoid the attack of this snow leopard, but also had time to create a trap terrain under his feet. The physical classification has reached blue. Even if it is barehanded, this snow leopard may not be Yichio's opponent. But for safety reasons, Yichio can't fight the snow leopard barehanded. After rolling on the spot, Yichio immediately held a rifle and fired a burst of bullets at the newly transformed cave. After a few screams, Yichio looked at the bottom of the cave again. The snow leopard had been shot into a dice and couldn't die anymore. It seems that the all-seeing mirror can still deceive these animals that have brains but not much. Using the all-seeing mirror to restore the terrain, the body of the snow leopard was lifted in front of Yichio. The absent-mindedness that he pretended to be might be detected as something wrong. After all, he is not an old actor, but if the soul really leaves the body, the chance of people who don't know it will be fooled will be greatly increased. Thinking about this, Yichio decomposed the snow leopard's body and obtained ice core, green, 1, beast flesh, green, 2, building core, white, *1. It seems that this snow leopard has killed people. The only thing that is a little unfamiliar is this ice core, which is similar to the drop from killing the stone man. It seems to be an energy core that has not yet completely turned into a mist core. It feels cold in the hand, but that's all. Putting away the building core, Yichio threw these things into the snow. The cold environment can keep them fresh. Yichio looked at the fence in front of him and touched his chin thoughtfully. The fence is more than 1 meter high. Although it has barbed wire, it can only stop the brainless fog beasts. Carnivores like snow leopards can basically jump in. Well, Anyway, there is no shortage of materials now, so I have to find a way to upgrade it. But even if the building core is placed on the fence, it may not change much. It is better to get a high wall construction plan or something like that. Back in the room, Yichio turned on the rice cooker first. The rich aroma of rice and the aroma of stewed potatoes and beef intertwined, making people's appetites open. He served half a bowl of rice and poured half a bowl of stewed potatoes on it. The plump and round rice and the fragrant beef rolled into a ball. Well, it's really delicious. As usual, he ate a bowl of rice first. When Yichio served the second bowl, he opened the system to see if there was anything he needed. Channel 666, 1983/2000, it's so dangerous outside today. It's white everywhere. You can't see any animals attacking. You are lucky. It snowed so heavily here that the white fog was all over my face before I realized it. If I didn't have the fog repelling torch, I would have been unable to return. White fog. Did you encounter a foggy area upstairs? You are so lucky. Not all foggy areas have resources. There is also a foggy area outside my door. There are no supplies inside, but there are some very creepy cries. I saw a few blurry shadows in the light and shadow, which should be fog beasts. Isn't this just the fog that hasn't dispersed at night? That's right. It's snowing all the time. It's normal for the fog not to disappear when the sun doesn't come out. This is not normal. How can the sun be blocked and the moon and stars be clear? Will there be more and more white fog in the future? What should we do if we don't have fog-repelling props? By the way, you actually went out in such a heavy snowstorm? I wanted to go out, but I almost froze my ears off when I opened the door. I don't know how long this snow will last. If I don't go out to search for supplies while the snow is light, do I have to wait until the wood is exhausted and freeze to death in the house? Although what you said makes sense, the weather is too bad now. With the beasts with protective colors, I am afraid that going out will kill me faster. Both sides have their own reasons. Alas, what should I do? If you ask me, everyone should still gather together. At least with more people, there is less anxiety and it is better to work together to do great things. Today, I arrived at the Dian Mutual Aid Shelter through the foggy area outside the garrison. To be honest, although I still can't eat enough and wear warm clothes, it is at least much safer than living alone, and there are people of the same kind to talk to. Me too. To be honest, I almost couldn't speak when I first arrived at the shelter. In the channel, many people expressed their concerns, and cooperative survival once again became a hot topic. Yichio opened the trading channel, and the wayfinding props on the shelves of Dian Mutual Aid had been sold hundreds of copies. This thing seems to have no cost at all. Dian Mutual Aid marked it as free, and 1 copy per person. Yichio received one, opened the whitened Holy Scripture, and identified the compass-shaped object. Star pointer, blue, description, the pointer exudes a faint golden light, and the stars light up the door to illuminate your home. Characteristics, guidance, follow the direction guided by the light, you can reach the holder of the moon compass, and you will not lose your way even in the fog. A very magical prop, the moon compass is probably the highest among blue quality props. After reading this, Yichio opened the trading shop of Conscience Trading Company. Food, water, and warm appliances still occupy a large space. Unable to find what he wanted, Yichio directly searched for fence. Most of the products that appear are low-level products similar to their own wooden fences. Apart from expanding the area of the station, they have basically no protective capabilities. The only wooden fence that only accepts business with green and lower quality. After hesitating for a moment, Yichio chose to hang up the reward in his shop first. If there was no better fence, he would use the wooden fence first. With a building core and blue quality wood, even a wooden fence should be durable. As a celebrity on Channel 666, almost as soon as the reward was posted, many people knew that Yichio was acquiring the wall drawings. Generally speaking, items such as drawings are a no-cost business. As long as there is demand, you can ask the other party to provide raw materials, and you can make a lot of money by charging processing fees. Therefore, if it is not available on the trading channel, it proves that no one has a better blueprint for the wall. Regarding Yichio's request, the people at Dian Huju could only express their helplessness. Some people contacted Yichio, but they only provided some fence drawings, which were not even as good as what Yichio was using now. At the same time, in the conscience business, the attendants who were available 24 hours a day immediately informed their bosses about the incident. After listening to his subordinates' retelling, the boss of the Conscience Trading Company shook his head. If such a good thing as a wall existed, then we would definitely start corresponding business.
The woman nodded and was about to turn around and leave when the person on the side suddenly said, "Boss, don't we have a drawing of the fence?" That one you mean? The boss frowned. He suddenly remembered something he didn't want to think of. It was the third day after time travel. While exploring, he encountered a bronze treasure chest and found a manufacturing diagram. Originally, he thought he could use this picture to start a business without capital and relieve the pressure of survival, but when he saw the content inside, he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Concrete, walls, and steel reinforcement are needed. In this era when stone axes were used to chop trees, where could he get these things? And if there is really steel, weapons must be made first. By the time the survivors have extra resources to build a wall, I will probably starve to death holding the blueprints. Even now, he doesn't think any survivor can spend so many precious resources to build a wall. Even if he had so many resources, wouldn't it be nice for him to build a concrete house? Are you sure you can do it? Where can I find reinforced concrete these days? Boss, I'm going to keep that drawing anyway, why not give it a try, even if it's a favor? That's right. The boss of Conscience Trading Company searched for a long time in his backpack and finally took out the drawing. I'll contact you anonymously. On the other side, just when Yi Qiu read the private message and was about to give up temporarily, a private message appeared in front of him. Conscience Trading Company Yu Liang, anonymous brother, I have a drawing here, I don't know if you can use it or not. Concrete fence production drawing, blue, *1. Seeing the mark on the picture, Yi Qiu felt happy and immediately threw out an appraisal. Concrete fence production drawing, blue, description, consumption of steel bar *1, sand *1, and lime *1 can create the highest blue quality concrete wall. You can choose to add more materials to heighten and thicken the wall. Okay. I just transported a bunch of building materials from the construction site, and the good stuff is delivered to my door. Anonymous user, I accept this drawing, please make a price. Seeing Yi Qiu's reply, Yu Liang was stunned. Receive? Does Anonymous really have steel bars and lime? Although the anonymity in his mind is not weak, it is only at the level of a lucky lone wolf. Can one person develop faster than his own organization? After hesitating for a moment, Yu Liang spoke. Conscientious Trading Company Yu Liang, anonymous brother, when it comes to money, you are talking about money. Listen to me, this building requires not only lime, but also steel. If you want to build a wall to surround your home, it will definitely consume a lot of money. Conscience Trading Company Yu Liang, if you really want it, I will give it to you for free. Anyway, you won't really need this thing for a while. Worried that Yi Qiu wouldn't be able to see the details of the drawings, Yu Liang first revealed the synthetic materials and even offered to give them away for free. After these two sentences, Yi Qiu's impression of him skyrocketed. This Yu Liang is a good person. Anonymous user, brother Yu is generous, so I will accept the drawing. Anonymous user, but I have never been a person who makes others suffer. Exchange is still necessary. System prompt, survivor anonymous user exchanges 25 kilograms of fine flour, white, for your concrete wall production plan, blue. Do you agree? 50 pounds of white flour? Yu Liang was stunned by such a big deal in exchange for a blueprint that was not used at all now. But then, he thought that it was very likely that this blueprint was something that Yi Qiu could use with a little effort. Anonymous was definitely not simple to be able to come up with so many rare materials to build a wall. No, the organization behind Anonymous was definitely not simple. Yu Liang was excited when he realized that he was very likely to be connected with the hidden organization of Channel 666. Conscience Business Yu Liang, anonymous brother, this is too much. 50 kilograms of white flour is a precious thing worth several lives. After some routine courtesy, Yu Liang agreed to the exchange. However, in addition to the blueprint, Yi Qiu also got a can of green quality honey and dozens of golden jujubes. After going back and forth, although there was only a little more, the relationship between Yi Qiu and Conscience Business became much closer. Even in the world of survival, human relationships are inevitable. However, Yi Qiu thought that he was still able to handle the relationship well. With the real world behind him, he was doing a business without any capital investment. As long as his base was not exposed, he would hardly suffer any loss. After getting the wall manufacturing plan, Yi Qiu's good mood went up a level. Facing the blizzard, Yi Qiu came to the stone fence, ready to make his nest more solid. Turning on the system, to Yi Qiu's surprise, the stone fence did not need to be dismantled, but could be directly upgraded. First, he refined the steel with a furnace. Although there was only one blue quality item in the synthesis material, the probability of a blue wall was undoubtedly greatly increased.
A full 100 walls were synthesized, 33 of which were blue quality. Yi Qiu clicked on the fence and chose to upgrade. With the rumbling of the land, a 4-meter high and half-meter thick reinforced concrete wall appeared in front of Yi Qiu, with stone corners and cold iron spikes on the top. There is no doubt that even in the face of gunfire and rain of bullets, this wall can remain standing for quite a long time, and it is not easy to destroy it with explosives. Then, Yi Qiu took out the building core and integrated it into the wall. In the construction interface, the wall immediately showed the words upgradable. First, 50 units of blue quality steel were consumed to upgrade the building core to blue quality. Then nearly 70 units of blue steel were spent to upgrade the wall building, which was originally of green quality.
In this way, the walls surrounding Yi Qiu's station are all blue quality. Sure enough, this is the correct way to open the building core. If you want to brush out enough blue walls, I am afraid that I will have to spend 200 units of steel, lime, and sand each. Now, it only takes more than 100 units of steel to complete the full blue wall. The thick wall blocked the blizzard outside the wall like a giant. For a while, Yi Qiu felt that the strong wind in the yard was weakened a lot. With such defense, even if there is a joint attack by wild beasts, they will definitely be defeated. He pulled out a lot of steel and refined them into barbed wire. He wrapped the fence inside and outside a few times, leaving a few shooting positions for himself. Then Yi Qiu retreated to the center of the yard, looked at the current garrison, and nodded with satisfaction. The house is made of reinforced concrete and is covered with barbed wire. Any larger bird has no place to stay. The fence is also made of reinforced concrete and is covered with barbed wire. The beasts will feel pain for a long time if they scratch it. In addition, there are traps hidden in the snow and hidden pits everywhere after being transformed by the all-seeing mirror. Now Yi Qiu's garrison, anyone who sees it will praise it as a steel fortress. After building the fence, Yi Qiu took off directly, crossed the fence, and came to the outside of the garrison in the wind and snow. The stones thrown out by the mine guard yesterday have not been collected yet, so today is just the right time to move them. Although the blizzard looks terrible, it is not that cold for Yi Qiu wearing living wood armor. Soon Yi Qiu came to the vicinity of yesterday's resource area according to his memory. But unexpectedly, the stones that had not been moved did not appear in front of Yi Qiu, and the open space that was cleared yesterday because of the foggy area was also full of bushes. What's going on? Is the map refreshed? Yi Qiu pushed aside the bushes, and there were still a few berries hanging on them sporadically. This definitely could not grow overnight. After walking around again, Yi Qiu found nothing except a wooden treasure chest. The stones disappeared completely. There was no way, Yi Qiu could only return disappointed. After finishing these things, the sky was getting dark. Because he got up late today, the time for 3 meals was postponed a lot. Looking at the fog that gradually covered the starry sky above his head, Yi Qiu didn't feel very hungry. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Qiu simply went to the real world again. In the real world, the scenery did not change much. The sun was still as bright as the sun, and the night was still pitch black. Yi Qiu came to the window and observed the surroundings silently. Nothing changed. Is the space folding just a random event? Gliding downstairs, Yi Qiu looked at the supermarket that he had almost plundered, and prepared to go to a farther place to replenish supplies. Although he had no shortage of food and drink now, the golden finger would change strangely from time to time, which made Yi Qiu a little unsure. For things like free resources, it is better to try to do it as much as possible. This time, he chose to bypass the construction site. Yi Qiu remembered that there was the largest shopping mall in the city behind the construction site, and the inventory inside would never let him down. Riding an off-road bicycle, under the sacred sun, Yi Qiu stopped the car in front of a square after more than 10 minutes. And what appeared in front of Yi Qiu was the largest shopping area in the city. In the center, the 4 big characters of People's Supermarket glowed strangely in the sun. Hualala pushing open the door, a dazzling array of goods suddenly appeared in front of Yi Qiu. Unlike the supermarket downstairs of Yi Qiu's house, all the goods were placed densely, leaving almost no place for people to stand. As a large shopping mall, the People's Supermarket looked neat and orderly. On the left is a passage leading directly to the dining area, and on the right is an area selling electronic products. Yi Qiu originally did not intend to take electronic products, because without the internet, these things are basically equivalent to bricks, and at most he would set an alarm and take a photo. But a slogan not far away caught Yi Qiu's attention. Designed for the elderly, it contains 3,600 popular songs and more than 500 time-tested films. Good guy, I'm not sleepy when you say this.
I was worried that I couldn't search for resources without the internet, but I didn't expect you to collect them for me directly.
Well done.
After taking away a lot of data wafers, Yichio also took projectors, screens, players, notebooks, and other materials. As long as they are converted into fog energy products, he can listen to music and watch movies. After wreaking havoc in the mobile phone area, Yichio continued to move forward. After 2 steps, a golden scene came into view.
Gold jewelry and jade rings were neatly placed on the red silk cloth.
Although these things are not very useful in the survival world, Yichio still made a lot of money because of his love for gold and silver.
Well, when I go back, I will use the furnace to melt these gold into small yellow croakers, and it will be pleasing to the eye just to look at them at home. Alas, the happiness of ordinary people is so simple.
Continuing to move forward, Yichio saw another golden field. It's just that this is not gold, but chocolate wrapped in gold foil.
Chocolate area.
Looking at the price 88/50G on it, Yichio curled his lips.
88 taels, is your chocolate made of gold or silver? Thanks to environmental factors, even after 7 days, the chocolate in the display cabinet is still dazzling.
Yichio turned over and entered the counter, broke off a piece and threw it into his mouth.
Not bad, very smooth. This piece of chocolate ball is actually sold for 55?
Sweet but not greasy, it's really delicious. Facts have proved that there is indeed a reason for things to be sold at a high price. But this is not a reason for them to take Yichio as a sucker. In view of the fact that he can buy it for free, Yichio scored the chocolates with an impartial eye, and finally emptied the inventory of the counter.
It's good to eat it as a snack. Continuing to walk forward, Yichio saw the cold drinks and ice cream sellers.
Then he directly picked up the ice cream machine and threw it into his backpack.
Very good, I can also realize ice cream freedom in the future. Next is the digital equipment area.
Yichio hesitated for a moment and took a few monitoring systems.
Although he had the all-seeing mirror, Yichio still chose secondary insurance.
After all, the all-seeing mirror is a wonder, and some wonders may have the function of affecting other wonders. Add monitoring, double insurance, and the probability of accidents will be reduced again. Going forward, it is an ordinary shopping area. Yichio searched for some snacks that he usually wanted to eat but couldn't bear to buy, as well as some furniture that he had rarely encountered. After filling a backpack, he left the real world contentedly. After returning to the survival world, Yichio began to tidy up his own nest. First, a projector was installed opposite the Kong, and a water dispenser was placed next to it. All the gold was melted in a furnace, shaped into gold bars, and neatly stacked on the bedside table.
Next to the kitchen, a snack room was opened.
The wooden cabinet was filled with various snacks such as potato chips, instant noodles, spicy strips, etc., and various beverages and ice cream machines were placed in the corner. 2 strange objects were placed on the left and right of the fireplace. Nails were hammered into the empty wall, and a rifle and a sniper rifle were hung on it. Then a set of purple clay teapots and several bags of tea leaves worth hundreds of yuan were placed on the rosewood set in the living room, all of which were picked up in the supermarket. Several wires were pulled out and electric lights were installed in each room. Since they have fog core functions, they are more appropriately called fog lights. In this way, there is no need to worry about electric shock and repair problems. It is more convenient and safer to use than electrical appliances. Fog lights can not only illuminate the surrounding environment, but also do not have to worry about the electric sparks of leakage igniting the gunpowder.
In the center of the living room, Yichio also hung a super large crystal lamp.
Finally, Yichio found people in the trading market to process all the animal skins in his hands into carpets, covering every place in the house. After tidying up, the 150 square meter space seemed a lot more compact, but in Yichio's opinion, this full feeling really made him feel very comfortable. After 8 days of hard work, he developed from the initial leaky cabin to this comfortable and cozy situation.
Survival is really not easy, humming a happy little song, Yichio took a comfortable hot bath.
There was no need to worry too much in the warm spring-like room. He just wiped his hair and walked freely. Yichio stepped barefoot on the soft animal skin carpet and tied up his long hair and threw it behind his head. Lying on the rocking chair, Yichio swayed and looked at the empty space in the room, thinking about whether to hang a few landscape paintings to improve the style, or to ask Levski to collect a few beast heads to calm the place. After staying in the living room for a while, Yichio, who didn't feel very hungry, didn't eat dinner and went to bed. Anyway, the energy needed by the body has been replenished by the Nink pill.
Yichio eats just to enjoy the food. There is no need to force himself to eat if he is not hungry.
After debugging the projector in the bedroom, Yichio successfully retrieved the data in the crystal. As expected of something prepared for the elderly, the films stored in it are all old stuff. But it must be said that in Diyen, the older the things are, the more flavorful they are. The 1986 version of Journey to the West, the traditional opera de Jinji, the Calabash Brothers Save Grandpa produced by Shangmei. Finally, Yichio chose to project the skits of the Old Spring Festival Gala as a bedtime movie. Palace Yuya Liquor, 180 per cup. How about this wine? Listen to me playing it for you. On a night with a howling cold wind and snowstorm, Yichio fell asleep with a smile. On a cold night, some people slept soundly, while others couldn't even sleep. Many wooden houses were damaged, and those who had not had time to repair them were directly crushed by the heavy snow. Looking at the scene in front of them, they chose to end their lives with a dead heart. Many people did not have time to sleep in the middle of the night, shouting and digging through the thick snow to rescue their frozen compatriots. Many people huddled by the fire, barely surviving with the help of the weak light and heat. Of course, some people took the road of no return. Bang! Bang bang bang! The huge knocking sound rang in the ears of the two sleeping people, and these two people were not unfamiliar. It was Zhang Biao and his little brother. Although offending Yichio almost ruined their reputation in Channel 666, when Zhang Biao chose offline PK, no one could maintain their online attitude. Knowing that they only needed to demolish the house and take the building core to rebuild the garrison at any location, Zhang Biao and his little brother became wandering bandits and robbed as many as 4 or 5 people. And these resources are enough for the two to live freely in today's extreme weather. Facing the sudden knock on the door, Zhang Biao, who was wearing animal skins on the wooden bed, smacked his lips and ordered impatiently, "Go and deal with the fog beast outside." Due to the inertial thinking of the previous 7 days, Zhang Biao subconsciously thought that the one knocking on the door was a fog beast, a thing that came to deliver meat. The confused younger brother leaning against the fire yawned and got up, picked up the stone spear beside him, and walked towards the window. However, the moment he opened the window, a cold object pressed against his chest, which made the younger brother sober immediately. Outside the window, a mysterious man covered in a black robe stretched out his finger and made a gesture of silence. The younger brother immediately nodded hurriedly, because what was pressed against his chest was a gun. "Open the door." The subtle voice sounded in the younger brother's ears, and he immediately moved slowly to the wooden door, ready to open it. Crack, the door was opened. However, at this moment, Zhang Biao, who was originally sleeping, seemed to sense something, and immediately turned over and took out his pistol, pointing it directly at the wooden door. "Damn trash, how dare you let someone in?" Looking at the black-clad man who had half of his body stepped into the wooden house, with a fog-repelling oil lamp hanging on his waist and a gun in his hand, Zhang Biao immediately cursed, "If you don't want to die, get out of here. Don't think you are the only one with a gun." Seeing that the matter was exposed, the black-clad man simply stopped hiding, stepped directly into the house, and directly strangled the younger brother's throat to block himself. "Fuck!" Seeing that the black-clad man didn't take him seriously at all, Zhang Biao cursed and fired without hesitation. Bang! Without using firearms too much, this bullet hit the younger brother directly, and a blood flower burst out immediately. With a scream, the man in black finally spoke, "Friend, I have no ill intentions, I just want to avoid the fog." "Fuck you. I don't care whether you live or die, the last word, get out." Zhang Biao was extremely irritable and expressed his emotions, and all the anger of being robbed and woken up burst out. The man in black was silent for a moment, and raised the pistol in his hand. "The model of the gun in your hand is the lowest type of gun equipped by the Yen State security personnel. The bullets are probably not as high as the crossbow arrows. The biggest function is deterrence. And the gun in my hand was purchased from a regular foreign gun store. It is a real killing gun, and," the man in black robe lifted up his black robe, "the plate armor on me, to be honest, you don't even have the possibility of breaking my defense. And I only need one shot to kill you." Zhang Biao's face was a little ugly, because the other party's words were not false. Dian has extremely strict gun control, and it is not easy for ordinary police officers to kill people with guns. "How do I know if the gun in your hand is real?" Just as Zhang Biao was making his last struggle, a gunshot suddenly sounded. Bang! Then, Zhang Biao saw a fist-sized hole burst out on the wall beside him. Bang! Zhang Biao immediately knelt on his knees and raised his hands. "Brother, I was wrong." Besides being brave enough to take real action, Zhang Biao's biggest advantage in being able to survive to this day is that he knows the situation. "Yeah." The man in black nodded and threw the younger brother aside. The younger brother, who had just lost his voice due to the real gunshot, could not help but groan in pain.
took out a rope from the backpack and tied Zhang Biao and the other person together.
The man in black sat next to the fire and finally couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood.
Hunting at night is still too risky.
He took out a few pieces of dried meat from his backpack and ate them hastily.
When he recovered a lot, the man in black suddenly asked, "Have you two killed anyone?"
Zhang Biao immediately shook his head quickly. "No, big brother, I am a good citizen." The younger brother beside him also nodded and said, "Big brother and I depend on each other for survival, and we have never done anything that harms the world."
Humph.
The man in black snorted coldly, "There is no need to pretend in front of me. I need people who are brave and dare to kill to blaze a trail for me.
If you are all good people, don't blame me for killing you."
Seeing the cold muzzle of the gun being pressed against their faces again, Zhang and Biao immediately changed their words. "We have killed.
We have killed. We are willing to explore the way."
The man in black robe nodded with satisfaction, took out 2 scrolls and threw them over.
"Sign your name."
Although they knew that this scroll was not a good thing, for the sake of their own lives, Zhang Biao still opened the system and chose to agree with their thoughts. Wise choice. The man in black robe reached out and made a stroke in the air, and the ropes on Zhang Biao suddenly broke. Such a magical scene made Zhang Biao feel hot in his eyes.
This should be a legendary skill, right? Don't worry, that contract is not a bad thing, but is good for you.
The man in black robe said, "Let me introduce myself. I am a member of the Tongue Cutters organization. The purpose of the organization is to hunt down survivors and rob them of their resources." Zhang Biao and his younger brother looked at each other.
Isn't this the same thing they did? It's just named after an organization. What is this, Tongue Cutters, an organization that kills people for survival?
The man in black robe continued, "There are not many survivors like you who take the initiative to kill people.
I think your development in the organization will be very good in the future. Don't think that our organization is just an ordinary killing organization.
Our leader is someone who has come into contact with the indigenous people of the survival world and has mastered powerful power.
And as long as you hand in enough sacrifices, you can easily become stronger, instead of running around like headless flies in the endless fog. There is a complete upward channel." Zhang Biao was slightly moved.
Currently, the only ways he knew to become stronger were by eating fog beast meat, skills, and special props.
However, obtaining the latter too was completely based on appearance. Now even fog beasts rarely attack the garrison.
If this continues, when most people gather together, I'm afraid I will become a rat in the gutter and have a hard time.
This organization came at the right time. Zhang Biao immediately smiled and said, "Oh, brother, why didn't you tell me earlier? I have always wanted to find an organization to join, and now I have a chance."
The man in black robe waved his hand, "No need to please me, there are not many good people in the organization, everyone just follows the leader to earn a living. After you sign the contract, you can't reveal the organization's information casually. I will send you the leader's number later, and you can use the props in your hand to exchange for some good things. By the way, the leader likes to collect building cores the most."
Zhang Biao nodded repeatedly and joined the survival group named Tongue Cutters through the message given by the man in black robe.
There is also a group chat shop inside, which has the most basic food, water and other items in various types.
At first glance, it looks like they were looted from the dead.
As for the firearms, they are very few in number and of small caliber.
Even so, the building cores required for exchange have reached 10, and they must be of white quality. As for bullets, that's another matter.
Looking at the pistol on the black-robed man's waist, Zhang Biao was extremely frightened. This guy probably killed several times as many people as he did, but if he was a little weaker and had no use value, he would probably be cold now. The man in black robe said, "You can choose to use contribution points to exchange for some commonly used things. If you want to obtain contribution points, in addition to handing over materials, you can also sell information. If you meet someone but don't have the confidence to win, you can sell the information and it can be considered a contribution."
Zhang Biao nodded, indicating that he understood.
Next, Zhang Biao took out his hand-drawn map, which recorded most of the areas he had visited in the past few days.
"Brother, look, this is where I have walked. Is it helpful to you?"
Seeing the simple slate map in front of him, the man in black robe couldn't help but be startled. "I didn't expect you to have such a good habit, not bad." As he spoke, the man in black robe took out his map. A map made from the skin of an unknown creature. Most of it was covered in darkness, with only a small area illuminated. Taking the slate map and placing it on the leather map, the dark area dispersed a little again, and the slate that touched the map became weathered and shattered.
Zhang Biao looked surprised. It seemed that this was also a strange object with magical functions. As expected of someone who comes from a big organization, the equipment is designed to crush wild survivors like them. Well, I didn't expect you to go to many places. The man in black robe nodded with satisfaction and handed the map in his hand to Zhang Biao. Take this map and go outside to explore the unlit areas. Zhang Biao pointed at himself with a look of disbelief. He knew that it was extremely dangerous outside, so going out would mean seeking death. That's right, it's you. The man in black robe also threw the oil lamp on his waist to Zhang Biao. Don't worry, as long as the oil lamp doesn't go out, the fog will not corrode you. Zhang Biao wanted to fight for it again, but then he felt a throbbing pain in his heart and immediately fell to his knees in sweat. Contract. Damn it, I'm trapped. His face was definitely not good looking. Zhang Biao could only take the oil lamp and map, put on a core raincoat made of hay, and walked out of the house without tears. The icy cold wind and palm-sized snowflakes hit Zhang Biao, causing him to shrink involuntarily. If I hadn't eaten the meat of the fog beast, I would have lost at least half of my life just by walking out. The large oil lamp illuminated the small space of 3 meters around him. From time to time, Zhang Biao could see a substance like mist wandering in front of him, and some even silently followed Zhang Biao. It's really a crime. Zhang Biao took out the map, looked at the area marked by the black-robed man, and continued to wade through the snow that was as deep as his calf. Half an hour later, in the snow. Huff activities in the blizzard seemed particularly difficult. Zhang Biao estimated that even if he ran until daytime, he would not be able to complete the goal without being killed by the fog beast. But when he opened the map again, the picture in front of him made him feel unbelievable. Because in such a blizzard, he was actually lighting up the map at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at the fog around him, and thinking of Diane's words of mutual assistance and the black-robed man's willingness to brave the wind and snow to explore the map, Zhang Biao was thoughtful. It seems that the space in the fog may not be very stable. Taking a step in the fog area is equivalent to running for a long time during the day? Good. It seems that I will be able to complete the task soon and go home to rest. Zhang Biao showed a happy expression, and felt that some strength could not help but surge out of his body. Creak! Zhang Biao stepped into a deep snow pit, and his face, which had just been happy, suddenly changed. He seemed to have stepped on something. Puff! The sound of steel entering flesh rang in Zhang Biao's ears, and a piercing pain made him scream out. When he lowered his head, he could see what hurt him. It's a bear trap. The gleaming animal trap bit Zhang Biao's calf directly, almost breaking Zhang Biao's leg bone. The blood was about to freeze almost as soon as it flowed out of the body. Zhang Biao felt that the pain in his legs was gradually fading away, but this gave Zhang Biao a definitely bad feeling. His legs might be frozen. When Zhang Biao thought that he might become a cripple in the future, his heart felt a little cold. Without hesitation, Zhang Biao squatted down and immediately started to pry the demon off his legs, but at this time, something wrong happened. The blood that was about to be frozen seemed to be heated. Not only did it not continue to freeze, it turned into a steam-like existence. While Zhang Biao was in a hurry, the steam turned into a strange state, blood mist. Even the oil lamp couldn't dispel the blood mist. When Zhang Biao reacted, his visibility was less than 1 meter, and the substantial fog beast was looking at him with greedy eyes. Fuck! Zhang Biao, who finally rescued his broken leg, blurted out a curse and immediately grabbed the oil lamp and ran out of the blood fog area. But the blood mist seemed to be alive, not only clinging to Zhang Biao, but also continuing to compress his living space. In a panic, Zhang Biao bumped into a building. Although his field of vision had been compressed to the limit, Zhang Biao could see the material of this thing. Concrete. Are you a native of the world of survival, or a survivor with unlucky luck? Zhang Biao didn't have time to think too much and immediately shouted for help. Help! Help! Let me go in and hide. The cry for help was torn to pieces by the blizzard, and when the few voices reached the camp, they were even more heavily covered by the sound effects of the broadcast. In the room as warm as spring, Yi Qiu huddled up under the quilt and slept soundly. Grass. Seeing that there was no reaction at all in the room and the blood mist was almost sticking to his face, Zhang Biao cursed angrily and immediately wanted to climb the wall and enter. But on the smooth wall, how could there be any place for Zhang Biao to grasp it? No, there really is. Feeling the feeling of being strangled on his hand, Zhang Biao looked overjoyed. It seemed that there was a strong point on the wall. The owner of the house was probably worried that he would not be able to decorate it when he returned home. Very good. Zhang Biao was ecstatic at the glimmer of hope in death, and immediately jumped up and grabbed for the life-saving straw.
But as soon as he grabbed it, a rich blood dripped on Zhang Biao's face.
Why is there blood on my face?
Zhang Biao was stunned, and in the increasingly rich blood color, he finally saw clearly what he was grabbing. It's a fucking barbed wire exuding cold light.
Who would place such a thing in their own home? Fuck me. Is this a fucking prison?
With a roar, Zhang Biao's figure was completely covered in blood, and a huge palm stretched out from the mist, dragging Zhang Biao into the blood mist. A shrill howl and a horrifying chewing sound rang out in the blizzard, leaving only an oil lamp that was about to burn out completely in a drop of blood.
Survival World, Day 9.
Jingle bell, bell, the alarm clock made a noisy sound. Yi Chou rested on the bed for a few times, then reluctantly got up and slapped the alarm clock to stop it.
I opened my eyes and looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the morning.
The outside world is still dark, but because I went to bed early yesterday, I still slept for more than 8 hours. He slowly got up, brushed his teeth, and started cooking.
Half an hour later, Yi Chou sat in the living room holding a bowl of beef ramen. Unlike jelly ramen, Yi Chou's ramen is filled with large chunks of beef, which looks appetizing.
Taking the chopsticks to mix the noodles, Yi Chou thought about what to do today while mixing the noodles.
Walls have been erected and firearms procured.
In the blizzard weather, Yi Chou didn't want to risk his life, but if he wanted to upgrade his house, real-world resources were rarely available. Purple quality materials are extremely rare in the survival world, and there are no shadows at all in the real world.
If you want to become stronger, you can only explore the world of survival. However, there will be dangers when exploring. Unless there is an accident, Yi Chou would not be able to go out. Moreover, given my current conditions, as long as others cannot find me, I can spend the rest of my life in peace. But after hesitating for a moment, Yi Chou finally decided to use strange objects to attract some fog beasts to kill. Because the world of survival is too unstable, a chance encounter may create a strong person, and if a strong person who is not afraid of firearms really appears, Yi Chou's situation will be extremely bad. Therefore, you must develop as soon as possible while ensuring safety. After eating, Yi Chou opened the system as usual to see if there was anything good in the private messages. According to the law of conservation of rewards in the foggy world, the greater the danger, the greater the rewards. Those who dare to explore in the snowstorm will naturally gain much better rewards. Now there are a lot of blue quality basic materials in Yi Chou's private messages, and there are even more green quality materials that were originally common. But after thinking about his current needs, Yi Chou simply rejected all basic materials of blue and lower quality, because these things are the same as white and gray quality wood, and are used for burning fires. There is no way an entire channel's basic supplies will basically come to Yi Chou. He really can't use them all. But among the dense private messages, Yi Chou still found something good. Monitoring tower manufacturing diagram, blue, description, consume 10 wood and 10 stone to manufacture a monitoring tower of the highest blue quality. Standing on the tower, you can detect enemy attacks from farther away, or launch attacks from a commanding height. In this place where most people live alone in a house, and only a few have fenced yards, coupled with the blizzard weather period, the monitoring tower can be said to be of no use at all. No wonder the other party chose to sell the manufacturing diagram directly. After spending almost a day's worth of food, Yi Chou easily got this thing. It just so happened that there were too many barbed wires on his wall, and he was worried about hurting himself when he took action. Now that he had a tower, it would be much more convenient to fight against the outside world. In addition, Yi Chou also saw a warehouse customization in the trading channel, a highest green quality. After spending the processing fee of 2 meals, Yi Chou successfully got 2 warehouses with an area of 150 square meters each. The supplies lost in the ice and snow finally had a place to go. After carrying the oil lamp and putting the warehouse out, Yi Chou looked at the time and planned to go to the real world first, and then transfer supplies, build a sentry tower, and try to call the fog beast after daytime. After cleaning up the kitchen waste, Yi Chou took care of his crops as usual, and then ate a starfalling berry. Unlike the flesh and blood of the fog beast, the starfalling berry enhances Yi Chou's vision. This bonus is in addition to the bonus of the flesh and blood of the fog beast, so Yi Chou eats one every once in a while. After making preparations, Yi Chou came to the real world again. It was still the same as before. The world was evenly divided into 5 parts. It seemed that the mother planet would never return to its normal appearance in the future. Coming to the window, Yi Chou observed the surroundings and found that the terrain had changed again. Several familiar streets disappeared, replaced by areas farther away. It seemed that a lot of space was folded last night. In this way, my daily travel was like opening a blind box.
Worried that the largest supermarket would be refreshed, Yichio went to the supermarket to buy goods several times, and the construction site in front of the door was swept away, leaving only a few lonely unfinished buildings. This morning, Yichio did not go too far, but just thoroughly drained all the supplies nearby. Soon, the sky in the survival world brightened up. Yichio pushed open the door and tested it. The snow had reached the depth of his thighs. At this level, let alone going out, people with little strength can't even open the door. Fortunately, the snowflakes in the sky have obviously become smaller, and the snow on the ground will basically not rise again. Holding a wooden shovel, Yichio turned into a bulldozer, cleared a snow-free area in the yard, and then dug out all the supplies that were almost buried by the snow. Rice, flour, grain, oil, packaged meat, canned food and other foods were piled together by Yichio, and the other warehouse was a sundries warehouse with everything. The two warehouses were filled with hundreds of tons of supplies. Yichio still piled up building materials such as steel bars and sand in the yard, plus the wood, stone and other materials that have been increasing. Now the house, basement, warehouse, and yard are filled with all kinds of supplies. Yichio feels that his 600 square meter station is not enough. Oh, by the way, I also stuffed half a backpack of weapons and ammunition, as well as a road roller. Alas, what a happy trouble. Yichio dug a lot of snow in the four corners of the garrison, and then built 4 surveillance towers. After building the towers, Yichio climbed up and looked around. The 3 directions were all endless white snow, which made Yichio dizzy. If his physique had not reached the blue level, Yichio estimated that he would have snow blindness. In the 3rd direction, Yichio saw something special. There was a light edge of a fallen object at the foot of the wall. Could it be that a fog beast attacked last night and crashed into the wall and died? Yichio took out a fishing rod from the warehouse, and after throwing it several times, he finally hooked the fallen object. Looking at the thing pulled in front of him, Yichio couldn't help but be stunned. Oil lamp? Unexpectedly, an oil lamp fell under his wall. 2 conjectures immediately appeared in Yichio's mind: either there were natives nearby, or survivors. Yichio immediately carefully patrolled the surroundings, and the blue-quality body seemed to remind him that something nearby was targeting Yichio. A few dozen meters away, in a snow pile, the black-robed man had taken off his black robe and put on a pure white animal skin, and buried himself in the snow, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. Last night, he had planned to let Zhang Biao explore the road nearby, but he didn't expect that the animal skin map appeared in his hand when he woke up in the morning. According to the characteristics of the animal skin map, it can only return to the owner when the holder dies. In this way, Zhang Biao is dead. Knowing that Zhang Biao is a bold and careful person, the black-robed man knows that it will never be an ordinary accident to kill him. Therefore, after dealing with the younger brother who might avenge Zhang Biao, the black-robed man immediately took the animal skin map to the place where Zhang Biao died. And this is not known until you see it, and the black-robed man was shocked at a glance. The place where Zhang Biao died turned out to be a terrible prison. It was surrounded by impenetrable high walls, with dense iron barbed wire on the walls, and tall sentry towers standing all around. Although the area is a bit smaller than that of a regular prison, perhaps all the prisons of the indigenous people in the survival world are like this. Why was the black-robed man sure that this was an indigenous prison? It was because he saw Yichio. A full coverage armor with twisted and terrifying patterns painted on it. There was also a pair of huge black wings behind him. This was the winged people who could only appear in novels, and they might even eat people. Could it be that the regional boss lived in this fortress? The black-robed man imagined a possible copy, and immediately sent his coordinates to the leader in a fiery mood. After receiving the leader's reply, the black-robed man immediately wanted to withdraw and wait for his teammates to arrive before fighting the boss together, but at this moment, the black-robed man found that the winged man in the sentry tower suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction where he was hiding. He immediately looked away, and a drop of cold sweat flowed down the temples of the black-robed man. Impossible, I was buried under the snow hill, with only a pair of eyes exposed. Even a falcon could not find me in the vast snow. It was just an accident, just an accident. The black-robed man lowered his head, and the snowflakes immediately blocked the 2 holes used for observation. It was indeed the case. Yichio could not find a pair of extremely hidden eyes in the white sky. But the 6th sense aroused Yichio's vigilance, which was enough. All-seeing mirror, come out. Immediately, the soul left the body. Yichio wandered around the garrison, and when he really stood in front of the black-robed man, Yichio could understand that there was indeed a person ambushing outside his home. In fact, this was the first time Yichio really saw a survivor. If this guy behaved better, Yichio might have chosen to stay indoors and let him retreat. But the sneaky behavior of peeping in the snow made Yichio realize that his purpose might not be so friendly. Although he had been doing charity on the system for so long, and was equivalent to a saint in the eyes of countless survivors, all this was based on Yichio's absolute safety.
The internet is the internet, and reality is reality. When it comes to his personal safety, Yichio will never allow any mistakes to occur.
After confirming that the black-robed man was the only human within a kilometer radius and had no accomplices, Yichio silently took out his weapon. Gala! The sudden sound rang out in the cold wind, and the black-robed man suddenly felt something was wrong, and he subconsciously raised his head. Then he saw that the winged man was pointing something at him.
What was it? Is it a fucking sniper rifle?
Although he didn't understand why the winged man had a sniper rifle in his hand, the black-robed man already knew what he had to do now.
Run! But it was too late.
Just as the black-robed man wanted to get up, the terrain under him suddenly changed, and he suddenly tilted his body and fell into the pit. And shooting a stationary target at a distance of dozens of meters is no different from hitting the face for Yichio's military-produced advanced sniper rifle with a lot of accessories.
Bang bang bang!
Pulling the trigger repeatedly, pressing the gun body with a strong body, under the effect of the skill burst, the sniper rifle was shot by Yichio like a pistol. Look at the black-robed man in the pit again. My goodness, the body was already in tatters, scattered here and there. From beginning to end, he had no chance to use his honed assassination skills and special props. Yichio spread his wings, glided to the ground, and came to the body. It was his first time to kill someone, and facing the body of the same kind, Yichio did not vomit and have diarrhea as described in the novel. Yichio thought that he must have been too cruel, and he beat the body into pieces.
In the absence of human appearance, human corpses and animal corpses actually look the same.
After picking up a few fallen objects in his hands, Yichio turned and left, and did not forget to manipulate the terrain to bury the body. After returning to the living room, Yichio checked the spoils. There were 5 white, 3 green and 1 blue loot. Although Yichio felt that the items on him should not be so few, he had no experience in killing people for the first time, so Yichio ignored this abnormality. Among the 5 white items, there was a building core, and the remaining 4 were fog beast jerky, which was still beneficial for physical recovery. Among the green items, there was a pistol, a tattered animal skin coat, and a small bottle of poison powder. None of them were precious things, but the appearance of the pistol made Yichio frown. I didn't expect that the national server didn't ban guns. Fortunately, the caliber of this gun was not large, and it was not a threat to me. Looking at the only blue item, Yichio couldn't help but look surprised.
It turned out to be a map. Regional map, blue, description, a special map made of dark beast skin. This is the skin of a young dark beast.
It can record a detailed map of a channel with itself as the center. Features, recorder, can record the places where the carrier has walked and display the carrier's location. It can also consume other maps to light up the map. A small area of the map was lit up, and Yichio's station was displayed on the far right of the map. Seeing this, Yichio couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, he was cautious.
If he really let him leave, his coordinates would be completely exposed.
In addition to his own station, Yichio also saw more than a dozen stations, but several of them were crossed out.
Yichio had a hunch that these crossed-out stations would probably be difficult to survive.
However, according to the density of the stations on the map, Yichio estimated that there were at least 10 survivors still alive around his station.
This number cannot be called small.
Putting away the map, Yichio sat on the recliner and sighed a little melancholy.
The first survivor I met was not a good person. I always felt that I had set a bad example.
Facts have proved that Yichio's guess was correct.
In a certain garrison.
Unlike low-level stone houses, the buildings in this garrison are built with special black stones, and right in front of the building, there is a distorted symbol that seems to absorb all light, like a black hole. The leader of the tongue-cutting organization, a survivor named Buyu, is praying to a magical statue in the house. Praise you, the supreme eternal night. After praying to the statue, the survivor who had an adventure opened the system and prepared to start a day's work. The first person who attracted his attention was the second-in-command in the organization, the person he trusted the most. There were only 2 points that attracted his attention. First, the other party excitedly sent a coordinate.
Second, he was dead.
Looking at the grayed-out avatar, Buyu looked solemn. He knew how cautious his subordinate was, and there were definitely not many people who could kill him at this stage. Opening the chat, Buyu flipped through the chat records from top to bottom.
There were not many words.
He undoubtedly found a strange building and took a few photos. Then, died suddenly.
Killed by someone in the fortress. This was Buyu's first reaction. Regardless of whether the killer was in the fortress or not, Buyu would not let him go. After all, that was the first subordinate he trained personally, and it could be said to be the sharpest knife in his hand. He couldn't accept that he died so easily. After taking a deep look at the fortress, Buyu continued to check other messages. Those who could easily kill his subordinates were definitely not simple, and he had to think about it in the long run. He flipped through his private messages, most of which were news from other forces. Buyu wanted to build his organization into a killer organization, because he knew part of the pattern of the survival world, and he knew that something like order would never appear in this world again. Therefore, he placed many people in large or small organizations to grasp any information he could as much as possible. Most of the organizations established nowadays are loose and casual, so Buyu can get a lot of first-hand information every day. For example, De Yen Mutual Aid received a large donation out of thin air, and the situation quickly stabilized. A small force not far away had a conflict due to uneven distribution, and directly killed 2 people. The conscience business sold a blueprint of a concrete fence, and it was related to the always mysterious Anonymous. Seeing this Anonymous, Buyu frowned slightly. He had always wanted to find the reason why Channel 666 could become the first, but after 2 days of exploration, he did not find any influential organization. The only person, the anonymous user, had so many resources that he could buy a horsebone with a lot of money. It stands to reason that there must be an organization behind him, but Buyu did not find any clues. Buyu murmured, could it be that Anonymous, like himself, has come into contact with the beliefs of this world and the believers of God? No, that's not right. Buyu was stunned, and something seemed to be connected in his mind. Indigenous people, concrete walls, powerful and mysterious anonymous user, that coordinate, can't it be the station of the anonymous user? First, he contacted the local residents, then got the attention of the gods, relied on the resources of the indigenous people to develop rapidly, and even built a fortress for the indigenous people. It is very likely. Logically speaking, it is impossible for one person to develop so fast, so Anonymous must have relied on the power of the local indigenous people. Then, the situation is even worse. There are probably quite a lot of indigenous thugs in that fort. I just got the attention of the gods, but I don't have so much cannon fodder. Fidgeting with the system screen, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in Buyu's mind. Yes, Anonymous is famous for his charity work. He has saved countless survivors who could not survive. In addition, he is taken care of by the indigenous people, so he may be a bad person. As long as you pretend to be miserable and sneak into the fortress, you can use your own skills to assassinate Anonymous and get everything from him. Yes, that's what you should do. Buyu showed an expression of determination to win. Anonymous, don't blame me for being cruel. In today's world, only selfish people can survive. After mobilizing some of his subordinates in the group, Buyu quickly drew up a battle plan. First, use someone to pretend to be a lost refugee and knock on the anonymous door, then enter the fortress and wait for a single hit to kill you while you are anonymously relaxing. If they weren't anonymous inside the fortress, then they would just treat it as a gathering to fight the boss. No matter what they do, there will be no loss. The feasibility of this matter is extremely high, especially if Buyu and others own slaves. Yes, although Buyu's men call themselves a murderous organization, there are still many people who choose to kill men and take women as slaves. Anonymous is a kind-hearted person, and the people who come to seek protection are fragile and pitiful women. Isn't it easy to trick him into opening the door? To be able to give out so much food for charity, maybe Anonymous is a woman with big breasts and no brains. After reviewing his perfect plan, he nodded in satisfaction and posted a notification in the group. We will rush through the fog tonight and start the next day. On the other side, Yichio's camp. Yichio was ready to try the power of the hunting fog beast statue. Looking at the equipment of a whole company in his backpack, Yichio took a deep breath and placed his palm on the shoulder of the statue. Do you want to consume Fog Core, Gray, *1 to attract the fog beast? It can last for 30 minutes. Yichio changed several types of fog cores and found that it could only increase the time, so he chose to use the lowest level fog core. Consume. As soon as the voice fell, Yichio felt that a fog core in his backpack cracked and turned into a light smoke and merged into the statue. Then, Yichio felt that there seemed to be some changes outside. Walking out of the yard and climbing up the surveillance tower, Yichio found that a light fog had begun to rise around him. Compared with the thick fog at night, this fog did not affect Yichio's vision much, but in this thin white fog, something had already appeared.
Whirl the white fog surged like water, and several vague figures rushed towards Yichio's camp at a very fast speed as if they were angry. Bang! Bang! Or stepped on the trap, or were stabbed by the barbed wire on the wall. It was simply a delusion for these low-level fog beasts to want to enter Yichio's camp. In the next hunt, the only ones that Yichio could worry about were high-level fog beasts and flying fog beasts. If the two were combined, it would be even worse. But these low and medium-level fog beasts can be used for gun training. Yichio held the pistol, 3 points in a straight line, and started shooting. Bang! If a medium-level fog beast came, Yichio would switch to a rifle and try his best to prevent them from destroying his own wall. Bang! Bang bang bang! Gunshots rang out from time to time on the snow, and one fog beast after another died howling miserably. Many of them did not even touch Yichio's camp. The intermediate fog beasts that used to make Yichio feel a little more energetic were no different from bugs, and could be killed directly with a few shots. Half an hour of gun practice passed quickly. Yichio shook his shoulders and watched the white fog in front of him gradually dissipate, and what appeared in front of him was a pile of dropped items. Although no high-level fog beasts appeared, Yichio harvested fog beast flesh, white, *12, fog beast flesh, green, 10, fog core, white, 6, fog core, green, *5 at one time. The most precious thing he paid for was half an hour of free time. Spending a gray fog core to get these gains, this is more than just a huge profit, it's simply robbing money. However, Yichio also found that except for the fog beast flesh and fog core, other drops basically do not appear. After killing more than a dozen fog beasts, Yichio got some food, drinking water, and basic materials, and didn't even see the shadow of props. However, although it is easy to kill low and medium level fog beasts, it is still very mentally exhausting to be vigilant against the appearance of high-level fog beasts. Yichio plans to hunt at least once a day, and if there is nothing to do, he will hunt more times. Items in the real world are basically used to improve life, and only the magic of the survival world can strengthen oneself. In the kitchen, Yichio poured milk and tea leaves into the pot, intending to make some milk tea by himself. 10 minutes later, Yichio sat back on the recliner with a depressed face holding the soy milk-flavored milk tea he made by himself. Just when Yichio was thinking about whether to go to the real world to get a few recipes, a message suddenly came from the system chat. Conscience Business Yu Liang, Anonymous Boss, are you there? Anonymous User, yes, what's the matter? The sudden message from Conscience Business made Yichio curious. Because if there is nothing important, such a smart person should not contact him very much. At least they have to come to give gifts, right? As expected, Yu Liang brought good news to Yichio this time. He met other survivors. Although it doesn't sound like a big deal, Yu Liang met survivors from other channels. This means that although the channels cannot be connected, they are not separated geographically. As long as the area explored is large enough, you can meet survivors from different channels. For Yu Liang, this is the way for the business to make money by opening up other channels. For business, the bigger the stall, the more you will gain. And the goods that were originally enough to circulate and trade on channel 666, when spread to 2 channels, seem a little insufficient. Therefore, Yu Liang plans to borrow some basic materials and food from Yichio, and wants to make a fortune in the next channel. Yichio touched his chin and felt that this matter would be profitable. Anonymous User, well, this matter is okay, but when you trade in other channels, remember to pay attention to whether there are any precious things. On the other side of the screen, Yu Liang was stunned. He hadn't even listed the materials he had prepared yet, but he agreed? Yu Liang couldn't imagine that the so-called entrepreneurship risk didn't exist at all with Yichio. Even if he lost all his money, Yichio would not only not suffer any loss, but he could also clean up the space of the station. Conscientious Business Yu Liang, Anonymous Boss, rest assured, I will definitely pay attention to this for you, and I will get you the good stuff first. Conscientious Business Yu Liang, I just don't know how much of this basic material you can provide? Yichio glanced at the warehouse and replied casually. Anonymous User, white and below quality wood and stone add up to more than 2,000 units. You can ask for ordinary food and water. I have a way here. So much. Yu Liang was shocked. Although he was shocked by the inventory of wood and stone, he was still expected. But the second half of the sentence made him completely stunned. Anonymous means that there is no limit on food and water? It's too outrageous. You know, in this era without fog beast attacks and only extreme weather, the value of food is more and more prominent, and Anonymous actually trusts me so much that he is willing to transfer such a large batch of goods for me. Faced with such trust, Yu Liang couldn't help but be moved.
You know how many successful businessmen lack a startup capital. Looking at the survivors who were trying to pull and test in his private messages, Yu Liang wanted to reject them directly for a while and make a fortune with Anonymous. But after thinking about it, Yu Liang still didn't do it. Although this cross-channel transaction sounds very profitable, we should be prepared for the worst. If it really fails, they will have to share the risk of this trade. For Yi Chou, doing business is just a casual decision when he is free, and Yi Chou does not expect to make money from it. Compared with the acquisition of basic materials, Yi Chou prefers to get rare items from other channels, and he values the channels. However, what surprised Yi Chou was that Yu Liang came to him with a surprise in less than half an hour. Conscience Business Yu Liang, Anonymous Boss, there is a purple quality item on the auction house of channel 758, I don't know if you want it. Picture.jpg, purple quality auction item. Yi Chou's eyes lit up immediately, and when he opened the picture, Yi Chou couldn't help but be moved. Memory stone, purple, description, a special stone that can strengthen memory. It is said that only the truly wise can create it. Features, breakthrough limitations, can add a memory space after use. There is an upper limit for skill learning. There are only 2 memory spaces in Yi Chou's panel, which have been filled by sprinting and continuous shooting. There is also a skill, Meteor Ball, that has not been learned. The memory stone that can increase the memory space is absolutely important to Yi Chou. Anonymous user, brother you, please help me get it. If you need anything, just tell me. Conscientious Trading Company Yu Liang, don't worry, this memory stone is too high-end. Most people don't even have a single skill, so they can't use it at all, and they can't fetch a good price. Conscience Trading Company Yu Liang, no need for the Anonymous Boss to give you anything, I will bring it to you in a moment. 10 minutes later, Yu Liang sent a message as expected. System prompt, Survivor Conscience Firm Yu Liang will give you Memory Stone, purple, *1. Although Yu Liang insisted on giving this thing to himself, Yi Chou always didn't like people who owed favors. After learning that the auction demand was for some medicine, he immediately transferred a first aid kit to Yu Liang. Looking at the first aid kit that fell into his hand, Yu Liang couldn't laugh or cry for a moment. Why is it that every time I try to sell a favor to Anonymous, I always get more in return? But this is also the reason why Yi Chou can be regarded as an honored guest in both large organizations. He is really willing to give resources. On the other side, Yi Chou has crushed the memory stone. With a stream of clarity flowing into his mind, Yi Chou opened the system panel and found that the skill bar had changed to 2/3. He immediately took out the skill scroll and chose to learn it. Yi Chou quickly mastered the skill rockball. Opening the system panel, Yi Chou's status appeared in front of him. Yi Chou/Anonymous User Current Status, Good Physique, Rare, Blue, Charm, 31, 27 plus 4, Encounter Special Circumstances, Charm plus 4 within 3 days, Equipment, White Mist Scripture Fragment Page, Purple, Living Wood Armor, Purple. Skills, Sprint, Blue, Continuous Shooting, Green, Meteor Ball, Purple, 3/3, Characteristics, Body of a Dragon, your life activity is greatly improved compared to the same level, and when the same kind approaches you, it is easier to have a good impression of you. Stamina, 1200/1200 Spirit, 200 out of 200. There is an extra mental bar under the endurance bar, which should be the blue bar. With the idea of an experiment, Yi Chou came to the yard and tried to use the meteorite ball. The spirit disappeared like running water. Yi Chou felt that his whole body was extremely concentrated, and the soil on the ground slowly floated up, forming a ball in front of Yi Chou. Big thumb, big fist, big head, it's the limit. Within 5 seconds, a rock ball the size of a head appeared in front of Yi Chou. With a thought, Yi Chou immediately smashed the rock ball towards the building materials not far away. Bang! Just like a huge trebuchet throwing stones, there was a loud noise, and the originally straight steel bars were bent directly by the impact. If an ordinary person took a hit, it would probably be no problem to just smash him to death. But as a magic, Yi Chou felt that its power was still a bit weak, and the forward motion was too large, not as good as the gun in his hand. But this should be because of Yi Chou. After all, this is purple quality magic. Yi Chou only has a blue constitution, so it is normal that he cannot exert his full power. After practicing the rock ball in the yard for a while, Yi Chou was able to reduce the time to activate the spell to 3 seconds. After finishing this work, it was getting dark. After solving the dinner problem, Yi Chou went for a walk in the real world. However, most of the things that were beneficial to survival in the survival world were taken away by Yi Chou, so Yi Chou didn't gain much. After going around in a circle, the biggest reward was a bunch of kitchen utensils and special aromatherapy found in the cake room.
Sometimes you can smell a strong and attractive aroma in a bakery, but you can't find bread with the same aroma.
It may be that the store has a bread aroma.
The smell smelled very pleasant, and Yichio planned to hang it in the kitchen. As for other tools, well, you can bake yourself a cake. It was already late at night when we returned to the survival world. Lying on the bed, Yichio opened the system and looked at the private messages. As usual, he acquired some blue-quality basic materials. Yichio found someone who caught his attention in a private message.
Professional or mining, anonymous boss, I have more blue-quality stones here, do you still accept them? Yichio thought for a moment.
Although he did not need many basic materials for construction now, the blue quality was already considered the highest quality currently circulating in the market.
There was no harm in collecting a little more. Anonymous user, okay, how many more do you have over there? Professional or mining, 30 units of blue quality, 200 units of green quality, and thousands of units of white quality. And since I am backed by a mine, I can supply it for a long time. Now I really have a mine at home.
Seeing the message from the other party, Yichio couldn't help but sigh.
Anonymous user, I only accept blue quality stone. You should understand the price. If there is higher quality ore, I will also accept it.
Professional or mining, great, as expected of a boss, wish us a happy transaction.
Professional or mining, by the way, does the boss have some high-end food, such as braised meat?
If so, please exchange some for me.
Anonymous user, of course.
In the end, half of the other party's 30 pieces of stone were exchanged for flour, and the other half were exchanged for some braised meat, cigarettes, sugar and other luxury goods. After completing the transaction, Yichio closed the system and fell asleep.
At night, the white mist floated quietly. On a piece of snow-white land, there were several black dots of lanterns flashing on the ground, and these black dots gathered more and more, and finally reached 11 people. After meeting at the designated location, the members of these tongue cutters took out the core of the building and built a wooden house on the spot. In the wooden house divided into a meeting room, the killers talked lively.
Ha, you are lucky, the girl is so pretty.
It's just luck.
A few days ago, I couldn't believe that a big star who costs hundreds of thousands for a play would let me play with him. Yeah, I came to the right place in the survival world. If I were in the real world, I would never be able to do such a happy thing in my life. Yesterday there was someone who believed my lies and came to me with all his property to cooperate with me for survival. You didn't see his expression before he died. It was so pleasing. These killers proudly proclaimed their experiences and gains. They were ruthless and lived better than ordinary people in this world. Creak, the wooden door rang, and the one who pushed the door in was the leader of the organization, Buyu. When Buyu came, everyone in the audience stopped talking. Because they knew that Buyu was not an ordinary killer, but a powerful existence who mastered extraordinary power. It was precisely because of Buyu's absolute strength and deep background that this group of lawless killers could unite and become a force.
Buyu said, "How are the preparations going?"
The assassins immediately expressed their opinions. "Chief, we have prepared a total of 6 slaves, all of whom are sensible people and will definitely not lag behind."
Okay.
Buyu sat in the main seat. "Then we will rest here first, and set off early tomorrow morning to see whether there are people or ghosts in the fortress."
Survival World, Day 9.
Ding-ling-a-ling, slapping the alarm clock, Yichio finished washing up and had a casual breakfast. It seems that the fog beasts really won't attack on their own initiative. The silence of the past 2 days made Yichio understand how friendly the so-called novice protection period is. Don't think that Yichio is very comfortable all day long now. This is based on a large amount of stored supplies.
How do ordinary people spend these 2 days? Let's look at the chat group in my mind. Channel 666, 1891/2000, no fog beast attacks today. Damn, the food is really out of stock now. Do we really have to dig for food in the snow?
I saw many people being tricked by snow creatures these 2 days. Come back and give the fog beasts for free my most stable food. Wrong, there are fog beast attacks.
The upstairs fog beast attacked? Too lucky.
No, I didn't encounter the fog beast attack. I encountered the building attacked by the fog beast. The stone house was demolished to pieces. According to the footprints left, it is estimated that the size of the attacking fog beast is 6 or 7 meters.
Oh my god, such a big fog beast.
Alas, the fog beast should not come. I choose to go out.
Going out is not that easy.
It took me a full hour just to dig the snow at the door.
Going out may not bring any harvest.
The heavy snow covered the ground tightly. In the past, if I was lucky, I might have encountered a few wooden treasure chests.
Now if I don't dig the snow, who knows what is underneath?
I always choose to chop trees and dig stones directly, and then use the basic materials to exchange for the anonymous big man's affordable welfare meals.
Alas, can the big man remove the purchase limit for each person?
I went to chop trees yesterday, and the axe fell directly and snow fell all over me, almost burying me in the ground.
The guy above is really ignorant. There are nearly 2,000 people in the channel now. 100 grams of food per person means 400 to 500 kilograms of food. We should be thankful that the boss's store is still open. Yes, I don't know when the snow will melt.
Several businesses in the trading channel have started to implement purchase restrictions.
We can't exchange food for supplies.
In the first week, we can still survive by luck even if we don't know how to hunt.
This week, we really want to die.
I have the confidence to survive in any harsh conditions.
The guy above is so powerful? Can you take me with you?
Yes,
now we have food to survive. Negative emotions spread in the chat channel. For most people, the second week is absolutely not good.
Yichio made a pot of tea and slowly flipped through the chat records in the group. It was at this time that Wang Wu sent a message. The two chatted for a while, and Yichio also roughly understood the current situation of Diyen Mutual Aid. Because of the weather that killed lone wolves, more people chose to team up to survive. Since it was easy for people to be attacked in individual shelters, Diyen Mutual Aid became the best choice for survivors. In just 2 days, the number of people doubled. Fortunately, most people came here because they were desperate.
Everyone wanted to survive and was willing to go out to search for food and materials.
The shelter was relatively stable.
After understanding the general situation, Wang Wu sent a photo to Yichio.
Wang Wu, this is what we opened from the treasure chest when we went out.
Do you think it is useful to you?
Picture.jpg, Yichio raised his eyebrows and was immediately attracted by the purple in the picture.
This is actually a purple item.
Enchanting table manufacturing diagram, purple, description, consume or crystals *5 and iron *5 to create the highest purple quality enchanting table, and consume books to enhance the enchanting table ability.
Features, enchanting, you can add a feature to the target item by consuming fog cores and special items, enchanting table?
Yichio was stunned. This thing sounds really high-end, and its ability is obviously attractive enough.
Add characteristics to items.
You know, most items have only one characteristic, and items with characteristics are almost all blue quality.
This device that can enchant items is particularly precious.
I still have a stock of mineral crystals, which are so-called special items, which makes Yichio a little confused.
Forget it, wait until I get it and try it first, I guess I can find out what I need.
Yichio, good stuff, I want it. System prompt. Survivor Wang Wu gave you the enchanting table manufacturing diagram, purple. After taking the enchanting table diagram, Yichio tore it into pieces and put it in a bag for safekeeping, then went to the warehouse to move 2 bags of flour to trade. In the warehouse on the other side, Zhang Guozhong looked at the 2 bags of flour that suddenly appeared, and couldn't help but sigh. Doing business with Anonymous is really a time to suffer losses.
It's hard to do him a favor.
Wang Wu smiled. I said, I have never seen such a good person as Anonymous in my life.
The better you treat him, the more he will pay you back. Who doesn't want to make friends with such a person?
Well, Zhang Guozhong nodded. Alas, I am worried that his kind nature may fall when he meets a bad person.
I don't think so.
Wang Wu carried the flour to the food area. So far, the friends he made have not really harmed him.
Maybe Anonymous also has his own way of making friends. In fact, it didn't.
Yichio's attitude has always been to treat all exchanges as transactions, and he will not release the eagle until he sees the rabbit. Many people who want to get something for nothing in private chats were directly blocked by Yichio, and the store was closed to them. Only people who are familiar to him, such as Yu Yuliang and Wang Wu, will Yichio release the credit limit. However, with the blessing of endless resources in the real world, Yichio seems too generous, so that after the transaction, both parties think they have made a profit.
Yichio's station.
After the furnace, another functional facility was added, which made Yichio a little excited. Well, let me see. The purple quality enchantment table, the purple characteristic enchantment success rate is 10%, the blue characteristic enchantment success rate is 50%, and the green bonus enchantment success rate is 100%.
This is a bit low.
But you can use books to strengthen the enchantment table. 1 book increases the success rate of blue enchantment by 1%, and 10 books increase the success rate of purple enchantment by 1%. In the current survival world, even paper is a rare item, not to mention books. But for Yichio, this is simply a tailor-made condition. Without much hesitation, Yi Qiu returned to the real world in a blink of an eye and headed straight for the bookstore not far away. With a wave of his hand, the books on several bookshelves were collected. After returning to the survival world, Yi Qiu started burning books directly. Books 1, the quality of the enchantment table is slightly improved. Books 10, after burning nearly 1,000 books in a row, the enchantment table was finally strengthened to its final state by Yi Qiu. Countless words and symbols seemed to flow on the azure synthetic panel, which looked extremely gorgeous. Pressing the mist core, Yi Qiu began to look for props to be enchanted.
What should I enchant? It seems that most things are not used. Oh, right, guns.
Yi Qiu clicked on the gun, and surprisingly, it could really be put on. Next, Yi Qiu began to experiment with the items in his backpack one by one to see what could be used as enchantment materials. Half a day later, Yi Qiu finally found an item that could be used for enchantment.
Do you want to consume ice core, green, to enchant special warfare rifle, white?
Note, since the quality of ice core is green and has no characteristics, special warfare rifle can only get 3 bonuses, slightly increased durability limit, quicker drop in barrel temperature, and changed muzzle flame to blue. Note, the probability of success this time is 100%. This
blue fire rifle?
Seeing this outrageous enchantment bonus, Yi Qiu was speechless for a while.
But it seems that the things consumed by enchantment are not simple.
Yi Qiu obtained the core from the snow leopard, and only by killing creatures of blue quality or above can the power of the enchantment table be truly exerted. At this time, Yi Qiu thought of the core dropped by the stone man when he killed him. Put the condensation core on it, and it shows that the new feature that can be added to the rifle is automatic repair of the gun. And as a white quality item, enchantment can only be performed once. Seeing this, Yi Qiu contacted Levski by the way. This guy often goes to the wild, and he might have condensation cores on him. But after chatting for a while, Yi Qiu learned that Levski only had green condensation cores, and he couldn't help but sigh.
I didn't expect that this thing was so high-end that even I couldn't afford it.
There was nothing else on hand, so Yi Qiu simply consumed a white mist core and an ice condensation core to strengthen the blue fire rifle. Alas, if I hadn't found the Gatling gun in the barracks, Yi Qiu really wanted to make a blue fire Gatling gun. As for the condensation core dropped by the stone man, Yi Qiu now has a lot of guns in his hand, and he can't use them all, so he doesn't plan to repair and strengthen them for the time being. While Yi Qiu was fiddling with the new facilities, a group of uninvited guests quietly came to the side of Yi Qiu's camp.
It was Bu Yu and his men. At this moment, the sky was already bright.
Bu Yu and his killers were hiding in the snow, and several women who were wrapped tightly with only their pretty faces showing were shivering in the cold wind. You guys, use all your means to pretend to be pitiful and knock on the door. If we can trick the owner of the house out, we will be full and you will have soup to drink. If you can't call him out, the man shook the dagger in his hand with a ferocious look, it's hard for you to die.
The women's eyes revealed fear, and they nodded cautiously, don't worry, we know what to do.
Wait. Bu Yu suddenly spoke, and several women stood still, not daring to move. Bu Yu looked at his younger brother, hesitated for a moment, pointed at a man who looked honest and said, you go with them. This move has 2 advantages. One is to prevent them from turning against each other, and the second is that the combination of women and men is more reasonable. It is not impossible for several women to cooperate in the action, but it is a bit too deliberate.
If there is a liquor among these women, it would be much more reasonable.
And if the other party is a thief and likes to put a hat on others, the probability of successful entry will be much higher. Even if the other party is a woman, she will surely tend to accept a male labor force that is easy to control. After listening to Bu Yu's explanation, the younger brothers suddenly realized and complimented him.
You are worthy of being the eldest brother. You have a thorough grasp of human nature. This trick is good for both men and women.
After issuing the task, Bu Yu and his younger brothers ambushed in the snow and released the message through the system. Several people disguised as refugees immediately supported each other and walked hard in the snow. However, when they approached the building standing in the vast snowfield, they realized what they had encountered. The thick concrete wall, with a cold iron barbed wire on it, and there was an exposed high platform for attack. Even if they don't go in, they can imagine how safe this garrison is. The people inside are probably comparable to the leader of the Tongue Cutters organization.
As the woman in the lead, Ai Weiwei couldn't help but feel shaken. If she could live in it, then she wouldn't have to worry anymore, right?
Although the people in the killer organization are also very strong, how can the buildings in front of them make people feel at ease and comfortable when they are homeless and in simple wooden houses? However, Ai Weiwei was just thinking about it. because there was already a net behind her, and the owner of this garrison would probably not survive today.
Don't blame me, they forced me.
After comforting herself in her heart, Bai Weiwei went forward and knocked on the door, summoning her strength and shouting, "Is there anyone inside?
Can you help us?
We have supplies in our hands. Just let us go in and rest for a while, and we will provide resources."
As a first-line actress, Bai Weiwei is different from other colleagues.
In addition to conducting some special transactions, her acting skills are also very online. If she is given a few more years to settle down, maybe she can become a film queen if she seizes the opportunity.
This can be fully demonstrated from this sentence.
In this short sentence, the stubbornness, uneasiness and helplessness contained in it are just right. People can tell at a glance that there is a beauty who needs help outside, and she is not a vase. Whether you need to release pressure or need a partner of the opposite sex to support you, this is definitely the best choice. At the same time, Yi Qiu frowned slightly when he heard the voice.
What's going on every day? Is the probability of meeting someone a little bit wrong? In the vast snowfield, dare to walk around without a locator?
Using the all-seeing mirror, Yi Qiu looked at the people outside the door asking for help from head to toe. It's not that Yi Qiu is very lustful, but mainly wants to confirm whether they are here to cheat. Well, they look pale and panic-stricken, and they really look like a group of lost survivors.
But sometimes seeing is not necessarily believing.
Raising the perspective, Yi Qiu plans to do a carpet search of the area near his home. Obviously, Yi Qiu has time to take his time, but Bai Weiwei, who has not received a response for a long time outside the door, can't help but get nervous.
Why don't you open the door? At least give some reaction.
The cold outside made people shiver all over.
Bai Weiwei spoke again, "Please, let us in. We will get frostbite if we stay outside. My name is Bai Weiwei. You should have heard my name, right? As long as you save me, I am willing to do anything.
We just want a place to rest. If you are really worried about us, we will leave together in the fog at night." Speaking very pitifully, in the cold wind, several women huddled together.
As long as the door is opened, they can do whatever they want to them.
There are almost no men who can resist this temptation, especially those who already have a solid shelter.
Their life safety is guaranteed, so they must think about how to enjoy it. But Yi Qiu got a different message from it.
After closing the all-seeing mirror, Yi Qiu frowned slightly. These few people will definitely not be let in, but whether to kill them is a question. If they were sneaky and fully armed like the one yesterday, Yi Qiu might kill them without pressure, but this kind of ordinary people who are struggling to survive made Yi Qiu hesitate. Kill one person today, kill 6 people tomorrow. If a refugee team of several hundred people comes the day after tomorrow, do you have to kill them all?
This is a bit too extreme. However, Bai Weiwei's words reminded Yi Qiu.
It is indeed difficult to search the vast snowy land completely, but if it is foggy, it will be different. Coming to the living room, Yi Qiu put his hand on the statue's shoulder. De Yen Huzhu once said that as long as there is a token of guidance, the speed of traveling in the white fog is the fastest. Since Bai Weiwei said that she would leave when the fog came, then I would send her a fog. If they are really ordinary passers-by, the white fog is to send them on their way. If they are bait for the trap, then the people who are ambushing somewhere must also light up the lights in time to expose their positions. After consuming a fog core, a faint white fog soon appeared out of thin air near Yi Qiu's station. After summoning the white fog, Yi Qiu quietly opened the door and came to the surveillance tower to hide. Realizing that the white fog suddenly appeared, both Bai Weiwei and Buyu and others were sweating profusely. Bai Weiwei was the first to change her face. Although they did have torches and other fog-repelling items in their hands, they were given very little fuel to prevent them from escaping. Once the torches went out, there was only one consequence for them to be exposed in the white fog, that is death. On the other side, Buyu and others looked extremely ugly.
If they didn't turn on the oil lamp to protect themselves, they would die.
If they turned on the oil lamp to protect themselves, they might be exposed. After all, people might not be seen clearly in the fog, but things with such obvious light were still very conspicuous.
But there was really no good choice between death and mission failure. Buyu immediately said, "Equip fog-repelling items and retreat immediately."
At the command, Buyu immediately lit the oil lamp on his waist, stood up and retreated. The assassins who were hiding also took out torches and looked at the rolling white fog around them with fear. Buyu felt a little absurd because his plan was interrupted by the sudden white fog.
His luck today is really bad.
But when he looked at Bai Weiwei and others at the door, his heart moved slightly. With the high wall blocking them and the serious impact of the white fog on vision, it is almost impossible for people in the garrison to see them. And if Bai Weiwei and others who lost the fog-repelling items died miserably at the door of the target, it would definitely give him enough psychological blow. In this way, it might be much easier to trick him into opening the door next time. Thinking of this, Bu Yu edited the message and sent it to Bai Weiwei while retreating. Take this opportunity to sell your misery. Don't worry, if he really doesn't come out, I will trade you enough fuel to let you come back. Bai Weiwei, who was knocking on the door, was slightly relieved when she saw this sentence, but the devil in the white fog was whispering in her ear. How could they resist such terror easily? Even if Bai Weiwei managed to stay calm, her companions couldn't keep calm either. After a moment, shrill screams were heard outside the door. Although the lights were not turned off, the sound was even worse than the fog beast being eaten. Bai Weiwei, the only one who still retained some rationality, lay on the door and shouted desperately, "Please! For the sake of being human, let us in. We are running out of fuel for our torches. If this goes on, we will all die." Bang! A voice came from inside the door, as if the owner of the garrison was really moved by them. But the fact was not so. Because at this moment on the surveillance tower, the figures of the silent people retreating were more conspicuous than the ink spots on the white paper. I can't even meet a good person. I am really lucky. Looking at the light spot that was moving away rapidly, Ichio couldn't help but sneer and lit the oil lamp on his waist. There, with the addition of fuel, the area within 10 meters around Ichio suddenly became bright, and Bai Weiwei and others outside the door were so excited that they almost cried. Finally out. You finally came out. Save us, we are willing to do anything. Before she finished speaking, Bai Weiwei, who really saw Ichio, was like a hen with its neck strangled, and couldn't even speak. Because at this moment, Ichio was equipped with a living wooden armor that absorbed the colorful snake's slew, his appearance looked absolutely terrifying. Especially for humans. Almonsters, several women hugged each other and screamed again. Among them, there were people who were mentally weakened by abuse. They even rolled and screamed and ran away, and plunged into the fog. The effect of special items on ordinary people is absolutely terrible. However, Ichio didn't care about these people who were scared to death at all, but directly fanned the wings of the giant eagle and rushed to kill the fleeing people. If they were allowed to escape, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to sleep well in the future. With the help of skills and props, Ichio caught up with these people in almost an instant. In midair, Ichio took out his weapon and fired. Day. A string of blue sparks flashed, and bullets swept through the crowd below. Most of them shot into the snow, leaving a small hole, but even a small part of them hit. It was a fatal blow to these people. Modern weapons are not like those in the drama. After being hit by a bullet, you can still charge desperately. Once hit by a bullet, most people will lose the ability to resist on the spot. Fuck. Just one encounter, 2 people fell under the muzzle of the gun, holding the wound and twisting and wailing in the snow, and there was an unlucky guy whose oil lamp was broken, and disappeared in the white mist with a look of despair. The rest of the people who heard the gunshots were all horrified. The guns in their hands were obtained from foreigners at a critical moment. What the hell is this rifle in front of them? Isn't gun ban in the national server? He has a rifle. Run separately. The remaining 4 people showed horror on their faces and fled in different directions. But after observing their escape speed, Ichio realized that even if they fled separately, he could easily catch up and kill them. Day. Flying in the air, Ichio held the rifle and fired directly at the remaining people. But when both sides are moving at high speed, the hit rate of the gun is extremely touching. After a magazine was empty, Ichio barely killed 1 person. Looking at the person who had already escaped a long distance, Ichio frowned slightly. His shooting skills were too poor. If he killed the enemy at a long distance, it would probably waste a lot of time. Even if they couldn't escape from his palm in the end, it would be bad if they led him to an ambush. With this in mind, Ichio put away his rifle, adjusted the direction, and rushed directly to 1 person. With his blue physique, he might kill people faster in close combat. Swish, the wings that covered the sky and the sun cut through the air. Ichio pounced on 1 person like an eagle. He didn't even need to make up the knife. The powerful impact had already broken the target's bones and tendons. The broken spine directly pierced into the lungs. A ruthless character who had killed several people died in Ichio's hands without any resistance. Seeing the corpse under his feet, Ichio couldn't help but feel a little unbelievable. He knew that the blue quality physique had surpassed ordinary people. Killing people hidden might be fast, but killing a person directly with just a few moves made Ichio realize how powerful he was. Moreover, this kind of physical fight was indeed more exciting than killing people with a gun. Smelling the bloody smell lingering between his nose wings, without thinking anymore, Ichio flapped his wings and lifted up again, killing the next target. In a few takeoffs and landings, the killers except Buyu had their spines broken by Ichio, and they died as dead as they could. Buyu, who was still retreating at this moment, felt the wind coming from behind him, and couldn't help but be extremely vigilant. Being able to kill his men so easily was enough to prove that Ichio's strength was not inferior to his. What's more, Ichio also mastered the means of fast movement, and the current situation was definitely not good for him. The whistling wind came from the air, unlike Buyu who rolled over and dodged it directly. Damn it, how did this guy catch up? I was marked. Buyu's face was ugly. With his speed and the thick fog as a barrier, it was impossible for Ichio to catch up with him after killing so many people. He didn't know that because Ichio had consumed a large amount of starfallen berries, the range of vision in the fog was far beyond that of ordinary people. In addition, the fog he attracted was thinner than the natural fog, so it was easy to locate Buyu's position. As Ichio landed, the oil lamp on his waist dispelled a large area of fog within a radius of 10 meters. The first time he looked directly at Ichio, the living wood armor immediately made Buyu feel a suffocating fear. Realizing that his emotions were not right, Buyu immediately adjusted his mentality and barely suppressed the fear in his heart. The characteristics of the colorful snake slew would be much less effective for people with strong wills. But fear can be barely suppressed, but the horror in the heart cannot be cut off. Armor props. This thing is simply a killer's nemesis. And this is actually a full body armor. Buyu couldn't even find a gap to insert the blade. Even if Buyu was confident in his own strength, facing Ichio who was fully armored, he had to prepare for the worst. Moreover, Ichio had a pair of huge wings behind him. Now Buyu finally knew why he was easily caught up. Why does this guy have such a supermodel prop with wings? Although he was horrified, Ichio did not give him too much time to think. In just 1 second, Ichio had already climbed out of the snow pit he had smashed, took out the steel spear from his backpack, and attacked Buyu again. No martial ethics. An inch longer, an inch stronger, this is not just talk. As an assassin, Buyu is afraid that he is not even qualified to get close to the spear with the short dagger in his hand. Ding! Buyu barely blocked it with the dagger, and retreated again to keep a distance. Looking at the undamaged spear, Buyu already knew in his heart that this was a blue-quality weapon. Without giving Buyu time to adjust, Ichio swung the spear and stabbed again. Feeling the extreme danger, Buyu directly used his trump card. Eternal Night Prayer Vision Deprivation. The next moment, Ichio suddenly felt that his eyes were black, and his vision was greatly compressed. He could only see the range of 1 meter in front of him. Sure enough, the heroes of the world should not be underestimated. Not knowing what trump card Buyu had, Ichio pulled away and retreated, but Buyu seized this opportunity, immediately pulled out his dagger, dodged the spear with extremely fast body movements, and tried to close the distance to stab Ichio. Ding! The two daggers collided directly in midair. Although the spear was too long to defend, Ichio had already prepared a close-fitting weapon. Buyu was shocked. He could catch his attack, and Ichio could see it? This was not the first time Buyu used vision deprivation. This trick was always effective even when used on masters of the same level, because it was a prayer skill from the gods. For survivors who did not have noble blood and strong strength, it was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. The only person who could complete the counterattack when deprived of vision was Ichio. Not only that, this dagger could block his attack without breaking, and it was also of blue quality? In just a few attacks, Buyu found props on Ichio, wings, spears, and daggers, which were all of blue quality. Although he hadn't hit the armor yet, Buyu had a feeling that it was probably a blue quality item. What kind of luck is this? I've been robbing houses so far, and I only have a dagger to show off, and you have a complete set of equipment? Seeing that his biggest trump card was ineffective, and the power from the dagger made his wrist numb, Buyu couldn't find a way to win for a while. He couldn't even break the defense, so what was he doing? On the other side, after a strike, Buyu's skill ended, and Ichio regained his vision again. For Buyu not far away, Ichio used the steel spear and used the skill without hesitation, sprinting. In the blink of an eye, Ichio rushed to Buyu's side, and the spear in his hand could launch an attack while maintaining a safe distance. Oops. Facing Ichio's sudden outburst, Buyu's face changed drastically, and this time he really smelled the breath of death. Puff! The sound of the spear piercing the flesh rang out. Even though Buyu tried his best to dodge, he still couldn't avoid the attack, and his left arm was directly pierced. Deprivation of vision. Enduring the pain, Buyu activated his skills again and struggled to retreat. Once again, his vision was compressed. Yichio still cautiously retreated half a step, cautiously defending against possible attacks from Buyu. At this moment, Buyu, who had rolled several meters away, looked at Yichio and found that he didn't see him, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that as long as he doesn't get too close, Yichio can't see him. Taking a deep breath, Buyu took out the colorless and odorless poison powder from his backpack and sprinkled it in the direction of Yichio.
He couldn't break the defense in close combat, couldn't fight against the spear in medium-range combat, and couldn't deprive vision in long-range combat.
The small pistol in his hand was no match for Yichio's rifle. After thinking about it, his only hope of winning could only be placed on poison. Seeing that the poison powder had been sprinkled, Buyu immediately removed the vision shield, threw away the weapon in his hand, raised one hand and knelt in front of Yichio. When Yichio could see again, he found this strange scene. Holding a spear, Yichio said coldly, "What tricks are you playing?"
Buyu endured the pain and said, "Brother, can we reconcile?" "Reconcile?" Yichio's face remained unchanged. "At this moment? Are you kidding?"
"Brother, there are good things in my camp, good things related to the belief in gods, which can greatly improve your strength."
Buyu explained hurriedly, "I have hidden all the things in a place only I know. As long as you are willing to let me go, the things are all yours, brother. Today's attack was purely my own fault.
Brother, for the sake of being a fellow survivor, please let me go."
"Oh? Good stuff?"
Yichio's face was moved, and he couldn't help but lower the spear in his hand.
Just when Buyu thought Yichio was attracted and breathed a sigh of relief, waiting for the poison to take effect, Yichio's eyes suddenly became sharp. Flaw. Puff.
With a sprint, Yichio almost flashed half a meter, and the spear, which was a few centimeters lower, just pierced Buyu's chest. Feeling a coolness in his chest, Buyu said in disbelief, sorry, I don't have a sense of security, and I prefer to talk to the dead." Swish. Yichio pulled out the spear, and Buyu's bleeding body fell to the ground with a bang. Before he died, Buyu struggled to put on a weird smile. He. I have already poisoned. If you inhale the surrounding air, you will die too." Yichio touched his visor after hearing this. "Thank you for reminding me, but my living wood armor has the function of producing oxygen, so you can go with peace of mind."
A
large amount of blood gushed out of his throat. Buyu's head tilted down with disbelief in his eyes.
This time he was completely dead.
Yichio was still worried and stabbed Buyu's head through, and then touched the corpse directly. After taking several light balls of different colors, Yichio took out gasoline from the backpack space and burned Buyu's body completely with fire to prevent strange events such as the corpse resurrecting or exploding. Then he took out water from the space to wash his bloodstained living wood armor, and at the same time washed off the possible poison powder on it. After completing these things, Yichio turned around and walked towards the garrison. Back at the door, a terrifying scene appeared in front of Yichio. The heavy stone door was covered with bloody handprints, the snow in front of the door was even more bloody red, and there were scattered pieces of meat hanging on the iron barbed wire on the walls on both sides. After a little judgment, it is not difficult to conclude that after the torches went out, the survivors at the door tried their best to get in, but they died here after all. Alas, Yichio sighed, then shot the head of the fog beast next to him. Just as he was about to turn around and fly into the sentry tower to clean up the attracted fog beast, he was attracted by the scene on the side. As we all know, as long as the fog-repelling props on the body have not lost their effectiveness, the existence in the white fog will not take action. But at this moment, a blood-red fog beast rushed into the illumination range of the oil lamp. If Yichio's oil lamp had not illuminated an area of 10 meters in diameter, he would probably have been hit by a sneak attack. Bang bang bang! After 3 shots, the blood-colored fog beast was immediately chopped into pieces of meat. Yichio flew into the sentry tower and looked at the corpse of the fog beast on the ground with an inexplicable expression. After careful observation, Yichio found that the steaming blood turned into blood mist, and the blood mist could appear within the range of the oil lamp. These blood-colored fog beasts should have absorbed blood to appear within the range of illumination. Although for Yichio, these fog beasts are still vulnerable, in fact, their offensive and defensive capabilities have been greatly improved. It seems that the future of the survivors will only be more difficult. Putting this matter behind his mind, Yichio continued to clean up the fog beasts around the house. Half an hour later, the white fog slowly faded, leaving only a mess outside the garrison. First go out and touch the bodies of other killers. Yichio put the spoils together and opened them one by one. Most of the spoils are white and green quality, not much, all of which are necessary for life and fighting, but I think few people will carry all their wealth with them. The strongest Buyu was also the same.
He contributed only 2 blue items to Yichio.
One of them was a pure black dagger, which had the characteristic that it could directly reduce the opponent's durability by slashing weapons with lower quality than itself. The second was the same map that Yichio had obtained yesterday, except that the lit area on it was larger. After merging the 2 maps, Yichio murmured, "I didn't expect that he would spread the news because he killed so quickly yesterday. I just don't know if the position was exposed in today's operation. No matter how strong the fortress is, as long as it is discovered, it will be broken." The encounters in the past 2 days made Yichio more eager to upgrade the garrison to a mobile fortress. If he had driven away immediately after killing someone yesterday, he would never have encountered so many things today. Although Buyu and others were just delivering food to him, Yichio might not be able to break the defense even if he stood still and let them attack, but he would get his shoes wet if he often walked by the river. The cautious Yichio still silently raised the priority of material collection. Thinking of this, Yichio opened the map, which was densely marked with building symbols. But the only symbols with special shapes were Yichio's camp and an unknown camp. Yichio estimated that the other symbol represented the lair of the group that ambushed him today. After hesitating for a moment, Yichio decided to take the initiative and go to the location on the map to take a look. First, to confirm whether this group of people were completely dead, so as not to bother him every day. Second, if they were really dead, he could also search for them. The person he killed last had a good development, so he must have had some adventure. If what he said before his death was true, then Yichio had to go and see it. First, rest for a while in the camp to replenish his status. Yichio flapped his wings and flew high into the sky, quickly flying towards the location marked on the map. Because his physical fitness has reached blue, Yichio's consumption of blue quality props is very small, especially in the gliding state, which can almost achieve a balance of physical strength. Generally speaking, he will not feel too tired even if he glides for a day. With the protection of the living wood armor, the cold wind in the sky did not bother Yichio, but it was his first time to go out, and Yichio was still quite excited. It has been almost 10 days since he came to the survival world. Other survivors probably know the environment around the base. Only Yichio, relying on the fact that he can return to the real world, has stayed there and hardly left the base. From beginning to end, he only went out to explore on the first day of the crossing, when he encountered the foggy area and the snake-shaped fog beast dropped objects. Now that he suddenly went out, Yichio felt a sense of relaxation and freedom for the first time in a long time. Flying over the endless snowfield is something that he dared not think about in the real world. Now, he can be regarded as a person who has mastered extraordinary power, right? Fuck! What a big bird! On the ground, a person who was digging roots in the snow pile with hay stuffed in the interlayer of his clothes saw the black spot on the horizon and was subconsciously startled. Then he got into the snow pile without hesitation. After watching the strange bird in the sky fly away, he breathed a sigh of relief and immediately posted the photos he had just taken to the post of the survival strange stories. "I saw a strange bird today, and I was panicked when I saw it. It must be a very strong existence." Not knowing that he had been defined as a ferocious beast, after half an hour of gliding, Yichio finally arrived near the marked area. As soon as he approached here, Yichio felt that the brightness around him was much lower. Thinking of the special skills used by Buyu, Yichio estimated that this so-called god should be related to darkness. Unsure whether there was anyone in the garrison, Yichio chose the safest method. Bang! The military green rocket launcher, which was as thick as a man's waist, fell directly into the snow, creating a deep pit. Yichio picked the shells for a while, and finally installed the shells according to the general instructions in the instruction manual obtained from the arsenal, and aimed at the black wall of the garrison. Bang! The huge recoil hit his left shoulder, and Yichio did not move, just watching the rocket hit the wall directly, and then... boom! The huge explosion sounded all around, accompanied by fire and smoke, and a huge gap was directly blasted out of this garrison of the same level as Yichio. After waiting for a moment, it seemed that no one was going to come out. Yichio put away the rocket launcher and walked to the broken wall with a rifle. It was at this time that Yichio discovered that this was not a wall synthesized by the system at all, but a simple wall made of stone. A small part of it was blue stone, and most of it was white and green stone. Although it looked a bit uneven, it was still quite good. After collecting the blue stone that was still well preserved, and directly throwing the white and green stones to Yuliang through trading, Yichio continued to go deeper. Unlike Yichio's concrete house, Buyu's house was more like a temple-like building, but because of its low level, it looked a bit out of place. Yichio pushed open the door, and what came into view was a pure black sculpture that seemed to absorb all light.
It should be a statue of a god. The statue was about the size of a palm, hidden in the darkness, and only a rough outline could be seen. Yi Qiu used identification on it. Strange item, eternal night statue?
Description: a statue of a god related to a great existence, dedicated to prove one's piety. There is a statue in front, so piety is very useful. Features: sacrifice, offerings. There is a chance to gain the attention and grace of the gods. No light can be used after becoming a believer of the eternal night. Even the white mist holy scripture can't identify the grade.
I'm not the only lucky person in this world.
Yi Qiu sighed in his heart and put the statue into his backpack.
Fortunately, I am a little stronger, otherwise it would be bad.
After taking down the statue, the light in the room suddenly returned to normal. Yi Qiu walked around the room and finally found a copper treasure chest under the wooden bed. The treasure chest had been opened long ago, and the items that had been identified were placed inside. It seems that Buyu also has the habit of collecting boxes to store items like Yi Qiu.
There are not many things in the box, but they are all blue or above quality. This guy actually has a purple quality item.
Yi Qiu immediately started to identify it. Recruitment scroll, purple, description: a special scroll that can attract assistance of up to purple quality.
As long as the conditions are met, they can be recruited as a member of the garrison.
The better the conditions of the garrison, the shorter the recruitment time. Features: special gravity: the scroll will periodically emit special fluctuations, which can attract local creatures in the foggy land to you. Status: used. It is expected to attract local creatures within 5 days and 12 hours. Recruiting local creatures?
Yi Qiu couldn't help but fall into thought.
It must be said that although the system has always mentioned the existence of local creatures, Yi Qiu has never seen the shadow of intelligent creatures except for that boss Yi.
Now I can finally see what the local creatures in the survival world look like. It just so happens that I am too lonely in the garrison.
If I can have one more loyal subordinate, it will be very good for my mental state. The other props are basically items that are of no use to Yi Qiu. After throwing them into the backpack, Yi Qiu directly dismantled Buyu's house and turned away with the newly acquired building core. It took some time to return to his garrison. Yi Qiu closed the door, removed the defense of the living wood armor, and breathed 2 breaths of fresh air comfortably. Although the living wood armor has the function of producing oxygen, and the equipment is very light and will hardly make people feel constrained, wearing it and not wearing it are 2 different experiences after all. For Yi Qiu, wearing it makes him feel safe, but not wearing it is more comfortable. Integrating the core of the building into the warehouse, Yi Qiu spent some blue quality wood to upgrade the warehouse quality to blue. Although the appearance of the blue quality warehouse still looks the same as before, the internal space has expanded by half, and more supplies can be stuffed.
After finishing everything, the sky was getting dark.
Yi Qiu stewed potato and shredded pork soup in the pot, and then took out the biggest harvest of this time in the living room, the Eternal Night statue. After taking this thing out, Yi Qiu felt that his room was much darker. A high table was placed in the empty space of the room, and the statue was offered. Yi Qiu also specially selected some apples and bananas that were not too wilted and placed them on the offering table.
Not only that, Yi Qiu also placed an incense burner and incense.
Yi Qiu asked himself, there should be no one in the survival world who is more pious than himself on the surface. After placing the offerings, Yi Qiu hesitated for a moment and said, "Great God of eternal night, your devout believers pray for your care."
The statue was silent.
Yi Qiu threw 2 mist cores on the statue. "God of eternal night, please bless your devout believers." Sizzle, as if a chemical reaction had occurred, the originally stable mist core slowly turned into a faint smoke and was absorbed by the statue.
Sure enough, when in doubt, release the mist core.
After the mist core was absorbed, a system prompt appeared in Yi Qiu's mind. The unknown existence is identifying you. Identification completed. You have not been favored by the God of eternal night. System prompt: you are infected with the breath of an unknown god, and the possibility of getting the attention of other gods is reduced.
Ha! Yi Qiu was stunned. He didn't get favor? Infected by the breath of other gods?
Recalling the moment when he might have come into contact with the gods, Yi Qiu suddenly remembered the morning when he got the star-falling berries. Could it be that I ate too many star-dropped berries and was judged as a believer of the god of stars and moons? In any case, it seems that this statue is of no use to me. Yi Qiu put the statue back into his backpack with some disappointment, and took out the recruitment scroll with some expectation. The recruitment time seems to change with the conditions of the garrison. Given the conditions of my garrison, I should be able to successfully recruit within 3 days, right?
Taking out the recruitment scroll, Yichio used it for identification again. Recruitment scroll, purple, status, recruitment is over, native creatures will approach your garrison within 10 minutes, please pay attention to contact, Recruitment is over? Originally, I had to wait for 5 days at Buyu's house, but as soon as I got it back home, the recruitment was completed. It seems that Buyu is not just poor. Yichio was about to welcome the second intelligent creature in the survival world, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited for a while. As usual, he changed into a formal outfit and ran to the door to melt the snow. Because Yichio rarely went out, and even if he did, he would glide out directly, so this gate had never been opened since it was built. It was fine outside the gate, as the survivors just now had basically dug through the snow in order to survive, but he still had to work hard inside the gate. Easily piling the snow aside, Yichio took out 2 oil lamps and hung them in front of the door to light them up to dispel the white fog, and then used the all-seeing mirror to closely monitor the situation outside the door. It is not a good habit to open the door when someone knocks. You must make sure that the other party is the person you are looking for before opening the door. Time passed by minute, and in the thick white fog, a slender and thin figure passed through the white fog, standing in front of Yichio's door with a cautious face, looking at this place that attracted him. System prompt, the recruitment target has arrived at the garrison, here. Yichio immediately operated the all-seeing mirror to look at the person outside the door. No. Not a human. Yichio looked slightly surprised. Although most of the body of the visitor was hidden in the wide robe, it could be seen through the gap that the other party had non-human organs. Beast-eared girl? Thinking of this special product of the other world, Yichio couldn't help but get excited. It would be a wonderful thing to have a sweet and soft beast-eared girl to hold while sleeping. Just as Yichio looked up and down at the person outside the door, the person who hesitated for a moment finally made up his mind, lifted his hood, and knocked on the door. Excuse me. Is there anyone inside? I am the contract assassin you hired. With the bright light, Yichio could see the appearance of the person outside the door. He was about 1.6 meters tall, with a tight-fitting suit under a wide black robe for easy movement. His snow-white fox ears drooped on his head like a Scottish fold cat, with white hair and silver eyes, and an iron dagger in his hand. Wow, it's still a fox-eared girl. Yichio, who was poked with XP, almost wanted to let the person in immediately, but for safety reasons, Yichio still used identification. /contract assassin, physique, rare, blue, description, an assassin from a killer training organization, his skills will never let you down, features, stealth, you can enter the stealth state when assassinating, greatly reducing the possibility of being discovered and strengthening your next attack, loyalty, 60%, 0% loyalty is a stranger, the other party may leave at any time. 30% is a hired person, who may leave when you encounter an accident, 60% is an employee, who will not leave. Unless you die or do something excessive, because your base is too solid and luxurious, the contract assassin thinks you will be a generous and good boss, and the loyalty is increased from 30% to 60%. Note, loyalty above 80% can basically be regarded as a right-hand man, 100% will never betray, and will find a way to revive you even if you die. Although it is a bit regrettable that he did not summon purple quality subordinates, the blue quality subordinates made Yichio more at ease. After all, if the purple physique corresponds to the existence of the level of the mine guard, Yichio's small temple may not be able to accommodate that big Buddha. As if knowing that Yichio was cautious, the White Mist Holy Scripture also listed the information about loyalty. 60% loyalty is equivalent to a worker with a mortgage. Even if he is slightly oppressed, he will not choose to resign. Well, very good. Excuse me, is there anyone inside? There was no movement in the garrison for a long time. The fox-eared girl turned around the door with some doubts. It was indeed this garrison. Realizing that his excessive caution had kept the employees waiting for a long time, Yichio immediately stepped forward and opened the door. The heavy door gradually opened, and this fox-eared girl also saw what her boss looked like for the first time. The slightly long black hair was tied up and lazily draped behind her head. The facial features were clearly defined and deep, giving people a strange feeling of being handsome and almost demonic. The slim and well-fitting clothes outlined the powerful but not ferocious muscle lines, and the smile on her face made people feel like spring breeze. Handsome face, fair skin, elegant charm like aristocrats, how could she resist this? The hired assassin's body suddenly became a little stiff, and a blush appeared on his cheeks. System prompt, since your charm has reached 31, the hired assassin's loyalty to you has increased, and the current loyalty is 69%, the loyalty increased by 9% after just one look? Yichio was stunned. Although he was indeed a little handsome, it shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Putting this behind his mind, Yichio stretched out his hand to the silver fox in front of him. Thank you for trusting me and becoming my subordinate. You don't have to be nervous, we can get along as friends in the future. Although the language is not intelligible, the system obviously takes this into consideration and translates in real time, so there is no need to worry about communication problems. Yes, Lord, the girl shook hands with Yichio a little weakly, and she didn't look like an assassin who could kill people. When she welcomed the fox-eared girl into the camp, she was not surprised by the piles of items on both sides of the house at first. After all kinds of strange things often appear in the White Fog land, so it is normal that she does not recognize them. But when she entered the house, her eyes widened. The soft light illuminated the house covered with animal skin carpets, and the quietly burning fireplace made the room warm as spring. Just now, she thought that Yichio was wearing so thin because of insufficient supplies, but she did not expect that it was because he did not need to wear so much at home. There were teacups on the table with a simple and elegant charm. The girl only remembered that she had seen this configuration from a distance when assassinating a lord's subordinates. Yichio picked up the teapot and poured a cup of water, pushing it in front of the girl. You have come from afar, take a rest first. Okay. The girl sat on the chair a little restrained, holding the cup in both hands. Yichio knew this state very well. Isn't this how he looked when he attended a college party? Unexpectedly, today, he has overcome social phobia. Yichio estimated that this was the confidence provided by the mountains of supplies behind him. Although he was not so restless, it was still a difficult skill for Yichio to strike up a conversation. Yichio stroked the teacup. Well, I think we should get to know each other roughly. My name is Yichio, the autumn leaves. What about you, Miss Assassin? The fox-eared girl immediately said in a serious tone, I don't have a name, the code name is 146073. I am good at lurking assassination and environmental detection, and I can do both killing and protecting. I once won 10 consecutive victories in the morning mine arena. After being valued, I was vigorously trained. After killing 6 assassins of the same period, I successfully graduated. In the past 2 years, I have performed a total of 12 green-level tasks and 8 blue-level tasks, with a success rate of 90%. Some time ago, the morning mine was cleared by the Fiery Sun Church, and the arena was banned, so I lost my job. After saying that, the girl looked at Yichio with some expectation. Can I stay? This resume. After listening to the girl's self-introduction, Yichio couldn't help but be a little surprised. I didn't expect that this girl who looked like she had just reached adulthood had killed at least dozens of people. And the information contained in her words is not small. The Mount of Sorrow, the Church of the Blazing Sun. The local indigenous forces? Yichio put all this behind his mind and nodded to the girl. Of course, you are accepted. Originally, after being attracted by the recruitment scroll, the two of them had reached a contractual relationship, and this conversation was just a formality. Hearing Yichio's words, the girl clenched her hands excitedly. Since the Mount of Mourning was cleared, the bosses she knew could no longer be found, and those who didn't know her directly judged that she had no strength at all based on her appearance. Although she worked in the Mount of Mourning for 2 years, her slave origin made her unable to get much salary at all, and the few remaining salaries were taken away by the boss in the name of years of training costs, so that she was on the verge of starvation when she was unemployed. But fortunately, she finally found a job. After today, there is no need to worry about starving to death in the wild. Yichio continued, in that case, let's talk about the salary issue. Do you need anything in this regard? The only place where Yichio needed to spend money after coming to the survival world was the trade zone on the 7th day. He bought 3 discounted purple items at the price of 35 silver coins. But that time was purely lucky. I'm afraid that the price of 35 silver coins is not enough for the panlong incense he inhaled that day. After all, it was a golden quality incense, and Yichio still didn't know what grade gold was. Not familiar with the prices, Yichio could only kick this issue to the girl. Salary, the fox-eared girl hesitated. That, free food and lodging is fine. Looked at his inventory. 3 silver and 252 copper. The last shopping in the trading zone basically emptied Yichio's wallet. There were not many people going out on the channel these days, and Yichio's transactions were not very ideal. Taking a few silver coins to hire a killer who can kill a blue physique target always feels a bit shabby. Thinking of this, Yichio simply took advantage of the situation. I don't know the market situation in this world. Since you said so, your food and accommodation will be the same level as mine in the future. In addition, if you need anything, just ask directly. I have money on me. The fox-eared girl nodded, okay.
After discussing the salary, Ichio continued, since you have successfully joined the company, I don't plan to call you by your original code name.
Can I give you a new code name?
The main reason is that numbers are too troublesome.
Ichio feels weird when calling it. The fox-eared girl nodded, okay.
Seeing the girl agreed, Ichio began to think about what name to give.
As for the killer, 007?
It's still a number, and it doesn't really fit the appearance of the fox-eared girl.
Well, since you are a killer, let's call you Mace. From now on, you will be my killer Mace. Mace nodded very obediently, okay, Lord. After renaming the Mace, Ichio estimated the time and dinner was almost ready. Thick soup made with potato cubes and shredded meat.
Ichio told Jian to wait there, and went to the kitchen to serve the rice. Lifting the lid of the pot, a rich aroma filled the kitchen. Ichio scooped up a little soup and tasted it, then sprinkled a little salt. After stirring the pot with a spoon, Ichio brought out 2 bowls and scooped 2 full bowls of potato soup. After bringing the bowl to the living room, Jin still sat on the chair in a very proper manner, looking very good. But the biological instinct made Jin glance at the bowl in Ichio's hand from time to time. A full bowl of meat and unknown food, coupled with this aroma, looks full of happiness.
Putting the bowl in his hand next to Jin, Ichio said, let's eat.
Jin didn't know how to use chopsticks very well, so Ichio specially took out a knife, fork and spoon from the kitchen. Unexpectedly, Jin didn't seem to know how to use a knife and fork, that is, he was more comfortable with the simplest spoon. Taking the spoon from Ichio, Jin said a little embarrassedly, because we used to eat black bread, it's too miserable. Ichio imagined that scene, eating black bread with cold water every day, feeling like a refugee. No, if it's a refugee, I'm afraid I can't even eat black bread.
So, it seems that Jin's life is much better than that of the real poor?
It seems that the development of the local indigenous people in the survival world should be like that of the Western Middle Ages.
Most people are not even considered human beings.
After getting the spoon, Jin carefully scooped a spoonful of potato soup into his mouth. The soft and glutinous potatoes, the superior meat of the fog beast, and the salty and fragrant soup almost conquered Jin's taste buds instantly. As a native of the survival world, it was the first time for her to eat such a delicacy. In Jin's opinion, the food eaten by the nobles might be just like this. Before he knew it, he had eaten a bowl of rice. The delicious food made Jin's fox ears and tail shake subconsciously, looking very cute. I really want to touch it. Ichio suppressed his desire to touch the tail and stretched his evil claws to the meal replacement rabbit. GG. The rabbit that was kneaded into a snow cake by Ichio made a helpless sound. Jin, who found that the bowl was empty, raised his head slightly and met Ichio's eyes. Pushing the bowl away with a slight blush on his face, Jin said a little embarrassedly, Did I eat too much? According to Jin's understanding, this kind of food with precious spices, refined salt, and even high-quality meat is not something that even ordinary lords can enjoy every day. I am afraid that he has eaten several silver coins for this meal today. Although the station of his new boss is full of luxury, the pet is the mysterious rabbit, a rare species that rarely appears on the black market. But, with a little trepidation, Jin met Ichio's eyes. For Jin, who seemed very cautious, Ichio didn't understand how to dispel her concerns for a while. It seems that only time can be left. Ichio waved his hand, there is still a lot in the kitchen. I can't finish the food in my hand. Just keep eating if you are not full. These are all meats that can strengthen your physique. You can become stronger after eating them. It is good for me, so just eat as much as you want. Although I can't pay you a salary, it's still okay to have enough food. Realizing that Ichio really didn't take this to heart, Jin suddenly felt warm in his heart, probably because it was the first time to eat fog beast meat. Take Jin to the kitchen to familiarize herself with the kitchen utensils. After a while, Jin returned to the living room with a bowl of steaming meat soup and enjoyed the food happily. System prompt, Jin's loyalty has increased to 80%. Ichio paused with his chopsticks and couldn't help but look up at Jin. At this moment, she was enjoying her meal. She was lucky to have a subordinate who could act like her right-hand man in one meal. After the meal, Ichio and Jin worked together to deal with the kitchen waste and tableware. Then Ichio explained to Jin how to use the water heater and bath products, and asked her to take a good bath. He also brought her a female bathrobe and a new special combat uniform. Although Jin was wrapped tightly and looked very professional when he appeared, the fact was that the most expensive thing on Jin, who was poor, was the green quality dagger in his hand. Not to mention the white quality of the clothes on her body, their durability was almost gone. They were not as good as the clothes in Yichio's hands. Touching the soft material in his hands, Mace was deeply moved. I originally thought it was just a change of place to live a hard life, but now not only can I eat delicious food, but I also have clothes I couldn't even imagine. Pulling on her clothes, Mace was surprised to find that these clothes were not only soft, but also tougher than her clothes, completely in line with her fighting style. This must have been chosen by the leader himself. He took the clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Listening to the sound of rushing water inside, Yichio leaned on the lounge chair and felt infinite emotions in his heart. After surviving alone for 9 days, I finally had someone at home to communicate with. Loneliness is the biggest enemy. After all, people are still social animals. If there is no trump card, Yichio estimates that he will have trouble even talking in a few days. In less than 10 minutes, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. He was indeed a killer. He was a little faster than Yichio in taking a bath. Wow! As the bathroom door was pushed open, Mace appeared in front of Yichio, wrapped in a bathrobe, like a hibiscus emerging from water. It has to be said that Mace's appearance is indeed very impressive. Even after being exposed to wind and sun for many years, he can still be called cute. After eating the meat of the fog beast and cleaning his body, Mace has recovered at this moment. Total appearance. With her delicate appearance and soft fox ears, Yichio felt like she was being transformed into a cute person. However, after just observing for a moment, Yichio realized something was wrong and waved towards Mace. Mace, come here. Oh. Mace nodded and walked over with some unskilled kicking on the cotton mop Yichio had prepared for her. After all, from an assassin's point of view, such shoes that could fall off at any time are really unsuitable to wear. There are also bathrobes too. But, it's really comfortable to wear. Walking to Yichio, Yichio stood up and touched Mace's head. Window_tabula equals window_tabula, tabula.push, mode, thumbsfeed 01, container, tabula below article feed, placement, below article feed, target type, mix. Jen looked at Yichio with some doubt. Yichio frowned slightly, then squatted down and touched the tip of his tail outside his bathrobe. Jin's face flushed immediately, and he took 2 steps back, stammering, Lord, there is no such thing in the mission. Yichio stood up and said, which one? By the way, why didn't you wash your hair and tail? It turned out to be this. Jin was slightly relieved, but after taking a look at the handsome appearance of the Lord, he seemed a little disappointed. Because the hair and tail dry very slowly, it will affect the mission. Yichio couldn't say anything for a while, and it was probably not as fast as explaining the hairdryer, so Yichio had to open his mouth and order, don't worry about those, just wash it. Jin nodded immediately, understood. Jin returned to the bathroom again, and as the sound of water splashed, Yichio took the hairdryer and sat next to the fireplace with great anticipation. I'll be able to rub the big, white, soft tail soon, which is really exciting. 10 minutes later, Jin came out of the bathroom again. But the water in her ears made her look like a fox in the water, which made her look even cuter. Yichio waved to Jin, and then patted the stool in front of him. Come here, I'll make your hair dry faster. Jin sat obediently on the stool in front of the fireplace, watching the orange-yellow wood burning quietly. By the way, such a strong fireplace will probably only take 3 hours to completely dry, right? The Lord's house is really luxurious. Wait, what is that? Feeling a sudden gust of hot wind behind her, Jin subconsciously wanted to dodge, but she still resisted the feeling when she noticed Yichio's palm stroking her head. And with the constant whoosh sound in her ears, Jin found that her hair was drying at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this magic? Magic that produces hot air to dry hair? Jin thought with divergent thoughts. It seems that no magician would develop and use such strange magic, right? As if hearing Jin's doubts, Yichio said while blowing, this is a hairdryer. Just plug in the mist core to blow out hot air to speed up the drying of hair. In the future, you don't need to use your tail and hair to dry too slowly. Just use this. How magical. Jin felt the fluffy hair and hummed lightly. After drying his hair, Yichio stretched his sinful hands to the hem of his bathrobe. Tail. After soaking in water, the nearly 1 meter long tail lay limply under the bathrobe, and since humans do not have this structure at all, the design of the bathrobe played a hindrance role. Therefore, if you want to clean the tail, you can only lift the bathrobe. The slender and flexible legs are placed on the newly moved recliner, and the white and soft feet are curled up awkwardly like her owner. Since Jian became conscious, she has never shown so much of her body in front of the opposite sex so intimately. Fortunately, Jin noticed that Yichio was fully devoted to her tail, which made her feel a little ashamed of her wild thoughts. With the operation of the hairdryer, the wet white fox tail became fluffy and soft. Touching the soft tail, Yichio felt that the whole person was healed.
But Jian, who was lying on the recliner at the moment, was not so relaxed.
Burying her face in the cushion of the recliner, Jian didn't understand what happened for a while.
Most of the orc's tail organs are sensitive, which can easily become a disadvantage when fighting. But the tail also gives the orcs extremely strong flexibility, and abandoning it is tantamount to destroying one's own arm.
Therefore, almost all killers will choose to cut off some of their senses when they enter the industry, which not only eliminates the interference of the tail and ears, but also allows them to play their role as much as possible. But feeling the numbness from the coccyx, Jian felt deeply unbelievable. Obviously, when I just became a killer, most of the senses of my tail were cut off. Why do I feel so much now? Could it be that the meat I just ate repaired the hidden injuries in my body and even the tail's perception? Not knowing the specific feelings of Jian, Yichio was addicted to rubbing the tail and couldn't extricate himself. After rubbing for half an hour, even when the hairdryer ran out of power, Yichio reluctantly put down the fluffy tail. Jian lay on the recliner for half a minute, and finally stood up with soft feet. After cleaning Jian, the poor little fox that was a little dirty had turned into a clean and beautiful fox. Looking at his masterpiece, Yichio couldn't help but sip the tea next to him with satisfaction. After finishing this matter, Yichio also planned to take a simple bath. Before taking a bath, he warmed up the milk in the kitchen. After taking a bath, Yichio and Jian sat opposite each other and enjoyed the warm and sweet hot milk together. What Yichio can enjoy is definitely not low-quality goods. The retail price of these 2 bowls of milk alone is as high as 100. It turns out that expensive things may not taste good, but they are definitely not bad. Even Yichio, who has never liked drinking milk, has developed a habit of drinking a bowl before going to bed. Licking the sweet milk, Jian, who changed out of his bathrobe and put on a military green special combat uniform, said seriously, "Lord, what is my mission tonight?" Yichio was stunned. "No mission, the garrison is basically safe, and I can go to sleep directly."
No mission? Jian's heart skipped a beat. Is it because I acted so innocent that I was treated as a vase? Jian said cautiously, "What about tomorrow?" No missions, right? Yichio said uncertainly, "If there are no other survivors or creatures attacking the garrison, we will just lie in the garrison and enjoy life.
When we have gathered all the materials and the garrison can be moved, we will find a remote place to continue hiding and enjoying life."
Ah?
Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. She heard that the lords in the land of mist were always on the verge of life and death, so urgent that they wanted to be broken in half, and as lords, it was normal to be hungry. This led to many people preferring to be beggars rather than being cattle and horses in the land of mist.
But now it seems that the rumors are not true?
The lord of his own family is just like coming for a picnic. However, Yichio was also somewhat vigilant and did not give up progress just because his current garrison was solid.
I only have a limited understanding of the survival world.
If I encounter an incredibly powerful existence one day, I might not even know how I died. If I want to lie down, I must ensure that I have the ability to solve all difficulties. With this in mind, Yichio said, "Jian, I have been in the misty world for a short time. Please tell me about the basic situation of the world." When he heard that he could play a role, Jian's ears immediately perked up. "Okay, Lord. I heard that a long time ago, the land of mist was filled with white mist that never dissipated. Anyone who dared to step into the white mist would never come back. Later, gods descended near the misty land, and the white mist no longer existed forever, but would dissipate from time to time. Because many explorers died in the white mist, their legacy attracted a large number of people to explore the mist land, and some of the powerful lords had powerful power. As long as they were within his territory, they would not white fog appears. Therefore, the former mist area was divided into 2 areas, the Lord area and the new mist area. And at some point, people like you, Lord, will suddenly appear in the new mist district. Since foreign lords often receive gifts from the gods, people from the Lord district send people from the new mist district. In addition to searching for resources, it is also about attacking and killing lords. The space in the foggy area is chaotic, and you may never encounter the Lord's search team, or you may encounter the search team tonight. Therefore, Lord, your situation is very dangerous."
Yichio nodded thoughtfully.
It seems that the construction of the mobile fortress must be put on the agenda.
Mace, tell me more about the forces you know.
Mace nodded and introduced, "Before I entered the foggy area, I was operating in the territory of the Lamenting Lord. The Lamenting Lord has a large number of war knights and slaves under his command. Although his style is brutal and he often kills people, he is the leader of the surrounding area.
The most powerful lord.
It's just that they seem to have offended the people of the Sun Church not long ago. The Lord's fortress was demolished by the Sun Knights. The knights in the expedition were basically dead, and the Lord also disappeared. As for the Church of the Burning Sun, it seems to be a church that appeared suddenly. After all, the Lord District was also established in the former Mist District. There is basically no channel for obtaining information from the outside world. In addition, the Mist Zone is around us, and forces from other worlds will appear from time to time. It is not impossible for a powerful lord to be destroyed in one fell swoop. Yi Qiu said, "How strong is the lamenting lord?" Mace looked embarrassed. I don't know, I just heard many people say that he is very strong. The strongest person I know is the leader of the Conquest Knights under the lamenting lord. I heard that he has purple gold level strength. According to the lord, he should be stronger than him.
Purple gold grade? Mace, I don't know the divisions between grades. Can you please explain it? Okay. Mace divided the grades from low to high. In fact, the difference between the first few grades is not obvious. For example, the slaves working in the farmland are inferior gray grades.
If they eat stronger, they can comparable to a plowing bull, it is a porcelain white grade. If you are more powerful, able to move freely while wearing armor, and smash people of the porcelain white level like porcelain, then you will be the evergreen level. This level is the standard for knights in war, and it is also the limit that ordinary people can achieve. If you have an adventure and can break the shackles of living things, you can become a truly extraordinary person with magical power.
This is the indigo level. The higher level of indigo is the purple gold level. This kind of existence is basically the strongest power in the territory. As long as you act carefully, you can escape unscathed in the white mist. It can be said that you truly control your life with power. Beyond the purple gold level is the ruby level. That kind of powerful existence can easily destroy a territory. Just a name can make the territory run smoothly. It is also called a true lord. Further up, I don't know. Yi Qiu nodded.
It seems that the level division and system of the survival world are similar, but the modifiers are more gorgeous.
Purple gold grade. Can anyone in the Wailing territory actually come into contact with the guard of the huge 100-meter-long mineral vein?
You know, Yi Qiu used a ton of explosives that day but only slightly injured the mine guard. If he encountered the purple gold expert in human form, he would probably die on the spot without being able to escape.
And even this kind of existence may be wiped out due to an accident.
In this world of survival, no matter how strong it is, it cannot be careless.
But fortunately, this territory has been destroyed. If they really come to visit, I will have no ability to resist.
But, a dead lord, and the trump card seems to say that she was born in the Colosseum in the mines of the territory. Does that mean that as long as the mine is not occupied by the Church of the Burning Sun, he can go to the mine to make a fortune? In order to upgrade the fortress, the demand for purple quality materials was too great. Although Yi Qiu buried the vein marrow in his backyard, he expected it to convert enough purple ore, and the daylilies would be almost cold by then. If you want to upgrade as soon as possible, you still have to take risks. Thinking of this, Yi Qiu said, "Mace, has the mine where you were born been controlled?" Mace shook his head. The Knights of the Sun Church directly smashed the territory's fortress and did not integrate it. Therefore, many resources in the territory were re-engaged in the fog, including the mines.
I followed the mine into the foggy area. If you want to go mining in the mine, I can try to lead the way.
Generally speaking, such large territory fragments will stay in a fixed place for 7 days or more before disappearing into the fog again. Very good. Yi Qiu's face was filled with joy. Unexpectedly, he not only got a powerful assistant, but also discovered a mine. This is a fragment of the territory of a powerful person of at least purple gold grade.
The inventory inside will definitely not disappoint Yi Qiu.
Yi Qiu patted Jin's shoulder. We do need a lot of rare ores to develop our territory.
I plan to go to the mine tomorrow to take a look. Do you mind if it's a bit hard?
Jin shook his head seriously. No. After discussing the general plan for tomorrow's action with Jian, it was already late at night, and Yi Qiu was ready to rest. After all, there might be a fierce battle tomorrow, so he must stay alert. After spending some time to return to the real world and get a single bed, Yi Qiu cleaned up an empty room for Jian to use. After all, the housing area of his own station has reached nearly 200 square meters. After packing up the supplies, there are still many empty rooms.
No words all night. Survival World, the 10th day.
In the morning, Yi Qiu got up and was about to go to the bathroom to wash up when he found a white figure squatting in the corner.
Yi Chou was stunned. Jian?
When his name was called, Jian immediately stood up. Lord, good morning.
Yeah. Yi Chou asked in confusion. Jian, what were you doing just now?
Jian said, I was checking the house for signs of invasion. Looking at the barbed wire covering the house, Yi Chou couldn't help but smile. Jian is really more cautious than himself.
Okay, Jian, wash up and wait for dinner.
With the barbed wire protection, it is basically impossible for anyone to touch the house.
Okay, Lord. Jian responded and walked aside.
After Yi Chou finished washing up, he opened the door and prepared to go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw Jian standing in front of him with eager eyes. In a good mood, he touched Jian's soft hair and said, Why didn't you go sit down? Jian followed Yi Chou closely. Lord, I want to learn cooking from you.
Learn cooking? Yi Chou was stunned. Aren't you a killer? Just do your job well.
Jian lowered his ears a little disappointedly, but, Lord, your territory is too tightly defended, and there is basically no room for me to play. Plus, I didn't accept a short-term mission, but was your full-time bodyguard. I feel useless eating your precious food every day. Yi Chou couldn't help but smile. Originally, slacking off was the ultimate goal of ordinary people working, but he didn't expect Jian to worry about not having a job.
It seems that this is the meaning of 80% trust.
Employees not only complete their own work, but also create other value. Without discouraging Jian's enthusiasm, Yi Chou let Jian enter the kitchen and began to introduce kitchen supplies one by one.
This is a range hood. Turn it on to remove the smoke. If there is no response, change the mist core.
If there is still no response, tell me, this is salt and sugar.
You should know, but you may not know MSG and soy sauce, and this is a gas stove.
Turn it on to light a fire. The various appliances from the real world made Jian a little dazzled. Compared with picking up a piece of black bread and eating it, cooking in the kitchen is even more difficult than killing people. Due to the tight time and heavy tasks today, Yi Chou only gave a general introduction to the kitchen, and then started to cook a pot of cabbage and egg noodles. After the noodles were cooked, Yi Chou opened a cabinet and took out a small tripod, which was densely packed with quenching pills. Take out about 5 or 6 pills. Yi Chou crushed them and put them in the pot, so that even ordinary food can enhance the physique. Jian was dizzy and followed Yi Chou out of the kitchen with noodles.
It's so difficult, it feels worse than killing people. After a simple meal, Yi Chou prepared to go out with Jian.
Jian put on special combat uniforms, and Yi Chou replaced the dagger on his waist with a silent trophy. Firearms and other things require time to train, so Yi Chou didn't give Jian. As for Yi Chou himself, he naturally wore living wood armor, equipped with giant eagle wings, stuffed his backpack with ammunition, and carried a rifle on his shoulder, making full preparations. Seeing Yi Chou's sudden change, even Jian was shocked for a while. If Yi Chou before the change of clothes was a harmless beautiful boy, then after the change of clothes, he instantly turned into a hell Shura, and one look at it made you feel that your whole body was about to explode. Hanging 2 oil lamps filled with fuel on his waist, Yi Chou first stood on the observation tower to patrol around, and after confirming that there was no problem around, he waved to Jian, let's go. The thick white fog rolled, and Yi Chou and Jian walked out of the camp.
That's right, the two chose to set off at night.
Because the white fog can greatly shorten the time of traveling. Under the guidance of Jian, Yi Chou and his companion, both of whom were indigo grade, quickly crossed a great distance and arrived near the Weeping Mine Hill.
In the darkness, sparks shone on the mine hill. It was indeed the territory of a powerful lord. Even the area that appeared in Yi Chou's eyes was already huge. Yi Chou had only seen such a huge misty area when he was fighting the mine guard. So it seemed that this mine hill was most likely a mine of the same grade as the mine guard. Not long after Yi Chou and his companion approached this fog-free area, the sky gradually brightened. Entering the mine hill area, Yi Chou soon saw a patrol team wearing leather armor and holding spears guarding the entrance of the mine hill. Next to them was a fog-repelling torch that had just been extinguished. There was also a small village not far away. Jian explained that the remaining people in the mine hill were like her, unwilling to leave the mine hill and be taken away by the white fog. When the Lord dies, the people cannot leave the territory without sufficient means. They can only follow the territory and drift with the tide, or meet the next Lord worthy of loyalty, or die in the foggy area after exhausting resources, leaving only a pile of dry bones. According to Jian, a small number of people left in the territory are of the porcelain white grade, old miners who open mines, and most of them are relatives of miners. The strongest one is a guard captain of the grade of indigo. It is said that he used to be the captain of the war knights of the Weeping Lord, but later he had to retreat to the second line because of an arrow in the knee.
He is currently managing this area. Since Yichio and Jian are both indigo grade, this master is not a big obstacle. Yichio plans to communicate with him. If he can let him mine and leave, or sell him a batch of mines, it would be best to reach a cooperation. However, as soon as the two walked in front of the guard team, several people blocked the way of Yichio and the others. Although Yichio's outfit looked extremely scary, they still stopped Yichio with the mentality of defending their homeland. A guard in leather armor said, "Sorry, this is private territory, please return the way you came." Yichio held the trigger with one hand and pressed the muzzle to indicate that he had no hostility. "I heard that there is a mine here, and I plan to come here to trade or..." "Can you inform your current lord?" "People who come to trade." The guards looked at each other. Since the death of the Lord of Weeping, the Weeping Mine was swept into the fog area, and the resources were completely unable to be self-sufficient. Therefore, every transaction is a rare opportunity. A guard nodded to Yichio and the others, "Please wait, I will go in and inform the Lord." After that, the guard left quickly. Yichio and Jian were also sitting and waiting under the call of another guard. However, the guard who went to inform the Lord did not go to the village where the Lord was, but turned around and went to another place. In the mine not far away, about a dozen people of advanced age stood in the square in front of the cave holding crude pickaxes. Maybe they are not very old, but being in the environment of the survival world makes people in their 30s and 40s look like old people in their 50s and 60s. After all, even in the real world, before the Industrial Revolution, most human lifespans were around 50 or 60 years old. It seems that this group of people has reached the end of their lives. However, on the stone platform in front of these people, there stood a young man. Unlike the miners with yellow faces and thin bodies, this man, although his face was a little yellow, was actually a little puffy. This is a survivor. Huang Hui waved his hand, and some crude food suddenly appeared on the stone platform in front of the miners, a paste made of flour cake crumbs and rough cakes. Although it doesn't look good, it is a delicacy for the miners. In the eager eyes of the miners, Huang Hui said, "Fellow villagers, these are the food I saved by eating frugally. You also understand the current situation in the territory. There is no stable source of food. I finally contacted a relatively stable channel yesterday, but the other party wanted a lot. Therefore, I have to let you old people go to the mine again. These foods are compensation. When the villagers come back and the transaction is successful, they can have more meals." The miners holding pickaxes echoed, "Don't worry, sir, although we are old, we still have some strength. You are our savior for bringing food. It's not difficult to go to the mine." Unlike the survivors who traveled from the real world, these people have long adapted to oppression. Just as the miners were mobilized with some food, a guard ran over not far away. "Master Huang." Huang Hui smiled apologetically at the miners. "Folks, I have something to do here, please wait." After saying that, Huang Hui left the stone platform and walked to the guard. "What's wrong?" The guard said, "Master Huang, there are two people outside the mine. One of them looks a bit scary and says he is here to buy ore." "Well," Huang Hui rolled his eyes and said, "Take me to see it." Following the guard, Huang Hui quietly reached the hillside not far away and saw Yichio and the others from a high position. When he saw Yichio, Huang Hui was immediately startled by the terrifying effect of the colorful snake slew, but before he could finish being frightened, his sharp eyes were cast over him. "Lord, someone seems to be watching us." Yichio followed his gaze to the hillside not far away, and his eyesight blessed by Xinglua berry immediately locked onto Huang Hui. Seeing that he had been exposed, Huang Hui simply stopped hiding and suppressed the fear in his heart and walked down the hillside. Arriving in front of Yichio and the others, Huang Hui's pupils shrank when he saw the rifle Yichio was carrying, and then he said with a smile, "Are you a survivor? Are you from the Yen Kingdom, rifle?" Although he didn't know if it was true or not, Huang Hui had a hunch that the person in front of him was definitely better developed than himself. Yichio nodded, "Yes, we are survivors, are you too?" Huang Hui was stunned for a moment, then said with great joy, "I didn't expect you guys to be real survivors, fellow villagers. Since I came to this world, I have never seen anyone from the Yen Kingdom. And you are in armor, and, is this a real gun? It is really handsome, fellow, we must catch up on old times when we have time." Yichio nodded, "This armor just looks scary, and the rifle, well, without bullets, it's just a fire stick. Forget it, let's not mention this. Brother, are you working here?" Huang Hui nodded hurriedly, "Yes, there is a mine here, and I make a living by mining." Yichio said, "Brother, can you help me contact the Lord here? I want to collect some stones." Saying that, Yichio took out a piece of chocolate and stuffed it into Huang Hui's hand. "Hey! What's so difficult about this?" Huang Hui took the chocolate and the smile on his face became more sincere. Don't talk about buying and selling stones.
Even if you want to go into the mine, brother, I can find you a guide. Yi Chou nodded slightly. That's best. Brother, can you introduce the minerals here?
Of course. Huang Hui waved to the guards to continue working, leading Yi Chou and the two to the mine area. In the Aiwei mine, the lowest gray and the highest purple minerals are produced. I heard from the Lord that this place used to be the minerals need to be snapped up.
Purple quality minerals.
Yi Chou was slightly happy. It seemed that he had come to the right place this time.
So what is the price of purple quality minerals? Huang Hui's smile did not change. Brother, you are a bit too ambitious.
Purple quality ore is probably difficult to mine.
There is no purple grade inventory in the entire territory. But there is purple grade ore in the mine.
If you want to try mining it, brother, I can let a few veterans guide you.
It is understandable that the territorial lord died and the remaining mines had no means of mining.
After all, purple quality ore is already an extraordinary ore, and ordinary people may not be able to break through the defense. However, I still have purple quality stones provided by the channel contribution treasure chest, which should be able to be used for mining ores.
Thinking of this, Yi Chou said, if that's the case, then I'll trouble my brother.
Huang Hui sighed with an unstoppable expression on his face. Oh, I know that even if you can't mine it, you still have to want to see the elegance of purple quality items. After all, such a precious thing may not even be accessible to the anonymous boss in the channel.
Never seen it. There happens to be a group of people here who are going to mine. They are all veterans in the village. I'll ask them to take you in and have a look.
Yi Chou didn't make any rebuttal, just thanked him. However, when Yi Chou saw the crowd of people going to the mine, he couldn't help but frown.
At this age, it seems a bit old.
Huang Hui said from the side, regardless of their age, the world of survival is different from ours.
Age means seniority.
Besides, they all went to the mine voluntarily, so it's not an exploitation. The miner next to him couldn't help but said, yes, we are all voluntary.
We live to mine.
Young man, even though I'm old, you may not be as good as me when it comes to mining.
Yi Chou nodded.
It is indeed a widely circulated old saying that if there is an old man in the family, there is a treasure. Although these guys look older, experience should make up for some other shortcomings.
Okay, then please ask the seniors to take me to see the purple quality minerals.
After setting up the plan, Yi Chou and Mace prepared to follow the others into the mine. Carrying oil lamps, the mining team gradually disappeared at the entrance of the mine. Watching Yi Chou and others leave, the smile on Huang Hui's face slowly faded, and a calculating look flashed in his eyes. A few days ago, he discovered this misty area with indigenous people. After bold and careful exploration, he finally understood the current situation of food shortage. Relying on the trading market, Huang Hui collected stones at the cost of a small amount of food. Although the price of stone has dropped and the price of food has risen in the past few days, Huang Hui still made a lot of money. A few days later, relying on the identity of the only source of food, Huang Hui basically became the first person under the Lord, and with the core of the building, he planned to mark the mine as his own territory. In order to ensure that he can always make money here, he bribed the guards who were guarding the gate. As long as other survivors appeared, Huang Hui would find a way to drive them away and kill them. Originally, he was still thinking about how to kill Yi Chou. After all, his outfit did look a little creepy. But unexpectedly, he actually wanted to see the purple quality ore. Just when I was planning to clean up these old immortals, I might as well send this guy away. Looking at the deep cave again, Huang Hui murmured, don't blame me, brother, if you don't work for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. On the other side, under the leadership of the old miner, Yi Chou and the mace had already gone deep into the mine. Many miners had already stopped and started mining the stones around them, while Yi Chou and the others continued to go deeper under the leadership of the leading miner. After a while, a sound like a woman's wailing came from the cave in front.
The old miner introduced, this is the origin of the name of our morning mine.
The most precious resource of the mine is the wailing ore.
You can hear a sound like wailing when you get close. We are almost there. It is worthy of being a purple quality ore. There are strange phenomena just by its existence. Yi Chou nodded and continued to move forward with the miners.
Woo woo woo, the wailing sound became more and more intense, so much so that the old miner couldn't help but redden his eyes.
You too, purple grade ore cannot be mined by ordinary people. I am too old to get any closer. If you really want to see the ore, just go straight along this road. Master Huang has some things for me to do. Let's separate here. Yi Chou nodded, okay. The way here was not complicated.
Even if no one led the way, Yichio was confident that he could get out.
The old miner nodded, turned, and left.
Yichio and Mace continued to move forward. After passing through the tunnel, Yichio and the two quickly came to the place where the crying sounds were the strongest. At this time, it was as if countless people were pouring out their grief in their ears, which made people feel depressed. Fortunately, Yichio and Mace were both indigo-level people, so this had little impact. Despite the cry, Yichio walked around the cave and didn't find any strange-shaped ore.
Are these all around?
With this idea in mind, Yichio synthesized a purple-grade pickaxe and started tapping on the cave wall.
Bite! 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 With a crisp knocking sound, several stones quickly fell down.
Yichio frowned slightly. The mining speed was abnormally fast. After taking out the Holy Book of White Mist for appraisal, these stones were indeed only of blue quality.
What about purple-grade ore?
I originally thought that the lamenting ore was placed here and could not be mined, but now I can't even see the ore at all. Yichio put away his pickaxe and planned to ask the leading miner. After walking out of the whaling cave, Yichio and the others quickly returned and soon saw the leading miner. Seeing Yichio and the others returning so quickly, the leading miner showed a smile that I knew he would say, "Hey, young man, is it difficult to mine the weeping ore?" Yichio shook his head, "Old man, we didn't see any weeping ore in the cave."
Do we need to dig out the surrounding stone walls? Didn't you see it?
The leading miner was stunned. That shouldn't be the case.
Lamenting ore is usually drilled out on its own initiative. There's no reason why you can't see it. Take the initiative to get out?
Just when everyone was confused about the current situation, there was a sudden tremor in the mine.
Boom!
The big rocks from the top of the cave fell like raindrops, and the leading miner was suddenly shocked. The mine has collapsed. Seeing that the huge stone was about to crush the leading miner to death, Yichio immediately grabbed him by the collar and sprinted towards a safe area not far away. He also relied on his agility to avoid the falling stone. Meet up with Yichio. The huge falling rocks raised smoke and dust all over the sky. Faced with this scene that looked like a natural disaster, even Yichio was stunned for a moment.
Cough, cough, cough. Without adequate precautions, the leading miner suddenly coughed heartbreakingly, but when the smoke and dust almost cleared, he immediately said, "Quickly, ahem, quickly follow the path I pointed, ahem. If it doesn't collapse again, maybe we can still get out."
Yichio nodded, picked up the leading miner and crawled towards the gap that he could barely pass through. But after walking for tens of meters, Yichio and others found no way out at all.
Instead, they encountered many miners who were crushed under the rubble and wailing in pain.
The survival team has grown to 10 people, but there is no sign of the road leading to the outside world. He directed Yichio to run back and forth through several escape passages, only to find that they were all sealed tightly by falling rubble. It's over, it's over." After running through the last safe passage, the leading miner lowered his head in despair. "There is no way out, we can't get out."
It doesn't make sense. This mine is obviously the safest mine currently. How could something happen?
Regarding the words of the old miners, Yichio was unconvinced. After all, with the original mining level of the survival world lord, whether he could come back after going to the mines would probably depend on God's will. The sudden collapse of the mine was not a big problem for Yichio. He had several tons of explosives on him, and he was not far from the ground. He could easily get out just by blasting. There are only two things that bother Yichio now: how to protect the safety of the remaining people during the explosion, and where the lamenting ore went. He didn't know if he could take people to the real world, and Yichio didn't want to expose his trump card, so now he had to find a place where he could blast safely, or use something to protect the remaining people. Thinking of this, Yichio suddenly said, "Old man, I have a way to take you out, but it may cause ripples when casting the spell.
Do you have anything that can be used for defense?" After hearing Yichio's first sentence, many injured miners' eyes suddenly brightened, but after hearing the second half, their eyes dimmed again. As the lowest miners, how could they have magical props that only knights can master?
But the leading miner suddenly said, as if he remembered something, "Maybe.
Before we went down to the mine, Boss Huang gave me a device. Maybe it was a defensive item."
Hearing these words, the miners who had given up hope once again regained their hope.
"Yes, Boss Huang is a good person who provides us with food.
The props he gave us must be to ensure our safe return."
"Yes."
Seeing how confident the miners were in Huang Hui, Yichio nodded. "Where is the thing?"
"I will take you to find it. It's not far away." The leading miner immediately led Yichio.
Climbing through 2 holes with only gaps, Yichio quickly led the leading miner to the place where he installed the facilities.
But the scene in front of him made people feel desperate. "In front of me is a ruins tightly blocked by rocks. just placed that thing in the center. I guess it's buried inside, it was blocked by rubble. If they could take out the so-called defense props from inside, they would have cleared the rubble at the exit and dug it out. The leading miner was in real despair. Yichio looked around. His eyesight, enhanced by the starberry, allowed him to find more places that ordinary people could not notice. After a moment, Yichio squatted down and picked up a piece of debris from the crack of the stone. Identification. Fragment of the earthquake ball, gray. Description: the fragment left after the use of the prop earthquake ball, which can cause a shock to the surrounding area. It can cause cave collapse when used in key locations. Looking at the description above, Yichio immediately realized that something was wrong and placed the fragment in front of the leading miner. Old man, do you recognize this thing? Under the dim light of the mining lamp, the leading miner's face suddenly changed. This is the prop that Boss Huang gave me. I didn't expect it to be crushed by rubble. This is really over. Is this what Huang Hui sent in? Yichio immediately connected the cause and effect, and his heart sank. This is why Yichio is not very willing to deal with other survivors in real life. If you get scammed online, at most you will lose some supplies, but if you get scammed offline, it will really cost you your life. Old man, don't be disappointed, I know this thing. Yichio put away the fragment in his hand. This is a seismic ball, specially used to create small earthquakes. We are trapped here today. I am afraid it has something to do with the boss Huan you mentioned. What? The leading miner looked incredulous and subconsciously argued, Boss Huang is a good man who brought food, I am just stating the facts. Yichio waved his hand, if you don't believe it, then forget it. Now I have to find a way to get out safely. Yichio's words without any explanation made the leading miner believe the reason for the fragment, and realizing this, he was definitely in a bad mood. After returning to the gathering place of the miners, Yichio first called Jian away. For unfamiliar miners, Yichio would try his best to save them, but he would not do his best. The only person Yichio wanted to take away was Jian. At the same time, Yichio also took away the mascot in the mine, which was raised by the miners to detect dangerous mice. Yichio thought that the safest way to avoid the impact of the explosion was undoubtedly to return to the real world. No matter how powerful the explosion was, it was impossible to cross the world barrier and kill Yichio. And if he wanted to take a living thing to the real world, Yichio naturally had to be cautious. This mouse was the test subject. However, this was only the last resort. One of Yichio's methods was to strip the living wood armor to Jian. The purple quality only needed to keep a certain distance from the explosion, which should be able to ensure Jian's survival. Jian, you wait here, I'll leave for a while. After walking to a remote corner, Yichio gave instructions and immediately carried the mouse through. In a blink of an eye, a familiar scene appeared in front of Yichio. When Yichio looked at the cage in his hand, he was even more satisfied. The mouse in the cage was still full of energy. World crossing can carry living things. After reaching this conclusion, Yichio put the mouse down and teleported back to the survival world again. When Yichio appeared again, Jian was still standing in the corner waiting. Jian was not too surprised by Yichio's sudden disappearance. After all, in the survival world, magic and miracles are not fantasies. Most people thought that he used some teleportation magic when they saw Yichio's disappearance. Yichio waved to Jian and said, come, I'll take off the living wood armor for you, and you find a safe place to hide it. Okay. Traveling to the real world is the safest, but also the last way. Jian walked to Yichio obediently, and Yichio was ready to remove the armor. Just when Yichio put his hand on the living wood armor, a scream suddenly came from outside the mine where Yichio was. What happened? Not understanding the specific situation, Yichio let go first, and the two hid in the corner and looked out. Not far away, it was the place where the miners gathered to rest, and in the middle of the crowd, there was a man holding his head and screaming. As for why he screamed, it was not because he couldn't get out, but because a drop of blood and tears was sliding down from the corner of his eye. I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain. The old man with blood and tears tried to close his eyes to stop the blood from flowing, but large streams of blood pushed open his eyelids and rushed out, and in just a few seconds, a person was died like a bloody demon. Such a horrifying scene immediately frightened the other miners away. They had been mining for so many years and had never seen such a weird thing. Although they stayed away from the person with blood and tears in time, the weird phenomenon still spread like a rapidly spreading infectious disease. After just a few minutes, half of the miners had already shed blood and tears involuntarily. Not good. What's going to happen? Pull over the leading miner, he has the longest experience, he should know something. The leading miner murmured, it's the weeping demon.
People who encounter mining accidents will be devoured by the weeping demon. I didn't expect this legend to be true.
Yi Qiu hurriedly said, Weeping demon, what is that? The leading miner said with some fear, legend has it that the weeping mine can produce precious weeping or because a demon is suppressed at the bottom of the mine, and when someone dies in a mining accident, their resentment will be absorbed by the demon, turned into stone, and cannot be reincarnated, weeping and wailing in the mine forever. Therefore, the demon is also called the weeping demon, but I didn't expect that this legend, which was originally just to make people pay attention to mine safety, is actually true. During the conversation between the two, almost all the miners shed tears of blood, even the leading miner was no exception. When enough blood flows underground, a strange magic circle is formed, emitting a strange blood-red light. Then, bang! Like an elevator out of control, the rocks under Yi Qiu and others fell rapidly. Except for Yi Qiu and Jian, who relied on their own strength to stabilize their bodies, the other miners were unable to resist and were unstable and rolled into a ball. When these miners, who were already in poor physical condition, suffered such a heavy blow, death was inevitable. And death gave birth to more blood and tears for the born, but Yi Qiu was no longer paying attention to this at this moment, because when the rock platform fell to the bottom, looking at the deformed and twisted monster in front of him, Yi Qiu estimated that the so-called wailing demon had appeared. Woo woo woo, dozens of meters away, a strange monster with countless crying faces on its body, crawling on the ground like a big spider, made a strange sound. Although it was not harsh, the sound of crying was like a needle piercing Yi Qiu's temple. Woo woo. Dirty. As if crying for too long caused nausea, a retching sound rang in Yi Qiu's ears, and at the same time, there was a pain in his waist. It was Jian. She kicked Yi Qiu suddenly, causing him to stagger. As soon as he stabilized his body, Yi Qiu saw that the place where he was standing was sprayed with a ball of yellow and green substances. The strong corrosiveness even made the rocks squeak. The strange cry affected Yi Qiu's spirit, and he almost didn't avoid such an obvious attack. And Jian, who had been wandering on the line of death for a long time, barely reacted, allowing Yi Qiu to avoid this fatal blow. Lord, this monster is probably very strong, I am no match for it. Mace held the dagger in his backhand. I will delay it as much as possible, you take the opportunity to escape with your wings. Taking this opportunity, Yi Qiu immediately threw an appraisal at the strange creature in front of him. Morning crawler, purple, description, after being blessed, it absorbs the bodies of the dead, exuding despair and suffering. The pain in the heart is endless, and the pain in the body will not stop. It is an existence that is extremely difficult to kill. Features, weeping, makes a wailing sound, affecting the nearby area and causing mental impact, corpse vomiting, spitting out highly corrosive liquid at a designated location, suffering body. This skill involves the gift of a high-ranking person, and it needs to be analyzed after a battle. Looking at the luxurious panel listed in the appraisal, Yi Qiu couldn't help but take a breath. This guy is really amazing. Not only was it a purple gold grade powerhouse, but it also involved the gift of a stronger person. Yi Qiu and Mace were both indigo grade, so it was a blessing to be able to escape, not to mention counterattack. After a quick look at the identification results, the morning crawler had already landed on multiple limbs, crawling towards the two of them like a spider. The closer it got, the more hideous and weird its 6 or 7 meter long body looked, and it made people want to vomit just by looking at it. Fortunately, Yi Qiu was already indigo grade. If he had not been able to withstand it, he would have been on the verge of death as soon as the other party approached. Woo woo, although he cried miserably, his men were merciless. The first attack after quickly closing the distance made Yi Qiu feel great pressure. Fast. Too fast. Yi Qiu only had time to put his arms in front of his chest, and he felt a strong force bombarding him, and the whole person flew backwards uncontrollably. On the other side, the mace was also scraped and rolled to the side in a mess. Although it looked very embarrassed, it was already able to suffer the least damage. Cough. Yi Qiu coughed twice, suppressing the fishy sweetness in his throat. The gap between indigo and purple gold is like that between a child and an adult man. It is simply wishful thinking to want to cross the level and kill. There is no intention to fight Hedon with it at all. Yi Qiu directly flapped his wings and flew high. Sitting on the stone platform elevator and falling all the way down, Yi Qiu estimated that he had already penetrated 100 meters underground. However, with the surrounding stone walls as a springboard, it is not difficult for Yi Qiu to go up with his strength. But, how could Yi Qiu leave without trying? There is an arsenal in the backpack. Today, Yi Qiu will try to defeat the purple gold beast with the indigo grade. Yi Qiu, who flew high, immediately attracted the attention of the morning crawler. Not wanting to let go of its prey, it immediately tried to chase Yi Qiu on the wall. Taking advantage of this gap, Yichio glided and sprinted in the air, picked up the mace that was hit aside, and flapped his wings to take off again. After stepping on the raised stone wall several times, Yichio lifted the mace 100 meters and returned directly to the position before it fell on the ground. The current battle situation has completely gone out of control. Ordinary Indigo is waiting to die there, so Yichio chose to save the mace as soon as possible. After leaving the battle, the mace covered her stomach and vomited. Without purple quality protective gear, the purple gold's casual attack could cause serious injuries to the Indigo. Yichio put the mace on the ground, took out the fog beast jerky and stuffed it into her mouth, while looking down at the bottom of the pit. It would be bad if that thing caught up. When Yichio's eyes fell to the bottom of the pit, the changes that had just happened appeared in Yichio's eyes. At some point, a huge semicircular light film covered the morning crawler at the bottom of the pit. Facing Yichio and the other person who were dozens of meters away, the morning crawler could only be helpless and furious in the light cover, making an unpleasant roar. This is a binding array? Seeing this scene, Yichio suddenly realized that it was no wonder that this guy didn't come out to kill people. It turned out that he was trapped here. If he couldn't fly, he might not be able to find this binding array. Instructing the mace not to move, Yichio planned to go forward to check it out. Seeing that the mace was a little uneasy, Yichio comforted him. Don't worry, I know the horror of the purple gold level, just try it. Besides, I can come back here at any time, and that guy can't kill me. For Yichio, being able to return to the real world at any time and then put on the living wood armor, even if he really can't kill the other party, running away is still no problem. Mace nodded. The Lord in front of her had shocked her countless times. She would be puzzled by the Lord's choice, but she would not stop him or cause trouble. Yichio snapped his fingers, and several rocket launchers and boxes of rockets appeared in front of him. After loading a rocket, Yichio took out a flare and turned to walk to the bottom of the pit. After trying it outside the protective shield, Yichio quickly came to a conclusion. This protective shield is a two-way constraint. The morning crawler cannot attack Yichio through the shield, and Yichio cannot attack it either. But Yichio can pass through the shield and enter the inside, so that they can attack each other. It's like a boss portal, but the difference is that this one can be hit halfway out. While Yichio was studying the protective shield, the morning crawler was not very happy. The two most delicious prey that fell into the net disappeared, which made its already sad mood even more sad. Slowly crawling back to the bottom of the pit, the slender forelimbs of the morning crawler held the head of the miner, crying while eating, and the twisted and painful face of the miner being eaten by it gradually disappeared. Finally, a face similar to the miner appeared on the huge belly of the morning narrator. Such a horrifying scene did not cause any exclamation or screaming, because at this time, the miners who fell into the bottom of the mine were all dead. Without the strength of the indigo grade, it is extremely difficult to survive just by seeing the morning crawler. Woo woo woo, in the empty underground cave, the strange crying sound accompanied by the rustling sound of eating became the only sound. And soon, a voice interrupted them. It was Yichio. Already fully armed in his hands, Yichio directly passed through the light film and entered the boss area. Before the weeping crawler figured out why Yichio dared to return, he had already soared into the sky. Pulling open the flare and throwing it into the crack of the stone more than 10 meters high, the strong incandescent light illuminated the dark underground world, and the huge figure of the morning crawler was completely exposed. Woo woo! Feeling disgusted with the sudden strong light and even more dissatisfied with Yichio, the morning crawler was completely angry at this moment. Filthy! The yellow-green corrosive bombs poured out from the densely packed human faces on the morning crawler, and the density was enough to cover all the space for Yichio to move around at a height of 10 meters. However, Yichio did not pay attention to these. He just pressed the trigger of the rocket launcher in his hand, and then... Run! Boom! The huge explosion and the red heat wave rolled up in the cave, and the huge figure of the morning crawler was directly blown off, and the human face-like wrinkles on his body were blown into rotten meat. On the other hand, the corrosive bombs against Yichio were completely in vain, and Yichio's breath completely disappeared in this space. Woo woo woo! The morning crawler was even more sad. However, sadness was useless. Yichio had already disappeared, so how could it take revenge? After searching its own territory, the morning crawler could only choose to crawl to the place where the flares were and extinguish the annoying light. But at this moment, a familiar figure appeared again. It was Yichio. Holding the bazooka that had been replaced with rockets, Yichio killed the enemy in front of him. Boom! Another high-temperature fireball exploded, but the results of the battle at this moment were not as brilliant as Yichio expected. The monster in front of him was not an existence that could be easily wiped out by hot weapons. But Yichio was not short of money, and he had plenty of time to play with this guy slowly. After all, this was not a game. After being injured, he could not recover quickly when out of combat. In the current situation, as long as Yichio had damage, he would be able to grind it to death sooner or later. What's more, Yichio didn't believe that a mere existence of purple gold grade could completely ignore hot weapons. Thinking of this, Yichio flashed away again. Facing Yichio, who would hide in another world at any time, even if the morning crawler had extremely strong power, it could only be beaten very aggressively. And when this behavior was carried out more than 10 times, changes appeared on this devilish monster. Woo woo! No longer flying around like a headless fly, but squatting at the place where Yichio last disappeared, its body was further compressed, and its face was compressed layer by layer, like wrinkles. The body became slender, and it was estimated that this monster had a faster speed. This was indeed the case. The next second after Yichio appeared again, a black shadow cut Yichio. Puff! Facing this extremely fast attack, even with the purple quality living wood armor blocking it, Yichio couldn't help but feel a fishy sweetness in his throat. This monster actually learned to ambush. An abnormal blush appeared on Yichio's face. This attack had hurt his lungs. Without hesitation, Yichio crossed over again in midair and left. The morning crawler was not in a hurry, and continued to squat at the place where Yichio left last, waiting for Yichio to appear next time. Back to the real world, Yichio stumbled and fell on the bed, and there seemed to be a very deep mark on the living wood armor on his chest. Touching the scar on his chest, Yichio swallowed the blood in his throat, estimated the behavior of the morning crawler, and sat on the bed to think. This is the disadvantage of crossing. The fixed landing location is used to deal with the mine guards. It is okay to wait until the fog area dissipates, but the morning mound will still exist for several days, and I definitely can't stay in the real world until then. Or avoid the battle? Facing a purple gold level enemy, it is not a shame to lose. Since I have tried for so long and failed to take it down, it is better to turn around and leave instead of taking risks again and again. By the way, before leaving, you can consider taking the treasure chest that is somewhere unknown. When Ichio thought about taking the silver treasure chest protected by the mine guard last time, his mind couldn't help but become active again. Having prepared a large number of bombs, Ichio was ready to cross again. Just like the last time he dealt with the mine guard, Ichio chose to cross, dropped the explosives and left immediately. The morning crawler, which had rushed over immediately upon seeing Ichio appear, immediately hugged the gift that Ichio had prepared for it. The huge explosion blew the morning crawler away, and after calculating that the explosion had already occurred, Ichio crossed again and rushed out of the smoke. But this time, Ichio did not attack the morning crawler on the ground, but was observing. Observe the location of the silver treasure chest and the condition of the morning crawler. If he could kill it, Ichio would naturally try his best to kill it. After all, he had wasted nearly 20 rockets in nearly 2 hours of time. But if he couldn't, Ichio would not continue to do useless work. Identification. Familiar words appeared in his mind, and what was different from the past was that the skill of a high rank had also appeared. Body of suffering, the more serious the injury, the higher the improvement of all attributes and the faster the recovery speed. A very simple introduction, but sometimes, simplicity means power. Injury enhances all attributes and also improves recovery speed? No wonder facing a strong man who was one level higher than himself, he was only slightly injured at the beginning. It seems that in addition to the strong defense of the living wood armor, it is also because the opponent is not in a complete state. At this moment, the morning crawler is so strong that it can almost penetrate his living wood armor with one blow. And I don't know how much blood this thing has left. If it is strengthened again, maybe I can't even react to its attack and will be pierced by one blow. Thinking of this, Ichio immediately gave up the idea of killing this thing. No one wants to provoke a guy who gets stronger and stronger in battle and can't see the limit. Gliding above the open space with wings, Ichio tried his best to find the figure of the silver treasure chest. Although Ichio didn't want to continue fighting, the morning crawler didn't think so. It was stronger than before after being traumatized, and with this stronger body, it could easily catch up with Ichio, spray venom, and release noise. Facing the various methods of the morning crawler, Ichio would still have a hard time even if he didn't face it heaten. If it weren't for his ability to travel through time, Ichio would have died more than 100 times. After a long search, Ichio finally sought his target. It was a place similar to an altar, on which was enshrined a statue of a woman pierced by thorns and being tortured. But the strange thing was that the woman on the statue did not struggle in pain, but instead showed a comfortable and relaxed smile.
As for the front of the statue, it was Yichio's favorite thing. Silver treasure chest.
Okay, now you are mine.
Immediately using the sprint, Yichio flew straight to the altar, and in his hand he held a rocket launcher. As long as the morning crawler caught up, he would blow it up again, and then take the opportunity to receive the treasure chest. However, the development of things was beyond Yichio's expectations. When Yichio approached the treasure chest 10 meters away, the statue suddenly burst into a magical light. And this light formed a layer of something like a protective shield, covering the altar tightly.
Bang!
Facing the strange light film that suddenly appeared, Yichio was hit and felt dizzy for a while, but he didn't have time to think about it. After waking up, he returned to the real world. Getting up from the bed, Yichio looked puzzled.
Light film.
Could it be that the person who sent us to the survival world fixed the loophole that allows us to take away the reward without killing the boss overnight because I successfully stole the treasure chest last time? No, I returned to the real world with the treasure chest. In the words of the survival world, it can be regarded as stealing the treasure chest with a high-level teleportation prop. I spent the props of cross-border teleportation just to steal a silver treasure chest. In this way, the treasure chest has appreciated. After muttering for a while, Yichio took out his weapon again and prepared to try to break the protective shield violently.
If it really doesn't work, then he can only return unwillingly without success.
After adjusting his state, Yichio still chose to use a grenade to clear the way and knock away the morning creepers that might be squatting at the teleportation point, and then bombarded the light film with a cannon. At the same time, Yichio planned to reduce the number of teleports, fearing that the morning crawler would become stronger again after being attacked repeatedly. After all, a grenade must be used to clear the way for each teleport, and as long as the morning crawler is there, it will definitely be strengthened. After loading a full 10 rocket launchers, Yichio set off again. A grenade that suddenly exploded shook off the shadows that were ambushing not far away, and Yichio sprinted directly to a height of 20 meters above the ground. If the space in the cave was not large enough, it would not be able to withstand Yichio's tossing. After getting rid of the attack of the morning crawler, Yichio immediately output to the light film, and the morning crawler, who realized that Yichio had stayed for a long time this time, immediately wailed and used the most effective mental attack. Enduring the 5-second cry of the morning crawler, Yichio emptied all the ammunition in his hand, turned around and disappeared. Back in the real world, Yichio vomited inside. He had such a buggy skill of traveling through time, but it was still so difficult to fight a purple gold grade morning creeper. The gap between the grades was too big. Jin, who was standing by, watched Yichio leave from time to time and come back with injuries. She was anxious but could do nothing. Because she also understood that in the battle against the purple gold grade, she would only cause trouble if she went on the field. Jin shouted, "Lord! In the entire territory of the Weeping Territory, there are hundreds of indigo grade knights, but only one purple gold grade commander. Besides, a purple gold alien with special abilities like this is much more difficult to deal with than humans. The Weeping Mine has existed for so long, and the Weeping Lord cannot be unaware of the existence of a Weeping Demon here. If they can kill it, they will definitely not keep it. Even the Weeping Lord and the Battle Knight Captain, 2 purple gold level beings, dare not confront it hidden. It is a miracle among miracles that you can deal with it for so long with your indigo quality physique. It is better to evacuate quickly." Hearing the comfort of the mace, Yichio felt much more comfortable. "Okay. But since you are here, you have to bring something back." Yichio regained his fighting spirit and prepared to continue the next wave of attacks. Coming to the survival world again, Yichio heard something wrong from the wailing of the morning crawler. Like, anger? Looking at the altar under his feet again, as expected, the light seemed to be a little dimmer. If I hadn't eaten too much starfall berries and my eyesight had been greatly improved, I'm afraid I really wouldn't have noticed this small change. Good sign. Yichio was excited and started to blast the altar immediately. It must be said that compared to the fast-moving morning crawler, this live target altar deserved to be blasted. After only 3 crossings, the ammunition Yichio hit on the altar had surpassed the morning crawler. The dimming of the light curtain also stimulated Yichio like a blood bar, letting Yichio understand how far he had achieved. Unlike the morning crawler, blasting it is like studying. Before the exam, you will never know how much you have gained. In the last blast, Yichio saw the morning crawler trying to block the shells for the altar like crazy, but how could it, with its small body, fully resist the altar that covers an area of 50 square meters? In the end, it was just watching the light film shatter in the sky. Hovering, Yichio endured the devil's sound and fired the last rocket. With the flames all over the sky, the faint light film finally couldn't bear it and broke. However, What happened next was beyond Yichio's expectations, because at the moment the light film broke, countless thorns protruded from the statue, and the morning crawler closest to the statue was stabbed into a dice and died on the spot. The morning crawler, which had endured Yichio's hot weapon attack for several hours, didn't even last a second under the seemingly weak branch. And when Yichio hadn't reacted from the shock, he didn't know when he was entangled by a branch and dragged to the altar. The thorns seemed to have crossed the distance of space, leaving Yichio no chance to resist. In just a blink of an eye, Yichio had already appeared on the altar. His heart was pounding. Lying on the cold altar, feeling the blood in his body constantly flowing out, Yichio knew that there was no time closer to death than this moment. Don't panic. Don't panic. Yichio took a deep breath. Isn't this a statue? Just like worshipping the Eternal Night statue, try worshipping it yourself. Throwing out hundreds of white mist cores in one breath, Yichio prayed, "Great God, your loyal believers offer their loyalty to you, please bless me." Not to mention blessing himself, looking at the face of these tributes, Yichio would be satisfied to let himself go. Hundreds of mist cores turned into light smoke and dissipated, and the statue even emitted a bright light. The system prompt sounded in Yichio's ears. You sacrificed mist core, white, *100, morning crawler, purple, *1 to the Mother of Pain, and your behavior was recognized by him. You have obtained painful prayer seppuku, purple, painful prayer seppuku, purple, description, a prayer used by the followers of the Mother of Pain, using a sharp weapon to break open the abdomen, and using one's own pain to please the Mother of Pain features, seppuku. After a period of time after seppuku, the attack power is improved to a certain extent, the painful black and red thorns slid out of Yichio's abdomen, and the living wood armor slowly crawled to fill the gap, and in the process blocked Yichio's abdomen with his intestines exposed. Yichio covered his abdomen with a pale face and gasped for breath. It was too thrilling. If I had sacrificed a little later, I would probably have died from excessive blood loss. The gods in this survival world are simply crazy. How can they kill people right away? It seems to be because I bombarded the altar at the beginning. But there is no task guide or anything, and I don't know what to do and what not to do. The treasure chest is right in front of me, and the morning crawler is right under my feet. If I turn around and leave, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Standing up with some unsteady steps, Yichio looked at the altar, and the system prompt appeared in front of him. You have become a believer of the Mother of Pain. Would you like to pick up the strange item-bound Madonna statue? Still identify it first. Strange item-bound Madonna statue? Description: a statue of a god related to the Great Existence, dedicated to prove one's piety. There is a statue in front, so piety is very useful. Features: sacrifice, offering sacrifices, there is a chance to gain the attention and grace of the gods, blessing of pain, within the territory. When you are in physical pain, the statue will strengthen your physical fitness, and when you are in mental pain, the statue will improve your mental tolerance. The stronger the pain, the greater the increase. Good stuff. But the Mother of Pain doesn't look like a true god. Forget it, in this survival world, what's good or bad? Take it if you have it. When it comes to using it, you will fight hard, so why bother so much? With a thought, the statue suddenly turned into a palm-sized statue of the Eternal Night, and was put into Yichio's backpack. The statue on the altar disappeared, and a silver-white treasure chest appeared in front of Yichio. There is a huge treasure chest in front, so it's time to hold it with both hands. With a pious heart, Yichio slowly opened the silver treasure chest. 2 purple light balls appeared in front of Yichio. Only 2? Yichio curled his lips. The silver treasure chest he got from the mine guard had 3 purple and 1 blue. But sometimes, a good purple item is more useful than 3 ordinary purple items. Yichio picked up a light ball and pinched it open, and a manufacturing diagram appeared in front of him. Contract scroll manufacturing diagram, purple, description, consume wood *1, fog core *1 to produce the highest purple quality contract scroll. Features: contract, can restrain creatures of the same or lower grade as the scroll, contract scroll. Yichio's eyes lit up. This kind of thing used to sign a contract is a solid guarantee for the survivors to trust each other, and it can also be used on animals, directly becoming a Pokemon master. Not bad, it's a good thing. After tearing the blueprint open, Yichio's system manufacturing column added another good thing. Next is the second light ball. Yichio pinched the light ball open, and a ball of gas like white mist suddenly enveloped Yichio's hand. Not knowing what was revealed, Yichio used the white mist scripture's atomization skill without hesitation, trying to save his hand first. But at the moment when Yichio's whole body was atomized, the mist that was opened was like a drop in the ocean, perfectly blending into Ichio's body. The system prompt sounded in his ears. You and the White Mist Apostle, Purple, have a symbiotic relationship.
White Mist Apostle. Symbiotic relationship?
The sudden change made Ichio a little unsure. Ichio immediately lifted the mist and felt around his body. His body returned to its original state, without any unique organs. The mist seemed to have disappeared. There was no other way, so Ichio had to use the identification on himself to see if he could identify what the so-called White Mist Apostle was.
The identification results appeared soon.
Ichio/anonymous user current status, good constitution, rare, blue, charm, 28 equipment, White Mist scripture fragment, purple, living wood armor, purple. Skills, sprint, blue, continuous shooting, green, meteor ball, purple, 3/3, features, body of a coiled dragon, pure white mist body, your body can be transformed into a mist state, ignoring most physical attacks, you can blend into the white mist for up to 5 minutes a day without being swallowed, when you are fatally injured, your body will automatically transform into a mist body, and you can avoid death by swallowing the mist core during the mist body period, only once a day, endurance. 1500/1500, White Mist Apostle, Purple, current status, symbiote, description, a strange existence born in the white mist, immortal, with a little consciousness, and will subconsciously contact people who have the white mist scripture. Features, mist body, the body is normally misted, and even if most of it is lost, it can be restored by absorbing mist, blessing, can be attached to weapons, armor, and the body to improve the basic attributes of weapons, different from the past. 2 panels appeared in front of Ichio, one for himself and one for the White Mist Apostle. Not only that, Ichio saw that this White Mist Apostle not only did no harm to him, but also added an extremely unnatural characteristic to himself. Pure white mist body. Not only does the save time to merge into the white mist increase every day, but it also has a life-saving method similar to the immortal golden body. Even if he is about to die from a sneak attack, he can still survive in the fog body state and use the fog core to fight in the resurrection match. This is simply a qualitative improvement in his life-saving ability. Fortunately, I subconsciously wanted to activate the fog body to save my life, but I unexpectedly reached a symbiotic relationship with the White Fog Apostle. Feeling the breath flowing inside his body, Yichio's mind moved slightly and he stretched out his palm. Then a faint white mist appeared in Yichio's hand, and he screamed like a small animal. Not to mention, it looks like a glutinous rice dumpling, which is quite cute. Yichio stretched out his fingers and squeezed the White Mist Apostle. The other party also hugged Yichio's fingers and pulled them with great excitement, moaning non-stop. Well, since you like to be called these 2 words so much, I might as well call you Wumu from now on. Although they didn't understand each other in language, the symbiotic relationship made them feel connected to each other.
Wumu nodded happily and followed Yichio's palm to blend into Yichio's body.
Putting away the silver treasure chest with his backhand, Yichio estimated the height of the cave. After defeating the boss, it was time for him to take off and leave. But as soon as he got off the altar, Yichio saw a purple halo mixed in the rubble. This location was revealed from the corpse of the Morning Creeper? I originally thought that monsters like the Morning Creeper that were killed by the idol would not give me equipment.
Now it seems that I am very lucky.
Taking 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, he walked to the gravel blasted away by the thorn strips. Yichio opened the stone, and a corner of the purple light was completely exposed in front of Yichio's eyes. Picking up the dropped object, Yichio threw it for identification. Lord Core Fragment Morning Mine, purple, description. Some of the fragments separated from the complete Lord Core, after being integrated with the building core, can slowly evolve the building core into the Lord Core, and transfer the Weeping Mine to the vicinity of the garrison to become part of the territory. Characteristics, transfer, can automatically obtain territory protected by core fragments after fusion? An unexpected surprise. Seeing the identification information, Ichio suddenly felt his eyes light up. This is actually the upper part of the core of his own building, a fragment of the core of the Lord. As long as you fuse it, not only can your building core evolve into a Lord core, but you can also drag the Morning Mine directly to your doorstep. It can be said that after getting such a thing, your mobile fortress will suddenly have hope. Not only that, Ichio also dug out another thing from the rubble. Morning bell, blue, description, a gray bell with a sad human face painted on it. When shaken, it emits a mournful ringtone. Characteristics, sound of mourning, produces a mournful sound, causing a certain amount of mental damage. This skill does not distinguish between friend and foe, a special item. Although it looks like a double-edged sword, it is still of blue quality. Excitedly, Yichio put the glowing purple core fragments and blue gifts into his backpack, and took off directly, sprinting up to a distance of 30 meters.
Woohoo! You have to go out and explore to gain a lot of profits. Fighting is fun.
Using the real world as a platform, Ichio didn't even look at the rugged spiral plank road at the bottom of the pit, and directly picked up the mace and flew up to where it was before it fell. A large amount of gravel still blocked the way out, but for Ichio, this was not a big obstacle. After coming to the place closest to the ground and placing the explosives, Ichio took out the living wooden armor and asked her to hide it. Then he opened a certain distance and started blasting. Boom! A huge sound echoed in the mine, and large pieces of gravel were blown away. Ichio saw a glimmer of light in the gap that was opened. After going down to the cave for nearly a day, Ichio was actually a little moved and relaxed when he suddenly saw the light from the outside world. Call! After taking a deep breath, Ichio walked towards the light. Get out of the hole! Outside the cave entrance, many people wearing leather armor were busy going back and forth, trying to remove the large amount of gravel at the entrance and rescue the miners buried in the mine. Outside the mine, Huang Hui was walking beside a strong man who was 2 meters tall, explaining with a sweaty face. Lord Orui, this matter is indeed my problem. I found out that this mine has always been safe, so I couldn't hold back the greed in my heart and allowed them to go down the hole. I didn't expect that there would be a sudden landslide. Alas, I'm sorry for the old man's trust, a very sincere confession. Orui, the current lord of the lamenting mine and the only indigo-level powerhouse, listened to these words with a gloomy face. Seeing that Orui's expression was not good, someone from the soldiers on the side immediately said, Lord, I did hear Boss Huang and the old man discussing the matter of going into the cave. The old man asked Boss Huang to keep this matter secret. Someone on the side also echoed, Lord, you are not unaware of the current situation in the territory and the temper of the old man. Although he is old, he has always been ashamed of being a drag and wants to mine more stones in exchange for supplies. By the way, the old man and the others borrowed the pickaxes they used for mining from Boss Huang. Who knew there would be an accident in this cave? For a time, many guards defended Huang Hui for sending the old people to mine. In his words, Huang Hui seemed to become a soft-hearted good man. And when this good guy still controls the only source of food in the territory, the old people who need to spend supplies have been cleared away, and the crisis in the territory has been alleviated a lot. Even Orui, who is nominally called the Lord, can't say much. Ori spoke up to stop the clearing of cave rubble. Materials are currently in short supply, and the collapse of the mine is far beyond ordinary accidents. In order to reduce the waste of materials, the rescue operation has been stopped. After giving the order, Ori turned to Huang Hui and said, Boss Huang, natural disasters are merciless, so you don't have to blame yourself too much. Huang Hui looked disappointed. Those were 15 people, including my compatriots. Oh, I feel sorry for them. Ori patted Huang Hui on the shoulder. Boss Huang, you should go and rest first. There is danger in going into the mine. You have to deal with this matter on your own. Don't blame yourself too much. Huang Hui nodded, turned around and walked towards his house. And when no one saw his expression, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. What a perfect acting! I want to award myself a Best Actor trophy. Huang Hui was extremely proud. This time he not only sent away most of the old people in Maninkyu village, but also got rid of the survivors who came from nowhere. Although he cannot pick up the equipment on his body, as long as no one threatens his development and he has the mine at his back, he will eventually be able to join the ranks of survivors. Besides, so many people died this time. According to the secret letter I found and the sacrifices, new morning or should be bred in the mine, which is a good thing of purple quality. With that thing in hand, are you still worried that you don't have enough foundation? I will directly harvest all channels. Wanting to think about how the future would develop, Huang Hui suddenly heard a huge roar from behind, and he was frightened to the point of staggering. Huang Hui turned around in panic and heard many guards shouting, It's a second landslide, everyone, stay away. Get out of here first. The violent vibration caused many guards to think it was a second landslide. Only Huang Hui looked at the sudden fire and smoke, and felt a bad premonition in his heart. No, it can't be that survivor, he has explosives on his hands. No. It's impossible. When he traveled through time, he took at most a rifle and dozens of rounds of ammunition. How could there be explosives? Although he tried to deny it in his heart, when Huang Hui saw that familiar figure, he knew that the situation was a little out of control. He actually came back alive. Huang Hui cursed secretly in his heart, but on the surface he looked moved, and hurried over. Brother, you are so lucky, you can actually save the day in this situation. Approaching Ichio, Huang Hui took the opportunity to look behind Ichio. There was only a fox-eared girl and no one else.
It seems that except for these two lucky guys, everyone died inside.
The possibility of exposure was lowered again. Huang Hui breathed a sigh of relief, but then his heart became anxious again. Because the person in front of him actually raised the rifle in his hand and pointed it at himself. Huang Hui immediately raised his hands in the air. Brother, if you have something to say, please say it. Although Ori on the side didn't know what was in Yi Chou's hand, seeing Huang Hui's appearance as if facing a formidable enemy, he immediately took 2 steps forward to protect Huang Hui behind him and looked at Yi Chou with eager eyes. Looking at the tall Orui in front of him, Yi Chou frowned slightly, took out the fragments of the earthquake ball from his backpack and threw it on the ground. You can take a look at it, don't delay me from killing.
Seeing the fragments, Orui's expression changed. An earthquake ball that destroys the terrain?
Yes, this is what caused the mine to collapse. Yi Chou shook the muzzle of his gun. According to the leading miner, this thing was given to him by Boss Huang. I'm really sorry that I couldn't die in there, so just come out and die, you grass. How was this discovered? Facing the facts told by Yi Chou, Huang Hui looked ugly. It must be that old man who talks too much and shows off. He is really an old man who fails to succeed but fails to succeed. Although the truth was exposed, Huang Hui did not despair. Because no one came back except Yi Chou, which means there is no evidence to prove it.
As long as he convinces Ori, what if Yi Chou has a gun in his hand?
In this world where most survivors are still at the porcelain white level after only 10 days of travel, within 7 steps, killing an indigo level Orui is as easy as killing a chicken. Even if the lucky guy in front of him was a special forces soldier before time travel, and is now an evergreen level soldier, even if he has a gun in his hand, it will only be a little trouble for Orui. Thinking of this, Huang Hui immediately retorted righteously, I originally regarded you as a compatriot, and I was happy for your lucky survival, but I didn't expect that you would openly slander me. If I am really the mastermind behind the mine collapse, then please tell me, why would I use such precious props to kill a group of helpless old people? Looking at you, not only did you go to see the precious weeping where that ordinary people cannot mine from the beginning, but you also have the ability to escape from the mine.
You are the only one who came out alive. Could it be said that the old man who has been digging mines all his life has not, do you, an ordinary person, know how to take emergency measures? The guards on the side couldn't help but nod in approval.
Yes, I heard the Lord say that when he fought in the past, earthquake balls were precious props used in large-scale battles. Boss Huang originally relied on food to exchange for stones and minerals. If all the old people died, the food crisis in the village would be greatly reduced.
Wouldn't it mean that Boss Huang would cut off his wealth? And this outsider looks very evil.
This kind of scary armor has wings.
Isn't he a harpy who enjoys killing people? It's possible. Huang Hui was secretly happy.
Yes, he was the only one who knew that killing someone could produce the weeping Oregon. According to a normal person's thinking, he had no motive for killing anyone. And Yi Chou, an outsider, doesn't seem like a good person.
Sometimes first impressions can lead to huge misjudgments.
There was a lot of discussion at the scene. Although Orui did not completely believe Huang Hui, at this moment, Huang Hui was the only source of food for the village, and he could not let Huang Hui die. Ori said, as an outsider, you may not be able to tell right from wrong in this matter for a while.
I think we can sit down and talk slowly. Let's talk slowly.
Yi Chou put the rifle in his hand into the space. Just when Huang Hui breathed a sigh of relief, Yi Chou's voice sounded again. This is a land of mist, a place without laws and rules. I was exhausted before spending precious time explaining it to you slowly. I only know that this person named Huang wants to kill me, and now, I want to kill him. As for those of you who are kept in the dark, if you want to stop me, just do it. If you are too close, the rifle will not perform well. Relying on the strength of the indigo grade and the purple quality living wood armor, Yi Chou was going to blow Huang Hui's head off with one punch. Yi Chou was too busy going home to upgrade his territory to waste time here. Ori's face darkened. Since you claim to be righteous, why don't you dare to talk slowly? I think you have something in your heart. Boy, don't be so arrogant in my territory of Iron Fist Ori. Without even talking nonsense to Ori, Yi Chou rushed towards Huang Hui. Huang Hui was horrified and delighted in his heart when he saw Yi Chou suddenly attacking. He looked like a big shot, but he turned out to be a fool. He faced Ori and saw how he died.
Huang Hui knew the strength of the indigo-level strongman very well.
He saw with his own eyes that the green beast that he had to kill with all his strength could not survive a single move in the hands of the other party. Step! Not caring about Huang Hui's performance, Yi Chou suddenly stepped on the ground and rushed out. Ori's expression changed and he immediately blocked him. The casserole-sized fist hit Yichio directly, but Yichio did not dodge and took the blow directly under Ori's inexplicable expression.
Bang! Hit!
Ori's doubtful mind immediately stabilized.
Even people of the same level would not dare to take his punch. If he dared to be so arrogant, the other party would definitely lose.
But then, his expression changed. Because for the 70% strength punch, Yichio not only remained unchanged like an old tree taking root, but also returned a blow while his old strength had been exhausted and his new strength had not yet been generated.
And this blow, the power should not be underestimated. Indigo grade?
Ori, who was 2 meters tall and as strong as an iron tower, was directly blown away by this whip kick for more than 10 meters and fell hard to the ground.
Bang!
With smoke and dust rising, the guards watching the show nearby were stunned.
The strongest among them was actually killed in seconds? Huang Hui's face changed drastically. He defeated the indigo-level Ori with one blow. What kind of strong man is this person in front of him? After knocking Ori back with one blow, Yichio's body approached Huang Hui. Huang Hui's slightly swollen body retreated again and again, and he hurriedly shouted, "Help me stop him! Help me stop him!" However, even the strongest man in the audience was knocked back with one blow. Who else could save Huang Hui? There was no time to step forward to protect him. Yichio had already rushed in front of Huang Hui, and this punch was about to smash his head directly. No! Huang Hui hurriedly parried, "You can't kill me. Behind me is an anonymous boss. If you dare to kill me, Channel 666 will not let you go." What? Is there me behind this guy?
Yichio was stunned and immediately withdrew most of his strength, but even though the punch was half weaker, it still broke Huang Hui's arm bones. His arms were hanging on his arms dripping with blood. With such serious injuries, Huang Hui just let out shrill screams and rolled on the ground in pain. Yichio stopped Huang Hui's moving body with one kick, raised his kick, aimed at the guy's third leg, and shouted, "Don't scream, tell me what your relationship is with Anonymous, or I'll kill you with this kick.
Turn you into a eunuch."
Ugh! Huang Hui clenched his teeth and his body turned red from the pain, but in order to preserve his male dignity, he still spoke with difficulty. Everything I did is, to provide high quality or to the anonymous boss.
If you kill me, the anonymous boss will definitely not let you go.
Yichio frowned slightly as he thought of a possibility.
Professional or mining? Huang Hui was stunned. "Do you know me?"
Yichio snorted coldly. "It's really you, I am the anonymous user. The deal between me and you is just business, but you actually dare to pull my tiger skin and kill someone. I really don't have to hesitate at all to kill you."
You are the anonymous boss.
The huge impact of Yichio's words made Huang Hui forget about the physical pain for a moment.
"Yes, so you can go in peace."
"No." Huang Hui suddenly shed tears of regret. "Anonymous boss, you are the one I admire most among the survivors. If I had known your identity earlier, I would not have dared to hide it at all. Besides, I am blowing up mines to collect ore for you, and I am doing something for you. Anonymous boss, I am willing to be your little brother and your slave. If you have a lot, just let me go." Yichio gave up attacking the small head and walked directly to Huang Hui's big head. "No, it's useless." Seeing that Yichio had no intention of holding back, Huang Hui used his last strength to shout, "Boss, if you kill me, you will never know where the morning ore is produced." Snap. As soon as his kick landed, Huang Hui's head exploded like a ripe tomato. Bright red blood spurted out for several meters from the broken neck, covering several guards. However, they were careless about this matter at this moment, because Huang Hui's words before his death told them that he was the cause of this mine accident. You know, the people who went down to the mine this time were all from the older generation of the village, and many of them were their parents. Just because Huang Hui wanted to get ore, they died like this. For a moment, the guards present had bloodshot faces. Looking at Huang Hui's headless body, they seemed about to go up and eat him alive. Huang Hui still died too easily. At the scene, besides Yichio, there was still a sane person named Orui. Although he was angry at the moment, he could still communicate. He reluctantly stood up and walked to Yichio. He said, "I'm sorry, I didn't recognize people well and I wronged you." The living wooden armor on his body surged, swallowing up the stained meat and blood. Yichio picked up a few dropped objects from Huang Hui's body, turned around and said, "It's very troublesome to explain, and what you did is not wrong. By the way, I have another ultimatum for you." Under Orui's shocked eyes, Yichio held a lavender fragment. "Now the fragment of the Lord in this area has fallen into my hands. If you still want to survive here, come to the camp tomorrow to see me in person." Bar. After saying that, Yichio turned on the oil lamp at his waist, picked up his mace, spread his wings and disappeared into the layers of white mist.
The Lord's fragment was actually taken by him. Ori can't believe it.
After the territory is broken, the corresponding fragments will be hidden in secret locations in the territory, but if you want to get these fragments, you have to face certain tests.
It would be fine if it were an ordinary territory fragment.
Orui is confident that he can take it down, but the Lamenting Mine is the largest resource area under the Lamenting Lord. In other words, even the purple gold level experts may not be able to pass this test.
And now, it has been taken away.
This young man is estimated to be as powerful as the chief knight of the Conquest Knight. He was horrified, but looking at Huang Hui's headless body in the cave not far away, Orui had to suppress his feelings temporarily. Everyone in the team, follow me into the mine to search and rescue. Be sure not to let go of any survivor. Rolling up the thick white mist, Yichio returned to the station in the shortest possible time. This exploration trip took a full day, but fortunately, the harvest definitely exceeded Yichio's imagination. Not only did he get a way to upgrade the core of the building, but he also directly obtained a resource area that can produce purple quality minerals. Surely the mobile fortress is just around the corner. After returning to the station, Yichio took out the Lord Core fragment. The moment he took out the fragments, a system prompt sounded in Yichio's mind.
Lord Core fragments detected. Do you want to absorb and start core transformation? Absorb.
The purple fragment in his hand turned into a light spot and disappeared, and the system prompt sounded again. Absorb successfully, building core, blue, to upgrade to territorial core incomplete, blue, territory core incomplete, blue. The building core is transformed into the intermediate form of the territory core. The core can be repaired by consuming resources. The current repair progress is 59%, I didn't expect that after absorption, it would be 59% of the Lord Core. It seems that the territory fragments of the Weeping Mine Hill are very large.
Yichio was very satisfied and clicked on the core repair. There is no limit to the materials needed to repair the core. High-quality repairs are more, and low-quality repairs are less.
Just a few days later, Yichio's basic white and gray materials have reached the level of thousands. Thousands of units of resources were thrown down, and the repair progress of the territory core immediately reached 90%. I didn't expect that the repair resource consumption of the territory core would be so large.
Fortunately, I have more basic materials.
According to this progress, I can get a complete territory core tomorrow. After completing the fusion of the territory core, Yichio opened his backpack, took out the statue, and placed it in a spacious place in the living room suitable for worship. After hesitating for a moment, Yichio also took out the statue of the Eternal Night and placed it next to the statue of the Bound Virgin. Yichio looked at the two statues with a thoughtful look on his face. In this case, even if I have collected 2 statues, I don't know how many more statues I can collect. The only drawback is that the Eternal Night statue is not open to me.
Is it just a decoration?
Yichio hesitated for a moment and remembered the scene when he worshipped the Bound Virgin Mary. The Eternal Night statue did not recognize me.
Is it possible that my tribute was too little?
He looked at the thousands of fog cores in his inventory and then at the statue on the stage. I don't raise useless gods. I will sacrifice one last time. If this Eternal Night statue does not respond to me, then throw it into the warehouse to eat dust.
Warm reminder, because I was always accused of infringement, I adjusted the title of the reading page.
Please understand that this title does not affect the content of the reading chapter.
We will try to make it look better.